After a 2.5-year hiatus, the childhood sweetheart returns, promising an immediate flash marriage upon the delivery of a dowry. What was initially thought to be a rekindled affection turns out to be merely a quest for a naive benefactor. Yangshu decisively decides to cut his losses. Tired, let us annihilate and begin anew. Thus, the second round commences. May, where is your pursuit, your attitude? Yangshu, perverse. Childhood sweetheart. You treated me well before, can we return to those days? Yangshu, enlightenment. Childhood sweetheart. I have apologized. What more do you want? Yangshu, small fry. Childhood sweetheart. One last question. Do you truly love me? Yangshu, I, director. The childhood sweetheart begins to crawl into darkness. Wealthy young lady. Yangshu, this is the summer subscription fee for friends, 1 million. Yangshu, consider it a loan. Wealthy young lady. Then I shall require interest. Hold my hand and stroll with me. Yangshu, deal. Wealthy young lady. Yangshu, animal friends can share each other's pockets. Yangshu, that pertains to kangaroos. Wealthy young lady. Yangshu, this month's friend fee may be delayed. Yangshu. Luzi, do you think my life is like walking on thin ice? Will I ever reach the other side? Yangshu reclines on the sofa, his eyes heavy with the fatigue of a sleepless night. Once the orders are fulfilled, the $5,000 incentive will be in hand, and the dowry will be complete. Of course, why wouldn't you? Lu Guoqiang interjects, Brother Thin Ice, don't fret unnecessarily. You are the most outstanding graduate of our class. Who else can save $200,000 in 2 years? The two have been childhood friends, sharing this 2-bedroom apartment since their university days, with Yangshu occupying the master bedroom and Lu Guoqiang the secondary one. Now living together for 2.5 years. Yangshu smiles bitterly. It barely covers the dowry. I fear I may not seize the opportunity. The dowry? Nonsense. The janitors at your company are all male. Who do you intend to marry me? It's Du Yao. She reached out to me. Yangshu exhales. It's time to draw a conclusion. The goddess of his youth, who had vanished after graduation, leaving him in anguish, now returns, claiming a flash marriage is possible, provided the dowry is secured. Lu Guoqiang furrows his brow. Have you two reconnected? No. Wait. Do you still harbor feelings for her? I'm uncertain. It's been years since I last saw Du Yao, and my feelings for her are quite nebulous. Hardly love, more fixation or habit. Lu Guoqiang, aware of the situation, gently advises, don't, she is truly not a suitable match. You consider yourself a childhood hero. She regards you as a mere beast. In middle school, you confessed, and she rejected you, claiming her studies were paramount. In high school, you confessed again, and she said those are the most critical years of her life, too busy for romance, yet entangled with a dropout rapper. After the college entrance examination, you confessed once more, and she assured you that had you both attended the same university, you would be her first consideration. Did she ever fulfill that promise? She has consistently dangled you along, seeking your unwavering devotion without any intention of reciprocation. Luzi, the more one invests, the harder it is to relinquish. I am ensnared in this web, akin to a gambler who has wagered everything. Abandoning now would yield nothing but loss. Let me try one last time. The outcome is inconsequential. Lu Guoqiang hesitates, biting his lip, hinting, after you two lost contact, I heard news about Du Yao. She has a male confidant, and she has given him something. Given him something? Yangshu remains largely unfazed, merely curious. How do you know this? Lu Guoqiang swiftly produces his phone, adeptly activating a study accelerator, and opens a foreign version of a popular download tool. In mere moments, he navigates to a certain blogger's homepage and displays it to Yangshu. Look, there's a video of her online. I hadn't intended to tell you, but I couldn't bear to see her deceive you. Yangshu steadies himself, scrutinizing the phone screen, his expression gradually shifting to one of astonishment. As a law-abiding citizen, he has never ventured into such explicit territory, let alone the protagonist of the video, Du Yao, masked, as if transformed into another person. As a law-abiding citizen, he has never ventured into such explicit territory, let alone the protagonist of the video, Du Yao, masked, as if transformed into another person. Weary, Yangshu rubs his eyes, sensing the end of a long road, yet feeling a weight lift. Finally, the lingering attachment need not persist. Reflecting on his early life, he realizes he has squandered far too much time on Du Yao. At the time, he had thought, with a goddess-like childhood sweetheart and a best friend, he was surely the protagonist of a romantic campus narrative. But the reality is that the pure moonlight has morphed into a biochemical mother, and the twin ponytails have become a steering wheel. The notion of a flash marriage was but a ruse the childhood sweetheart seeks to extract a dowry. Luzi, did you indulge in this on your own? Yangshu teases. My apologies, brother. I spoke too late. Lu Guoqiang grins broadly. I just couldn't bear to see her deceive you. Now that you've let go, right? Yangshu exhales. I'm exhausted. Let us obliterate and start afresh. In retrospect, he realizes he ceased to have feelings for Du Yao long ago, fixating instead on a desired outcome. Like a gambler convinced that since he has wagered all, He must not abandon the game. Now, the hand is unplayable. Fortunately, I managed to cut my losses, though regrettably not in time. Yang Shu slowly closes his eyes. Luzi, I'll take a nap. My heart seems to race. In the next moment, a brisk spring breeze caresses his face, the afternoon sun pouring down, achieving a delicate equilibrium of warmth and coolness. Wait, where's this wind coming from? Yang Shu, why are you standing dumbly? Hurry and pass me the milk tea. A familiar, distant voice jolts Yang Shu awake. Before him is the school gate of his memories, a familiar high school classmate, and Du Yao. She extends a right hand toward him, impatiently shifting her feet as if demanding something. Yang Shu's perception is hazy, oscillating between confusion and clarity, as if he has awakened from a deep dream, or perhaps he has truly been reborn. Is this truly a restart? Is it a glimpse into the future or a return to the past? Regardless, it seems that all is not yet lost. Were you even listening to me? Du Yao frowns. Do you still want to study with me? Yang Shu glances at his hands, which are holding 4 cups of milk tea. This familiar scene stirs old memories. It is now 2017, and he is 19 years old. Once more, as Yang Shu encounters Du Yao, he feels only a numbing disdain, an instinctive urge to distance himself from this unfortunate woman. I could see that moment. Du Yao glares. What a stroke of bad luck. Don't act crazy here. She rolls her eyes and reaches for the milk tea bag. However, to her surprise, Yang Shu evaded her with a slight turn, showing no interest in engaging with her. Instead, he brushed past and shared his milk tea with the girls in his class. It was inevitable that he would sever ties with Du Yao, yet he alone had experienced the second round. If he were to react excessively due to his first-round memories, he might easily be perceived as deranged by others. Thus, it was only Du Yao that needed to be distanced, while other interpersonal relationships could remain intact. It would be exceedingly unwise to jeopardize other connections due to matters and individuals he had already chosen to distance himself from. You, Yang Shu? Du Yao's tone bore a hint of interrogation, interlaced with a touch of astonishment. Isn't it rather tedious to attract my attention this way? Yang Shu didn't spare her a glance, treating her as nothing more than a bothersome nuisance. Having said that, he waved at his long-lost classmates that I'm leaving. The few girls exchanged awkward glances at Du Yao, uncertain of how to respond. Previously, they had witnessed Yang Shu bending over backward to please her, but today they had their eyes opened. As Yang Shu turned to depart, Du Yao, brimming with indignation, exclaimed, "Stop right there. What about my share? Is it because I rejected your confession that you resort to this cold treatment? Shut up, you foolish girl." Yang Shu spun around and walked away, unwilling to linger for even a moment longer. Just as he had walked 100 meters, 3 lines of neatly written characters suddenly appeared before him. The merit system has been activated, and you currently have 3 unclaimed medal rewards. Medal Wall, Dog Licker Medal, Master Painter Emblem, Lucky Badge. Accepting the medals will grant corresponding rewards. Would you like to claim them? Chapter 2. The honor system. Yang Shu's brow lifted with delight. This was indeed a golden opportunity bestowed upon him in his reincarnation. The web novel author had not misled him. As he contemplated the option to claim his rewards, his gaze fell upon the resplendent sycophant medal. Yang Shu hesitated. Rather than hastily accepting it, he began to explore the other functionalities of the system. The system will record others' genuine evaluations of you. Upon reaching a certain level of recognition, medals will be awarded, and wearing these medals will yield various rewards. By enhancing recognition, existing medals can be strengthened. Should recognition decline, existing medals may be downgraded or disqualified. Medals are classified into 4 tiers: Bronze, Radiant Gold, Jade Platinum, and Supreme. Note: all rewards from the system are sourced from legitimate channels. Rest assured in utilizing them. Note: medals once donned cannot be voluntarily removed. This implies that as long as others acknowledge a particular virtue or characteristic of mine, I can earn medals and rewards. Yang Shu mused. My pursuit of Du Yao is well known. It would be reasonable to receive a Jade Platinum medal. Having studied painting for nearly 3 years, my skills are passable. A bronze tier is acceptable. But where does luck come into play? Furthermore, what exactly are the rewards? As Yang Shu scrutinized the sycophant medal, the system prompted another message. Sycophant medal, Jade Platinum, awarded rewards. Cash 20,000, wearing effect. Success rate in pursuing the opposite sex reduced by 20. Likelihood of receiving disdain from the same sex increased by 20. Spending rate on women increased by 20. Goodness wealth. Yang Shu decisively claimed the reward. Although the attributes were predominantly negative, they bore no grave consequence. Pursuing the opposite sex could be temporarily set aside, and the disdain from the same sex, was that not useful in a marketplace? The final debuff was somewhat regrettable, but easily resolvable. Simply refrain from spinning on women. Naturally, his mother was the exception. Moreover, as recognition waned, these negative buffs could be eliminated. Next, he examined the rewards for the other two medals. Master Painter Medal, Bronze, awarded rewards. Cash 2,000, wearing effect. Painting skills enhanced by 10. Lucky Badge, Radiant Gold, awarded rewards. Cash 5,000, wearing effect. Luck enhanced by 10. Probability of opportunity slightly increased. I shall claim these rewards without hesitation. Upon successfully receiving the honors, the system's medal wall immediately glimmered magnificently, with the sycophant medal standing out prominently due to its high tier. At that moment, a text notification chimed on his phone. Yang Shu quickly checked. It was indeed a notification of 27,000 yuan credited to his account. As for the other rewards, he felt no discernible impact. It was all about the money. The high school Yang Shu attended was not far from home, and before he knew it, he arrived at the entrance of his community, fortuitously encountering Lu Guoqiang as he was leaving. Reflecting on the past life, it was still his brother who was the most reliable. Lu Guoqiang remarked with curiosity, "Oh, you're back so early from delivering milk tea? Wait, that's strange. You haven't delivered it yet. Have you had another argument?" Lu Guoqiang noticed that Yang Shu was still holding a cup, specifically one with Du Yao's favorite flavor, which piqued his curiosity even further. Yang Shu shook his head with a scoff. "Forget it. I'm not pursuing her anymore." Upon hearing this, Lu Guoqiang appeared momentarily stunned, disbelief evident on his face. "Really? Are you serious?" Yang Shu shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "Like a grain of rice stuck to the corner of my mouth. No matter how much I lick, I cannot reach it. It's better to just discard it. Besides, Du Yao isn't even a grain of rice. She is more akin to a fly, taking liberties with my patience." Lu Guoqiang, astonished, gave him a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Well said. It seems you've truly come to terms with it. As for that milk tea, here it's yours. Foster Father Medal. Lu Guoqiang's recognition, level 1. Yang Shu thought, I share my true feelings with my brother, and he offers me milk tea. In high spirits after receiving the milk tea, Lu Guoqiang cheerfully inquired, "So, what do you plan to do next? Shall we go online together?" Yang Shu had already mapped out his future, study, then open a few small shops. What? ISNT University meant for dating? Lu Guoqiang remarked with surprise. Besides, there are only 3 months left until the college entrance exam. You're an art student, and you're going to an institution to learn every week? Aren't you being a bit greedy? Yang Shu smiled slightly. The art exam is my baseline, not my ceiling. I've only studied painting for 2.5 years, and Haven T devoted much energy to it. In terms of both artistic skill and academic subjects, I cannot compare to those professional art students rushing to enter art academies. If I pursue the art exam, it's highly probable I'll end up with a mediocre degree in the arts, just like in my previous life, with no promising future. Therefore, the best path for an ordinary person remains the traditional college entrance examination. As for dating, who would still think about romance after being reincarnated? Enough of this. I'm off to study. With a wave, Yang Shu departed. Lu Guoqiang, however, wore a distressed expression, feeling as though the milk tea had lost its flavor. You jerk. Speaking so seriously makes me feel guilty about going online. At 7:30 p.m., Yang Shu opened the door to his home, and the familiar sight of the old house greeted him. The citrus peels on the coffee table, the wall adorned with childlike drawings, and his parents' yellowed wedding photo, each element exuding warmth. The house was empty. His parents had yet to return from work. Just right, time to start reviewing. Although he had been reborn with memories, the knowledge he had forgotten had not returned. He had nearly forgotten all question types and key points. Fortunately, he had brother Tongzi to rely on. Otherwise, 3 months would not be sufficient to turn things around. Placing his textbooks on a desk, Yang Shu summoned the system's metal wall and gazed at a particular dim metal. Focus learner. Recognition level 71. Wearing effect. Can enter a state of concentration while studying, enhancing learning efficiency by 300. This metal was Yang Shu's secret weapon for overtaking the competition. With a 3-fold increase in learning efficiency, content that originally took an hour to master could now be completed in just 20 minutes. However, enhancing recognition required evaluations from others, and simply practicing questions wouldn't suffice. But his parents would soon return, so he decided to wait. Just as Yang Shu opened his textbook, his phone buzzed. Upon checking, he found a WeChat message from Du Yao's friend, Zheng Mengwan. Xiao Yang, you've crossed the line today. Yao Yao is very upset. As a boy, you should take the initiative to apologize. Yang Shu frowned, slowly forming a question mark with his fingers. Zheng Mengwan replied, I'm kindly reminding you. What does that question mark mean? No conscience. Who are you calling Xiao Yang? Are we that familiar? Du Yao's friend was no saint either. Not only did she enjoy mooching, but she also loved to stir the pot, a quintessential sycophant. Yang Shu found no reason to waste time on such individuals and promptly blocked her. On the other side, Zheng Mengwan stared blankly at the red exclamation mark in the chat box, fuming. What the heck, he actually blocked me. That dog of a man must be reported to Yao Yao. Both Du Yao and Zheng Mengwan had suffered indignities at Yang Shu's hands. The two vented their frustrations over the phone for quite some time before deciding to plot a well-deserved revenge against him in class tomorrow. Even if he apologized then, it would be too late. They had given him far too many chances in the past. I bet you he'll be back to groveling with gifts before half a day is up. Chapter 3. Do you have such pursuers? Focused Learner Medal. Yang Shan's Recognition Level 1. Focused Learner Medal. Cheng Shuqin's Recognition Level 3. Total recognition level from medals, 75. As Yang's parents entered the house, they were met with the sight of their son diligently working on his assignments, completely oblivious to their arrival, which left the couple quite astonished. What's going on? Did Diao motivate our son? It is exceedingly probable. Yang Shu and Du Yao are childhood friends. Naturally, their parents are acquainted and share an amicable relationship. It is precisely due to the children's close bond that their parents permit such proximity. At this moment, Yang Shu raised his head and said, Mom and Dad, you're back? Yes, I'm about to prepare dinner for you. Yang's mother replied gently. You returned a bit earlier today, didn't you? Upon hearing this, Yang's father immediately grasped his wife's implication and subtly inquired, Your enthusiasm for studying seems commendable. Is it for someone special? No, it's to take the entrance exam for Jiang University. Yang Shu responded earnestly. Jiang University, located in the neighboring Jiang city, is a prestigious institution among the country's top-tier universities. Higher education serves as a springboard. One must aim high and reach far to elevate the quality of life and make the most of this second chance at life. As for Du Yao, were it not for the law, he would have undoubtedly dealt with her in a more forceful manner, urging her to keep her distance. All right. Yang's parents were greatly pleased. Setting aside the somewhat absurd target, the mere fact that he was motivated to study was commendable. The following morning, at the entrance of the 29th Middle School, students trickled into the campus, most of whom were in their final year. In Class 5 of the third year, more than half the students had already arrived, diligently working through exercises and practice papers, fully utilizing the last 3 months to sprint towards their goals. Du Yao sat by the window, idly flipping through her error notebook, her thoughts adrift. Yao, isn't Yang Shu here yet? Her deskmate, Zheng Mengwan, glanced at an empty seat. He is probably busy buying breakfast for you. It doesn't matter, Du Yao replied coolly. I'm genuinely angry this time. I won't forgive him easily. In the past, regardless of any conflicts, Yang Shu would always check in with her morning and night. Yet yesterday, he had the audacity to show her a cold shoulder in public. She could not let him off lightly. Exactly, Zheng Mengwan said, hands on her hips. Boys who resort to silent treatment are the most terrifying. As they spoke, they occasionally glanced towards the classroom door, feeling a mix of displeasure and faint anticipation, as if seeking an emotional outlet. Du Yao, burdened by her pride, felt humiliated by the cold treatment she received yesterday, so she kept it to herself. Only her close friends were aware of the incident. Of course, everyone had promised to keep it a secret. However, the score must be settled. Just then, Yang Shu entered the classroom, carrying a pork bun. Stepping into the familiar environment, he felt a surge of excitement, scanning the room and recognizing most of his classmates, though he had forgotten many of their names. Study enthusiast, approval rate 80. After his parents went to bed last night, his progress on his achievements had stagnated. Fortunately, with so many people in class, he was confident he could complete the remaining 20 today. Let's get started, Yang Shu said, striding purposefully to his seat. He's here. He's here. He brought breakfast. Zheng Mingwan covered her mouth, lowering her voice to signal her friend. I can accept his breakfast, but I won't accept an apology. How dare he block me? Truly heartless. As Yang Shu approached, both girls felt an inexplicable surge of delight. Yesterday's harsh words had not deterred him from behaving submissively today. I won't accept even a single bite from him, Du Yao declared resolutely, turning her gaze back to her exercises. Hey, if you want to eat, you can always feed me. Yang Shu was now just 2 desks away as Zheng Mingwan crossed her arms, preparing to confront him. Yet, as if a gentle breeze had swept by, he passed them, leaving only the lingering aroma of the pork bun, without a trace of his presence. Yang Shu nonchalantly walked past, then retreated 2 rows back to his seat, munching on the bun while reviewing his papers. After all, he needed to maintain the image of focused study. Starting early meant he could gain recognition sooner. Zheng Mingwan was left dumbfounded, wondering what had possessed him today. How could he eat the breakfast meant for Yao Yao? What a cad. Du Yao felt increasingly irked, but did not show it on her face, letting out a cold snort before returning her attention to her exercises. She thought to herself how immature Yang Shu was at their age. He should not resort to such petty tactics to attract attention. Zheng Mingwan rolled her eyes and whispered to Du Yao, he's just putting on a show for you. Boys can be so petty. Just wait, I'll make him pay. With that, Zheng Mingwan sprang up and confidently approached Yang Shu, slapping his desk with a thud. Yang Shu, where is Yao Yao's breakfast? How can she study if she doesn't eat? Do you even care about her as a suitor? Her loud voice drew the attention of the entire class, abruptly interrupting Yang Shu's focused efforts. Why should I care? He retorted. Zheng Mingwan pressed on. I said Yao Yao hasn't had breakfast. Why should that concern me? Yang Shu replied brusquely. He had never expected Yang Shu to be so obstinate, and her teeth clenched in frustration. Yao Yao is my best friend. Of course it concerns me. If you don't bring her breakfast, what are we supposed to eat? How shameless can you be? Yang Shu inwardly cursed, realizing that using foul language would only diminish him. He quickly adopted a look of mock sympathy. Without me, can you not even afford breakfast? How pitiful. Zheng Mingwan was left speechless, and Du Yao's expression darkened. Both of their families were well off, and food was not an issue. It was just that they had grown accustomed to receiving favors, believing it to be their due. After all, free handouts are the most delightful. As more students trickled into the classroom, an audience began to gather. Unwilling to lose face, Zheng Mingwan retorted, regardless, you were wrong to bully Yao Yao yesterday, and blocking me was also uncalled for. Do you have even a shred of camaraderie left? Yang Shu's face twisted with disgust. It's almost time for morning reading. Can you keep quiet? If you're not studying, there are plenty of others who are. Everyone can shift blame, can't they? Zheng Mingwan, fueled by anger, shot back. How ridiculous. You're just an art student. The art entrance exams are over. Who are you pretending to study for? Yang Shu's disdain morphed into contempt as he replied, scornfully. One can indulge in base desires, but higher aspirations require discipline. If you're content with mediocre scores, that's your choice, but I aspire for more. With that, he returned his focus to his papers, remaining indifferent to her outburst. The whispers of their classmates only added to Zheng Mengzhuan's embarrassment, and she hurried back to her seat, her body shrinking low, her eyes misting with tears. So frustrating. Yao Yao, did you hear that? He's really insufferable. Originally, she had come seeking justice, yet she found herself berated instead, prompting her to feel a surge of indignation. Du Yao consoled her. Don't be upset. You know him well enough. He'll be tough for a morning, but I'll make him apologize to you later. Though she spoke with assurance, Du Yao couldn't shake the feeling that Yang Shu seemed a bit different lately. However, he adored her so much. How could he ever let go? At worst, she could send him a good night message, which would surely keep him happy for a whole day. Minute latte, Du Yao soudainement sensait dans une usuelle atmosphère. Why were everyone's faces turned in astonishment towards the back? Hadn't their banter concluded? Following their gazes, she saw Yang Shu engrossed in his papers, occasionally jotting notes on scratch paper, frowning at times, only to relax his expression moments later. Wait, is he really studying? Du Yao was taken aback, astonished by his convincing act. However, Yang Shu's thoughts were far from the papers before him. he was contemplating another significant life matter. Chapter 4. Cryptocurrencies. How does one make money? Currently, focusing on his studies and aiming for Jiang University remains the foremost goal. Yet the pursuit of financial independence as a life ideal also requires strategic planning. As a reincarnator, Yang Shu possesses unparalleled advantages that set him apart from others. Armed with an immense repository of future knowledge, while it may not guarantee him a fortune, achieving modest wealth is certainly within his grasp. Yet, the question remains, what path should he embark upon? Reflecting on the narratives of reincarnation web novels, protagonists typically leverage their informational edge to amass their initial capital, subsequently utilizing these funds to establish and expand their enterprises. In essence, they either delve into stock markets, engage in sports betting, lottery games, or real estate speculation. Of course, some even resort to selling their bodies. The more Yang Shu contemplates this, the more his head spins. He neither follows the stock market nor understands football, only grasping the rudiments of profit and loss, with the World Cup occurring once every 4 years. Regrettably, in his previous life, his time was consumed either in pursuit of Du Yao or as a corporate drone, leaving him devoid of any genuine hobbies. As for the real estate market in 2017, properties were hardly affordable for speculation, and discussing lotteries is futile if the paths trodden by web novel protagonists are unattainable. Does that mean he is destined to be a mere slacker, depending on a system for sustenance? To earn substantial wealth, one must take the reins as a business owner. Yet entrepreneurship demands seed capital. Without initial funds, he would have to resort to labor. Having worked before his reincarnation, and now again post-rebirth, it seems he has returned to square one. Yang Shu scribbled 2017 on a piece of scrap paper, pondering what opportunities this time period might hold. As he gazed at the haphazardly scrawled numbers and symbols, they resembled encrypted information, chaotic yet inherently orderly. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Cryptocurrency? This could be a remarkable opportunity. Upon graduating from university, his meager internship salary barely sufficed for his expenses, leading him to join the cryptocurrency sphere through Lu Guoqiang's introduction, where he began accumulating small amounts of digital currency and earned a modest profit. As he grew more familiar with the field, the fluctuations in Bitcoin's price astounded him. It initially hovered below $1 before soaring to an apex of 69,000. And 2017 was indeed the year of Bitcoin's meteoric rise. During the first half of the year, it experienced steady growth, reaching around 2,000 in May and June, only to surge tenfold by the year's end, with each coin valued at nearly 20,000. Contemplating this, a smile involuntarily crept across Yang Shu's face as he promptly pulled out his phone to check the current Bitcoin price. At that time, Binance had yet to emerge, but other trading platforms were quite accessible. On March 17th, the price of BTC stood at 1,001. Today, Bitcoin was priced at merely 1,000. The value was on an upward trajectory, and a wise individual once stated that an all-in bet is a manifestation of wisdom. If not now, when? Without hesitation, Yang Shu registered for a Bitcoin wallet, completing the necessary procedures to purchase 4 Bitcoins, ensuring their safety by storing them in 4 distinct wallets and backing up the keys to a cloud drive. With the current dollar exchange rate at 689, and after accounting for transaction fees, he depleted the cash reward from the system and his New Year's money, leaving him with a mere $200. While $200 could buy 2 coins, one must retain some funds for living expenses, right? Everything will be worth it. Once the year concludes, if Bitcoin skyrockets 20-fold, wouldn't he have over 500,000? Just imagining it brought joy to Yang Shu, until a new system notification appeared. Imposter badge, Lu Guoqiang recognition level 1. Huh? Why isn't it learning focused? What does this mean? Yang Shu looked up to find Lu Guoqiang, whose expression was a mixture of confusion and disbelief, as if he were grappling with surprise, skepticism, sorrow, and mockery all at once. What on earth are you doing? Lu Guoqiang inquired. Studying, Yang Shu replied nonchalantly. Can't you tell? Then why are you smiling? Lu Guoqiang pressed. I derive joy from the sense of achievement and learning. Imposter badge, Lu Guoqiang recognition level 2. Come on, stop it. Lu Guoqiang shook his head, only to suddenly notice 2 cold, piercing gazes, and he instantly understood. So, this was a spat with Du Yao. He nearly panicked, thinking Yang Shu was genuinely intent on studying. It seemed he had either forgotten Yang Shu's words from the previous day, or perhaps he simply didn't care, or didn't believe he had given up on pursuing her. Lu Guiqiang returned to his seat, positioned behind Yang Shu, and began to fidget with a test paper. Let me give a shot too. Maybe I can find some sense of achievement. Before long, the morning bell rang, and the Chinese language teacher commenced the discussion of the test paper distributed yesterday. 15 minutes into the lecture, Lu Guiqiang, like a deflated balloon, slumped over his desk and murmured, "Hey, if you're not getting it, let's just play some Go." Yang Shu feigned ignorance, intently focusing on the blackboard. Lu Guiqiang furrowed his brow and poked the female classmate in front of him. "Is Yang Shu asleep? Why is he so still?" Hearing this, Fu Li glanced at Yang Shu, confirming that the teacher was unaware of their side, and then, slightly turning her body, responded with surprise, "No, he's listening." She too felt a sense of astonishment. As Yang Shu's deskmate, she knew him relatively well. A candidate for the art examination, having completed the joint entrance examination, only needed to review the foundational aspects of cultural subjects to secure a place in university, and he was also attending a temporary training class over the weekend, which alleviated his regular academic pressures. In previous classes, he had spent more time gazing at Du Yao than at the blackboard. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was there merely to accompany her. Today was indeed peculiar. Learning Focus Badge, Fu Li Recognition Level 1. You see, my deskmate understands me. Unlike someone who can only harbor suspicion, Yang Shu mused inwardly, appreciating this newfound ability to glimpse others' true thoughts. Soon, the morning class concluded, and Lu Guiqiang and Fu Li surrounded Yang Shu, chattering excitedly. "Seriously, man, are you really studying? I hope you improve. But I didn't expect you to be this dedicated. You didn't even glance at Du Yao the entire class. Did your neck seize up? Or maybe your eyes went cross-eyed?" Yang Shu's lips twitched. "Do you really want to jinx me? I just want to learn more. After all, I'm still 200 points short of passing 600. Lu Guiqiang could no longer contain himself. "You still want to score 600? In stark contrast, the atmosphere around Du Yao and her group was chillingly tense. "It's just for attention. Let's not pay him any mind." Zheng Mingwan expressed her irritation, still upset over Yang Shu undermining her authority. "I couldn't care less," Du Yao responded coolly, even deliberately distant. As time passed, the lunch break soon arrived. Learning Focus Badge, Recognition Level 98. After Yang Shu's diligent efforts throughout the morning, he was merely 2 recognition points away from the next level. "Yang Shu, are you going home for lunch?" Lu Guiqiang asked with renewed energy. Since their homes were close to the school, they typically returned for lunch, allowing them to enjoy a good nap afterward. However, Yang Shu usually returned a bit later, as he had to arrange lunch for Du Yao. But today was different. Yet he still declined, pulling out a sandwich and a test paper. "No, I have limited time and a heavy workload. I can squeeze in a few more practice questions." Not only was he striving for recognition, but he was also racing against the clock. All right, if that's how you're studying, then I won't go home either. I'll munch on a sandwich too." Fu Li interjected, "Hey, that's my dollar yuan." While one's own decline is indeed lamentable, witnessing a brother's dedication is even more concerning. 20 minutes later, as most students returned after lunch, they found Yang Shu still engrossed in his studies, unable to refrain from commenting, truly focused. Perhaps inspired by his determination, a small group of students also abandoned their lunch break, quietly working on their exercises, creating an atmosphere thick with academic diligence. Recognition points were easily achieved. Badge wall, Learning Focus Badge. "Do you accept?" Chapter 5. Yang Shu cannot exist without me. It must be me. Yang Shu decisively accepted the honor, and the medal wall instantly illuminated with the 4th emblem. Simultaneously, new information emerged. Scholar Focus, Bronze Award, cash 2,000. Wearing effect. Learning efficiency increased by 300. The Bronze Medal, apart from granting rewards, offers only a single buff in its wearing effect, unlocking a second enhancement upon upgrading, akin to the Lucky Emblem and the Sycophant Medal. The next 3 months would be spent immersed in problem-solving, and it seemed that an upgrade was not far off. Yang Shu steadied his mind and continued to diligently tackle the exercises, unable to suppress a smile at the corners of his mouth. The sound of his pen gliding over the paper resonated continuously, and his problem-solving approach flowed effortlessly, with answers bursting forth with ease, ink cascading smoothly onto the page. One word encapsulated it: exhilarating. The effects of the emblem were remarkable, akin to being on a cheat mode. Indeed, it felt as though he were. Thus, Yang Shu focused on completing the remaining half of the paper, and upon glancing at the time, he realized only 15 minutes had passed. It could be deemed exceedingly efficient. As the lunch break concluded, classmates relaxed their spirits, awaiting the ringing of the first class bell. Yang Shu had just finished 4 practice papers, which Lu Guiqiang had drenched with his saliva. Come on, bro, are you a tam? Anyone who knows would think you were sleeping. Those who don't would assume you wet yourself. Get lost. My urine is yellow. It's clearly just saliva, all right? Lu Guiqiang stretched lazily. Yang Shu chuckled. Proud of your yellow urine, are we? Must be from all that iced red tea. Lu Guiqiang rubbed his bloated belly, casting a doubtful glance at Yang Shu's desk. You wrote so much, even tackled the big questions. Can that be right? Filling the paper is a study attitude, but accuracy is what truly counts. Hearing this, Fu Li glanced at the math paper, nodded affirmatively. You got all the multiple choices right except the last one. Your approach to the big question is correct. This should be at least 120, right? As she spoke, her expression shifted from doubt to astonishment, eventually morphing into shock. Wait, has your training class improved that much? Isn't it possible, Yang Shu squinted, that I possess extraordinary talent? For Yang Shu at this moment, the greatest obstacle was the forgotten foundational knowledge. As long as he diligently reviewed, the formulas and thought processes would emerge naturally. Any type of question could be mastered through practice, leading to a comprehensive understanding. Yang Shu mused, is this what it feels like to be a clever scholar? Lu Guiqiang furrowed his brow slightly, knowing that the former despised cheating, especially since this was not an exam, making it entirely unnecessary. Thus, there was only one thing to do. Bro, quickly tell me your secret. I want to get into a top university too. Yang Shu chuckled helplessly, indicating that it was indeed a matter of talent. But there is one more thing I need to tell you. Lu Guiqiang nodded vigorously. Invest in some Bitcoin. In his previous life, regardless of how outrageous his actions were, Lu Guiqiang never gave up on pulling others up, only to be dragged down significantly himself. In this life, he would instead pull Lu Guiqiang ashore. As classmates learned of Yang Shu's tremendous progress, they flocked around him, chatting and praising, eager to seek his wisdom, creating a lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, Du Yao was on the verge of fainting from hunger, having skipped breakfast and lunch, coupled with intense concentration in studying. It was unbearable for anyone. Yao, how about we go buy some bread? Zheng Mingwan suggested sweetly. Forget it, class is about to start. Du Yao half opened her eyes, slumped over her desk, her body feeling weak and her head heavy, her limbs lacking strength, adding a touch of delicate beauty to her cold and stunning appearance. Yet her gaze was fixed intently on Yang Shu and his group. Why could he be so cheerful? Why had he not glanced in her direction, even once? So annoying. Zheng Mingwan sighed. Yao, don't be soft-hearted. He's just putting on act for you. Before Yao could respond, a slender figure approached, offering her a pancake, gently advising, we're in the final stretch of our senior year. Don't jeopardize your health out of spite. The girl extending her hand was Ho Man, the class's life committee member, who got along well with all her classmates. Thank you, Du Yao expressed her gratitude. I'm not being spiteful. I just don't believe he can remain indifferent forever. Holman sighed, feeling it necessary to remind her as a class committee member. Yang Shu's feelings for you are quite profound. You should take the initiative this time. Du Yao immediately shook her head. He's the one pursuing me. I won't take the initiative. At least you should respond. ISNT about giving him positive feedback? Ho Man replied calmly. However, Du Yao dismissed it. There's so many people pursuing me. Should I respond to each one? That would be exhausting. As a campus goddess, it was natural for her to have many admirers. But you shouldn't just accept his efforts without any response. Even a person will tire of that, just like today. Du Yao swallowed a bite of bread. Don't worry, others might give up, but he won tea. Yang Shu can't do without me. Ho Man hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Xiao Yao, you still Haven T realize that it's actually you who can't do without him. Du Yao smiled without replying, completely unconcerned. Soon, the bell for the first afternoon class rang, and the homeroom teacher, Jiao Hongwang, entered with a thermos. Stepping up to the podium. The second music class will be replaced with math. I'll also supervise the evening self-study. I'll explain the papers during the first 2 periods, and I'll be available for questions during evening self-study. I'll 1T leave during breaks. So feel free to find me if you have questions. As his words fell, a chorus of lament erupted from the back of the classroom. Jiao Hongwang paid no mind to the lazy students in the back, took a sip of hot tea, and began his lecture without hesitation. The first class, which had lulled many into drowsiness, finally came to an end, and the grueling second class concluded, allowing everyone to eagerly await evening self-study. Diligent students would consult the teacher, while the unmotivated Lu Guoqiang would be sound asleep. Jiao Hongwang had no time to supervise those who wanted to learn Wuden T waste time, and he didn't bother with those who slacked off. In this final push, he aimed to cultivate top students with more energy. However, today, Yang Shu was surprisingly the first to arrive. Teacher, I'd like to ask about a geometric figure. Jiao Hongwang was momentarily taken aback, his expression filled with confusion and delight. He was puzzled by Yang Shu's sudden enthusiasm for learning, yet thrilled by the boy's impressive mathematical reasoning. After expressing his inquiry, Yang Shu realized that the homeroom teacher was hardly listening. So, he switched to a smile. Teacher, am I handsome? Not speaking makes me look pretty good, doesn't it? Following the explanations from the class leader and classmates, Jiao Hongwang finally understood the changes in Yang Shu today and smiled with satisfaction. Good, good. You've got quite a bit of momentum. At this rate, getting into a good university won't be a problem. It's just that you've awakened a bit late. Otherwise, you could have aimed even higher. As soon as he finished speaking, a light snore echoed in the air, and Jiao Hongwang immediately erupted in anger. Lu Guoqiang, get up. Do you even know how to write the character for shame? Yang Shu has already started studying. What right do you have to be lazy? Yang Shu twitched his mouth. That is quite harsh. At 7:20 p.m., the evening's self-study came to an end, and day students began to leave the school one after another. Du Yao packed her bag, just about to hand it to Yang Shu, when she suddenly realized he hadn't apologized yet, thus denying him the chance to curry favor with her. However, upon glancing around the class, she found no trace of Yang Shu. It was well known that the school bell was unreliable. One should pack up 10 minutes early and leave 5 minutes for the restroom, rushing out the moment the bell rang. Du Yao was infuriated, gnashing her teeth. She ignored him, yet he had been merry all day. Why is it going to be like that? At this moment, even the usually oblivious Zheng Mengwan noticed something was amiss. Yao, why don't you send him a message first? Du Yao initially contemplated declining, for throughout her life, he had always been the one to apologize. If she were to set this precedent, wouldn't Yang Shu take advantage of it? However, upon reflecting on Homan's words about how everyone experiences fatigue, an inexplicable sense of anxiety washed over her. All right, I shall extend him an olive branch. With her delicate, fair fingers, Du Yao tapped the screen, sending Yang Shu a greeting. In the next moment, a red exclamation mark appeared, pricking her brow like a needle, leaving Du Yao utterly stunned. Chapter 6. The message has been sent, but was rejected by the recipient. Du Yao stared fixedly at the screen, incredulous as she uttered, he actually dared to block me? Alongside her anger, an overwhelming feeling of grievance and confusion surged within her. She hadn't done anything wrong. It was merely a request for him to bring her milk tea. So why the sudden hostility? Yao, let me take you home, Zheng Mingwan consoled. I always knew Yang Shu was unreliable. Yet, in a fit of anger, Du Yao slung her bag over her shoulder and walked away without looking back. No need. I'll be more comfortable heading home without his entanglement. Observing her stubborn silhouette, Zheng Mingwan quietly followed her. Meanwhile, Yang Shu and Lu Guoqiang entered a barbershop. The owner, a blonde named Tony, greeted the 2 bowl-cut students with a broad smile. First, let's wash your hair. We want to touch the top, just trim the sides, right? Yes, make it look sharp and carve a lightning bolt in the sideburns. Lu Guoqiang replied with a grin. Give my good brother the same style. Yang Shu immediately declined. I'll pass. I'm afraid of being struck by lightning. Just a simple buzz cut will do. Lu Guoqiang frowned deeply, feeling betrayed. Isn't a lightning cool? The non-mainstream look doesn't suit me. In 2017, the non-mainstream trend had waned, yet remnants lingered, with Yang Shu and Lu Guoqiang being among them. He couldn't fathom the obsession with bowl cuts that had once captivated him. It was akin to an underdeveloped Dora or a deformed mushroom. What was appealing about that? Lu Guoqiang sighed, whatever. I'm going to take a picture of you for my social media and mock you mercilessly. With only one barber in the shop. Yang Shu let Lu Guoqiang go first while he fiddled with the system, preparing to select some highly regarded badges to upgrade and accumulate capital for Bitcoin investments. However, before long, Zheng Mingwan called. What is up? Don't ask. Hurry to Jinhua Bridge to help. Yao Yao has gotten into a conflict with a group of rowdy girls. Hurry. There are many of them. Don't let Yao Yao be bullied. Yang Shu listened with a smirk, inquiring about the details, ultimately concluding that she had brought it upon herself. Du Yao had been distracted while riding her bike and accidentally bumped into someone, leading to both parties falling. With one party feeling superior and the other indignant, the confrontation escalated into a stalemate. Come quickly, and remember to bring Lu Guoqiang, Zheng Mingwan urged. Noticing that the crowd around the rowdy girls was growing, she hastily hung up to contact someone else. Oi, where's the person you bumped into? Du Yao retorted défiantly. I've already apologized. What more do you want? TSK, as if an apology is sufficient. Why bother with the police? The girl shook her leg, clearly not a friendly sort. Du Yao, still inexperienced in society, felt fear creep in at the sight of so many people. Memories of vicious bullying incidents circulating online, making her instinctively hug her shoulders. She understood that compensation would resolve the issue, yet she was deeply resistant. Today, Yang Shu had endured quite a bit of humiliation, and she had been preoccupied with thoughts of this matter while riding, leading to her fall. Thus, Du Yao was determined to prove that she could thrive without relying on anyone. However, if she resolved the conflict by conceding, wouldn't that imply she couldn't handle even this trivial matter without him? Could it truly be as home man said? Impossible. He would surely return. At that moment, the rowdy girl impatiently stepped closer. Oi, how are we resolving this? Where's the person you bumped into? Sheng Mingyon glanced at Du Yao, feigning calmness. It's all right. Yao Yao. I've already called Yang Shu. He and Lu Guoqiang will be here soon. Okay. Du Yao nodded, feeling somewhat reassured, her confidence bolstered, and she decided to forgive him for his earlier transgressions. However, after waiting 15 minutes, Yang Shu still had not arrived. Du Yao's anxiety escalated to tears. Such a lengthy delay could have been enough time to walk from his home to the school. I'll call to see why he hasn't arrived. Once the call connected, Du Yao immediately began to question him, her voice slightly choked. What on earth are you doing? Getting a haircut. Upon hearing this, Du Yao was momentarily stunned, pulling the phone away to check the number and contact name, confirming she hadn't misdialed. She incredulously asked again, only to receive the same response. Getting a haircut? Isn't it time for you to come help me? Du Yao's voice trembled as she shouted, her eyes reddening, her chest heaving with emotion, the sense of grievance and tears threatening to overflow. Do you really have to make it this dramatic? If you can't endure such a minor test, how can I entrust my future to you? On the other end, Yang Shu let out a cold laugh. Du Yao, we have no relationship anymore, and there will be no future. Your parents are not obliged to placate you, let alone anyone else. Stop. Don't speak such cold words in a bland tone. I don't want to hear it. Du Yao gasped, this time consider my fault. Will you please come over? Yang Shu found it somewhat amusing. You have not realized your mistake. You merely know that you are about to suffer. Du Yao, you disgust me. With that, he abruptly hung up and blocked her, admiring his new hairstyle. After cutting off the bowl-cut bangs, his entire face was revealed, showcasing healthy skin, free of wrinkles, slightly oily yet fresh, with well-defined features that left a refreshing impression. Compared to his previous Dora look, Yang Shu now emanated the confidence of a vibrant youth, devoid of any non-mainstream awkwardness. Lu Guoqiang circled around Yang Shu, lifting his phone repeatedly to find the best angle. Yet he couldn't manage to capture an unflattering shot. This shouldn't be. How can such a ridiculous hairstyle not look bad? I didn't even use a beauty filter, yet you look this good? In fact, not only did he look good, but he also had a hint of charm. Thus, Lu Guiqiang decided against posting on social media. While his good brother could look better in reality, that wasn't something to showcase online. Are you satisfied? Tony the barber grinned. I'm quite pleased. I feel my skills have improved. Is it free then? Yang Shu joked with a playful grin. Tony fell silent, awkwardly chuckling. Just as Yang Shu was about to scan the payment, Tony suddenly became excited. Wait, it could be free, absolutely no problem. Yang Shu and Lu Guiqiang both paused, astonished by this unexpected turn of events. Tony rubbed his hands together, cheerfully explaining, Here's the situation. There are several nearby schools that enforce strict hairstyle regulations. But some boys are so attached to their hair that they'd rather climb over the wall than get a trim. So, I want to use you for promotion. To show everyone that short hair isn't ugly and that buzz cuts can be cool and earn some extra money in the process. If you agree, you and your friends can come in for free haircuts. What do you say? Yang Shu's lips curled into a slight smile. Of course. But are you sure it's for everyone? Let me think it over, Tony replied, sensing a hint of trickery in the air. How about no more than 3 people at a time? What if you bring your whole class? That would be quite the workload for me. Yang Shu, un fazet readili acquiescet. Consequently, Tony snapped several half-body photos of him clad in his school uniform, declaring his intention to print them as posters and christening this hairstyle as the refreshing student cut. Isn't that merely a buzz cut? Lu Guiqiang remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Buzz cuts can be fashioned at any barbershop. But the refreshing student cut is exclusive to my establishment, Tony replied with a subtle smile. That's what we call branding. Lu Guiqiang gazed at the mirror in silence for a moment before sitting back down. Bro, I want a refreshing student cut too, identical to his. A change in hairstyle is akin to a change in appearance, right? I could pull it off as well. Chapter 7. But secretly becoming handsome is treachery. Lu Guiqiang and Yang Shu had grown up together, knowing each other longer than Lu Guiqiang had known Du Yao, and their understanding ran deep. One could assert that aside from the number of folds on Yang Shu's posterior, Lu Guiqiang was privy to all his secrets. They had sworn to be lifelong friends. Yet secretly transforming into someone more attractive felt like betrayal. Guiqiang, while hairstyle is crucial, personal attributes are equally significant, Yang Shu advised. Shu, quiet down. Are you afraid I'll outshine you post-haircut? Lu Guiqiang responded, raising an eyebrow with pride. By the way, are you really going to ignore Du Yao? Our parents are acquainted. After all, during their previous call, Lu Guiqiang had been nearby taking photos. Though he hadn't clearly heard what Du Yao said, he felt the ice-cold indifference emanating from Yang Shu. He had genuinely given up. It's fine, I've already contacted someone for assistance, Yang Shu said, nonchalantly. The most trustworthy ally I have. Huh? When did this happen? Yang Gu, you're still in the game? Lu Guiqiang exclaimed, bewildered. Who did you call? The police. Lu Guiqiang was utterly perplexed. But you haven't reported it yet. I texted the old class monitor to help report it. If I were to call myself, I'd definitely have to answer questions, and I might end up entangled with Du Yao again. That would be too troublesome. Better to focus on studying. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Guiqiang rubbed his buzz cut, feeling it was rather uncomfortable. Are we sporting the same hairstyle? Your skills seem to have regressed quite rapidly. Tony, the blonde barber, grinned sheepishly. Well, a buzz cut is just like this. What happened to the refreshing student cut? Yang Shu patted Lu Guiqiang on the shoulder in consolation. Although the transformation was unsuccessful, you still have your lightning bolt. To ensure the design lasted longer, Lu Guiqiang specifically requested Tony to shave closely to the scalp, making it exceptionally eye-catching. Unless he shaved it all off, the lightning bolt would remain indelible. Upon exiting the barbershop, Yang Shu received a message from the homeroom teacher, stating that the issue had been resolved, so there was no need for concern. Yang Shu felt indifferent toward it, believing that after this incident, he could finally distance himself from that unfortunate woman. Upon returning home, Yang Shu hastily consumed a few bites before immersing himself in his studies, seizing the opportunity to fill in the gaps in his knowledge. Fortunately, he could memorize a theorem after merely reading it once, and mastering a formula required just one application of a typical problem, enabling him to learn at an impressive pace. After donning the study focus emblem, not only did his efficiency in studying increase, but his concentration deepened as well. Before he realized it, he had studied until 8:30. Had it not been for the system alerting him of his increased recognition, he wouldn't have noticed his parents had returned. Study focus emblem, bronze recognition level 10. In no more than 2 weeks, he would be able to upgrade to a radiant gold emblem. Pondering this, Yangshu casually checked the upgrade rewards. Emblem upgrade reward, 5,000 cash. Learning efficiency increased to 400. Automatic shielding of distracting information while in a learning state. Fantastic! After his rebirth, Yangshu finally felt a sense of self, for the first time striving for his own success, experiencing a delightful and comforting release. The unrequited lover ultimately ends up with nothing, yet investing in oneself is bound to yield returns. The feeling of reciprocity in all matters is utterly captivating. Meanwhile, Du Yao returned home, her weary body dragging along, reporting her safety to both her homeroom teacher and Zheng Mengwan, before attending to her wounds with disinfectant and ointment. In that moment of panic, she had hardly noticed the abrasions, and now the pain was catching up to her. Ultimately, he didn't show up. As she applied the disinfectant, Du Yao pouted, blaming herself for not thinking to seek the teacher's help, while simultaneously harboring disdain for Yangshu's cold-heartedness. At that moment, Zheng Mengwan called to inquire about her situation. Once assured that all was well, she became inquisitive. You seemed quite agitated back then. What did Yangshu say to you? Du Yao pondered for a moment before replying. He was quite forceful, blocking both my WeChat and phone number. What? That can't be. I didn't expect it to be this severe. You've known each other for 10 years. Even if you can't be lovers, can't you at least be friends? Du Yao scoffed. I never made my stance clear in rejecting him. I just wanted to wait a bit longer before giving an answer. Why did he get angry? Everyone knew Yangshu was a good person, and Du Yao regarded him as a suitable match. Yet, this abundance of goodness felt overwhelming, arriving with such ease. It was akin to most buffet meals, visually appealing, but harboring a somewhat cheap flavor. Dreamyuan, what should I do? They fell into silence for a moment. Previously, Yangshu had always taken the initiative, and there was no need to ponder such matters. Now, when it came to genuine contemplation, it felt troublesome. After a while, Zheng Mengwan suggested, how about searching online for some strategies? Du Yao deemed this a viable approach, and immediately opened Zaihongshu to search, quickly stumbling upon a motivational quote. The reason a man's affection may wane is that he loves the initial version of you. The original you is the most confident. Staring at this passage, Du Yao's eyes sparkled with realization. I understand now. The reason Yangshu has distanced himself from me is that we have grown too close, to the point where the boundaries of our relationship have become blurred. In this context, I have unconsciously changed a lot, which must have made him feel estranged. Du Yao shared her thoughts with her best friend, adding, our conflict stems from being too close, leading to an unclear relationship. So I've decided to create some distance and revert to my original self. Yangshu will undoubtedly find it hard to let go of me and will come to reconcile. At that point, just as the class monitor said, by providing some positive feedback, he'll become utterly dependent on me. Zheng Mengwan, lacking a strong opinion, chimed in, yes, a fragrant flower attracts butterflies. With your wonderful qualities, and given that Yangshu has pursued you for so long, he surely want to give up. After coming to this understanding, Du Yao felt elated, her toes curling with excitement. The following day, Du Yao entered the classroom adorned with exquisite makeup, emanating an aura that discouraged any intruders. However, before she could begin to exude her charm, she noticed Yangshu encircled by a group of people, fervently engaged in discussion. Wait a moment, is that Yangshu? Handsome boy emblem, Gong Donghong recognition level 1. Handsome boy emblem, Yuan Xiefeng recognition level 5. Yesterday, Yangshu's transformation in attitude and diligence toward his studies had already earned him widespread admiration. Today, he had surprised everyone once more. It's a rarity for a boy to pull off a buzz cut, yet Yangshu certainly could. With the 3-year period over, the lid on his previous hairstyle had finally been lifted. Absolutely, shorter hair looks much better. He used to resemble a loser. Indeed, I never had the courage to say it, especially with that lightning bolt etched in. It was so tacky. For Yangshu, the enthusiastic chatter of his female classmates was quite gratifying. After all, who doesn't relish in compliments. Yet, Lu Guoqiang felt as though he were in hell. I've also shed my old image. Why is it just him you're praising? Fu Li turned around to tease. You still look better with the old hairstyle. Du Yao felt a pang of frustration within herself, but reassured herself. It's fine. I will be even more outstanding. Soon after, the homeroom teacher, Jiao Hongguang, entered the classroom. Silence, I must announce something. On Saturday, for days hence, the school will organize a mock examination. I hope that all students will perform admirably and assess the fruits of their labor during this period. Chapter 8, The Competitive Student by Mu Xian. After the homeroom teacher finished speaking, he departed, leaving the students with expressions of eagerness. During the midterms and finals of their first and second years, the students only felt trepidation, especially with parent-teacher meetings looming. Achieving good grades then was not merely about validating a semester's worth of effort. It was more importantly a means of securing a reprieve from parental reprimands during the holidays. However, the sentiment now was different. Everyone was filled with hope, yearning for the tangible rewards of their hard work, eager to elevate their scores just a notch further. Yang Shu felt similarly, with only 3 days left to revise. It hardly seemed sufficient. Even with the aid of the scholar's focus emblem, he had only managed to review mathematics once. Many complex problem types remained unpracticed, not to mention other subjects. He resolved to first cover all the textbook knowledge. With determination, Yang Shu promptly retrieved his textbooks, immersing himself in the acquisition of knowledge, awakening dormant intellect, and striving to be more diligent than the day before. Scholar's focus emblem, bronze recognition level 1. Scholar's focus emblem, bronze recognition level 2. Heartthrob medal, recognition level 5. A faint smile graced Yang Shu's lips. Indeed, it was as if Gidge had the keenest insight. Subsequently, classes proceeded as usual, and perhaps influenced by Yang Shu, even the slacker students, like Lu Guoqiang, steeled themselves to study, resulting in a more vibrant academic atmosphere than the day prior. Consequently, the teachers expressed their satisfaction and privately praised the students to Jiao Hongguang, allowing this 40-year-old gentleman to bask in his well-earned pride, attracting inquiries from other homeroom teachers eager to learn his secret. Jiao Hongguang simply replied with 4 words. I am not there. When one is immersed in focus, time seems to fly, and before they know it, the school day has drawn to a close. Yang Shu stood to stretch and addressed Lu Guoqiang. You can head back. I have duty today. After a grueling day of study, I'm exhausted. Lu Guoqiang grumbled, yet his face betrayed a sense of satisfaction. I must treat myself to a feast tonight. 5 minutes later, only 4 or 5 students remained to clean the classroom. As Yang Shu mopped the floor, he summoned the emblem wall, where 4 gleaming medals hung in silence. Among them, the bronze-level scholar's focus emblem had already reached a recognition level of 30. At this rate, it would surely upgrade in less than 2 weeks. It was noteworthy that, due to his estrangement from Du Yao, the recognition level of the sycophant medal had declined, plummeting from 78 to 70. Upon reaching 0, it would drop from J Platinum to Radiant Gold, and after 3 levels of descent, he could finally rid himself of this disgraceful medal. These trivial medals, with their burdensome negative buffs, were hardly worth his concern, were it not for the 2,000 yuan at stake. Speaking of which, would the rewards be forfeited if the medal was disqualified? The thought of money redirected Yang Shu's attention to the 2 unawarded medals, Helping Hand Medal, recognition level 75. Honesty Medal, recognition level 78. These 2 had been selected by Yang Shu yesterday, boasting high recognition levels, making them easier to attain rewards. The elevated levels were largely attributable to Du Yao. In his previous life, he had been almost fanatical in his admiration for her, extending kindness to her friends as well, thus creating a persona as a congenial individual in the eyes of others. As for his honesty, it stemmed from Du Yao's disdain for liars, prompting him to seldom speak falsehoods. A minor contributing factor might have been Lu Guoqiang's tendency to boast, to which Yang Shu always offered sincere critiques. As the third-year students were not particularly rowdy, the classroom was relatively tidy, and cleaning was nearing completion, with only the task of taking out the trash remaining. Yang Shu spoke up. I'll handle the garbage. My home is nearby. You all may head back. The other duty students were quite courteous. expressing their gratitude as they departed, adding to his recognition levels. Helping Hand Medal, Recognition Level 1. Helping Hand Medal, Recognition Level 2. Total recognition had now reached 83. Just as Yang Shu turned toward the trash bin, he suddenly paused. Is someone still here? At the nearest desk to the trash bin, a stack of textbooks obscured the identity of a figure, making it difficult to discern who it was. The silhouette did not appear to belong to today's duty students, and he couldn't even ascertain if it was a classmate. As Yang Shu approached a few steps closer, he noticed a petite figure half-crouched over the desk, occasionally trembling, with a hand emerging from the desk's hole to cover her face, accompanied by sounds of sniffles and swallowing. Is she crying? What a peculiar situation. Yang Shu mused, curiosity piquing as he hastened toward her, offering a few comforting words urging her to return home quickly, lest she delay his own duty of locking up the classroom. This could also be an opportunity to gain some recognition. However, when he was about 2.5 meters away, he was momentarily taken aback by a peculiar scent reminiscent of spicy snacks. Not dwelling on it too long, he gently inquired, "Hello, classmate, do you need assistance?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the girl jolted, unexpectedly lifting her head, a piece of spicy snack dangling from her mouth. "No, thank you. I can finish this myself." Their eyes met, both momentarily stunned. Yang Shu then realized she was a girl, and she had not been crying. Her runny nose and tears were merely a reaction to the spiciness. The young girl gazed up at him with a bewildered expression, her eyes wide and unblinking, her face glistening with perspiration from the heat of the spice. Neglecting to wipe it away as she eagerly devoured the snack, exhaling spicy air as her pink tongue danced in rhythm, reminiscent of a rattlesnake's tail. How endearing. I'd love to have one of my own. After a moment, the spicy snack girl recognized the inappropriateness of her earlier response and promptly offered Yang Shu 2 packets of her spicy treats, swallowing hard as she said, "Here, take these." Yang Shu waved his hand dismissively. "No, you enjoy them." Good Samaritan Medal, by Mushian Recognition Level 10. All right. The girl decisively retracted her offer, using a small pair of scissors to slice open the packaging before quickly stuffing the contents in her mouth, only to be met with the heat once again, causing her to sniffle. Yang Shu remarked, "You really can't resist, can you?" Furrowing his brow, he noticed something else. Bai Mushian was the first time he had received recognition for this name today. By the way, is this spicy snack girl a classmate? A faint memory flickered, but it was vague. "Excuse me, are you from class 5? Bai Mushian nodded. "Yes, are you as well? Should you be more aware of what you're saying? I might forget my high school classmates, but you haven't been reborn, yet you don't know which class I'm in?" However, upon reflection, who would linger in the classroom after school, hiding away to indulge in spicy snacks? So Yang Shu curiously asked, "Are you certain you're a student from class 5? Bai Mushin glanced at the spicy snacks and replied succinctly, "I'm in a national competition team. I hardly ever come to school." Yang Shu acknowledged this information, and the two proceeded to introduce themselves. He intended to continue the conversation a bit longer, but she was fixated on the spicy snacks, her demeanor shy as she said, "I've already said 6 sentences. I need to eat for a while." "Wait, why does she seem a little dazed?" Through their introductions, Yang Shu learned that Bai Mushian was a physics competition student, spending most of her time participating in competitions both domestically and abroad, and even at home, her life was consumed by endless training and studies. Hence, the time between school dismissal and the departure of day students was her only window of freedom. Lost in thought, Bai Mushian devoured all the spicy snacks on the table. Just as before, her mouth agape as she released a cloud of spice, her tongue appearing slightly redder than before. Perhaps feeling the heat, she fanned herself with her hand, her hair swaying gently, her delicate brows and eyes catching the light, and the sheen of sweat on her attractive lips and nose captivated Yang Shu's attention entirely. This unadorned visage, devoid of any cosmetic embellishment, resembles a masterpiece crafted by the most skilled artisans, akin to a delicate Western doll, exuding an unparalleled beauty. The fragrance of youthful innocence mingled with the scent of perspiration wafted through the air, overwhelming Yang Shu's senses. It became evident that the aroma of fragrant sweat was not merely a figment of a mediocre author's imagination, It was indeed captivating. If only it didn't carry the hint of spicy snacks. Chapter 9, Are You Not a Wealthy Heiress? By Mushin. Feeling the weight of Yang Shu's gaze upon her, found it rather peculiar and decided to speak up. Yang Shu, I've finished eating. There's nothing left. Who is concerned about your spicy snacks? Yang Shu glanced at the time and inquired, Why are you still here so late? Bai Mushin shook her head decisively. There's still time. I don't want to go home. It's quite relaxing in the classroom, and it would be even more so if I didn't have the talk. All right, I'll take my leave then, you heartbreaker. After a brief pause, she added, Besides, I smell. If I go home, I'll get scolded. Can you keep this to yourself, classmate? Sure. Good deed medal. By Mushin recognition level 10. It was always a mere 10%. This person truly was 100 shades of dim-witted. Yang Shu merely gazed at her, a wave of compassion welling up from an unknown source. A prodigious young girl, celebrated for her exceptional aptitude in physics, was excessively burdened by her family, leading to a sense of estrangement from them. Thus, she avoided returning home after school, and secretly indulging in spicy snacks in the classroom became her only leisure activity. The more he envisioned her joy in secretly savoring her snacks, the more pitiful she appeared. Yang Shu asked, Are your parents very strict with you? Bai Mushi nodded. Very much so. That's understandable. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to hide to eat your snacks, Yang Shu consoled her. Competitors are highly sought after. You will undoubtedly carve out your own path in the future. Bai Mushin, somewhat bewildered, nodded in confusion. Soon, the bell signaling the end of the day for day students rang. Yang Shu hurriedly disposed of his trash and, upon returning to lock the door, discovered that the girl with the spicy snacks had yet to leave. As Bai Mushin noticed him, she immediately stood up, shouldering her backpack. At a height of 165 meters, she towered slightly over Yang Shu at his shoulders, reaching up to his neck. Yang Shu, I have a car. Let me give you a ride. So, she had been waiting for this. No need. My home is nearby. I can walk back in 15 minutes. The car is faster, Bai Mushin insisted. And you haven't had any spicy snacks, plus you promised to keep it secret. Yang Shu realized this was her way of expressing gratitude. Bai Mushin's family likely had a harmonious relationship, given they were picking her up, but might be worthwhile to meet her family. Perhaps it could garner him some recognition points. She could provide 10 at once. All right, let us go. Yang Shu acquiesced, casually inquiring, What kind of car is it? Bai Mushin pondered while walking, shaking her head as she replied, I'm not sure. The emblem has angel wings and is of average price. Oh, it must be a Ruichi. A car with wings on the emblem is quite recognizable, and if it's of average price, it's likely a domestic Ruichi. As they exited the school gates, Yang Shu scanned the surroundings. Not a single car was in sight, let alone a Ruichi. However, he saw Bai Mushin waving toward the west alley of the school, and a black sedan emerged, approaching them directly. Yang Shu couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Does Cherry have this model? It looks rather appealing. But when the car came to a halt before them, he was left dumbfounded. Is this what you call average price? My father says so, Bai Mushin replied, looking puzzled. Isn't it worth much? Yang Shu shook his head. What is not worth anything is me. The emblem indeed has wings, but you didn't mention the bee in the center. Ultimately, he had misjudged, allowing his imagination to wander into notions of humble backgrounds, while she was clearly from a wealthy family. At that moment, the car door opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit emerged from the driver's seat, nodding slightly at Bai Mushin while discreetly glancing at Yang Shu. Miss, are you on duty again today? And who is this beside you? Bai Mushin chose to ignore the first question and introduced Yang Shu instead. Uncle Zhang, this is my good classmate. Please give him a ride. The driver smiled politely, respecting the young lady's desire for privacy, and turned to open the rear door, inviting both of them to enter the vehicle. To the scenic garden at the eastern end of Jinhua Bridge. Thank you, uncle. After relaying the destination, the car smoothly set off. Bai Mushin sat with her hands on her knees, behaving obediently, occasionally licking her lips. Yang Shu felt so mohat uniasi, his gaze fixated on the scenery outside. He regretted not having walked home. Upon reflection, the various training programs and domestic and international competitions were generally burdensome for an average family to sustain, and it was a common understanding that affluent individuals were often stringent with their offspring. Good deed medal. By Mushin recognition level 10? What is going on? Yang Shu turned to Bai Mushin, who remained silently seated, her expression devoid of mirth. How strange. How had his recognition level increased inexplicably? Could it be due to his promise of secrecy? That should have boosted something like trustworthiness, wouldn't he it? As he pondered, the car came to a stop at the entrance of the community. Just as Yang Shu began to process what was happening, the driver exited the car and opened the door for him, saying in a neutral tone, "After you." "Thank you." After getting out, Yang Shu bid farewell to Bai Mushin, watching as the vehicle departed, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Much more at ease now. Just as he turned to head home, he was abruptly halted by a voice. "Stop right there." "Huh?" Yang Shu recognized the voice and turned to see Lu Guiqiang, who was sweating profusely while devouring skewers at a roadside stall, his gaze filled with skepticism. "So, your way of rewarding yourself is eating skewers?" Lu Guiqiang squinted at him, swallowing a mouthful of spicy sausage. "I never would have imagined. In just 2 days, you have betrayed me 3 times. Yang Shu replied. "Are you talking about the bull demon?" Lu Guiqiang began, counting on his fingers. "First, you broke the slacker pact, exerting yourself to study hard and leaving me behind. That's ungrateful. Second, you've distanced yourself from the elite, becoming handsome on your own and leaving me in the shadows. That's unjust. Third, you've willingly allowed your soul to decay, selling your body, making me despise you. That's immoral." Yang Shu was at a loss for words. "You've got it wrong. This is called leading by example. Studying hard inspires others. Becoming handsome encourages others." Lu Guiqiang appeared contemplative, then laughed. "Enough of all this. Next time you sell, remember to include me. I've never ridden in a Bentley before." After exchanging a few playful remarks, they began to indulge in the skewers. Lu Guiqiang suddenly asked earnestly, on a serious note, "Who gave you a ride home? Whose car was that?" Yang Shu hesitated, wanted to mention Bai Mushin directly, but he had promised to keep it confidential. Though it was regarding the snacks, it had nothing to do with the car. Yet Lu Guiqiang would undoubtedly pry further, asking how they got to talking or how well they knew each other. It would be too cumbersome to weave a lie, so Yang Shu devised a clever ruse. "It was Tony S. Bentley. He said the promotional effect was great, and he offered me a ride home as a thank you." Lu Guiqiang wore a skeptical expression. "Do I look that easy to fool?" Yang Shu chuckled, mischievously shifting the topic. "I want to go into details, but I can give you a reliable tip. Buy more Bitcoin." Lu Guiqiang's eyes widened in shock. He lowered his voice. "Last time you mentioned it, it was over 7,000 each. It won't go down the drain, will it?" "Listen to me, young Lu. Heeding advice is wise," Yang Shu replied, his smile laden with meaning, instilling an inexplicable trust in Lu Guiqiang. "I remarked on the remarkable transformation I observed in you these past few days. Could it be that you have encountered a benefactor?" "Very well, my friend. I place my trust in you." Chapter 10. Yang Shu, you are indeed a good person. Lu Guiqiang heeded his good brother's advice and gambled his accumulated 7,000 yuan of New Year's money on Bitcoin, exclaiming with delight, "I am rich now, wealthy indeed. I hardly know how to spend it." Although his balance had merely morphed into a cold string of 256 digits and profits had yet to materialize, he commenced his celebrations prematurely. Yang Shu smiled faintly and teased, "This endeavor is not guaranteed to yield profits. Should the ship capsize, you may lose all your 7,000. Are you not a bit too jubilant too soon?" Lu Guiqiang, unfazed, wore a countenance that radiated indifference. "It matters not. I trust you implicitly. Besides, if I were to begin feeling dejected now, how would I cope when I truly suffer losses? I would spend my days in tears." There's a modicum of truth in that, though not much. Subsequently, the two parted ways, and Yang Shu engaged in his studies until late into the night, as usual. The next day, during regular classes, Yang Shu, in pursuit of greater focus and convenience for his studies, discreetly acquired a pair of earplugs from home. This served to muffle Lu Guiqiang's incessant chatter while simultaneously demonstrating to his classmates what it meant to be a dark horse, unperturbed in his pursuit of knowledge. For the sake of Jiang University and a broader horizon, Yang Shu was almost glued to his chair, studying with fervor. Meanwhile, Du Yao was also seizing every opportunity to tackle exercises. Her hair was styled into a high ponytail, Her immaculate visage bore a serene demeanor, exuding an aura that repelled strangers. Zheng Mengwan, gazing at her with starry eyes, exclaimed, "Ah, the former Yao Yao has returned. How impressive!" The other two close friends chimed in with praise. The moment Yao Yao dons all black and ties her hair up high, I knew our class's ace had emerged. Upon hearing this, Du Yao's facade cracked, and she offered an awkward smile. Enough of that. It's quite embarrassing. I merely wish to study diligently. Her good friends nodded in agreement. We understand. We cannot allow ourselves to be outshone by Yang Shu. Observing the competitive spirit between the two in their studies evoked a sense of a talented couple, which would surely be a topic of pride at future class reunions. Du Yao waved her hand dismissively. This has nothing to do with him. My efforts are solely for myself. Yet, deep within, Du Yao felt a flutter of excitement. Perhaps it was because Yang Shu had become more handsome and ambitious. When others compared him to her, it no longer filled her with disdain as it once did. Lost in thought, Du Yao cast a glance at Yang Shu, who was engrossed in his exercises, her lips unconsciously curling into a smile. Let us strive together. We both have a bright future ahead. Scholar of Focus Emblem, Bronze Recognition Level 2. Could I possibly decline? Yang Shu truly harbored no fondness for her. Had it not been for their impending graduation, he would have long since transferred classes. Hey, Yang Gu, could you slow down your studying a bit? Your pace is causing me considerable anxiety. What if you secure admission to a prestigious university and my parents start nagging me to death? Yang Shu turned his head. Does my studying cause you discomfort? Extremely so. Very well. I shall study even harder. Yang Shu immersed himself once more in his textbooks, dismissing any interruptions. That day, he reviewed the foundational knowledge of biology and chemistry and attempted a comprehensive examination paper, finding it quite challenging. Phew, that will suffice for now. Upon glancing at the clock, he realized it was already 7:30 in the evening and only 2 or 3 students remained in the classroom, along with the girl who had a penchant for spicy snacks. As Yang Shu packed his bag, he opened the emblem wall to check his progress. Scholar of Focus Emblem, Bronze Recognition Level 45. Indeed, the earplugs proved effective, as his recognition level had increased significantly compared to the previous day. Stretching his limbs, Yang Shu noticed the duty students had just finished mopping the floor. Thinking he could earn the Helping Others medal soon, he offered to take out the trash for them, allowing them to head home early. Helping Others medal, Recognition Level 90. Upon returning from disposing of the trash, Yang Shu found only Bai Muquan remaining. This time, she had foregone the spicy snacks and was instead lying back with her phone. Intently focused on the screen, her delicate fingers gliding across it, clearly engrossed in a game. Yang Shu, curious, approached her. What are you playing? As he drew near, he heard a cacophony of childish chatter emanating from her phone, laden with expletives. Who lacks decorum enough to engage in such foul language? Retaliate. Yang Shu had never lost an online argument, but upon seeing the game content, he prudently decided to retreat. It's ball battle, never mind. Children are indeed formidable at this game. When Bai Muquan was insulted, she pouted in displeasure and turned off her phone, declaring she would no longer play. Yang Shu, what do you do for entertainment? Looking into her expectant eyes, Yang Shu mused whether this young lady was yearning to experience the life of the common people. Given that Bai Muquan could easily become addicted to spicy snacks, if he revealed any unsavory behavior, there was a significant chance she would try it, albeit clandestinely. If her family were to discover it, she would surely face dire consequences. Thus, Yang Shu opted to share a few innocuous leisure activities. Oh, nothing much. Occasionally I play billiards, watch movies, dine out, and enjoy some skewers. Skewers? Bai Muquan echoed, her lips instinctively pursing. She clearly had a craving for junk food. Yang Shu deftly redirected the conversation. By the way, why didn't you have any spicy snacks today? Did you not manage to buy any? No. Yesterday my clothes smelled of them, and I was caught, Bai Muquan explained. Playing games doesn't leave a smell. True. It would be odd to flaunt so many spicy snacks without a scent. Bai Muquan hesitated before asking, Yang Shu, can I eat skewers too? My father has 2 skewers, but I've only seen him hold them, never eat them. Yang Shu chuckled softly. Those can only be played with. I meant grilled sausages, tofu, vegetarian chicken sausages, fish balls, and shrimp dumplings skewered on wooden sticks, cooked and dipped in sauces. Bai Muquan visibly swallowed. That sounds rather intriguing. Yang Shu studied Bai Muquan with curiosity, realizing she seemed somewhat sheltered, lacking knowledge of many common experiences, appearing rather naive. Perhaps she had become somewhat foolish. Thus, he inquired, "What do you typically do?" "Well, in the mornings, I attend competition training. In the afternoons, I practice piano. Later, I work on my speaking skills, and occasionally on weekends. I ride horses or engage in other training courses, but I've never eaten skewers." Bai Muquan recounted her activities, her gaze hopeful as it rested on Yang Shu. All right, I understand you've never had skewers." Yang Shu quickly shifted the topic. "With your background, enrolling in the best private elite school shouldn't be an issue. So why did you come to number 29 middle school?" Bai Muquan shook her head. "My father believes it's unsuitable. I'm not of their ilk." Yang Shu was at a loss for words. Was it truly fitting for a young lady of her stature to attend number 29 middle school? Were we truly of the same ilk? No. Perhaps her father thought the gap between them was too vast to impact her. At that moment, Bai Muquan rummaged through her backpack and pulled out a wallet, casually extracting 200 yuan bills, then pinching the edges of the money as she offered it to him. "Yang Shu, you are a good person." Chapter 11. Quickly buy some sunflower seeds for Bai Muquan. Yang Shu immediately waved his hands. No, I have no need for such lowly junk food. This is far too much." Just as he finished speaking, Yang Shu suddenly realized something and, with a hint of suspicion, asked, "Could it be that you previously had someone buy your spicy snacks for you?" Bai Muquan nodded obediently, affirming yes. "Did you really just spend 200? Yang Shu lamented. What kind of foolish child from a wealthy family would spend 200 on spicy strips? Do you realize you've been duped? Those snacks are quite inexpensive." Bai Muxian nodded earnestly and replied, "Classmate Yang, I have achieved full marks in mathematics. I am not foolish. I have checked the prices of spicy strips online and found that the retail price is mostly below 1 yuan, with large packages costing around 5 yuan, and premium ones priced at 20. My father always says that spending money is about achieving a purpose, and if a consumer deems it worthwhile, then it is indeed worth it. Even though the commodity value of the spicy strips is far less than 200, for me, they provide significant emotional value, and thus I consider my expenditure justified." Yang Shu nodded in agreement. "So, this is your rationale for spending 200 on 20 packages of spicy meat skewers? And also on Brazilian barbecue and Wei Long?" Bai Muxian added. Yang Shu's lips twitched in disbelief. Who on earth is so heartless? "Hurry up and buy some sunflower seeds for Bai the Fool." "No, I mean spicy strips." Noticing Yang Shu did not take the money, Bai Muxian pulled out another 200 and leaned forward, her gaze unwavering, as if ready to be inducted into a party. "Classmate Yang, the skewers." "All right, I'll bring them for you tomorrow." Yang Shu relented. "You keep the money. It's just a few skewers. If I took this 400, one might think I can't afford it." Good person medal, Bai Muxian recognition 15. "You truly are a good person," Bai Muxian said sincerely. Yang Shu felt a sense of gratification. This person was genuinely honest. Their words aligned with their thoughts, a rarity. Unlike Lu Guiqiang, who professed admiration yet was revealed as a pretender by the system. "All right, it's getting late." Just as Yang Shu was about to rise to leave, the back door of the classroom suddenly swung open. Jiao Hongguang's face was dark, his gaze sweeping over Bai Muxian's dimpled smile and landing on the vibrant bills. "Yang Shu, come to my office." "Oh." Bai Muxian froze for a moment, just about to explain when Jiao Hongguang gently said, "It's about to be cleaned up, Bai. You should head home quickly. See you tomorrow." "Oh, goodbye, teacher." Bai Muxian politely bid farewell, shouldering her backpack and glancing at Yang Shu. "Goodbye, skewers." "All right, goodbye, spicy strip girl." Yang Shu smiled as he said his farewells, only to be promptly pulled into the office. Jiao Hongguang got straight to the point. "Yang Shu, are you reckless? Do you know what kind of family Bai Muxian comes from?" "Yes, a family that spends 200 as if it's 10. "You." Jiao Hongguang hesitated, picking up a teacup and setting it back down. "What were you two doing? You didn't swindle her, did you?" Yang Shu replied helplessly, "Of course not. She asked me to buy something." He then recounted the general sequence of events to the class teacher, adding, "It's not my concern. I suggest a thorough investigation of whoever sold her the spicy strips." At this, Jiao Hongguang scoffed lightly. "Come off it. What kind of family does she come from that would be tempted by your bit of junk food?" Do you think this is a novel where a rich girl is naive and only loves street food? What a loser's ultimate fantasy. Yang Shu shrugged. Teacher. Reality is far more magical than fiction. Enough of that. Jiao Hongwang shot him a glance, pulling out a thick stack of papers. Here, get to work. Yang Shu took them and said, "Oh, so each student in the class gets one, right? Don't be ridiculous. They're all for you." Jiao Hongwang chuckled as he sipped his tea. "Huh. Clearly you started the nonsense first." Roughly estimating, these papers consisted of at least 30 to 40 sets. Yang Shu understood the teacher's intentions. This was to help him boost his scores. Jiao Hongwang elaborated, "You've been studying quite intensely these past few days, but from my observations, you've only been practicing math. Other subjects are still stuck at textbook content. Your foundation is shaky, isn't it? These papers are basic practice sets I've selected in conjunction with the other subject teachers, with 4 to 5 sets for each subject covering a wide range of knowledge points. If you complete them all, you'll identify your weak points and can then focus on strengthening them." Yang Shu held the papers, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, teacher, for your thoughtful intentions. Just get a good score and bring me some pride." Jiao Hongwang gestured for him to return and stay away from Bai Muxian. "She and we are not from the same world." "Understood, sir." Upon returning home, Yang Shu followed the teacher's advice, setting aside his textbooks to work on exercises, turning to materials to fill in gaps whenever he encountered blind spots, even with the assistance of the medal. Completing a set of integrated science exercises still took an hour and a half. The teacher's expertise indeed made the revision process much more efficient than merely reading. Yang Shu felt a surge of excitement. Rather than seeking out problems, it was far more effective to let the problems come to him. That night, Yang Shu was invigorated, perhaps a bit too much so, leading to him sleeping through his alarm and being awakened by his parents at 7:50. "Ugh, the early class has just ended. Oh no, my reputation is at stake. I've only just started studying diligently, and now I'm late for an entire class. They can't take my medal away, can they?" Yang Shu sprang out of bed like a fish leaping, hastily putting on his pants and hastily brushing his teeth as he rushed out. "I have to make it before the first class starts." "Hey, you can't eat toothpaste in your haste," his father called after him. "It's fine, Dad. Our toothpaste is edible. It has that function. Let me try." Just as Yang Shu dashed out of the community, he spotted a black car parked at the right side of the exit. It looked familiar, but he couldn't place it. "Never mind, I'll just keep running. Uncle Zhang?" At that moment, the car window rolled down, and upon seeing the driver, it became even more familiar. Tentatively, Yang Shu called out, "Uncle Zhang." He nodded slightly. "Get in." "All right, Uncle." Yang Shu wasted no time, diving into the back seat. Just as he settled in, a powerful rush pushed him back into the seat. "Uncle, are we racing in the city too?" "Occasionally," Uncle Zhang replied with a modest smile. Once the car stabilized at a steady speed, Yang Shu inquired, "Uncle Zhang, was it a coincidence or were you specifically waiting for me?" The latter half of the question bordered on audacity, but the car was moving so fast that if he didn't clarify this second, the next moment he would be at school. After all, this route was quite short. Uncle Zhang maintained his usual smile. "The young lady said you wouldn't be in early class, so she asked me to come pick you up. Hey, spicy strip girl, you really scored full marks." Soon, the car came to a stop. After thanking Uncle Zhang, Yang Shu headed straight for the school gate, and, as expected, he was intercepted by the security guard. "Late registration. Please provide your class, name, and time." Oh. Entering the security office, Yang Shu noticed 2 armored guards, a senior and a junior, along with a familiar face, his desk mate, Fu Li. "You're late too?" she asked, not responding to his question, but instead pointing at the black Bentley that had just departed. "No way, Yang Shu. Is that your young master?" Chapter 12. Even if I don't want Yang Shu, he wouldn't allow himself to be picked up by someone else. Fu Li was having her period today, and for once, was late, planning to register and immediately find the class teacher to excuse herself so as to avoid a deduction in class points. However, oh my goodness, I've been desk mates with the young master for 3 years. Yang Shu quickly explained, "It's a misunderstanding. That's my friend's uncle." Although he had not spent much time with Bai Muxian, he could sense that her family did not want her to be in the limelight and was intentionally avoiding it. In the afternoon, Uncle Zhang awaited in the alley. While Bai Muxian's departure from school coincided precisely with the moment when the day students exited and the boarding students began their evening study sessions. leaving the campus devoid of any lingering presence. As for the morning, perhaps Bai Muxian had disembarked 2 streets away from school. Moreover, as a competition student, she rarely attended school over the past 3 years, and little was known about her family. The homeroom teacher might have had an inkling, but never broached the subject. If she wished to conceal her affluence, how could she let it slip? Your friend's uncle? Fu Li seemed to harbor doubts, pondering the tenuous nature of their connection. As if to say, "Are you trying to deceive me?" "You must be joking," Yang Shu replied with an air of indifference. Indeed, Bai Muxian was a friend. She referred to the driver as Uncle Zhang, which was simply a term of endearment for a friend's relative. TSK, the young master is quite harsh on himself. Fu Li decided to forego further inquiries and jotted down her name in her notebook, asking, "Shall I write yours alongside?" No, I'll do it myself," Yang Shu retorted. "Your handwriting is atrocious." "Oh, the young master is quite the sharp tongue," Fu Li remarked, finishing her name before heading straight to the office. "Androgynous." Lacking any substance, Yang Shu quipped back, then proceeded to inscribe his esteemed name. Just as he was about to leave, the security guard suddenly called out, "Student, halt." "What is it? Are you certain your name is Yang Shu?" The guard smiled knowingly as he flipped back a page in the logbook, revealing that there were 2 Yang Shus in Class 5 of their senior year. Yang Shu leaned closer to inspect the entries, discovering the dark, worm-like scrawl that unmistakably belonged to Lu Guiqiang. "Oh, so this is how we're playing it?" Yang Shu chuklet in frustration, promptly writing down Lu Guiqiang's name instead and sincerely apologizing to the security guard. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been honest." The guard chuckled. This senior is quite amusing. In truth, Yang Shu had initially intended to sign Lu Guiqiang's name, but upon realizing Fu Li was present and had called out her own name, he deemed it inappropriate to inscribe a false one in front of the guard. Upon exiting the security office, the elderly guard reclined in his chair, turning on the radio with a satisfied expression. A younger guard frowned. "Wait a minute. The one who just left was the real Yang Shu. The one before was an impersonator. Shouldn't we notify their homeroom teacher?" "Oh, come now. Senior students have it hard enough as it is. Just let it slide," the elderly guard replied leisurely. In Class 5 of the senior year, in the corner by the trash can, Bai Muxian received a message from Uncle Zhang, informing her that Yang Shu had just arrived at school. She hastily responded, "Does he have anything with him?" Uncle Zhang replied, "He has a backpack." Bai Muxian continued typing, "Does he have scent?" Uncle Zhang responded, "There's a hint of toothpaste." Having served as Bai Muxian's dedicated driver for 30 years, Uncle Zhang had watched her grow up and understood her true intentions. Thus he forthrightly inquired, "Miss, if you wish to know something, feel free to ask directly. If you're too shy, I can inquire on your behalf." "No, thank you." Uncle Zhang, Bai Muxian quickly declined, merely wanting to ascertain if Yang Shu remembered their agreement and if he had any skewers on him. Such matters could not be asked directly as it would inevitably lead to repercussions, hence her indirect queries about scents. Nonetheless, it was of little concern, as he would arrive soon. Bai Muxian tucked her phone away, sat up straight, her bright eyes wide with anticipation as she fixed her gaze on the doorway. Soon, the classroom door swung open. Bai Muxian's excitement caused her to perk up, only to feel a pang of disappointment as she lowered her head. It was a girl. Yang Shu moved swiftly, entering just as Fu Li stepped inside. Bai Muxian's heart soared, instinctively swallowing her excitement as her gaze followed Yang Shu, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Regrettably, Yang Shu carried neither skewers nor approached her directly. He merely returned to his seat, donned his earbuds, and began working on his exam. Bai Muxian realized that the prospect of enjoying skewers with him was now futile. Thus, she once again concealed her head behind the fortress of textbooks, her interest waning as she pulled out her phone and opened the Study Xianghua app. As a competition student, her academic performance was sufficient to secure admission to a prestigious university, and with a little push from her family, entering an elite institution would be a breeze. Consequently, even if she played with her phone during class, her teachers would not reprimand her. Bai Muxian understood the respect owed to educators and utilized her privilege of using her phone in class solely for the purpose of academic enhancement. The young heiress ceased to pay heed to anyone else in the class, yet she was aware of a pair of eyes fixed upon her. "Yao Yao, did you see that?" Zheng Mingwan hesitated, It seems Bai Muxian is quite interested in Yang Shu. Du Yao replied nonchalantly. Yang Shu has indeed undergone quite a transformation. It's only natural for him to attract some attention. When Yang Shu entered the classroom, both Du Yao and Zheng Mengwan instinctively glanced towards the door. But upon retracting their gazes, they found Bai Muxian with her neck craned like a swan, her eyes glued to him. Zheng Mengwan whispered, "Aren't you worried?" That Bai Muxian is rather stunning. In truth, it was apparent to any discerning eye that Bai Muxian possessed a beauty that far surpassed others. While Du Yao was also a striking figure, her attractiveness peaked at 50% when gracing the streets. In contrast, Bai Muxian had an allure that compelled one to glance back a second time, almost supernatural in its effect. While others might claim Du Yao was less beautiful than Bai Muxian, Zheng Mengwan could not. To voice such an opinion would jeopardize their friendship. Du Yao smiled gently. Her name is Bai Muxian, and you even mixed up her name. What is there to be concerned about? It's Yang Shu, after all. He has been rebuffed by you time and again. When his heart is weary, he is easily swayed by others. Zheng Mengwan blinked. And now you're in a cold war with Yang Shu. What if before she could finish, Du Yao interrupted, we've known each other for over a decade. He has pursued me for nearly 10 years. I wouldn't casually discard something I've held onto for so long, especially considering how long he has been after me. Hearing her best friend say this, Zheng Mengwan felt a momentary daze. 10 years, he truly has perseverance. For a student from a humble background to break free from the shackles of class, he toiled for 9 years, striving to realize his life's value and live splendidly. Yet, Yang Shu devoted an entire decade to pursuing a girl, and he had yet to give up. Zheng Mengwan was moved by her own imaginative portrayal, wishing nothing more than to seal the bond between the two. This is just the first decade. Du Yao smiled blissfully, regardless of what our relationship becomes. There will be a second and third decade. I know him well. Even if I do not want Yang Shu, he would never willingly let someone else take his place. Zheng Mengwan gave her a thumbs up. Impressive. Chapter 13. Yang Shu, please help me eat. A brand new day commenced, with Yang Shu once again immersed in his studies. Though the surge in recognition had diminished, it seemed his classmates had grown accustomed to his presence. After all, one cannot remain in awe of a film director forever. The shock would naturally wear off. Yang Shu concluded that it was time to alter his strategy. Perhaps he should consider residing directly in the classroom? That seemed impractical, given that the school had formerly been a cemetery, and the thought of night terrors made him uneasy. A more feasible plan would be to change locations. Since his classmates had become accustomed to his focused demeanor, he could venture to the adjacent classroom, the office, or the library. Bai Muxian's day was marked by ennui. Aside from glancing at her phone, she found herself staring at Yang Shu, who sat motionless, having evidently forgotten the skewers. But that was acceptable, as she had never had them before anyway. Yet, didn't he need to use the restroom? He hadn't left his seat at all. The evening study session was overseen by the biology teacher, a kindly elderly woman, slender and frail, who, despite being of retirement age, continued to guide successive cohorts of seniors. In her class, students always find themselves at ease, engaging in light banter. Young master, did you purchase these papers yourself? Fu Li inquired with curiosity. I don't believe I've seen them before. Oh, it's from our old teacher's private stash, Yang Shu replied candidly. Fu Li nodded, acknowledging that he had been studying fervently these past few days, so it was only natural for the teacher to extend some consideration. She suddenly flashed a mischievous smile. Now that you're a young master, you still work so hard? Yang Shu dismissed herte asing. He was well aware of her penchant for playful banter, regardless of the truth. She would always speak her mind first, reveling in the thrill of it, and if need be, apologize later. In essence, he was simply a jester unable to restrain his tongue. At that moment, Lu Guoqiang, seated in the back row, caught on to the key phrase, perked up, and interjected, Why do you call him young master? Is this some new play? Fu Li relished the opportunity to pique Lu Guoqiang's curiosity, fanning the flames as she chimed in. Oh, Yang Shu is chauffeur to school in a Bentley. Of course he is a young master. You wouldn't be hiding a luxury model yourself, would you? Upon finishing her sentence, she covered her mouth with a laugh, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Just yesterday, Yang Shu had tackled an additional problem, and Lu Guoqiang had nearly lost his composure. knowing that if he were in a luxury car, he might very well go wild, crawling in envy. However, the reality did not unfold as she expected. "Oh, that Bentley? I've seen it too," Lu Guiqiang remarked nonchalantly. Fu Li, however, was far from calm. "You actually know? Why haven't you spread the word? Whose car is it?" "It belongs to Huang Mao," Tony came to reply. After a brief conversation, Yang Shu suddenly glanced at the time. "Oh no, I'll be in trouble in 5 minutes. May I borrow some paper?" "Furi chacod, impressive." "Can you predict the future? Does your small intestine communicate with you?" "No, it's my colon," he retorted. True to his word, 5 minutes later, Yang Shu reported his distress and rushed out, clutching his abdomen. Lu Guiqiang stared at the wall clock, puzzled. "Something's off. It's only 7 o'clock. And he is already making his exit without even grabbing his backpack." Based on experience, this was no early dismissal. He was certainly off to do something else. He clenched his fist, determined to interrogate him upon his return. Yet, by the time school ended, Yang Shu had yet to reappear, and half the class had already left without a trace of him. "What about WeChat? What did he say?" Fu Li inquired. "He mentioned he was studying," came the response. Given that Yang Shu had been studying tirelessly in recent days, Lu Guiqiang had been subjected to intense pressure, making it impossible for them to commute together. "Forget it. Let us head home." Minutes later, Yang Shu returned to the classroom, holding a large paper cup from which several wooden skewers protruded, steam wafting up like incense. Bai Muquan first caught a whiff of the enticing aroma, her eyes sparkling with delight, and then spotted Yang Shu, exclaiming, "Is that skewers?" "Yes, freshly made," he confirmed. Suddenly, Bai Muquan remembered something, her expression shifting slightly. "You bought skewers in the restroom? Is that hygienic?" She had witnessed Yang Shu clutching his stomach and staggering away, clearly having gone to the restroom. Moreover, she had explored most areas of the school and had never seen skewers, except for the boys' restroom, which she had avoided. Yang Shu clarified, "There's no food sold in the restroom. I climbed over the wall to get them, and they're still warm." Good Samaritan medal, Bai Muquan's approval rating 10. "I thought you might have forgotten." Bai Muquan could hardly contain herself and cautiously took a bite, her pupils dilating at the exquisite flavor. Seeing her delight, Yang Shu felt a sense of joy akin to witnessing a pet grow up, no longer needing to feed it the usual fare, but instead offering it something more delightful. In other words, it was the joy of witnessing growth. Of course, the previous food was of higher quality, but in comparison, this was hardly even a step above rubbish. Delicious, delightful, and definitely something to be consumed again. Bai Muquan devoured an entire skewer of fish balls, her rosy lips sucking on the wooden stick, clearly wanting more. Yang Shu placed the paper cup on her desk, cautioning, "This food contains a lot of additives. It's best to indulge occasionally and not overdo it. Especially in 2017, with food safety issues, we mustn't be careless. If something were to happen to you, miss, you might find yourself in dire straits the very next day." Bai Muquan pursed her lips and swallowed, replying, "Yang Shu, you should have some too. There's plenty." If she ate too much now, she wouldn't be able to eat dinner at home, and she'd surely face suspicion again. "All right," Yang Shu graciously obliged, quickly finishing off the food before heading home to tackle more problems. Meanwhile, a few students on duty were still cleaning, halting their tasks upon spotting the duo enjoying skewers. "Wow, when did these two become so chummy?" "I don't know. Eating Odin in the classroom. Who are they trying to entice?" Bai Muquan, her skin is so flawless. I wonder if eating gutter oil wound tea give her acne? The two girls exchanged curious glances, whispering to each other. While they had seen Bai Muquan around, they had never witnessed her socializing with classmates. She was like a transparent person. Her demeanor was cool, and her desire for interaction was low, which over time had left her isolated. Wow, they're sharing Odin. Their relationship seems unusual. But was Yang Shu always pursuing Du Yao? As the girls discussed, Bai Muquan suddenly turned her head, her gaze direct and indifferent. Their eyes met, and the two girls quickly averted their gaze, pretending to be busy cleaning. They were indeed busy, though unclear what they were actually doing. "Hey, that look was so cold. It felt like we were back in winter." How fortunate that Yang Shu could approach her. Meanwhile, Bai Muquan quietly asked Yang Shu, "What is wrong with them? Do they wish to share something?" Bai Muquan had no ill intentions. She merely glanced back after sensing their stares. But it was as if they had conspired, diverting their gaze each time. She couldn't comprehend it. Perhaps they too had their own troubles. Don't feel obligated to share with others. You should indulge yourself, Yangshu advised. Rather than compromising your own desires, it's better to disregard others. Last time, you worried about your spicy strips being taken. This time, did you really want to share skewers with 3 people? Oh, Bai Muquan nodded, continuing to eat. When she suddenly noticed a message from Uncle Zhang, her heart racing. I have something at home. I need to hurry. Yangshu, please help me finish this. They both immediately quickened their pace. The skewer repeatedly poked Bai Muquan's lips, causing her to furrow her brows in pain, yet her actions remained fluid. Suddenly, Yangshu's wrist flicked, and a piece of sauce-soaked, tender vegetarian chicken sausage slipped from the skewer. As it was about to hit the ground, he instinctively reached out to catch it, only to have a slender hand reach out from the opposite side. Ultimately, the vegetarian sausage was saved by Bai Muquan, who swiftly caught it. Yangshu hurriedly exclaimed, I'm sorry, that's mine. Oh, I wouldn't steal it, Bai Muquan stammered, instinctively lifting her hand to offer the vegetarian sausage, hastily shoving it into Yangshu's mouth. You eat, you eat. Yangshu was momentarily taken aback. Bai Muquan also realized something was amiss. Hey miss, that is quite unsanitary. Chapter 14. I can't believe this. As is well known, time is like the broth within the vegetarian sausage. With a little squeeze, it will always flow. When Bai Muquan shoved the vegetarian sausage into Yangshu's mouth, their lips and fingers pressed together, warm broth seeped out from a small opening. The warm liquid trickled down Yangshu's chin, following Bai Muquan's forearm to her elbow, ultimately staining his school uniform. The two were left speechless, their minds completely blank. This is bad. We need to clarify things quickly. Oh no, our skewers have been exposed. As they stood there in a daze, a loud thud echoed from the back door of the classroom, the sound of a broom falling onto the threshold. You two actually. Zheng Mingwan gazed at the pair incredulously, her eyes wide as saucers. The impact of this scene is far more terrifying than witnessing Lu Guoqiang gain admission to a prestigious university. Yangshu realized that this individual had misconstrued the situation and promptly sought to clarify. You've misunderstood. However, the circumstances were indeed conducive to misunderstanding, and in his haste, he could not devise an effective explanation. Yangshu glanced at Bai Muxian, who remained seated with her hands resting on her knees, embodying a poised demeanor. It was evident that she dared not speak. The situation was intricate, with the crux being our desire not to waste food. Do you comprehend? Yangshu directed his gaze toward Zheng Mingwan. The latter, as if awakening from a dream, responded with fervent nods, exclaiming her apologies before turning and disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, 2 onlooking girls in the front of the class stood bewildered and astonished. I can understand eating a bowl of rice. But how could she go so far as to feed him? This was a Chinese campus, after all. They wanted nothing to do with that Japanese style. After their initial complaints, the 2 were left in a state of shock. The competition students are rarely seen in a semester. The last time I attempted to greet her, a mere glance from her left me too intimidated to continue. She exudes such an air of aloofness. How could she allow anyone to approach her? That regal presence is undeniably cultivated by wealth. Her family must be impressive. Oh, her skin is so fair. I wish I could be close to her. Concurrently, Zheng Mingwan rushed to a secluded corner and immediately called her best friend. At that moment, Du Yao had yet to return home and was riding her bike. I'll be home shortly. Let us talk then. There's no time to wait, Zheng Mingwan exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over like a retrogression to childlike glee. I've got a massive scoop, an earth-shattering scoop. Du Yao, displaying visible disdain, held her phone at arm's length. Keep your voice down. What could be so monumental that it excites you to this extent? You'll end up in trouble. Zheng Mingwan eagerly replied. Guess who I saw? Bai Muxian and Yangshu. At this, Du Yao frowned slightly, seemingly displeased. And then, Bai Muxian fed Yangshu, and she did it by hand. In the next moment, a cacophony erupted from the phone, followed by the scolding of an elderly woman. Zheng Mingwan felt a twinge of apprehension. Yao Yao, what is happening over there? Is everything all right? After a prolonged pause, Du Yao finally spoke. It's nothing. I just bumped into an old lady on her electric bike. You mentioned by Muxian feeding Yang Shu. Are you certain? Oh my goodness, I was there. And I witnessed it firsthand. The scene was a mere 2 to 3 meters from me, and it was unmistakably clear. She was feeding him vegetarian chicken intestines. Yao Yao, tell me, who in their right mind would feed someone cooked skewers by hand? There was silence on the other end of the line, and Du Yao found the situation ludicrous. Unless the pair demonstrated it in person, she could hardly believe it. In fact, since Yang Shu entered the classroom that morning, she had been observing by Muxian and noted her distinctly indifferent demeanor, bordering on excessive aloofness. When other girls smiled at her, she remained silent, her gaze devoid of emotion, akin to looking at a stone. Throughout the day, she had uttered only 2 words, and when the class monitor collected papers, she hadn't written anything. If such a statement had escaped the lips of anyone else, the monitor, being a well-meaning individual, would have chattered on for at least 2 breaks. But in response to Bai Muxian, he merely acknowledged her with a good. That chilly aura naturally prompted others to instinctively retreat. Having no friends in class, how could she possibly connect with Yang Shu? It was hard to fathom. On the call, Zheng Mingwan reminisced, relaying every detail to her best friend. Somewhat overly exhilarated. Yao Yao, you weren't there? Not only did Yang Shu eat the vegetarian chicken intestines, but if I hadn't appeared, it seemed he would have even wanted to suck on her fingers. My goodness, I felt my heart race just watching them. How could they remain so composed while claiming they didn't want to waste food? Suddenly, Du Yao's voice came through the receiver. Cold and low. Can we not discuss this anymore? Oh, all right, fine. Zheng Mingwan quickly sensed her friend's ire and hurriedly clarified her stance. Yang Shu is too wicked. While pursuing you, he has also kind of other girls. Yao Yao, you must assert your claim. She first belittled the instigator, positioning Du Yao as the victim, while simultaneously offering advice and firmly establishing her own position. This method, crafted by Zheng Mingwan, was her apology formula. The brilliance of this formula lay in the fact that it neither mentioned her own faults nor harmed her friend's feelings. Instead, it deftly shifted the conflict onto an outsider. The bond of friendship stands resilient. After considerable contemplation, Du Yao finally conceded. All right, I understand. At 10 o'clock that evening, having finished her shower, Du Yao leaned against her headboard, staring at her phone for quite some time before finally summoning the courage to act. Meanwhile, Yang Shu received a WeChat message from Bai Muxian. Classmate Yang Shu, I have a stomachache. See, the young lady has a delicate constitution. She indeed should not have consumed that street food. Thus, he replied, in the future, refrain from eating skewers. Roadside stalls are unsanitary. No, that is not quite right. It must be that the dishes prepared by the housekeeper were too sweet, unrelated to the skewers. Quite well. He preferred to trust an unfamiliar street vendor over a professional chef. Bai Muxian sent another message. Classmate Yang Shu, what kind of return gift would you like? Would this suffice? Accompanying the message was an image of a landscape painting, with a backdrop suggesting it was displayed on an exhibition wall. No, that is too extravagant. Though Yang Shu was unfamiliar with art, he knew that anything displayed by a wealthy family must possess considerable value. Bai Muxian, uncertain of the boy's tastes, could only rely on her father's preferences, snapping photos of items he liked to send to Yang Shu. Since she had fed him skewers, a return gift was only appropriate. Yang Shu felt overwhelmed. Miss, I need to focus on my studies now. Bai Muxian responded, Oh, then tomorrow I'll secretly steal some skewers from my dad for you to touch. No, their banter was quite the spectacle. Yang Shu had scarcely managed to conclude the conversation when a new friend request notification popped up on his WeChat. What the heck? Could it be someone from the Bai family coming to reprimand me? The profile picture was a flower, gender unspecified, with the account name appearing as garbled characters. Yang Shu accepted the friend request and immediately checked the person's moments, only to find a solitary line. Inquiring about the real name information through a transfer revealed nothing. Either there was no bank card linked, or it was a secondary account. Should I greet them as uncle or aunt? While pondering, a message from the other party arrived. Yang Shu, this is Du Yao. I wish to speak with you. What the heck? It turns out to be her. Chapter 15. Is the Cold War to this extent? Yang Shu blacklisted all of Du Yao's contact information, including but not limited to WeChat, QQ, phone number, and music platforms. He blocked every conceivable means of communication to prevent her from resurfacing periodically to annoy him. However, blocking her secondary account proved ineffective. Across the phone screen, Du Yao furiously typed on her keyboard. "Why did you block me on everything? Is the Cold War to this degree?" Du Yao had presumed that only her phone and QQ, along with WeChat, had been blocked, but to her astonishment, even her music, drama, and short video apps had been included in the ban. Initially, she intended to be patient and have a proper conversation to resolve their misunderstandings and restore their relationship to its former state. Yet, as each red exclamation mark appeared, her patience gradually dwindled. However, her anger yielded no response from Yang Shu, not even the indication that he was typing. "No way." Du Yao tentatively sent a period, only to find herself blocked once more. "All right, you got some backbone." She hurled her phone down, burying her face in her arms and crying. It was too suffocating. Yang Shu had once wished to reside within her phone, and now he was silent, blocking her without a word. He truly had grown formidable. For the proud and high-spirited Du Yao, this was undoubtedly an affront. Meanwhile, Yang Shu adjusted his account settings to prevent anyone from adding him, lest someone attempt to harass him with a secondary account. The foolish often create their own troubles. The following day, the news of Baimu Mian feeding Yang Shu spread like wildfire. Yang Shu was not at all surprised. Zheng Mengzhuan's gossip was as rampant as Lu Guoqiang's. There was no filter, especially regarding such scandalous matters. It was as if they were eager to share them with the heavens. Even though he offered explanations, the raucous crowd cared little for the truth. They merely sought to incite further chaos. Yang Shu himself was indifferent. As a man, he possessed a thick skin, and the rumors had little effect on him. As for Bai Mu Mian, she too remained unaffected, oblivious to the implications of the gossip. Just after finishing the morning class, Yang Shu and Lu Guoqiang went to fetch water, but were intercepted midway by Du Yao. "What do you want? Come here and talk to me." Hearing the charged exchange between the two, Lu Guoqiang sensed impending drama. Before he could voice his thoughts, Du Yao strode forward with an air of confidence, her eyes fierce and resolute, reminiscent of a general. She seized Yang Shu's arm and pulled him toward a corner of the stairs. Lu Guoqiang, taken aback, muttered, "Good heavens, is she a domineering CEO? Continue your conversation." "I'll take a breather," he said, as students and teachers habitually opted for the elevator, leaving the stairwell deserted. Once Du Yao confirmed the absence of onlookers, she got straight to the point. "I'll allow you to explain what happened yesterday." Yang Shu was eager to clarify the misunderstanding, but she interrupted. "With so many people discussing in class, not one of them informed you? Do you have no friends?" Du Yao was infuriated, her teeth clenched in frustration. "Is there something wrong with helping each other among classmates?" Yang Shu scoffed. "Must one assist in feeding others as well? That was in class. A public space for everyone to learn. Aren't you ashamed?" Du Yao's voice rose, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yang Shu remained calm, responding coolly, "Oh, we'll be sure to maintain privacy next time." As Du Yao appeared on the verge of a breakdown, Yang Shu decisively withdrew. Yet to her surprise, Du Yao did not erupt as anticipated. Instead, she forced a smile, tinged with disappointment. "Yang Shu, you truly disappoint me. Engaging in such behavior in the classroom. What will others think of us?" Yang Shu halted, turning with a look of incredulity. "Us? What does this have to do with you?" Du Yao's expression was complex. "How can it not concern me? You are fully aware of how others perceive us, yet you act so closely with Bai Mu Mian. Of course, people will talk about me. This greatly affects my focus on studies. Have you considered that?" Yang Shu shook her head in disdain. "No, I don't care. Nor am I interested." Du Yao, you remain as selfish as ever. With that, Yang Shu turned on her heel and walked away. It was as if only she feared the gossip. Did Bai Mu Mian not also find herself the subject of speculation? No. The affluent girl could hardly grasp the nuances of such chatter. Upon returning to class, Yang Shu promptly inserted her earbuds, focusing intently on her work, giving an elbow to Lu Guoqiang, who was attempting to pry into the situation. Shortly thereafter, Du Yao entered the classroom, her demeanor icy, as if everyone owed her something. She did not immediately return her seat, but instead gazed at Bai Mu Mian, stepping forward. only to find the latter casually looking up and meeting her with a cold, indifferent stare. In that moment, the classroom fell silent, the only sound being Du Yao's heavy breathing. Du Yao glared, advancing 3 steps before coming to a halt, her legs unwilling to move further. Bai Mu Mian remained seated, silent, exuding an air of confidence and tranquility, her expression marked by an aloofness befitting a person of stature. This demeanor was not innate, but rather a product of her upbringing, destined to render her a rare flower atop a lofty peak. At that moment, Du Yao's body stiffened imperceptibly, engulfed by an unexplainable awkwardness. Could she truly overshadow Bai Mu Mian? Clearly, the timing was not right, providing herself with an excuse. She promptly retreated to her seat, avoiding any further eye contact. Du Yao had initially intended to chastise Bai Mu Mian for her perceived lack of decorum and demand she maintain distance from Yang Shu. However, she found herself unable to do so, the pressure of facing Bai Mu Mian overwhelming her, rendering her speechless, especially in light of the latter's outstanding demeanor and beauty. Du Yao felt herself to be the lesser in this encounter. As the tension dissipated, classmates began to whisper among themselves. Wow, the tension was palpable just now. Du Yao was so fierce, while Bai Mu Mian, so petite, showed no fear. Is this a declaration of ownership? It seems the Du family isn't as virtuous as they claim. She neglects Yang Shu but can't stand to see anyone else close to him. How amusing. Does she think Yang Shu is a stray dog who will follow her forever if she tosses him a treat? Now that Yang Shu has turned away, she is panicking. Her possessiveness is too strong, too selfish. As the whispers grew louder, particularly from groups opposed to Du Yao, it became evident that the senior students were no longer naive. They had refrained from commenting during the previous years out of respect, as Du Yao's goddess aura was too dazzling to provoke. Now, nearing graduation, they felt unrestrained. In no time, Du Yao and Bai Mu Mian became the center of attention, disrupting the otherwise studious atmosphere. Du Yao was seething, regretting her earlier actions, while Zheng Mingwan fervently attempted to console her. As for Bai Mu Mian, she pondered, why did that girl just stare at me with such large eyes? It was a bit intimidating, and I don't understand. Shaking her head, she thought, forget it. Let us focus on the game. Simultaneously, Su Li and Lu Guqiang learned the truth from Yang Shu, realizing that the feeding incident was indeed a misunderstanding. Sigh, seeing Du Yao like that, she must be jealous. Lu Guqiang remarked, if you confess now, your chances of success would be significantly higher. Not interested, Yang Shu replied coolly. Su Li, casting a knowing glance, suggested, that's fine. After class, I'll have my friends spread the truth. Since it's a misunderstanding, it's best to clear it up sooner rather than later. This kind of word of mouth will be more convincing than you explaining it on the blackboard. Touched, Yang Shu said, you're actually considering my reputation. What a good desk mate. No, I'm doing it for Bai Mu Mian. She has so few friends already, and I can't let you drag her down, Su Li remarked, casually picking her nose. Your reputation? That sort of thing is inconsequential. Chapter 16. All right, so this is how we're playing it? Su Li was a rather abstract-hearted individual, unable to ignore the suffering of those in distress, equally mocking the foolishness of those around her. She had a straightforward personality. What are your plans? What are you referring to? Yang Shu raised an eyebrow, confused by Su Li's question. Of course, I mean by Mu Mian. Although the feeding incident was a misunderstanding. You two sneaked off to eat together after school, sharing the same portion. It resembles a date, doesn't it? Su Li said, her eyes glimmering like a fox's. You two clearly didn't know each other before. How did you suddenly become good friends? There must be a story. Yang Shu twitched her lips a bit, but not much. Our old teacher likely caught wind of the rumors, so I think it's best to limit our interactions for now to avoid any trouble. If the parents get involved, it would be disastrous. It wouldn't be a problem with my parents. They've lived their lives already and have thick skins. But Bai Mu Mian's parents are quite fearful, Yang Shu sighed. I'm not guilty of anything, yet I still feel uneasy, like when someone loses something in elementary school, and even if you didn't take it, you still feel inexplicably guilty. How strange, Yang Shu sighed softly, just about to turn back to her work when a hand landed on her shoulder. Yang Shu, when did you manage to speak with Bai Mu Xian? Have you exchanged contact information? Oh, that was just a few days ago. I added her on WeChat at that time. You wretched fool. Lu Guqiang was suddenly struck by a fit of rage, his eyes aflame with fury, as he lamented. I don't even have her QQ, and you've already dined on QQ sausages with her. Correction, it was vegetarian sausage. Lu Guqiang heaved a deep sigh, transforming into a demon of jealousy, shaking his head and making strange noises, his body writhing as if he might crawl into darkness at any moment. Fortunately, the homeroom teacher arrived just in time. With a swift motion, he brought down a book, turning the furious creature into a meek chick. What else with the madness this early in the morning? Sit down. Lu Guqiang attempted to defend himself, claiming he was merely stretching. Jiao Hongguang, uninterested in his excuses, inquired about Yang Shu's progress on his assignment before commencing the lesson. Just when it seemed the day would pass without incident, Yang Shu underestimated Jiao Hongguang's network of information. The misunderstanding reached the ears of the homeroom teacher, and just before the evening study session concluded, the male student in question was summoned to the office for a chat. Yang Shu, how is the assignment coming along? Not too bad. I've completed a small portion, Yang Shu replied, feeling quite accomplished. I should see improvement in this mock exam. Good. Just remember, if your performance declines, I'll have to call your parents. Jiao Hongguang pouted at his teacup, blowing away the fragments of tea leaves floating atop the water before taking a delicate sip. He delivered the most venomous words in the most nonchalant manner. Yang Shu exclaimed, Huh? Teacher, I said should, and surely this ISNT necessary? Jiao Hongguang smiled faintly. It's fine if I don't call your parents, but once the results are in, you'll have to treat me to vegetarian sausages using your hands. Very well. Is that how we're playing it? The homeroom teacher placed great importance on academic performance, openly favoring diligent students, believing it was their due. He was aware that this contradicted the virtues espoused by the state, yet he remained unrepentant. Perhaps Jiao Hongguang recognized it was merely a misunderstanding, and his remarks were intended as motivation. Understood, Yang Shu nodded. 20 points. Jiao Hongguang held up 2 fingers. You just need to exert yourself a bit. I don't expect you to improve dramatically, just surpass your last monthly exam score by 20 points. All right, a mere 20 points. Do you underestimate my abilities? As he prepared to leave, Yang Shu glanced at the time and cheerfully said, Teacher, there are still 5 minutes until class ends. May I assist in tidying up the office? Jiao Hongguang regarded him quizzically, wondering how this fellow had suddenly become so industrious. Is he harboring any resentment towards me? Perhaps plotting something devious? Yang Shu moved swiftly, and the office was not particularly large. So he soon completed the cleaning and even filled the thermos with hot water, earning praise from the other teachers. Teacher, I'll be taking my leave now. At the moment the door closed behind him, a system notification appeared. Honor wall, helping others medal. Yang Shu decisively accepted it, and the dull virtual wall brightened with a new star. Helping others medal, bronze, awarded, cash 2,000. Wearing effect. Your demeanor exudes warmth, enhancing social efficiency by 30. Without a doubt, another 2,000 has been credited. Coupled with the learning-focused reward, he had amassed a total of 4,000. The wearing effect proved advantageous. Negotiations would be inevitable in his future entrepreneurial endeavors, thus preparing him well for what lay ahead. Yang Shu gazed at the 5 medals on the honor wall, noting that only the sycophant medal bore a negative buff, while the others were satisfactory. However, does the lucky medal deserve to remain here? Having adorned it for so long, luck had scarcely favored him. Upon returning to class, Yang Shu joined his peers in organizing their backpacks. With Lu Guqiang teasing, why didn't you stay behind to solve problems today? Don't tell me you want to team up with me for a game? A few days ago, I didn't want to break my focus. Now, with no problems to solve, I'm left here to witness your grandeur? Oh, so you've grown a backbone now, little brother? Aside from that, there was another reason. Having received enough recognition for helping others, there was no need to linger and assist with the trash. After packing his bag, Yang Shu reached the back door, where he exchanged a smile with Bai Muxian before leaving the school, while Bai Muxian lingered for half an hour longer, as was her custom. To ensure at least a 20-point improvement, Yang Shu doubled his efforts in his studies. Completing over 40 practice papers would require about a week. So he unleashed all his energy planning to finish them all before the exam. From the homeroom teacher's perspective, Yang Shu's goal of a 20-point increase to reach a total score of 420 was not a daunting task. He merely needed to maintain his usual standard and avoid carelessness while solving problems. However, for Yang Shu himself, he first needed to regain his previous score of 400 before striving for an additional 20 points. The workload had increased significantly. Thus, Yang Shu found himself studying with fervor. He burned the midnight oil at home, delving into his studies at school, rising early to review lessons and memorize poems, hastily consuming meals, multitasking in the restroom, entirely unaware of time slipping by. At last, on Saturday morning before the exam, Yang Shu completed his final practice paper. At that moment, he felt a trifecta of fatigue, confidence, and relief. As he capped his pen, it was as if a domineering sail had just secured his trousers. Ah, clingy little paper. Your minuscule questions have been filled with my answers. I accept your knowledge and will have my results credited to you. You have outlived your purpose. Paper, leave my desk. With a swift motion, Yang Shu shoved the paper into the desk's cavity, awaiting the commencement of the mock exam. Thanks to his frenzied preparation over the past few days, Yang Shu received both good and bad news. The good news was that his classmates and teachers were astonished by his dedication, and the recognition for being a learning-focused student was rapidly increasing. He was just 20 points away from achieving gold level. The bad news was that Lu Guoqiang had fallen ill. Woe is me, Yang Shu. Please don't study any longer. Upon seeing his dear friend finally put down his pen, Lu Guoqiang rushed over in dismay. You're torturing yourself, and it pains my heart. There's no need to be so harsh on yourself. Let us aim for a second-tier university together, shall we? Yang Shu shot him a sidelong glance. I don't see you as a second-tier student. Chapter 17. Yang Shu, I would like to invite you to dinner this weekend. Yang Shu, I'm not exaggerating. You've been studying like a man possessed these past few days, and I genuinely fear you might lose your mind at any moment. Lu Guoqiang said half-jokingly, Can you ease off a bit? Studying is indeed important, but excessive pressure can drive one insane, just like the scholar in Shang Zhongyong. Yang Shu paused for 2 seconds. Fool, that's a reference from Fanjin Zhongjio. You should read more. Woe is me, I beg you. Don't go insane from studying. Yang Shu chuckled. Just kidding. Who doesn't he go a little mad? Some conceal it better than others. Am I on the verge of losing my sanity? Whatever, there's no going back now. If I don't study in my senior year, I'll regret it for life. I'll just keep studying. I'll just study in class. I'll be right on top of the homeroom teacher, studying relentlessly. Lu Guoqiang was left speechless, no longer able to utter a word. Indeed, one must combat madness with madness. At 7:55, the invigilator entered, her high heels clicking on the floor as she placed her water bottle and the exam papers on the desk. You all know the exam procedure. This time is primarily to assess your learning outcomes. Cheating is utterly pointless. With the opening remarks concluded, the Chinese exam papers were passed back from the front row. Students either scrutinized the questions or filled in their names and class details. Yang Shu glanced over the questions and couldn't help but smile knowingly, the anticipated difficulty level. As he opened his pen cap, he mused, little test paper, I can clearly see your questions. It's time for my grand answers. The mock exam consisted of Chinese and mathematics in the morning, followed by comprehensive science and English in the afternoon, perfectly concluding the day. Time is up. Submit your papers. By 6:40 in the evening, the final English exam concluded. Yang Shu stretched languidly. The weariness that enveloped him at that moment transformed into a delightful sensation. What a thrilling contest it had been. Beside him, Su Li teased, Did you perform well? I reckon I might improve by about 50 points. Yang Shu replied with conviction. Well then, we must celebrate. Lu Guoqiang exclaimed, I was particularly on point this time. We should definitely go sing and unwind. Su Li nodded nonchalantly. I'm fine with that. If we do go, let us invite a few more people. Perfectly coinciding with the upcoming Sunday holiday. Lu Guoqiang joyfully rushed off to gather others. Meanwhile, students congregated in small clusters, either discussing exam questions or planning where to go after school, or agreeing to explore the commercial street the following day. The conversations were among close friends, forming little groups. Of course, Bai Muxian was the exception. She had but one good friend, who was now surrounded by a throng of classmates, laughing and chatting, with no one to engage her. She could only quietly play on her phone. How wonderful it was for Yang Shu to have so many friends. When his estimation of improved scores reached the ears of his classmates, they flocked to jest, and under Lu Guoqiang's suggestion, they formed a plan to enjoy a meal together. Yang Shu was more than happy to join. He certainly needed some entertainment and relaxation. Amidst the laughter, a WeChat message pinged on Yang Shu's phone. The avatar depicting a cartoonish, silly sheep. By Muxian. Did you do well on the exam, Yang Shu? He glanced over at Bai Muxian's seat, where a head peeked out from behind a book. Ah, was she hesitant to join the conversation? After all, there were so many people. Realizing this, Yang Shu typed a reply. Yes, pretty good. A few seconds later, a new message appeared. Yang Shu, did you write your name on the paper? Hey, are you just trying to make conversation? He thought, staring at the screen, sensing this was merely an attempt to fill the silence. In the next moment, Yang Shu suddenly understood that this little rich girl clearly had something on her mind, but was too shy to voice it. Thus, he stepped away from the crowd, heading directly towards a corner by the trash bin. Upon hearing his footsteps, Bai Muxian hesitated before glancing at him. What do you want to say? Yang Sha, may I ask you something? Bai Muxian hesitated. Are we considered good friends? Of course we are. How could we not be? Yang Shu replied, brimming with confidence. Oh, you haven't spoken to me for 2 days, Bai Muxian murmured. I thought you didn't want to have skewers with me anymore. Silly. Which rich girl would only think about skewers? After uttering this, Bai Muxian's mood brightened significantly, and she looked up to say, Yang Shu, I'd like to treat you to a meal this weekend. Sure, Yang Shu replied after a moment's thought. After all, a little rich girl was far more interesting than a group of rough men. Moreover, Bai Muxian came from a strict family. She might have to leave soon after a brief meal for some training, allowing him to rejoin Lu Guoqiang and the others without any issues. I'll send you the address. See you tomorrow at noon. Bai Muxian fiddled with her phone, visibly pleased. On Sunday noon, Yang Shu, following the navigation, arrived in front of a Western restaurant. Bai Muxian was waiting by a green plant outside the restaurant. Her hair was styled into 2 cute buns, with a red ribbon swaying in the breeze. She wore a deep blue Western-style school uniform, with golden edges outlining the sleeves and collar, over a pure white shirt. Her lower half was adorned with a matching skirt, and she wore black stockings paired with dainty little shoes, exuding an air of charm. Her beauty was striking, her figure sublime, and today she seemed to have applied light makeup, making her appear even more enchanting under the sunlight. With subtly arched brows and eyes as dark as ink, her almond-shaped eyes and skin resembling fine jade, she was truly a vision. Yang Shu mused that the school uniform had certainly been lifted. How adorable! He felt like encasing her in a dust cover like a collectible figurine. At that moment, Bai Muxian turned and waved. Yang Shu, over here. Yang Shu responded and entered the restaurant with her. Seeing this, a few boys nearby experienced a moment of heartbreak. Having just debated how to ask for her contact information, only to witness her walk in with a buzz-cut boy. If that boy had been less appealing or shorter, they might have been able to ridicule him, but instead, they found themselves envious. What flawless defense he has. So infuriating. As Yang Shu stepped into the restaurant, an aura of sophistication enveloped him, evoking both delight and a hint of awkwardness. Let us sit here, Bai Muxian indicated towards a window-side table for 2. As soon as they were seated, a waiter presented the menu, awaiting their order. Yang Shu subtly furrowed his brow, noticing that the menu in his hands seemed different from the one at the neighboring table. Bai Muxian's menu was evidently twice as thick. Could it be a tiered membership service? While he pondered, Bai Muxian had already ordered 4 dishes and handed him the menu. Your turn, Yang Shu. Don't be shy. All right, he replied. After all, when a little rich girl treats you to a meal, one should not hold back. He intended to eat to his heart's content. Upon scrutinizing the menu, Yang Shu was taken aback. Wait, do Western restaurants even serve dicincien, a stir-fried vegetable dish? Sir, this menu is a customized version, the waiter explained. Keep your voice down. What will other customers think? It's an exclusive menu for the owner. Then that's all right. Chapter 18. Who can differentiate you from Paixão now? My 18th birthday celebration. Stewing ribs at home, gnawing on bones, and playing with the dog. The little rich girl's 18th birthday celebration, hosting at an upscale restaurant. With tears in his eyes, Yang Shu ordered 2 more dishes. As they awaited their food, he curiously asked, "How do you usually manage the restaurant? It seems to be quite prosperous." Bai Muxian replied confidently, "I hire a manager to oversee operations while I just enjoy the profits." "So, you're a hands-off owner, huh?" Yang Shu chucklet. "Since you have a restaurant, surely you can eat whatever you want without sneaking snacks in the classroom?" "No, the restaurant's cold storage doesn't stock that kind of high-end goods." The disappointment was evident on Bai Muxian's face, clearly having experienced this firsthand. Before long, the dishes began to arrive at their table, and the two shifted their focus to the food, reducing their conversation to the rhythm of eating. Yang Shu, not accustomed to using a knife and fork and disinterested in Western dining etiquette, was relieved to find spare chopsticks available. Bai Muxian exclusively used chopsticks, claiming that using a knife and fork made it too easy to accidentally stab her tongue. "It hurts a lot. If your mouth bleeds, you can't continue eating." "You can take your time." Yang Shu nodded, understanding her point, akin to how he would savor grilled sausages, deliberately choosing those that burst with juices, creating a delightful mess despite the scalding heat. Halfway through their meal, Yang Shu noticed that both inside and outside the restaurant, curious gazes were frequently directed their way, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Bai Muxian, however, seemed unfazed, as if accustomed to such attention. Yang Shu speculated that most of the stares were directed at the little rich girl, with a portion intrigued by the sight of someone eating Chinese food in a Western restaurant. Setting aside the reality, he whimsically imagined urban villains bursting in to cause trouble, only to be swiftly dealt with, which brought him a small sense of satisfaction. But this was reality. No one would irrationally provoke another, devoid of the foolish antagonists that typically embellish stories. Yang Shu quelled his thoughts, realizing that such musings only served to highlight his own insecurities. After about half an hour, they had nearly finished the meal, with more than half of the dishes having already found their way into Bai Muxian's mouth. Yang Shu was still somewhat taken aback. Was this not a living, breathing pistio? "Yang Shu, how does it taste?" It's superior to skewers." One could only say that it truly lived up to its reputation as a high-end restaurant, where even homely dishes could be elevated to a sense of sophistication without sacrificing flavor. Bai Muxian smiled faintly. "Oh, it's nothing compared to skewers." If this had come from someone else, Yang Shu would have deemed it mere flattery, but he genuinely believed that skewers were more delightful. With her hands resting on her knees, Bai Muxian looked at him with eager anticipation. "Yang Shu, where shall we go next? Do you still have time?" Yang Shu was somewhat surprised. "I took leave from home." Bai Muxian exclaimed joyfully, "I can play around this afternoon as long as I'm back before dark." Before Yang Shu could respond, his phone suddenly vibrated and rang, displaying a message from Lu Guoqiang. "Adopted son, I've booked a gathering place. The classmates are preparing to cook together. Hurry over. After dinner, we'll go sing. I'll charm those girls to distraction." The corners of Yang Shu's mouth twitched as he politely declined under the pretext of having other matters to attend to. He had initially intended to go, but a group of ruffians could hardly compare to the cuteness of a pistio. Moreover, it was not easy for Bai Muxian to take leave, and she did not enjoy crowded places. Taking her to a gathering was far less appealing than heading home. "Yang Shu?" Bai Muxian tilted her head and inquired, her two little buns bobbing. "Let us stroll through the underground street," Yang Shu suggested. In the city center lies the most bustling commercial district, and the underground street is nestled within it, encompassing all manner of dining and entertainment, highly favored by the youth. "All right, I'll have Uncle Jean drive us." Upon reaching their destination, Bai Muxian unconsciously pressed her lips together, her legs feeling heavy and immobile. "Is it too lively for you?" Yang Shu asked. "There are quite a few people. Shall we switch to a quieter park? Is there skewers in the park?" Yang Shu shook his head in negation. Due to the push for a civilized city, the requirements for urban appearance were exceedingly strict. As a green leisure area, parks could not have roadside stalls nearby. "Then let us stay here." Bai Muxian donned a look of indifference and gradually approached the underground street, albeit with much smaller strides, her little shoes making a soft patter on the ground. Yang Shu found it amusing and curious. "You didn't even inquire? Yet you were certain there are skewers in the underground street?" Bai Muxian huffed with confidence. "I've checked the guide. The underground street is filled with skewers. You truly love to eat." Upon entering the underground street, Bai Muquan again found herself unable to move, this time not out of fear of the crowd, but due to the overwhelming density of snack shops, making it impossible to take it all in. Can you still eat? I'll save some space. All right, at this rate. Who could differentiate you from a pea shell? Yang Shu accompanied the little heiress through the underground street, initially hoping to expose her to the vibrant street life, yet unexpectedly, she led him in circles. Like experiencing a trendy spot, they sampled various snacks such as guacamole, grilled cold noodles, fried skewers, and sweet potato skins within a mere 20 minutes. Yang Shu understood why Bai Muquan's family imposed such strict regulations. Otherwise, she might have turned into this very version of herself. Yang Shu, I can't move, Bai Muquan lamented, feeling discomfort in her throat with every step. Yang Shu chuckled. You've had too much, haven't you? Eating too much in a short span can press on your throat. He recalled a childhood incident when he had consumed too much rice porridge and ended up drooling when he bent down, with a few grains still in his mouth. What should I do? Bai Muquan asked. Try loosening your belt, Yang Shu suggested. Bai Muquan had a black belt about the width of a thumb on her little dress, which was not very conspicuous until Yang Shu noticed it while looking at her legs. Oh, after loosening the belt, her stomach and throat indeed felt relieved. Bai Muquan sighed. Next time, I can't mix milk tea and grilled cold noodles. It nearly scared me to death. Oh, dear heiress, are you truly reflecting on your choices? Walking was no longer an issue, but she could not move too quickly, so Yang Shu proposed resting on a tour bus to digest their food. Bai Muquan readily agreed. The underground street resembled a subterranean town, with various entertainment and dining establishments lining both sides, while the center featured seating and artistic sculptures, and the ground had 2 tracks for train-like tour buses to traverse. $15 for a ride, no negotiation. As Bai Muquan boarded, she resembled a little expectant mother, one hand on her belly and the other gripping the handrail, needing Yang Shu to support her back as she climbed aboard. There are still so many shops I haven't explored. Observing the shops retreating around her, Bai Muquan stretched her neck long, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yang Shu, do you often come here? I usually kind of hang out with Lu Guiqiang. Does he also suffer from indigestion? Bai Muquan casually inquired, her attention still fixated on the shops, as if she wished to memorize them all. No, only you do. Yang Shu replied nonchalantly. He frequented the underground street and felt little novelty in it, his primary curiosity lying in what brand of black stockings the little heiress was wearing. The material was quite impressive, opaque yet matte black, while from another angle, it appeared smooth and reflective, a peculiar texture, seemingly delightful to the touch. Chapter 19. Everyone else is on the expressway, and you're still here stuck in your own little world. What are you looking at? Bai Muquan noticed Yang Shu's gaze. Oh, nothing. I'm just curious why you can eat so much without gaining weight. Oh, the doctor said my gut flora is healthy, and my metabolic genes are excellent. Bai Muquan explained. This little skewer will be digested in no time. By the way, you also ate quite a bit earlier. Your body looks healthy too. Are you also someone with a fast metabolism? Yang Shu chuckled softly. I used to think I could eat without gaining weight, only to realize later that it was because I wasn't eating well enough. Suddenly, the surrounding lights dimmed abruptly, as if the little train had entered a tunnel. Moments latte. Blue and white neon lights illuminated the surroundings, revealing the words sweet potato cinema. Yang Shu instinctively asked, do you usually watch movies? I do. Earth's Pulse, Bai Muquan replied, tilting her head to glance at the cinema hall, her gaze landing on the ice cream machine and the large popcorn vat, piquing her interest. That is a documentary, right? Yang Shu remarked, haven't you seen it in a theater? My home is much like a cinema, and no one took me there. Yang Shu noticed that the little heiress was fixated on the inside, likely yearning for the experience, and thus suggested they take a look. All right. Bai Muquan indeed digested quickly. She had trouble moving before getting on the bus, but could now sprint off it. Upon entering the cinema hall, various posters of currently trending films adorned the ceiling and walls, with a few sponsored advertisements scattered about, and not far off, there were self-service ticket machines and communal tables. Yang Shu, I want to watch that. Hearing this, Yang Shu followed the direction Bai Muquan pointed, initially thinking it was a movie poster, only to find it was an ice cream machine. More food? Just a little taste. Bai Muquan responded earnestly, as if it were a serious matter. All right, let us also check which films are showing this afternoon. Soon, Bai Mukwan received her ice cream. The ticket seller, taken by her stunning appearance, insisted on taking a photo with her and promised her a complimentary snack. Bai Mukwan gladly accepted, thrilled by the freebie, just in time to share with Yang Shu. Meanwhile, Yang Shu selected 4 films that had garnered decent reviews. Do you enjoy action movies? I don't know. I haven't seen any. What about Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf? Kids can be quite noisy, Bai Mukwan murmured. She had come across Pleasant Goat in short videos and found it rather amusing, yet it was clearly aimed at children, and she anticipated the inevitable noise during the screening. Yang Shu pondered. There are still 2 options left, Silent Hill Village and XX3. Compared to horror films, I would prefer to choose a poignant tale of youthful heartache. Just as Yang Shu was about to scan the code for the tickets, he felt a tug on his clothing. Turning around, he saw Bai Muxian clutching the snacks gifted by the ticket seller, whispering, Yang Shu, I can handle horror films too. Oh, that screening is in 3D. Are you certain? Yang Shu replied, raising an eyebrow. I can watch without glasses, she asserted. Come on now, Yang Shu retorted decisively, ordering 2 tickets for XX3 before settling down to await the screening. There are still 20 minutes until the show starts. Let's wait a bit. Then I'll go get a soft serve, Bai Muxian announced, rising from her seat. When she returned, not only did she have 1 soft serve in each hand, but she also cradled an abundance of snacks. Yang Shu raised an eyebrow. Did they give you all this as well? Yes. This time they added me on WeChat and even touched my hand, she replied. Goodness, what a lovesick girl, Yang Shu said with a serious tone. You must maintain your distance from such individuals. Never allow them to touch you indiscriminately. What if they have a skin disease? I think she seems clean, Bai Muxian countered. But her intentions may be impure. Who uses snacks to trick girls into hand-holding? Yang Shu said. Come, extend your hand. Let me inspect. He added. It's not easy for a little wealthy girl to venture out. If anything happens, won't her parents be furious? Bai Muxian complied, extending her delicate hand, the back of which was as pale as jade, and the palm warm as water. Yang Shu examined it closely, touching it gently. Well? Bai Muxian inquired. Very soft cough. It should be fine, Yang Shu replied, clearing his throat, but one must always remain vigilant. Bai Muxian withdrew her hand, licking her soft serve in small bites. Are you not having any? No, I'm afraid it might upset my stomach. While they awaited the ticket check, Lu Guiqiang messaged again, inquiring if Yang Shu was finished and when he could join for the latter half of the film. Bai Muxian munched on her snacks, observing the other patrons with mild curiosity. After a moment, she spoke up. Yang Shu, is the film you chose quite popular? Everyone seems to be buying tickets for this screening. Indeed, the audience for this film predominantly consists of young people, and the Underground Mall's main clientele is also young. So it stands to reason, Yang Shu explained. Bai Muxian expressed slight confusion, and all the ticket buyers appear to be couples. Is there a discount for that? Not that I know of, Yang Shu replied. Oh, at 3:30 in the afternoon, the ticket checks commenced. Upon entering the theater and promptly taking their seats, Bai Muxian eagerly began devouring popcorn, prompting Yang Shu to consider snatching some directly from her lap. After 8 or 9 minutes, the theater was filled to about 60% capacity, with the majority seated in the central rows 4 to 6 as the screen illuminated with images. Yang Shu, why are those people sitting in the corner? Bai Muxian asked in a hushed tone, noting the obstructive pillar that would hinder their view. Yang Shu turned to look and indeed spotted a couple nestled in the corner. From a viewing experience standpoint, it would be abysmal, but their intentions were evidently beyond mere film watching. I don't quite understand. Perhaps they are socially anxious? Yang Shu pondered. As the film's opening sequence began, Bai Muxian leaned in once more, whispering, Yang Shu, they're getting a bit handsy. Yang Shu turned to see the couple in the corner engaging in intimate gestures. How impatient they are! The movie has just started, he exclaimed, shaking his head as he adjusted Bai Muxian's position. Don't look, that's inappropriate behavior. Fine. The main feature began swiftly thereafter, and Bai Muxian became engrossed, even forgetting to eat her snacks. The film started off relatively well, showcasing the beauty of familial love, friendship, and romance, interspersed with comedic elements that offered a sense of lightheartedness. Yet Yang Shu was acutely aware of the screenwriter's intentions. first crafting a flawless narrative only to shatter the tranquility, obliterating the beauty, and inevitably infusing the plot with insurmountable insults, while sprinkling in moments of sweetness to repeatedly torment the protagonists, creating a tragedy for the sake of suffering. At first glance, it appeared to encapsulate the pains of youth, rich with artistic flair. However, a closer examination revealed a convoluted narrative. Indeed, 40 minutes into the film, the tone abruptly shifted to one of sorrow, ushering in a new chapter of torment. Bai Muxian furrowed her brow, increasingly sensing something amiss, her immersion in the story waning. She whispered, "Yang Shu, doesn't the female lead seem a bit dull?" "More than just a bit," Yang Shu replied. "Her logic is nearly nonsensical. But then again, it's a film, primarily focused on emotional tugging." Bai Muxian nodded, somewhat comprehending, as the female lead's lack of depth diminished her engagement with the film. Rather than the screen, she found herself more intrigued by the corner. "I told you that sitting in the corner wouldn't provide a full view. Now the girl has no choice but to sit on the boy's lap." Yang Shu couldn't help but internally scoff at their haste, while they were already racing ahead. Yet she was still dawdling. Chapter 20. Were they merely enjoying a casual rendezvous? As the film concluded, the overhead lights flickered on, prompting an instinctive squint from the audience. Once visibility returned, the various states of the viewers became apparent. Among the 20-some couples, more than half were fuming, a few were tearful, while only a handful left the theater with pleasant expressions. Some even experienced an immediate awakening, striking their boyfriends and berating them vehemently. "You men are utterly unreliable. Meeting you has brought me nothing but misfortune. You don't understand what I truly desire. Is this a matter of attitude? It's a fundamental principle issue. Let us not communicate for now. My ex-boyfriend has returned to the country." The theater was saturated with emotional debris, as the timid boyfriends silently endured, offering futile reassurances, while the more assertive ones engaged in heated debates, defending themselves vigorously. One couple even escalated their conflict to physical blows, scattering popcorn across the floor. Bai Muxian felt a twinge of regret. Why waste food if they weren't going to eat? She curiously asked, "Yang Shu, they seemed to be getting along well before. Why are they angry now?" "They've been brainwashed by the film. Don't follow their example," Yang Shu replied nonchalantly. "This is what they call a couple, a seemingly sweet yet fundamentally fragile relationship between a man and a woman." Bai Muxian huffed, "We came out to have fun. I have no intention of emulating them." A smile crept onto Yang Shu's face. Although the film was less than stellar, witnessing the chaos as patrons exited was somewhat entertaining. "Let us not linger. We should go," Bai Muxian suggested. "There are still many shops we haven't explored." Thus, the two departed the theater. Just a short distance from the exit, Yang Shu spotted the lovesick ticket seller ahead, her face beaming as she waved cheerfully. "Welcome, esteemed guests. I have a favor to ask of you both." She was clearly directing her attention toward Bai Muxian. Yang Shu was about to caution the little wealthy girl when she interjected, "I won't allow any hand-holding." "I've noted that." "Excellent. Truly commendable for a competition student. You learn quickly and remember well." As they drew closer, the ticket seller enthusiastically explained, "Here's the situation. Our cinema's official account requires a viewing report, but we lack compelling material, so we were hoping you two could take a photo. Would that be agreeable?" "Of course. We will provide gifts as a token of our gratitude." Bai Muxian remained stoic, not uttering a word, maintaining an air of aloofness. The ticket seller stood there awkwardly, sensing her reluctance. It was understandable. After all, being asked for photos and physical contact previously must have been bothersome for the pretty girl. Bai Muxian looked up at Yang Shu, her thoughts singular. "This is your domain." Having seldom interacted with strangers and primarily engaging in passive social exchanges, she was unsure how to respond when faced with an open question, resorting to her usual silent coolness. Yang Shu spoke up. "What kind of photo are you looking for? And what gifts are included?" He thought, as long as it's within reason, I might as well seize this opportunity. In the grand lobby, the scene unfolded simply enough. The ticket clerk sensed the potential in the atmosphere, and as for souvenirs, the front desk was adorned with trinkets and plush toys. Yang Shu readily agreed, feeling there was no loss in it. "Please wait a moment." The ticket clerk beamed brightly, hastily summoning the cameraman. "Let's get started." The cameraman hesitated for a moment before leaning closer to the ticket clerk and whispering, "The material is promising, but are you certain they are mere civilians? If the girl happens to be from the industry, we might face copyright issues later." Oh, if she had such looks in the entertainment industry, she would have already made a name for herself. Let's just shoot, unless you want to use your selfies for the public account. Couples represent a significant portion of the film market, and with the recent surge in youth films, the ideal material is, of course, couples. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, 10 couples entered the venue, only to emerge as 20 strangers. Thus, a couple that is both visually appealing and seemingly normal has become a rare find. All right then. The cameraman, convinced, began preparing for the shoot. To reflect the cinema's ambience, the shooting location was chosen at the most prominent front desk, beside the LED poster screen and the cheerful statue of a character. After completing 2 sets of photos, the cameraman suddenly looked up and said, "Could the boyfriend please shift slightly to the left and stand a bit closer to the girl?" Yang Shu was momentarily taken aback. They were clearly high school students, and there was no semblance of a romantic relationship. Bai Muxian, however, appeared to be enjoying herself, as if savoring a delightful treat. "What are you laughing at?" "Because he said we're good friends," Bai Muxian replied. "Our relationship is quite stable." "Oh, you still remember that?" After the photos were taken, the cameraman admired his work, proudly exclaiming, "After such a long period, my skills have finally improved. It might not solely be due to practice. Perhaps it's my handsome face at play." Yang Shu just that. The cameraman froze for a moment, thinking that while he was indeed handsome, a little less thickness would be preferable. "The young lady hasn't said a word, but you seem quite full of yourself." Next came a selection of gifts. Bai Muxian, uninterested in plush toys, opted for a pair of keychains, exchanging the remainder for an assortment of snacks. "Yang Shu, this is for you." "Oh, you're carrying a whole bunch of treats, and I only get a keychain?" "You can eat too. I'm merely helping to carry them." They continued to wander and snack, exploring the underground street. After a brief restroom break, Bai Muxian returned feeling lighter, as if rejuvenated. Yang Shu received a message from Lu Guoqiang, stating that everyone was preparing for dinner and urging him to hurry over. "What's going on? Is there something happening?" Bai Muxian inquired. "Nothing. I'm taking you for spicy strips," Yang Shu replied, putting away his phone. "Are you lying?" "There is no such thing," Bai Muxian insisted earnestly. "The skewers need to be boiled in soup. Soaking spicy strips in water ruins their flavor. No one likes that. The vendor wouldn't take a loss." "Wow, little rich girl. You seem quite knowledgeable about spicy strips to have so much to say." Yang Shu chuckled. "What if we grilled the spicy strips along with various skewers on an iron plate, drizzled with sauce and chili oil, sizzling as they cook? Who could have invented such a delightful dish? Probably a king of spicy strips." In the central area of the underground street, an observation elevator connected to the upper mall, greatly facilitating customer access but also leading to overcrowding. "Yes, I'm waiting for the elevator. It should arrive soon since I just finished my class." Homan hung up, exhaling wearily. She hadn't intended to come, but after being persuaded repeatedly, she felt it would be impolite to decline further. Indeed, in the city's busiest commercial district, the venue Lu Guoqiang had booked for the gathering was located here. "After dinner, I'll head home. I should learn from Yang Shu and push myself." Homan murmured softly. The recent academic pressure had been considerable, especially seeing Yang Shu's dedication, which added to her unspoken stress. As the old teacher would say, if that guy is working hard, what excuse do the rest of us have to slack off? Lost in thought, Homan suddenly sensed something and looked up to spot a familiar figure. No, to be precise, 2 figures. Yang Shu and Bai Muxian? Had they just come from the gathering? Or was it something else? Homan pondered. Wait a minute. Lu Guoqiang mentioned Yang Shu wouldn't attend the gathering. So were they on a secret date? Chapter 21. Yang Shu, do you have a particular fondness for my legs? Homan contemplated greeting them, but hesitated upon witnessing Bai Muxian and Yang Shu laughing together, entirely different from their reserved demeanor in class. Her greeting caught in her throat. As they walked a short distance, Homan found herself inexplicably following them, transforming her greeting into a trailing presence. It wasn't that she had any peculiar inclinations. Rather, she was astonished at how close their relationship appeared. Yang Shu had been pursuing Du Yao just last week. This rapid development was quite shocking. Were they merely bumping into each other? Uncertain, she decided to observe a bit longer. After trailing for 7 or 8 minutes, she concluded that they were not in a romantic relationship, but shared a bond reminiscent of father and daughter. If they were indeed lovers, they would not be so distant. And Bai Muxian seemed like a child on her first outing, eager to try everything, with Yang Shu either supporting or advising her, creating a harmonious dynamic. A smile crept on a Homan's face. Oh, Bai Muxian has such a stark contrast. She hardly speaks in class, yet she is so chatty with Yang Shu. She can actually smile. I've never seen that in class. Suddenly, Homan realized, trailing like this seems a bit creepy. Up the stairs, arriving at the gathering venue, Homan discovered the dishes had already been prepared, with an array of fast food like fried chicken, pizza, burgers, and grilled cold noodles adorning the table. She raised an eyebrow. Aren't we supposed to cook ourselves? This is all takeout. Ordering takeout is still akin to cooking for oneself. Lu Wuqiang called out, living committee member. Please take a seat. Yang Shu, that rascal, isn't here yet. You're the last one missing. He is out shopping with Bai Muxian. It's a wonder he even showed up. Homan silently scoffed, then nodded in thanks before taking a seat next to Du Yao. Noticing her displeased expression as she frequently glanced at her phone, looking anxious and impatient. Concerned for her classmate, Homan asked, Du Yao, what is bothering you? Du Yao hesitated for a moment before forcing a smile. It's nothing. Can I borrow your phone to send a message to a certain Yang Shu? Homan hesitated for 2 seconds, but ultimately lent her phone. 2 minutes later, Du Yao returned it, her expression even darker. Curiosity piqued. Homan wondered what she had sent. After reading it, she gasped in shock. Oh my. The chat content was minimal. Du Yao had only sent 2 messages. Yang Shu. This is Du Yao. I'm using Homan's phone to contact you. I've already apologized. How long are you going to stay angry? Things have reached this point. I believe I'm not the only one at fault. Shouldn't you reflect on this? I hope to see the old you next week. Don't disappoint me. Oh my, Du Yao. Do you call that an apology? Do you really think you're a princess and Yang Shu is your pet? Yang Shu merely replied with a curt, Homan, your account has been hacked. Du Yao was furious, directly delivering a harsh ultimatum to end the conversation. Yang Shu, you must have me back, or I'll report you to Aunt Yang. Goodness, she was pulling out all the stops. Homan was left dumbfounded, more surprised than when she saw Bai Muxian's smile. Could this possibly be normal conversation for someone seeking reconciliation? You refuse to forgive me, and I shall inform your mother. Du Yao deemed this unnecessary. Homan hesitated, not wishing to gossip about Yang Shu and Bai Muxian's shopping escapade, instead preferring to keep their secret. However, Du Yao's incessant meddling posed a relentless source of distress for the couple. So Du Yao, Yang Shu has moved on. Why can't you? You don't understand. He is merely pretending. Du Yao scoffed. It's all a facade. Homan, exuding a sense of helplessness, leaned on Du Yao's shoulder and whispered softly, Du Yao, you needn't dwell on Yang Shu anymore. Your entanglement is profoundly affecting them. How could I possibly be concerned about him? Wait, who are they referring to? Du Yao's mind raced, quickly deducing Bai Muxian, right? Homan neither confirmed nor denied. Yang Shu is doing well. He is not the facade you claim him to be. I have seen it with my own eyes. Conversely, it is you who cannot let go. Do you recall what I mentioned? The one unable to part ways is you. Du Jia, have some dignity at least, Homan urged earnestly. Though they were classmates, she leaned towards Yang Shu, who had endured enough hardship over the past 3 years. There was no need for further suffering. If I were to advocate for reconciliation between you and Yang Shu, would that not be akin to causing harm? I say this with no ulterior motive, merely hoping you recognize reality and focus on your university entrance exams. Impossible. Where did you see Yang Shu? Du Yao rose in agitation. I refuse to believe he is truly with Bai Muxian. He must be doing this to provoke me. Seeing her obstinacy, Homan escalated her tone. Does your disbelief serve any purpose? Consider Bai Muxian's status. Her demeanor reveals her noble upbringing. What sort of character is she? Has she spoken more than 10 words to our classmates? What makes you think Yang Shu could persuade Bai Muxian to play along? Do you truly believe that is plausible? Du Yao fell silent. Indeed, Bai Muxian excelled academically, hailing from a well-to-do family, and possessed an extraordinary beauty, qualities Du Yao felt she could scarcely rival. If Yang Shu's actions were merely to provoke her, he had succeeded. But what if he was sincere? Homan added, "Do not disturb Yang Shu anymore. Preserve your dignity as you navigate high school." As dusk settled, the little heiress prepared to return home. "Uncle Zhang is waiting for me at the corner." "All right," Yang Shu responded. "Are you certain you won't eat anymore?" "I am quite satisfied," Ban Muxian replied calmly before promptly inquiring, "Yang Shu, do you have a particular fondness for legs?" "Huh?" Yang Shu was momentarily taken aback, incredulous at the question. "Do I strike you as a pervert? I noticed you glancing multiple times this afternoon. It must have amounted to around 30 minutes, Ban Muxian remarked with an air of nonchalance. Yang Shu was left speechless, opting for silence instead. Avoidance may be shameful, yet it proves effective. "See you tomorrow, Yang Shu," Ban Muxian said, her palms pressed together in a gesture of farewell. Good person medal. Ban Muxian recognition level 20. Remarkably, her total recognition had reached 95, all thanks to the little heiress's contributions. Little Pichio, unleash some more gold coins. At 9:30 p.m., while Yang Shu toiled away, the little heiress sent him a message. A full-length mirror selfie. "Yang Shu, bye. Aren't you fond of looking?" Yang Shu hastily typed back, "Such behavior is inappropriate. One should not share personal photos casually. There are many deviants online." Ban Muxian nodded. "Understood. I shall retract it." Yang Shu, "That may not be necessary. Bye. Beauty won't kill you." Ban Muxian chuckled softly, drifting off to sleep with a smile. Chapter 22, Results Announcement. The following day, Monday, marked the day of the simulated exam results. In this critical year for the third-year students, the teachers exerted just as much effort in supporting their pupils, in a bid to allow students to promptly view their results and adjust their study plans accordingly. Each subject teacher hastily completed grading within a single day, although the total scores were still being tallied. In truth, for subjects like biology, physics, and mathematics, which primarily feature objective questions, grading progressed more swiftly than for language and English. Take Jiao Hongguang, for instance. He was more eager to learn the results than the students themselves, hence he finished grading the Class S papers by Saturday night. "Ah, it's Monday again," Lu Guiqiang lamented, "and the first class is mathematics. My brain hasn't even woken up yet. Did you indulge yourself yesterday?" Suli shot him a glance. "Our teacher should have graded the papers first. This class will entail a review of mistakes and some reprimanding." Lu Guiqiang's expression stiffened. Who can endure that? Having just completed an exam, Jiao Hongguang would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to spur the class on, especially those lagging behind. Yang Shu remained unfazed. "It doesn't matter. I won be scolded this time." "Oh really? You must have done quite well." Lu Guiqiang feigned a smile. "I've been studying too. So I surely won be reprimanded." His bravado lacked conviction. Soon enough, Jiao Hongguang entered the classroom with a stern expression, slamming the exam papers and a teacup down onto the podium with a thud. The class fell silent, all eyes wide in anticipation, aware that someone was in for a stern talking to. As expected, Jiao Hongguang began with a string of questions. "What on earth is going on in your heads? Are you merely fooling around with your exams? Or are you toying with your lives? Did you feast on pig's head meat during the new year and devour your brains as well?" With each question, the students' heads drooped lower. It was evident that the teacher was quite frustrated this time. "Now, let's announce the results. Those whose names I call, come forward to collect your papers." Jiao Hongguang's tone was heavy as he scanned a particular corner of the room and stated, "As always, Ban Muxian's scores will not be disclosed to prevent you from having your spirits dampened." Upon hearing this, many turned to the back corner, their gazes filled with envy. For she was a competitor in physics and mathematics. Jiao Hongguang announced the results starting from the highest scores, withholding the names of the bottom 15. He first mentioned Ban Muxian, indicating her mathematics score surpassed all others. The reason for not disclosing her score was twofold. Firstly, she did not require such meaningless rankings. And secondly, the comparison between competition students and ordinary students was inappropriate. Lastly, Ban Muxian rarely attended school, rendering her everyday ranking absent. She resembled more of a tenant in Class 5 than a regular student. Jiao Hongguang took a deep breath. First, linen, 139 points. A drop of 3 points from last time. You couldn't even reach 140 in the simulated exam. Go reflect on that. Second, Ming Shunqing, 135 points. The same as last time. However, the college entrance examination is a fierce competition. If you remain stagnant while others progress, you will fall behind. Jiao Hongguang swallowed hard, his tone tinged with complexity. Third, Yang Shu, 130 points. As his words fell, the classroom erupted in silence. Ming Shunqing, who had just received his paper, halted in disbelief. His expression one of utter incredulity. Not just him. The entire class wore expressions akin to seeing a ghost, each gazing at Yang Shu with varied reactions. Especially Lu Guiqiang, who pinched himself hard. This is a nightmare. Please wake me up. Only Su Li remained relatively composed, sitting beside Yang Shu. Having often observed him work through problems and knowing how diligently he studied, this score was well-deserved. Yet, to achieve such results after only a week of cramming was indeed impressive. Come up and collect your paper. Why are you dazed? Jiao Hongguang frowned. Do you want me to bring it to you? Hearing this, Yang Shu finally stood up, smiled, mainly because my classmates are all looking at me. I wanted them to appreciate the moment a bit longer. Enough of the chatter. Hurry up here. Yang Shu hastened forward to retrieve the test papers, and Jiao Hongguang commended. Your progress is remarkable, but do not be too harsh on yourself. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, be it in your studies or personal life. Following this, Jiao Hongguang continued distributing the test papers, providing commentary on each student's academic standing, offering critiques or words of encouragement. Naturally, the majority faced reprimands. When only 15 papers remained, Jiao Hongguang sighed. Those without papers, please come forward. Not disclosing their scores served not only to uphold the students' dignity, but, more importantly, to spare the hearts of those lagging behind from unnecessary discouragement. Once everyone was seated, Jiao Hongguang's gaze fixed upon Yang Shu. This mock exam has unveiled numerous issues. Many students have regressed. It is imperative to contemplate the underlying reasons. Before the end of the day, I expect a 200-word reflection submitted to me. Of course, there are students who have made strides worthy of encouragement. Among them, Yang Shu, whose improvement is the most significant, raising his score by over 30 points, a fact beyond dispute. As he spoke, Jiao Hongguang led the applause, which the other students eagerly joined. Their previously astonished expressions now transformed into admiration. He continued, Yang Shu has demonstrated through his actions that diligence yields rewards. His determination in studies is evident to all. I hope each of you can learn from him and strive in these final moments. The students nodded in agreement, fully aware of Yang Shu's dedication. Brother Yang not only excels academically, but also lends a hand with chores. Yang Shu seemed to have made a resolution, for since cutting his hair, he appeared revitalized. With posters of him hanging in the barber shop across the street. After school, I too will get a buzz cut and study diligently. In response to the students' praise, Yang Shu felt a sense of fulfillment, his smile more radiant than ever. Yang Haima, please stand and share a few words, Jiao Hongguang jested. To uplift everyone's spirits and inspire a future Peking University or Tsinghua University student. Yang Shu slowly rose. I shall say but a few words. First, I thank you all for your kind words. I have earned this. A hush fell over the room, as everyone pondered the familiar cadence of his speech. Yang Shu continued. Secondly, I wish to clarify something. The moment he uttered this, the class seemed to sense the scent of gossip, instantly attentive, with many glancing furtively toward the corners of the classroom. Since he mentioned clarification, it must pertain to the recent rumors. Was there perhaps a sequel? Bai Muxian, unaware of the situation, instinctively adopted a cool demeanor. Jiao Hongguang inhaled deeply, bracing himself to interject if necessary. Yang Shu, drawing out the suspense, spoke gravely. The rumors are true. I'm the spokesperson for the barber shop across the street. For those wishing to get a haircut, come to me to queue up. The first 3 will be free. Is that it? Nothing more? Lu Guiqiang exclaimed, his eyes wide. Who asked you that? I thought you had some juicy tidbits. Others expressed their discontent, having expected something juicy, only to find it was merely a boast. Nonetheless, this buzz cut does look good. I'll be first in line. I'm second. Third. Who could resist a free haircut? Lu Guiqiang chuckled, feeling particularly qualified to comment. In youth, a buzz cut is something you can pull off, just like I did back in the day. Shut it, lightning. Chapter 23, but I am just as I have always been. How could he change his heart? Lu Guiqiang protested, deeply dissatisfied. Objectively speaking, since Yang Shu changed his hairstyle, he undeniably appeared a notch more handsome than before. Yet, as long as he refused to acknowledge it, it would not count. Why must a buzz cut only look good on Yang Shu's head? If possible, he wished he had never set foot in that barbershop. Oh, all right. Yang Shu cleared his throat. In truth, I do not possess any unique study methods. It's simply about practicing problems, repeatedly practicing problems, until proficiency is achieved. Of course, there's a prerequisite. One must have a clear mind, know their goals, and find the right direction. Otherwise, no amount of practice is worth it. Yang Shu had yet to mention the most crucial point, having a reliable support system. Without brother Tongzi backing me, I would have left school to earn money long ago. Subsequently, Yang Shu rambled on with a series of platitudes. The classmates listening with a mix of comprehension and confusion, offering applause and gratitude at the conclusion. Du Yao observed Yang Shu being elevated by the words of his peers. Feeling an unfamiliar distance, he had not been like this before. Somehow, he seemed to exude energy, glowing as if illuminated from within. The word transformation floated in her mind. In that moment, she finally realized that Yang Shu's actions did not appear aimed at attracting her attention. He was instead ascending towards higher aspirations, naturally basking in the sunlight first. Yao Yao, you seem lost in thought. What is on your mind? Zheng Mingwan inquired. Du Yao bit her lip, her expression a blend of confusion and regret. Yang Shu has improved significantly, perhaps we. Before she could finish her thought, she heard the teacher call her name, instinctively rising to respond. At that moment, Jiao Hongwan's expression was devoid of mirth, his face dark as coal, filled with disappointment. What can I possibly say to you? You scored 92 on a paper worth 150 points, just barely passing, having declined by 20 points. You are the most outrageous in the class. Where has your knowledge gone? First, he praised the student with the most notable progress, only to chastise the one with the most significant decline. The two were clearly used as a contrasting comparison. Jiao Hongwang often employed this tactic to temper students' enthusiasm, preventing them from becoming complacent and subsequently underperforming. I will study hard, teacher, Du Yao said, lowering her head. This was an accident. Jiao Hongwang squinted, abruptly placing the teacup he had just picked up back down with a loud thud against the desk. An accident? Learning is like rowing upstream. If you do not advance, you will fall back. A score is either there or it is not. You call an accident? I am your homeroom teacher, the one who knows you best in this school. Du Yao, ask yourself, was that really an accident? As a teacher, he could not say anything too harsh, but the entire class could discern that this was a jab at the tension between her and Yang Shu. Recently, Yang Shu had stopped pursuing Du Yao, pouring all his energy into his studies, and his grades soared. Meanwhile, Du Yao was preoccupied with these matters, naturally neglecting her studies. And even during the exam, she held a grudge against Yang Shu. How well could she do under such circumstances? With a stern expression, Jiao Hongwang said, Du Yao, sit down. Come to my office after class. Du Yao reluctantly nodded, feeling wronged, and took her seat in silence. As the lesson began, Zheng Mingwan noticed that the teacher was not paying attention to them and quietly offered comfort. It's all right, Yao Yao. Just aim for a higher score next time. Focus on the lesson. Du Yao nodded, but this was the first time she had been publicly reprimanded in front of the entire class. A difficult pill for her proud nature to swallow. Merely recalling the gazes of her classmates brought her to the brink of tears, feeling utterly aggrieved. Du Yao instinctively glanced at Yang Shu, and her nose tingled with pain, tears welling up uncontrollably. In the past, he would always cast her a comforting glance, sending her sweet messages and cheering her up after class. Yet now, all she received was his indifferent profile. Du Yao could not comprehend what she had done to deserve such coldness from him. But I'm just as I have always been. How could he change his heart? This cannot continue. I must take action. After class, as Jiao Hongwang returned to his office, Du Yao followed behind with her head down, appearing quite dejected. Fu Li smiled at Yang Shu. You've really turned things around. Your score has increased so dramatically. Have you perhaps been getting extra tutoring from Bai? Yesterday, as everyone ventured out for leisure, Lu Guoqiang awakened from his reverie, exclaiming, "Surely you weren't studying with Bai Muxian, were you?" Bai Muxian, a prodigy in competitions and the pinnacle of the school's science students, excelled in mathematics with remarkable prowess. If she were to tutor him, it would be immensely beneficial. Yang Shu, suddenly struck with inspiration, exclaimed, "Right? I'm so grateful for your reminder. I shall seek her out at once." The affluent young lady's exceptional grasp of mathematics and physics could provide insights substantial enough to last several days of study. Thus, Yang Shu positioned himself on a stool beside Bai Muxian, cheerfully initiating conversation. "How did you fare? What score did you achieve?" Bai Muxian, somewhat taken aback by this unexpected outreach, felt a flicker of joy. "Not too shabby, just a tad off," she replied. "Old Jiao concealed your results. And you still fell short?" Yang Shu jested. "How much worse could it possibly be? A mere fraction from full marks," Bai Muxian replied nonchalantly. "Ah, so that's how we're conversing, is it?" Yang Shu responded. "Such a score should have been perfect." Bai Muxian earnestly added, "I simply forgot to draw the auxiliary lines." "You mean to say you visualized those in your mind while tackling geometry?" Yang Shu's mouth twitched slightly at the absurdity of it all, swiftly shifting the topic. "Actually, I wish to enlist your assistance with some challenging problems, particularly in mathematics and physics. Are you available?" As a competition student, Bai Muxian likely had no competitions to attend at this hour, hinting that she had already secured a recommendation. Otherwise, Yang Shu would not dare to monopolize her time. "Sure," Bai Muxian acquiesced, "but you'll need to barter snacks for my time." "Deal." They thus entered a mutually beneficial arrangement, with Bai Muxian tutoring Yang Shu while he supplied her with an assortment of junk food. Although it appeared that the affluent young lady was at a disadvantage, she felt no loss in reality. "By the way, Yang Shu," Bai Muxian inquired with an air of aloofness, "which university do you aspire to attend?" "Jiang University, next door." Yang Shu replied without hesitation, "I need at least a score of 630, right?" Bai Muxian nodded in acknowledgement, noted. In the office, Jiao Hongguang was delivering a stern lecture to Du Yao, who numbly nodded in acceptance, her mind clouded and failing to grasp any of it. "You're a girl, and I don't wish to speak too harshly, but your behavior is quite concerning." Jiao Hongguang transitioned seamlessly from reprimand to a more parental tone. "Your current state is poor, and your thoughts are clearly not on your studies. With the college entrance examination approaching, can you set aside your emotional troubles?" "All right." Du Yao répondait weakly, lacking conviction. Jiao Hongguang rubbed his temples. "What exactly transpired between you and Yang Shu? Speak freely. Perhaps I can assist." Since the last message from Yang Shu regarding a student in distress at Jinhua Bridge, Jiao had sensed a rift between them, but he never anticipated it would persist to the detriment of Du Yao's academic performance. "I've already apologized to Yang Shu, but he continues to ignore me. I simply cannot fathom why." Du Yao lamented, tears cascading down her cheeks, embodying a sense of profound injustice. Jiao Hongguang promptly offered her a tissue. "Calm yourself. I will have a word with him." That rascal. Regardless of one's perspective, it appeared that Yang Shu had bullied Du Yao, leading her to such a state of distress, which was wholly unacceptable. Chapter 24. Rather than inflicting harm upon oneself through internal conflict, it is preferable to unleash one's fervor upon others. Du Yao wept in the office, her delicate features drawing considerable attention. The head of the grade team sighed, "Old Jiao, we are at a critical juncture. Emotions significantly impact student performance, so please be attentive." Jiao Hongguang nodded repeatedly, his thoughts in turmoil. As the class teacher, he had always monitored his students' extracurricular situations. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious to the discord between Du Yao and Yang Shu. "Du Yao, please elucidate the situation briefly. I shall assist you in analyzing it." "All right," she stammered, recounting the events with intermittent tears and critiques of Yang Shu's indifference, heavily laden with subjective bias. In conclusion, she looked up at her teacher with sorrowful eyes. "Teacher, what did I go wrong? Do not ask me. I am at a loss." Jiao Hongguang supported his forehead with a hand, his fingers massaging the lines of worry etched upon his brow, as though attempting to smooth over 2 decades of trials. though he refrained from voicing his opinions. His demeanor conveyed a sense of helplessness. In truth, this matter is not insurmountable, yet resolving it will be somewhat complicated. Du Yao, class is about to commence. You should return. Jiao Hongwang, having faced interrogation at home and now at work, sought to evade further confrontation. Please inform Yang Shu to visit me during the next break. Thank you, teacher. Du Yao nodded as she departed. Once she left, Jiao Hongwang finally exhaled, his face a mask of distress. It is quite the challenge. Were today's girls even thinking? Yang Shu was currently in a commendable state, and Jiao Hongwang wished to avoid any disruptions to his focus. Moreover, based on Du Yao's grievances, Yang Shu had committed no egregious offenses beyond a lack of courtesy. At that moment, a female teacher across the room interjected. Your student Yang Shu is quite impressive. Last week I heard you praise him, and now he seems to have caught the attention of a romantic interest. Balancing academics and emotions, is he? It is complicated. Jiao Hongwang stifled a breath, unable to find the right words to encapsulate Yang Shu. If one were to say he is studious, it would be in pursuit of a smooth path to university, opting for the shortcut of an art examination. Yet, if one were to assert he is neglecting his studies, he has recently been fervently studying, not only improving in mathematics, but reportedly making strides in other subjects as well. His contradictions extend beyond mere academic attitudes to encompass aspects of character and persona. For instance, he has abandoned his long-standing bowl haircut, his demeanor no longer as meek, now even jesting with his teachers. Recently, he has grown closer to Bai Muxian, leaving one to ponder his intentions. Meanwhile, upon returning to class, Du Yao discovered Yang Shu absent from his seat and instinctively glanced toward Bai Muxian. Indeed, she was over there. In unison, the classmates engaged in hushed whispers, their gazes flitting between Du Yao, Yang Shu, and Bai Muxian. With reddened eyes, Du Yao, clearly having been reprimanded by her teacher, found herself confronted with this scene, her heart awash with conflicting emotions. What would her next move be? The audience awaited the unfolding drama with bated breath. As the anticipation hung in the air, Du Yao approached Yang Shu, halting a few meters away. After this class, the teacher wishes to see you in the office. She then returned to her seat, lost in her thoughts. The crowd felt a tinge of disappointment. Has it come to an end? No, the climax was yet to unfold, albeit in the office. Fully shrugged, remarking, so you reported him to the teacher. Impressive. In the realm of academia, seeking assistance from teachers is commonplace. However, if the issue lies in interpersonal relationships, it reveals a degree of naivety. There exists no bullying or intentional isolation. If social skills are lacking, the fault lies within oneself. Rather than introspecting and correcting one's flaws, one seeks external intervention, akin to outsourcing national defense to foreign entities. It is, in essence, a source of embarrassment. Yang Shu furrowed his brow, remaining silent as he turned back to Bai Muxian. Then, after school, I shall come to ask you about the problems. Let us test the waters. All right, she replied. Subsequently, Yang Shu returned to his seat for class. When the bell rang after 45 minutes, he rose to head to the office. Don't back down. Fu Li called out as he departed. You're doing well. Don't let a few words from the teacher make you retreat like a coward. Lu Guiqiang nodded in agreement. I concur. Yang Shu, appearing relaxed, replied, Fear not. I shall confront this with theatrical flair, sliding in with tears flowing. Surely, it was nothing more than trying to gain sympathy. Who couldn't he do that? Rather than inflicting harm upon oneself through internal conflict, it is preferable to unleash one's fervor upon others. I shall simply cry my heart out. Upon arriving at the office, Yang Shu meticulously cultivated his emotions, reflecting on the grievances of his past life, ready to unleash them at a moment's notice. Should the teacher dare to say a word to him? Yang Shu, I have come to understand the situation between you two. The teacher is very sympathetic towards your plight. You need only focus on your studies, and I shall handle the remaining obstacles, the old class teacher asserted. Yang Shu wore a perplexed expression, for this was not what he had anticipated. Shouldn't he be chastised for his lack of integrity and responsibility? With the other teachers chiming in to demand an apology to Du Yao, he was prepared to lose his composure. And yet this was the outcome? Jiao Hongwang added, What? Did you think I would scold you? Am I the type of teacher who cannot differentiate right from wrong, only concerned with scores? Exactly. Get out of my sight. Very well. Stop. You think I'll let you leave just like that? Jiao Hongwang furrowed his brow. I haven't finished speaking yet. Come back. Yang Shu beamed. Teacher, please go on. I'm all ears. It was evident that regarding the matter of Du Yao, the old class teacher was on his side, and this sentiment felt quite gratifying. Even without witnessing Du Yao's tearful lamentation, Yang Shu could easily conjecture that she must have uttered some outrageous remarks again. All he could say was, how fitting. After a brief pause, Jiao Hongwang continued, as for the situation with Du Yao, you need not worry. Just concentrate on your studies, and I will communicate with her parents. Calling her parents? You really are quite the considerate teacher. Yang Shu raised an eyebrow. Don't interrupt. I'm not done, Jiao Hongwang replied nonchalantly. I've heard that you and Bai Muxian have grown quite close recently. Yang Shu understood that the old teacher was hinting at him. He responded candidly, indeed. I plan to have her assist me with math and physics to improve my grades. Upon hearing this, Jiao Hongwang's eyes sparkled, his drooping eyelids suddenly taut, making his eyes appear larger. That sounds promising. Bai Muxian's aptitude in math and physics surpasses that of most teachers at our school. Her guidance will be invaluable. Be sure to express your gratitude, Jiao Hongwang advised. She may not have any competitions coming up, but I heard she is still training to maintain her competitive edge. So try not to monopolize her time. Yang Shu nodded. Rest assured, my tokens of gratitude are the finest quality. All right then, hurry back. Jiao Hongwang waved his hand dismissively. As Yang Shu returned to class, he noticed Du Yao waiting anxiously at the door. Yang Shu, I didn't mean to tell the teacher. He asked me if the old class teacher said anything about you, right? Du Yao's expression was filled with concern, wishing not to see Yang Shu reprimanded because of her, yet secretly hoping that this might lead to a reconciliation between them. Nothing of the sort. The old class teacher said he would call your parents. Du Yao was momentarily stunned, feeling as if the ground had opened beneath her. What does it mean to call my parents? What exactly did the teacher say? Du Yao exclaimed in a panic. Why would he call my parents? Isn't he supposed to scold you? Du Yao was perplexed, pressing Yang Shu for answers, but received only a curt response. I need to start working on some problems now. Are you pleased to see me embarrassed? If that makes you happy, then so be it. With that, Du Yao hurried away, unable to glean any answers from Yang Shu and too ashamed to approach the class teacher herself. It was simply too much. This was the first time she had been summoned to have her parents involved. Meanwhile, Fu Li complimented Yang Shu. Well done. You've really put her in her place. Did you actually cry? Is that why the old class teacher wants to call her parents? No, I was just pretending. Yang Shu replied. Old Jiao only mentioned wanting to talk to Du Yao as parents, but he say anything about bringing them to school. Then why say it like that? Lu Guiqiang from the back asked, stretching his neck with curiosity. Yang Shu chuckled softly, for the sake of my own amusement. It's akin to how Du Yao feels satisfied when she sees someone else in distress. On Tuesday, the results of the mock exam were posted. While individual subject scores have been available since Monday, the overall scores and rankings were only finalized today, displayed next to the class schedule. As expected, Lennon secured the top position with an impressive score of over 660. Don't say it, the perennial second place has made significant progress this time, reaching 640. What about me? Let me see my total score. For 50, not bad, right? The crowd gathered around the score sheet, animatedly discussing their results, effectively blocking the classroom doorway. Ironically, those who shouted the loudest were often the ones with mediocre or poor scores. The top achievers remained relatively indifferent toward their results. This was primarily because they had already estimated their scores post-exam, feeling confident in their abilities. Furthermore, the content of the mock exam was generally easier, lacking the weight of previous assessments, thus holding little significance in comparison to the actual college entrance exam. Instead of wasting time bickering over scores, they would be better off solving a few more problems. Consequently, the scenario unfolded with the top students maintaining their composure while the struggling students shouted in dismay, leaving outsiders to believe they had all scored above 600. Yang Shu, however, was an exception. He belonged to the group of average students yet remained unperturbed, sitting calmly. Don't you want to see how much you've improved? Fu Li asked, puzzled. I've already seen it. Yang Shu replied nonchalantly, pulling out his phone. I took a picture of the score sheet in the office during the morning class. It's already posted in the class group. Fu Li's expression shifted to realization. Oh, I see. Is that why those people were crowding around? She too retrieved her phone. Let me check the group. At that time, the ban on carrying phones into school had not yet been strictly enforced. Although the school had some control measures, their execution was rather lax, and most students discreetly brought their devices. Even if caught, the penalty was merely a week of confiscation or the surrender of a model. Fu Li clicked on the score sheet image, her finger tapping the screen as she counted 2, 3, 4. The 6 who scored above 600 remained the same, while over 20 scored above 500. The rest are those of you with scores in the 400s. Clarify what you mean by you with your 400s. Scoring high is such a big deal, huh? As a key school in the city, the class average was still respectable, with 400 points being the lowest threshold. Reminiscent of Yang Shu's previous performance and Lu Guiqiang's current standing. Of course, there was also a group of students who had given up entirely. Oh wow, 430 points. Doesn't that mean I've improved? Why should the old teacher scold me? But your math score dropped. Fu Li retorted with a smirk. Go find Yang Shu. He gained over 30 points in math alone. I wonder how many ranks he surpassed you by. Fu Li searched about, her brow furrowing as she remarked. Where's your name? Look above the 500s, Yang Shu suggested. The next moment, Fu Li exclaimed, what? Yang Shu scored 510? Did you add an extra subject S score by mistake? How could a mere art student jump so high? Are you trying to kill yourself? As soon as these words left her mouth, the students in the front row gathered to examine Yang Shu's name, recalculating his total score. It doesn't seem like there was a mistake. Seriously, he scored over 500 so easily? Could it be that he truly is a genius? The crowd was taken aback. Students who could achieve scores high enough to enter key city schools were generally quite bright, and reaching 500 points was not an extraordinary feat yet, in Yang Shu's case. It was astonishing, especially since he had only just begun to exert himself. What would happen by the second and third mock exams? He could very well turn the tables. The thought was too daunting to even contemplate. Yang Shu shook his head with a smile. I merely need to exert a little effort to reach the upper echelons of this score bracket. My learning ability is already commendable, and with the support from the tutor, improving my scores is merely a matter of course. Of course, the preparation was exhausting, but thankfully, his youthful stamina held strong. Otherwise, he might have truly faced a serious setback. The emblem of the dominator. Lu Guiqiang's acceptance level 2. The emblem of the dominator. Fu Li's acceptance level 3. You actually put on the airs of a young master? Fu Li remarked with a tone of playful sarcasm, noting the somewhat convincing act. Indeed, I've made significant progress, yet I don't flaunt it. Lu Guiqiang concurred with a nod. Oh please, a mere 10-point improvement and you dare to show off? Fu Li shot him a disdainful glance. Although she was teasing Yang Shu, it did not hinder her from engaging in banter. Our class' very own Wang Sikong specializes in sharp tongues. Yang Shu, uninterested in their jests, was about to share the results with his parents to bring them a moment of joy when someone in the class exclaimed, "No way. Someone scored 0 in Chinese. What is going on? Did they forget to write their name? Did the teacher lose the paper? Hey look, it's not just Chinese. There's also a 0 in biology, and what's worse, the ranking ISNT even last." Fu Li hurriedly magnified the image to examine, pondering how bizarre this report card was. First, someone transformed from a chicken into a phoenix, and now there were 2 grand zeros. Upon locating the 0 in Chinese, she shifted her finger to the left and read aloud the name. By Muquan, ranking 36? In a class of 50, over 30 students scored above 500, while the remaining few were either slackers or engaged in arts and physical education. Yet Bai Muquan, with 0s in both Chinese and biology, still managed to achieve a total score higher than most stragglers. What sort of sorcery is this? Mathematics 149, perfect score in physics, 98 in chemistry, and 130 in English, totaling 477. No wonder Mr. Jiao refrained from discussing Bai Muquan's scores. They were utterly extraordinary, a pure dimensional crush. Bai Muquan had not appeared in previous rankings, but this time, Jiao Hongwang deliberately intended for the younger students to witness what a true scholarly prodigy looks like and to understand that there are indeed individuals beyond their own caliber. All gazes turned towards Bai Muquan, filled with awe and curiosity, eager to discern why she only answered 4 subjects. However, the young heiress merely tilted her face slightly, casting a detached glance at the crowd, showing no intent to explain. Those who wished to engage quickly fell silent, thinking how aloof the competition student was, too indifferent to boast over their mundane achievements. Why didn't she answer those 2 subjects? Was it dislike? As the students prepared to leave, Yang Shu unexpectedly spoke up, and to their astonishment, Bai Muquan responded, "I'm not proficient, so I didn't attempt them." This academic prodigy clearly had a severe bias in her studies. Yet it was understandable for a competition student to focus on 1 or 2 subjects. Wow, at least you could guess on the multiple choice questions. Maybe you would have hit 500, someone remarked in surprise. Bai Muquan remained silent, her demeanor still aloof, though internally she felt a twinge of urgency for Yang Shu to engage with her. Chapter 26. This is today's fee for friendship. Yang Shu intended to say something, but upon seeing the Chinese teacher arrive in high heels, she had to commence the lesson. She entered the classroom with the intention of observing Bai Muquan, a talent that the provincial key school should be vying for. Yet here she was, humbling herself in the small 29th middle school. Strangely peculiar. The other students returned to their seats, forming new judgments about the relationship between Yang Shu and Bai Muquan, noting how the academic genius only spoke to Yang Shu. In reality, the young heiress merely struggled with one-on-many interactions, especially when thrust into the spotlight. The seemingly aloof academic prodigy would break into a sweat under 2 circumstances: when approached by strangers or when indulging in spicy snacks. As evening study ended, Yang Shu paused her pen, clutching the skewer she had purchased 10 minutes earlier, and, having completed her physics exercises, climbed onto a stool to seek out Bai Muquan. Fu Li and Lu Guiqiang, in the midst of packing their bags, exchanged glances. "Did you really agree to tutor him? On what basis? You just casually mentioned it this morning, and now you're so motivated?" Fu Li scoffed. "He must be quite fortunate. The old teacher gives him the green light, and the academic genius is tutoring him. Who knows, he might surpass me." A competition student with full marks in mathematics and physics is a prized asset in any school, bringing glory to the institution and honor to the homeroom teacher. And who among the classmates would not wish to be guided by such a figure? Even if the academic prodigy offered only a few pointers, the ordinary students would greatly benefit. It's akin to how in fantasy novels, when a celestial being from the upper realm merely lets out a breath, the cultivators in the lower realms scramble to inhale deeply and then exclaim about the richness of the spiritual energy, marveling at its terrifying potency. Lu Guiqiang's expression shifted slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his face. "I support him. First learning leads to subsequent teaching. Once by the great teaches Yang Shu, I'll go to Yang Shu to learn, and then I'll turn around and teach you, focusing on a transmission of knowledge." Upon hearing this, Fu Li retorted with a cold laugh. "Energy transmission diminishes with each step. How much knowledge remains in your head? You might not even end up with a higher score than me." Meanwhile, Bai Muquan happily accepted her fee, pushing the desk outward for Yang Shu to attempt a problem first while explaining her thought process. "Do I need to articulate it aloud?" "Yes. Articulating your thought process in physics is crucial. Optimizing your reasoning can significantly enhance your score. If the goal is to master a specific question type, online courses can suffice. However, the difficulty of physics in the college entrance examination is generally manageable. Using analytical thought to dissect the problem allows for rapid acquisition of the optimal solution, yielding high speed and accuracy in answering." Bai Muquan enumerated one advantage after another, and as the topic shifted to her area of expertise, the young heiress became increasingly loquacious. "All right, I shall begin." Yang Shu nodded, first reading through the problem, extracting the relevant conditions, identifying known parameters, and contemplating potential formula transformations. In essence, it was the typical problem-solving process employed by high school seniors, utterly devoid of sophistication. As Yang Shu began to write, Bai Muquan interjected, "You can solve it this way, but it's rather slow and prone to backtracking errors. You should first classify the known conditions as strong or weak, while simultaneously recalling formulas. The first step is not to write, but to think. Yang Shu inhaled sharply, perplexed. Known conditions can be categorized by strength? After reading the question, you can discern the general direction it is testing, like force versus electricity. The known conditions that closely align with the core of the problem are strong, while the others are weak, Bai Muquan explained earnestly. Based on the strength of the conditions, you extract the correct set of formulas. That is the first step. Oh, and what is the second step? Yang Shu inquired. There isn't a second step? Once you have the formulas, the answer follows directly. Yang Shu, curious, asked, is this how you usually tackle problems? Yes, during the last mock exam, it was like this. The competition methods are a bit more complex, but you need those. Subsequently, Yang Shu adopted Bai Muquan's approach, gradually transforming her thought process as she practiced step by step. Bai Muquan enjoyed her skewers, occasionally offering tips on how to navigate when Yang Shu hit a wall and how to see clues when her thoughts became obstructed. After completing 3 problems, Yang Shu's problem-solving skills became increasingly proficient, and Bai Muquan found fewer opportunities to correct her. It's indeed effective, Yang Shu marveled, though it takes some getting used to. Yang Shu, your learning ability is quite strong, Bai Muquan unexpectedly remarked. I used this method to tutor my younger cousin, yet he takes a long time on the first step. It's a very simple cognitive shift that he needs multiple explanations to grasp. Objectively speaking, the method of classifying known conditions is quite common, something anyone can master through practice. The challenge lies in quickly matching the problem to the formulas. My cousin struggles with analysis and observation, often missing the clues he should easily spot, taking an age to formulate 3 equations before arriving at the answer. The teacher says this is talent, a gift from the heavens. Yet Bai Muquan feels no such distinction, believing herself to be merely a touch brighter than others. In contrast, Yang Shu grasped concepts swiftly, managing to keep pace with her own thought process, unlike her cousin, who was rather dull. If one were to intensify their training, one could indeed secure a recommendation as a competition participant, Bai Muxian remarked, igniting your potential and rendering it not particularly arduous to achieve a commendable position in the national competition, perhaps even more effortless than the college entrance examination, given that it only requires the mastery of a single subject. Yang Shu chuckled softly. Please, do not flatter me so. I am far from your level. Even if I were to cheat, I could not catch up to you. I implore you, esteemed scholar, refrain from such remarks. I am earnest, Bai Muxian insisted. Your abilities are genuinely remarkable. Yang Shu laughed lightly and continued to practice problems diligently. Before they knew it, the clock struck 8, marking the conclusion of their first tutoring session. Bai Muxian, lost in thought, said, Yang Shu, I wish to confirm something. What is it? She furrowed her brow slightly, pondering for a moment before sighing in resignation. I have suddenly forgotten. It seems quite significant. Never mind. I shall inquire again once it comes to mind. You truly are a bit daft, she mused. The two then departed from school, with Uncle Zhang kindly offering Yang Shu a ride home. Later that evening, while reviewing problems, Yang Shu received a message from Bai Muxian. Yang Shu, I remembered, she exclaimed, accompanied by a fist emoji. Just as Yang Shu was about to respond, she noticed 2 red envelopes pop up on the screen, along with a text note. This is today's friendship fee. Please accept it. Yang Shu replied. What's this all about? Young lady, do not jest. What is a friendship fee? Others might think I'm bullying you. Of course, Yang Shu did not accept the money and seriously questioned Bai Muxian's intentions. It is a means to solidify our friendship, a plan to evolve from mere acquaintances to good friends, she elucidated. You have a plan? Yang Shu chuckled. Is there a subsequent phase? Indeed, Bai Muxian continued. Next, we shall ascend to become friends for 30 years. Yang Shu eagerly interjected. And the next step, is it to become friends for 60 years? No, it is a full cycle of 60 years, culminating in forever, she corrected. Yang Shu began to understand Bai Muxian's perspective. Apart from her relatives, it seemed she had no friends outside her family circle. She hesitated to initiate conversations, relying solely on passive interactions, such as how he first approached her. Bai Muxian exuded an icy demeanor. When silent, she perpetually wore a cold expression, as if no one could capture her attention. Over time, this naturally created an impression of unapproachability, making communication difficult. Even those who wished to befriend her were often deterred by her formidable aura. Tus, yang shutai, bai musien. It is the sincerity and authenticity that serve as the catalysts of friendship. The depth of camaraderie cannot be quantified, so how could it be sustained by a friendship fee? This time, Bai Muxian did not respond immediately. Chapter 27. The young lady truly deserves a perfect score. Bai Muxian reclined on her bed, raising her phone high, contemplating Yang Shu's words. I shall save this, she decided, long pressing the chat bubble for future reference. I understand now, Yang Shu, Bai Muxian replied earnestly. Good person medal, Bai Muxian's recognition level 10. Good person medal, bronze, is available for awarding. Will you accept it? I shall absolutely accept. Good person medal award, cash, 2,000. Wearing effect. Your positive reputation's dissemination efficiency is enhanced by 20. Due to the recognition level being derived from a single individual. A hidden special effect true name revelation is unlocked. When you gaze intently at someone, you gain relevant information about the target. Note, special effects can be upgraded. With levels linked to the good person medal. Yang Shu could hardly contain his excitement. The young lady truly deserved a perfect score. While others offered a single point of recognition, Bai Muxian granted him at least 10. Other mixed blood medals had only one enhancement buff, while Bai Muxian's pure blood medal boasted an additional special effect. With this, not only could they aspire to be friends for 30 years, but even for 300. With a bit more accumulation, he could even acquire Bitcoin. This asset had recently surged dramatically, with prices now surpassing $1,000. Yang Shu, brimming with enthusiasm, stood up and pumped his fists, ready to conquer the world. Finally, it was his turn to revel in joy. Just as he was about to seek out his father to test the true name revelation, his phone vibrated again. Bai Muxian had sent another message. It was a photo of herself. Her slender legs, smooth and delicate, slightly bent inward, her skin as pale as jade. Yang Shu could hardly discern whether she was bare-legged or clad in sheer white stockings. Further down, he noticed her bare feet in flip-flops, the veins on the top of her foot visibly prominent, with the soles slightly reddened. Ah, confirmed, she is indeed bare-legged. Shortly after, Bai Muxian sent another message. This is today's friendship fee. After careful consideration, I believe that gifts that bring joy to friends can sustain our friendship. Based on your known preferences, I shall offer my sincerity. Yang Shu was left stunned, thinking, please, no more sincerity. If this continues, I might be overwhelmed. However, to speak objectively, and purely from an appreciative standpoint, he had to admit that her legs were indeed beautiful. Yang Shu typed a response. As a gentleman, I am not a lewd individual. Please refrain from such actions in the future, as they may lead to misunderstandings. After sending the message, Yang Shu, in a moment of folly, zoomed in on the photo, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. You cannot deny it. It is indeed true. The next moment, the photo suddenly turned black, and upon clicking again, he was returned to the chat interface. Bai Muxian had retracted the photo of her legs. Good night, Yang Shu. All right. Good night, he replied, cursing himself for not being more tactful. Next time, I shall certainly be more cautious. Yang Shu then stretched and exited his room, preparing to experiment with his new ability. Father, what are you up to? Yang's father looked up at the mention, suppressing a hint of panic in his eyes, and replied with a smile, What is it, my son? Yang Shu remained silent, grinning at his father as if he had discovered something amusing. In his line of vision, a series of basic information floated above his father's head, including name, birthday, hobbies, and so forth. At the bottom was a scrolling bar resembling a chat bubble, constantly changing, akin to a rolling LED display. This scoundrel, walking so quietly, surely hasn't he noticed that I lost money on my stocks, has he? Incredible, mind-reading. Yet it was somewhat different. One had to focus on the target for their thoughts to manifest in such a manner, which typically would remain hidden. Yang Shu maintained a fa ade of indifference, and suddenly called out towards the master bedroom, Mom. My dad has lost money in the stock market. Yang's father. There a trader. Halt all trades. After bellowing, Yang's mother promptly arrived, her presence imposing, making it difficult to look her in the eye. 5 minutes later, Yang's father, defeated, had no choice but to concede, sleeping on the sofa that night, and surrendering his pocket money. Yang Shu, on the other hand, was rewarded with 200 and a verbal commendation for his cleverness. Though Yang's father wore a face of regret, his heart remained unyielding. That little brat has caused me great trouble. Yang Shu, beaming with delight, thought to himself that in his previous life, his father had also secretly dabbled in stocks, but consistently suffered losses, a pure retail investor. Over the years, he had gained nothing but losses. Nevertheless, he had successfully tested his new ability. Indeed, he could read thoughts. I shall return to my studies now. Yang Shu waved his hand and retreated to his room to solve problems. The true name revelation ability not only allowed him to read minds, but could also facilitate cheating during exams. The thought process behind solving problems was also a form of internal dialogue. If he were to fixate on Lin and during the next exam, perhaps he could pilfer a few answers. Incredible. I dare not even imagine. The thought alone is exhilarating. Contemplating the situation, Yang Shu thought, it's futile. The examination hall for the college entrance examination is unlikely to be filled with acquaintances, and I wouldn't even know whose answers to copy. Ultimately, I must rely on my own abilities. However, he mused that this tactic could be employed during university finals. For the next 3 days, Yang Shu diligently practiced problems, occasionally visiting the office to seek clarification during breaks, and after evening self-study sessions, he studied physics and mathematics alongside by Muxian. Notably, during these 3 days, Du Yao remained remarkably quiet, no longer causing disturbances, suggesting that Jiao Hongwang had a conversation with his parents that yielded positive results. On Friday, there was no evening study session, and classes dismissed promptly at 6 o'clock. Yang Shu, don't forget about Sunday, by Muxian reminded him. Yes, see you at the library then, he replied, waving goodbye as he watched her board her vehicle. In a bid to maximize his scores, Yang Shu arranged to meet by Muxian at the library for an intense study session focused on physics problems. Since he had training courses scheduled for Saturday, they could only convene on Sunday. After all, having paid for the classes, it would be remiss to skip them frequently. Spending a day at the library should suffice to meet their study goals. Yang Shu had not neglected his studies in recent days. His dedication had only intensified, although his progress remained rather sluggish, indicating it was time to change his study environment. On Saturday, he arrived at Jinding Building and gazed upward, reminiscing. It's been a while since I last visited. It was here that he had learned to paint, with the studio occupying an entire floor of the office building. Aptly named Ihi, reflecting on the late nights spent sketching, outdoor studies, and focused training brought back pleasant memories. Any place devoid of Du Yao was tinged with nostalgia. Muttering to himself, Yang Shu entered the building. Upon reaching the studio, the receptionist immediately placed her phone on the desk, and upon recognizing him, resumed her game. Absently, she remarked, "You didn't come last week. The instructor has taken note of your absence, so be cautious not to provoke his ire." "I didn't take a leave of absence," Yang Shu replied. "You did, but it didn't prevent the instructor from getting angry." Frustrated, he thought, before paying, I was treated like a servant. Now that I've paid, I am treated like royalty. With renewed resolve, he marched through the corridor and entered the classroom to tackle more problems. This classroom, converted from the studio, retained a lingering scent of paint that permeated the air, evoking a strong artistic atmosphere. 20 minutes later, the training students gradually assembled, and the classroom buzzed with noise. "Hey Yang, still buried in problems? Come out and check out the beauties." Chapter 28. Yang Shu was rather short and couldn't keep up with the banter. Thankfully, the law had relaxed. If it had been in the past, this fellow with a mouthful of anatomical references would have been charged with indecency. Yang Shu lazily lifted his gaze towards a youth with braided hair in front of him. He was slender, with sunken cheeks and a pallid complexion indicating malnutrition. Yet, those who knew him understood that this lad was not deprived of food. He simply possessed a naturally gaunt visage, with a long medical history filled with ailments. His name was Han Shirshio, a fellow student from the same painting class as Yang Shu. They shared a good rapport, as Han's myriad health issues had led him to firmly believe that he could become an extraordinary artist, for many great artists have faced countless hardships. Yang Shu cast a sidelong glance at him and resumed his focus on the problems. With that morose appearance, you should remain in your corner and avoid scaring the ladies. Han Shirshio, bursting with excitement, took a few hops to sit at the empty desk beside Yang Shu. He then animatedly gestured, "I'm not exaggerating. That girl is unbelievably beautiful. Even I, a social butterfly, am utterly captivated." "Calm down. You sound as if you've never seen a woman before," Yang Shu replied nonchalantly. Furthermore, a true socialite wouldn't label themselves as such. They are blissfully unaware of such terms. Don't mislead your friends, and certainly don't deceive yourself, you delusional brat. For a moment, Han Shershio's expression froze. In the past, he would have retorted with vigor, but this time, he merely wished for this hopeless romantic to open his eyes and recognize what a true goddess looked like. "Stop working and go take a look. You'll see for yourself. I swear, she is my goddess, so stunning. I can't even begin to imagine how wonderful she must smell." "Fool, I dare to." Another boy chimed in, equally exhilarated. "I just overheard her speaking with the director. It seems she's a new student at the studio, which means she must be a freshman." Han Shershio interjected. Studio had a commendable reputation in the artistic community, frequently sending off batches of art students. To maintain their reputation, they typically only accepted freshmen. Arriving late would significantly hinder one's progress and lower the studio's average performance. "All superficial," Yang Shu remarqued dismissively. "By the way, freshmen are still minors. I don't care. I adore the nurturing type." Han Shershio grinned. "She's a freshman, and as her senior, it would be entirely normal for me to teach her how to paint. Right? Developing feelings along the way wouldn't be an issue, would it?" "Big dreams." Another boy interrupted. "You think you can nurture anything? The girl would probably lose her mind if she saw you." "Come on, this is called artistic flair. You wouldn't understand." Han Shershio's pale face flushed slightly. Watching the two bicker, Yang Shu felt exasperated. A quintessential moment of fantasy. "Enough. Yang Shu, your presence is overshadowing me. Neither you nor Han Shershio can act before me." Yang Shu chuckled silently, finding the unspoken thoughts of these two much more entertaining than their verbal exchanges. "Damn it, is braiding my hair too effeminate? Should I style it with some hand sanitizer first? This idiot thinks he can woo a younger girl. I'm younger and have a better shot. Damn it. It looks like it might rain today. If I use hand sanitizer, I want to end up with bubbles outside, right? Forget it. Let's try fauna." "What are you looking at, Yang Shu? What is the point of fixing your hair? Does being handsome even matter?" "No. You need to clarify what kind of hairstyle this is." Yang Shu's lips twitched, contemplating the lack of decorum displayed by this fellow. Meanwhile, at the reception desk of the studio, the director was introducing the studio's history to the new students. "Our instructors hail from prestigious institutions, boasting a formidable faculty. Numerous students from both the Central Academy of Fine Arts and the Western Academy of Fine Arts have achieved notable recognition. The studio's curriculum is tailored by educational experts from abroad, ensuring it is both reasonable and efficient." On a side note, it's worth mentioning that attractive female students are quite sought after in the art examination circles. The girl remained expressionless. "I don't paint. I seek someone else." "Oh, were you referred here by an instructor? What's his name?" the director inquired. "Let me take you to him." Yang Shu, the director of He paused, seemingly unfamiliar with this instructor, and noted that there were no teachers with the surname Yang. Perhaps the young lady had mistakenly entered the wrong studio. She scrutinized her closely. The girl wore a short duckbill cap, carried a small white handbag, sported a cyan shirt, and donned a knee-length suspender skirt. With her calves encased in black stockings and her feet adorned in pointed patent leather shoes. Ridiculous. There's no way she could have mistakenly come here. Her arrival must be fate. Such a stunning girl would warrant a discount on tuition fees to ensure she stayed for the next recruitment phase. Her picture could be used to print a few promotional brochures. It would undoubtedly attract numerous male high school students and guarantee profits. "Yang Shi you're looking for might not be here today. How about I show you around instead?" the director suggested, thinking it would be advantageous to have her sign a contract, as he could always arrange for her to meet Yang Shu the following day. Eventually, she would encounter him. This girl seems rather naive. Once the contract is signed, there would be no reason to switch studios, right? He mentioned he had training today. Let me check. The young heiress spoke with a frigid demeanor, internally questioning how this individual could resort to deceit. The director chuckled heartily, leading by Muxian towards the art studio while elaborating. The journey of learning to paint is a gradual process. One must first practice line work and cultivate a sense of form before progressing to depict simple geometric shapes, advancing through correction and improvement. Bai Muxian, however, paid little heed to her incessant chatter. Instead, she slowed her pace at each room they passed, peering inside with great curiosity. One perplexing observation struck her. Numerous boys in the studio were craning their necks, resembling little turtles. They were clearly gazing in her direction, yet upon meeting her gaze, they averted their eyes, feigning to toss their hair nonchalantly. How terrifying! Is this the norm for aspiring artists? Thankfully, Yang Shu, her classmate, was rather short and could not manage such theatrics. Upon reaching the end of the art studio, the director turned, tucking her hair behind her ear. This is the entirety of the studio. The corridor on the other end is where cultural training for the senior class takes place. Bai Muxian pressed her lips together, immediately quickening her pace, her little shoes clicking briskly against the floor. She noticed that the closer she got to Yang Shu's direction, the more onlookers surrounded her, which felt rather uncomfortable, as she did not recognize any of them and felt a tinge of fear. The director seemed to grasp the situation, pondering if this girl was indeed not there to seek a romantic partner. "Oh no, have I wasted my breath?" she thought, hastily suggesting. "Why not forego the wandering and allow me to take you to the faculty office instead?" The director, now anxious, was reluctant to let this gem slip away. "You've made quite an effort to seek him out. Wouldn't it be more convenient to simply enroll in a class for frequent encounters?" Bai Muxian remained silent, her little legs moving swiftly as she darted ahead. "Slow down, classmate, and watch your step." The director reached out to grab her, but Bai Muxian deftly sidestepped, leaving the former momentarily stunned. The young heiress continued her stride, recalling the last time she had gone out with Yang Shu, when he had warned her against letting strangers touch her, citing concerns over skin diseases. Moreover, she had not shared any skewers with him. Meanwhile, the classroom where Yang Shu was situated was abuzz with excitement. Han Shuxiu had styled his hair anew, standing with clenched fists, knees bent, and head tilted upwards, akin to a scion transforming. "Oh, the goddess has arrived." His exuberance erupted, accompanied by enthusiastic exclamations. Yang Shu was utterly dumbfounded. "Is it really that exhilarating? As if our great-grandmother had resurrected?" he mused. "This is what they call a mental explosion," Han Shuxiu emphasized, attempting to articulate the sensation akin to recalling a particularly embarrassing moment from the past, so mortifying it compelled one to leap up and slap oneself in disbelief. Yang Shu could indeed relate. "Damn it, had I known Du Yao was enjoying herself so thoroughly, it would have infuriated me to the point of death. This is not merely a mental explosion, it's a catastrophic meltdown. You all stay put. I'm going to ask the junior girl for her WeChat." Yang Shu declared with a wry smile, shaking his head at the youthful exuberance displayed by his peers. "Go on then, don't disturb me. I haven't solved a single problem all morning." With that, Yang Shu concentrated on the questions. Yet his peripheral vision caught sight of Han Shuxiu and his companion remaining utterly still. Wasn't it a mental explosion? Had they deflated? Yang Shu lifted his gaze, only to find that not only had they not moved, but they were also curiously silent, their eyes wandering aimlessly, hands fidgeting as if they were engaged in a phone call, needing to occupy themselves with something. "Wait, you two." Yang Shu's gaze drifted through the gap between them towards the entrance, pondering whether a teacher had arrived. Instead, he encountered Bai Muxian, who appeared hesitant, caught between wanting to speak and holding back. Ah, now it makes sense why they reacted so fervently. It's akin to mere mortals encountering a celestial being for the first time, resulting in such a fervent mental eruption. At that moment, Bai Muxian finally spotted her good friend, yet with so many people in the classroom and the corridor, she hesitated to speak. If it's just a greeting, that should be acceptable, right? But Yang Shu doesn't he know I'm here? How should I approach him? Yang Shu perceived the unspoken thoughts floating above Bai Muxian's head. "Yang Shu, care for some skewers?" In a swift motion, Yang Shu rose from his desk. "Hey, you two social butterflies, if you don't go, I will." Han Shuxiu and his companion fidgeted with their fingers, reluctant to let Yang Shu take the initiative, especially since he had a certain allure. What if he succeeded? Yet, They also feared approaching the icy beauty, as being outright rejected would be immensely embarrassing. Oh, how vexing. Meanwhile, Yang Shu approached the entrance, looking at Bai Muxian's upturned face and asking, "Junior, would you be so kind as to add me on WeChat?" "I don't quite understand. I don't seem to have that kind of thing," Bai Muxian replied, biting her lip as she rummaged through her handbag, eventually producing an item and slipping it into Yang Shu's pocket. He reached in to feel it. Oh, it's some loose meat skewers. Is this what the young lady carries in her bag? Seeing Yang Shu remain silent, Bai Muxian assumed he wanted more and pouted before giving him another. "I won't give you any more. I still need to eat on my way back," she stated. "There are 2 left, if you insist. I can only offer you 1 more. Yang Shu felt a tightening in his chest, as if someone had given a tug. "Oh, so what brings you here?" "I was bored alone, so I came to find a friend." Yang Shu noticed the multitude of eyes upon them. Behind Bai Muxian stood the director, surrounded by a crowd of 50 or 60 people, making the atmosphere quite peculiar. Thus, he placed a hand on Bai Muxian's shoulder, gently guiding her to turn around. "Class hasn't started yet. Let's find another place to talk." Bai Muxian nodded in agreement. The director observed the two as they walked further away into the stairwell. Perplexed by the sudden change, she had attempted to grasp Bai Muxian's arm earlier, yet now, when her shoulders were held firmly, she made no resistance. 2 faces, is it? Simultaneously, Han Shuxiu felt as though he was suffocating. In a panic, he rummaged through his pockets, having forgotten where his asthma inhaler was. "Medicine? Where the hell is it?" "Calm down." A nearby boy quickly assisted, producing the inhaler. "You truly are a talent for rap. You speak so smoothly." After taking a couple of puffs, Han Shuxiu felt relief wash over him, yet his heart ached. "I regret letting Yang Shu go first." "I feel the same," replied the 2 parties, their sentiments intertwined in a shared sense of sourness. Han Shuxiu sighed, resting his right hand on the boy's shoulder, wistfully stating, "If only I had been braver, perhaps I could be like Yang." As he spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly, drifting into a daydream. "Junior, would you mind adding me on WeChat?" Then, the junior girl would smile shyly, slipping her contact information into my pocket. "Wait, how do you know it's contact information?" interrupted the boy. "At this distance, you can't see that." Han Shuxiu shot him a glare. "Shut it." Yang asked the junior for her WeChat. If she didn't intend to give her number, what else could she possibly offer? A sanitary pad? The daydream continued. "Next, I'd play it cool, and the junior would give me a token of affection. Finally, I'd smile indulgently, wrapping my arms around her in the stairwell." Han Shuxiu became increasingly animated, his smile stretching wide, his previously pallid face now glowing with a rosy hue, enveloped in sheer happiness. "Wow, just fantasizing feels this exhilarating. Reality must be a blast. I am beyond so much." The boy beside him hesitated before speaking. "Actually, I have a question. How did you know the second item was a token of affection?" "Scram." "All right, but Yang Shu merely succeeded in flirting, right? He hasn't confirmed anything yet. Are you sure you don't want to try again?" Han Shuxiu's expression shifted from cheerful to solemn. "Such behavior is beneath me. I shall not stoop to it." The key point is that he managed to take someone away on his first attempt. Do you realize what that signifies in terms of gaming? Like a cheat code that instantly defeats the boss. No, he obliterated the competition. Indeed, that is an entirely different level. They would never fathom that the 2 individuals were friends. In the minds of the art studio students, it was inconceivable for Yang Shu to befriend such an exquisite beauty. Damn, he truly is insufferable. Enough already, my lungs ache. Let's disperse. When he returns, let us ignore him completely, isolating him thoroughly. The crowd appeared listless, filled with envy towards Yang Shu, while also resenting their own lack of courage. It was a true reflection of the adage, the brave are the first to relish the world. Han Shuxiu pondered inwardly. Even if time could rewind, he might not dare to approach, for the young beauty's gaze was too piercing, cold enough to slay. Bravery Medal. Lu Panwan Recognition, Level 2. Bravery Medal. Han Shuxiu Recognition, Level 3. Yang Shu chuckled. How delightful it was to have such an advantageous ally. The little heiress was quite the support. "Yang Shu, I think I might be ill." "How so?" I find myself wanting to see you rather than tackle my assignments, Bai Muxian said earnestly. Yang Shu was taken aback. The sentiment felt rather cliché, yet profoundly sincere. Were these words to come from anyone else, Yang Shu would surely scoff, but from the little heiress, it seemed rather endearing. Bai Muxian pursed her lips and pulled out a knife to indulge in some meat. She devoured piece after piece, even continuing on the way home. The little heiress scrutinized Yang Shu's pocket, her voice cool and inquisitive. Yang Shu, may I attend class with you? Sure, others bring their partners too. As long as it doesn't disrupt the class, it's fine, Yang Shu replied casually. Bai Muxian looked up, her eyelashes fluttering gracefully. What does partner mean? Chapter 30. What part of the chicken is Bai? In Bai Muxian's understanding, partner referred to something related to the subject matter in an event. Other students brought their partners to class. Could it be that the training session was a symposium, with everyone undertaking projects? The little heiress frowned slightly, sensing something amiss. Yang Shu clarified, here, partner means a romantic companion, referring to a boyfriend or girlfriend. They often bring someone to audit the class, but since they VE paid, the instructor doesn't mind. They can come and go as they please. After the studio was transformed into a classroom, the space felt notably more spacious. Whether there were many or few students mattered little, but the instructor would not expend energy on individualized guidance. If it hindered teaching, they would be instructed to leave. Yang Shu glanced at the time, then escorted Bai Muxian back to the classroom, inquiring along the way, you mentioned missing me. Does that mean you want to go eat skewers? I'm not sure. I do want to eat, but I dislike eating alone. 3 minutes later, they reached the classroom entrance, where the director had vanished, and no curious students lingered. Let us go. Sit next to me. Bai Muxian nodded, closely following Yang Shu to evade more gazes. Han Shershio had just concluded his daydreaming and was about to tie his hair back into braids when he lifted his head and saw Yang Shu return, accompanied by the sound of rapid footsteps. Hey buddy, are there iron pieces in your shoe heels? I don't think so. Yang Shu turned his body slightly and glanced at his heel, inadvertently revealing part of Bai Muxian. Oh wow you. Han Shershio suddenly felt anxious, unsure whether to stand or sit, instinctively pretending to be busy, though he had no idea what to occupy himself with. Yang Shu smirked. Han Shershio, what exactly are you up to? I don't even know what I'm doing. Han Shershio's chest felt tight, his eyes stinging from the sourness of suppressed emotions. What strength do you possess to bring someone to class? Who the hell is the real socialite here? Don't blame me, just go have fun. Yang Shu, uninterested in retorting, fetched a chair for the little heiress, inviting her to sit beside him. Are these your training exercises? Bai Muxian asked, pointing at the book on the table. Yeah, I've been quite busy lately. Haven't really written much. Don't write anymore. Bai Muxian stated earnestly. Completing all these problems 1T enhance anything. It's better to work on mine. Yang Shu agreed. Art students were part of an early admissions batch, with cultural subject score thresholds being relatively low, hence the training sessions primarily focused on securing basic points, disregarding high-scoring questions. Securing the necessary points to enter a prestigious program was not an issue. Even coasting along would result in a second-tier institution, and even while having fun, one could enroll in private third-tier schools. Of course, the distinction of the third tier merging into the second tier means such terms are now obsolete, representing a collective ascension. Thus, the training books were filled with basic problems, and Yang Shu could discern the thought process with a mere glance, finding it a waste of ink to write the answers. Let it be. When you tire from solving problems, write a couple of answers to maintain your touch. Han Shixiu. In front, turn his head back. Hey Yang, could you refrain from making such hurtful remarks? The practice problems everyone is diligently pondering over become a light-hearted moment in your hands. Yang Shu chuckled. Oh, my apologies. I forgot you're not from the city's key school. You jerk. Bai Muxian pouted, immediately seizing upon a keyword. Yang Shu, what part of the chicken is Bai? Yang Shu shot a glare at Han Shershio, who sensed the atmosphere shift and quickly turned away to feign innocence. Can we eat Bai? Bai Muxian inquired further. Yang Shu casually explained, no, that's the chicken's backside. Only dogs would eat that. Cats also eat chicken backsides. Then why not just say chicken backside? ISNT by dialect? Well, it's similar to colloquial expressions like chicken, but chicken rear, chicken flour, and so forth. After Yang Shu's explanation, Ban Muxian nodded thoughtfully, reflecting on yet another piece of knowledge acquired. At 9 in the morning, the training session commenced, with the instructor entering lazily, cradling a thermos and warming pads. He appeared to be around 25 years old, a graduate from a prestigious art academy. As class began, he surveyed the exercise books for absentees. This lazy guy doesn't even call out names. Han Shishio felt somewhat irked, but still quietly remarked that no one was missing. Oh, little Yang is here too? The instructor looked up, a sneer upon his face. I thought you had quit. Aimless and constantly surrounded by women. Now you've even brought back someone prettier. You're such a meddler. Wait, why am I also starting to say meddler? All right, let us commence the class. I'll write the answers on the blackboard. You all can check them against your own. The instructor pulled out a piece of chalk, grading the work himself while preparing to discuss common mistakes. Having said that, he turned to the blackboard, scribbling and drawing like a giant grub, reminiscent of Lu Guoqiang's teaching style. Ban Muxian sat dazed, finding the lecture exceedingly dull, yet reluctant to pull out her phone, for this was not a school environment. She didn't want to be ejected. Thus, she retrieved a stack of aromatic sticky notes from her handbag, penned a message, and handed it to Yang Shu. Yang Shu, I feel this class is a waste of time. ISNT it the same to just take one copy of the answers and correct the errors? What then? Is the instructor's purpose? Yang Shu deeply resonated with her sentiments. Yet having come this far, he felt it would be a loss not to attend, especially given the financial expenditure. Ban Muxian let out a soft hum, then wrote another note. I could teach better than him and would charge a fee. Just some skewers would suffice. I want to eat vegetarian chicken intestines. Yang Shu understood her misinterpretation. It was not about being unwilling to spend, but rather a matter of cost recovery. At that moment, the instructor finished writing the answers for the multiple choice questions and casually tossed the exercise book to the nearest student. You can copy down the answers for the larger questions at the back. Oh, take a break. Check out the online courses for upgrading to a bachelor's degree. The salary could increase by 500 after passing. Yang Shu frowned. Wasn't it said that instructors were at least from 211 universities? Did a prestigious art graduate also need to pursue further education? In this age of prosperity, as you wished, human emotions and worldly affairs unfold. Clearly, the studio has exaggerated its faculty strength, engaging in deception to mislead high school students. Meanwhile, the instructor notices Yang Shu's unwavering gaze, which is tinged with a hint of contempt, a dash of disdain, and a generous sprinkle of indifference. What does this fellow want from me? Is there an answer etched upon my visage? Damn it, you owe half your admission to me. What does that look in your eyes imply? Ah, Xiaoyang, have you acquired a new girlfriend? This one is far more attractive than the last. The instructor, cradling a thermos, smiles with an air of anticipation, as if preparing for a spectacle. The other students, sensing the malice, cast odd glances at the parties involved. Yet, Mu Mian's reaction surprises everyone. Not only is she unperturbed, but her previously stoic countenance now bears a trace of delight. He claims we are friends. This class is rather interesting. Yang Shu suppresses a laugh. The young heiress has only heard the word friends and is oblivious to the insinuation. The instructor, baffled by the girl's laughter, shouldn't she be incensed instead? Or does she possess a fondness for green hats? Regardless, he is determined not to let Yang Shu feel too comfortable. Xiaoyang, you've missed several classes, and upon your return, you're already courting someone. I am genuinely concerned for your academic performance. If this continues, I shall have no choice but to advise your withdrawal. Yang Shu, with a cold smirk, considers the situation amusing, right? Perhaps the studio should cease operations. Chapter 31, Director, I trust you do not desire this matter to be exposed? Concern for my grades? Yang Shu scoffs, as if you wield any significant prowess. At least I surpass your mediocrity. The instructor, youthful and prideful, is not one to tolerate indignities, especially from a mere high school student. Yang Shu retrieves the recently assigned test from Lao Jiao. Shall I make a copy for comparison? The instructor's expression stiffens. He perceives not an ounce of respect from Yang Shu, and his irritation flares. What is your standing compared to mine? To engage in a test against a high schooler? That is laughable. Truth be told, he dares not truly compare. The fundamental questions might be manageable. Yet the difficulty of the city's key institution's exam is not to be underestimated. Oh, you're too timid? Very well then. Yang Shu casually begins to gather her belongings. The other students exchange astonished and perplexed glances. Wait, are you truly going to skip class in front of the instructor? Are you suicidal? Seeing this, Bai Mu Mian's lips curl into a smile as she promptly rises to assist Yang Shu in tidying the desk. What a character! 2.5 minutes later, Yang Shu is ready, while the instructor's face has darkened to an extreme. He slams his palm against the podium, causing the thermos to topple, spilling its contents with a clattering sound. Very well, you have quite the audacity. Should you dare step through that door today, I will ensure you never return. The instructor's roar reverberates throughout the classroom, echoing down the hallway, startling the neighboring class into silence. Han Shishio approaches Yang Shu, whispering, "Why are you being obstinate? You're heading to university soon. Can't you just complete this course properly? This situation will not benefit you. Do not let him provoke you. After the college entrance exam, you can settle the score with him." What a joke. Our top student's really that impressive. Let us see if I can give you a slap. Indeed, he speaks no falsehood. He genuinely wishes to strike. Yang Shu pats Han Shishio's shoulder. Assault is illegal. Allow me to handle him, and later, I shall present everyone with a grand gift. Oh, you wish to deal with me? The instructor sneers, his face contorted in mockery. My law school classmates are downstairs practicing law. Dare you lay a finger on me? Yang Shu chuckles. Impressive. A community college offering law? Which firm would dare employ you? Nonsense. I am a legitimate university student, a graduate of a prestigious institution. Did you not observe the diploma in the promotional materials? The instructor's face reddens as he argues, his loud voice masking his insecurity. Yang Shu remains unperturbed, spreading his hands. All right, I acknowledge you are an authentic big fool. Let us check the academic credentials network. What nonsense! I forgot to register. The instructor's gaze flits away, recalling a vague memory of the term, possibly during his 3+2 program when the school required verification, but he cannot recall specifics. Having focused solely on achieving platinum-level status while the class monitor managed all administrative matters. With no registration, are you attending university or merely burning down a kiln? Yang Shu taunts, low academic qualifications are not shameful, but your despicable character is beneath contempt. Oh, by the way, fabricating academic credentials is a crime. Would you like me to consult someone downstairs? The instructor, speechless, feels his face flush with anger, fearing that any further words may expose him to Yang Shu's arguments. Damn it, lacking education leads to pitfalls everywhere. Simultaneously, the other students sense something amiss, their gazes towards the instructor filled with skepticism. Han Shixiu, who has been ill since childhood and has never been coddled by anyone except his elders, unleashes a torrent of curses. Damn it, you filthy scoundrel. Burning fake diplomas at the grave? Are you mocking your own father? Pretending to be a top student? With that sharp, monkey-like face? Anyone unaware would think you smeared your own visage. Han Shishio's outburst, rife with profanity, leaves the instructor blood boiling, feeling on the verge of collapsing from rage. Bang! The instructor kicks over the podium. You dare utter another word? Get lost. Come on, I have nothing but my ailments. I have plenty of insurance. Han Shishio grows bolder. Bring it on. I want to let you off easy. The instructor's face turns ashen. He curses under his breath, encountering a lunatic. Just as Yang Shu is preparing to fan the flames, the classroom door is violently thrust open, and Director He storms in, seething. What is going on? Are you planning a rebellion? If you don't want to study, then get out. Very well, refund the money. Yang Shu retorts. Yes, refund the money. Han Shishio echoes. Bai Mu Mian, sensing the atmosphere was right for her chime in, hesitates as she realizes she has not paid any fees. Upon hearing the request for a refund, the director's anger intensifies. Refunds are out of the question. The agreement is clear. If you want to leave, then hurry up and go. What a joke. Is that money worth my life? However, after Yang Shu engages her in a brief conversation, her attitude shifts dramatically, and she hastily leads them to the office. Upon reaching the door, Yang Shu does not rush in, but quietly instructs Bai Mu Mian, "I have a task for you. Go to the front desk and fetch something. Then hide." "Understood." Bai Mu Mian scurries off. Entering the office, Yang Shu gets straight to the point. "Director, I trust you do not wish for this matter to come to light?" "Ah, such words are too formal. No one desires such occurrences. I can offer each of you 20,000 yuan as compensation, and we can consider this matter settled. What do you say?" The director, adopting a slick demeanor, immediately retrieves 4 bundles of cash from a safe and pushes them towards Yang Shu and Han Shirxiu. "We can still coexist amicably, correct?" Han Shirxiu, taken aback by the ease of the refund, is elated and reaches for the money, only to be stopped by Yang Shu. "We are here to retrieve tuition fees, not for compensation, and since we signed an agreement upon registration, a refund must also be documented. Otherwise, if deemed extortion, who will bear the consequences?" Yang Shu remains composed, but the director's expression darkens. Once again, fabricating academic credentials is a crime. Organized forgery constitutes a criminal enterprise. "Refund, refund, refund. Is that acceptable to you?" The director, realizing she cannot gain an advantage, reluctantly presents the agreement for re-signature, eager to dismiss this troublesome presence. If all students resorted to such tactics, the studio would be in dire straits. 5 minutes later, Yang Shu legally retrieves 20,000 yuan in tuition fees, ready to unleash her wrath upon Bit. Once the troublemaker departed, the director promptly summoned others into the room, issuing commands. "Notify the publicity department to destroy all manuals. Take down the faculty section from the official website and summon all instructors for a meeting. Today's situation has escalated significantly. All evidence must be obliterated. Subsequently, we shall convene to establish a unified narrative and finally delete the surveillance data." This is truly an overwhelming task. Meanwhile, at the base of Jinding Building, Han Shirxiu wore an expression of triumph. "Yang, you did well. You managed to frighten that woman thoroughly. However, let us be clear, once the college entrance examination concludes, we must ensure the authenticity of our instructors." Yang Shudu crossed his arms, maintaining his composure. "There's no rush. We have yet to finish this matter." "What more do you intend to do?" Han Shirxiu inquired. "We must completely dismantle and the art studio. It should not be allowed to operate any longer." As Yang Shudu spoke, he beckoned to a figure in the distance. A young woman, affectionately known as the Little Rich Girl, approached, clutching a promotional booklet. This was the promotional manual of in the art studio, and upon flipping to the first page, one could see the wall of honors of various instructors. Coupled with the webpage screenshots he had preserved, this would certainly bring in the studio to its knees. Chapter 32. Collaborating with the school to prepare in advance. Bai Muxian handed Yang Shudu the booklet, blinking her delicate eyelashes playfully. "Yang Shudu, I've hidden this quite well. Will you reward me?" Yang Shudu chuklet, returning the hefty sum from his pocket. Han Shirxiu, observing this, understood Yang Shudu's intentions but remained skeptical. "Yang, it's time to pull back. We cannot compete against in the art studio. This is a society governed by relationships. They possess the means to forge numerous false qualifications, overwhelming competitors throughout the city. While we can challenge openly, what about their powerful backers?" Yang Shudu was acutely aware of this reality and had devised a strategy, though he refrained from divulging it just yet. That would be a phase for after their success. Han Shirxiu's brow furrowed in concern as he advised. "We are akin to small-time traders in the stock market. Our strength is far too feeble. My suggestion is to take the benefits and withdraw. Escaping unscathed would be a significant victory. Moreover, the college entrance examination is approaching. We must focus on our studies and not jeopardize our futures. After this uproar, we will undoubtedly need to seek other training classes. I wonder how much of that 20,000 can be salvaged?" Yang Shudu replied nonchalantly. "You should self-study at home or school until I make contact." "Are you serious, brother?" Han Shirxiu grimaced. "What if we report this anonymously?" "Anonymous?" Yang Shudu laughed. "No, I prefer a joint report." Shortly thereafter, Yang Shudu parted ways with Han Shirxiu and led the Little Rich Girl to explore the underground market. Returning to their residential complex by 3 in the afternoon. "Let us first make 20 copies. Yang Shudu turned into a print shop, photocopying the front page of the e-promotional manual along with the faculty information. Naturally, the web screenshots were indispensable. He then searched for the addresses of various art studios on the local network, meticulously noting them down before reaching out to their homeroom teacher, Jiao Hongwang. As Yang Shudu prepared himself emotionally, the moment the call connected, he erupted, "Teacher, I am being threatened by the art studio. They offer me 20,000 as hush money. And if I don't comply, they will have their thugs kill my entire family." Jiao Hongwang responded, "Is this a genuine case of truth or dare gone wrong? Are you trying to prank me?" However, when Yang Shudu mentioned the forgery of qualifications by E in the art studio, Jiao Hongwang sprang to his feet, urging Yang to come to school immediately for a meeting. Falsifying qualifications does not entail criminal charges. At most, it warrants a verbal reprimand, but qualification forgery is significantly graver, especially in large quantities. This is tantamount to having 2 tumors on one's neck without fear of decapitation. Logically, Jiao Hongwang should have reported this matter to the authorities immediately rather than summoning the implicated student to school. However, the school had a collaborative relationship with E and the art studio, permitting them to establish a small studio on campus for promotional and teaching activities. The school occasionally hosted art lectures, aiming to guide underperforming students towards artistic pursuits to enhance their passing rates. E and the art studio lured new students with promises of convenience in university admission and abundant job opportunities, transforming ordinary students into art students, thus shifting the teaching location from the school to off-campus. Consequently, the school's passing rate improved, while simultaneously receiving rental income from the studio. E, too, profited immensely from the influx of new students. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Now that he was embroiled in controversy, the school, having vested interests, would inevitably face repercussions, necessitating an expeditious disengagement to avoid being dragged down. Should the school be aware of ES qualification forgery, yet continue its collaboration, it would face public condemnation. Conversely, if he were to collapse, it would likely take several others down with it, collectively bearing the blame. If they were to insist that the collaborating school was complicit in illegal activities for profit, who could clarify that? Thus, preemptive measures became paramount. After more than 10 minutes, Yang Shudu arrived at the school. Since the cancellation of additional classes for the 3rd year, the campus on Saturdays appeared particularly desolate, with only vocal music students and athletes present for training. The security guard, upon seeing Yang Shudu, promptly opened the side door, hurried to the office. "The leaders are waiting for you." "The leaders?" Yang Shudu raised an eyebrow. "How many people has old Jiao notified? Are they planning to deal with me?" Upon entering the office, he found not only Jiao Hongwang, but also 3 teachers from the administrative office, with 2 familiar faces whose names he did not know. "You're here. Did you bring the e-promotional materials?" Old Jiao got straight to the point. "Here." Yang Shudu handed over a photocopy. The leaders immediately began to circulate it, their expressions growing increasingly solemn. Jiao Hongwang inquired about the details of the incident, ensuring that the student had not been harmed. "Did they truly threaten to kill you? Who said that? Was it captured on surveillance?" "The instructor I exposed didn't state it outright, but he definitely wanted to kill me. We almost came to blows," Yang Shudu replied. "He wanted to kill you." Jiao Hongwang paused, sensing something amiss. "You must be exaggerating." In the meantime, the leaders finished reviewing the materials and solemnly stated, "The promotional manual contains the instructor's qualification information and displays their degree certificates. We can verify with their alma maters. Do you have any other evidence?" One of them asked. Yang Shudu nodded, pulling out his phone to play a recording of his argument with the incompetent instructor. "Check what this worthless thing is. I forgot to register on the damn website." The recording, lasting nearly 7 or 8 minutes, concluded, leaving the teachers' expressions grim as they indignantly chastised. "This is utterly disgraceful. Deceiving minor students, showing no moral integrity whatsoever. A university graduate unaware of such a basic requirement? What a disreputable institution. We must pursue accountability." Jiao Hongwang interjected. "Yang Shudu, it would be best to cut out the profane parts from the recording. If presented as evidence in court, it could easily backfire against us." Acting on the principle of proactive measures, the school's legal team had already mobilized, in addition to the evidence in Yang Shuda's possession. They needed to obtain verification from various universities and testimonies from students to thoroughly dismantle E. Of course, the school had to sever all ties with E first. Teachers, I have something to say. Yang Shudu spoke earnestly. If we bring down E now, the students will be left without a place to go. Not only would they lose their tuition fees, but they would also have to spend time finding new schools, which would severely impact their college entrance examinations. While we are victims, we must also consider the rights of other victims. The administrative leaders nodded in agreement. That is indeed the case, but he must face consequences. And the sooner, the better. We cannot afford to give them time to prepare. As for the aftermath concerning the Art Studio S students, perhaps we could collaborate with other schools to accommodate them? No, we have no such obligation. This should be reported to the Education Bureau. As the leaders engaged in a fervent discussion, Yang Shu interjected, I can resolve this without placing any additional burden on the school, while simultaneously enhancing its reputation, provided I can do so under the school's name. What do you think? Subsequently, Yang Shu outlined his plan, causing Jiao Hongwang's eyes to light up. This could work. The only one at a disadvantage would be Yi. Chapter 33, A Daytime Encounter with Monsters at Home. The school's leadership aimed to safeguard its reputation, and if there was a profit to be made, all the better. Thus, the administrative director inquired about further details and ultimately nodded in agreement. Let us proceed, as you suggested. I will notify the reception desk. Just report your name upon arrival. Yang Shu scratched his head and asked, what about the principal's seal? The letter will take a bit longer. I will deliver it to the reception desk when it's ready. Jiao Hongwang smiled. You're quite shrewd. Using the school as a shield. Are you that concerned about retaliation? Not at all, Yang Shu replied. I merely wish to bring glory to the school and share the accolades. You know, I possess a strong sense of collective honor. It's wise to protect oneself. Jiao Hongwang remarked. One must avoid recklessness in the future. He was very pleased with Yang Shu's approach, recognizing that he contacted him immediately upon identifying an issue, rather than rallying a crowd to denounce it or alarming the police. Instead, he sought to negotiate a resolution with the school. By placing the institution in the spotlight while remaining in the shadows, he safeguarded himself and upheld the school's integrity. Turns out you're not just infatuated with romance. I see you in a new light, Jiao Hongwang teased, squinting his eyes. He habitually reached for his teacup to sip, but realized it would be inappropriate to drink alone in the presence of the leaders, so he hesitated. Infatuated? Even zombies wouldn't want that, Yang Shu scoffed, recognizing that Jiao Hongwang was targeting him. At that moment, the school leaders began to depart, stating they would liaise with various universities to gather evidence of faculty members' false academic credentials, and they assured Yang Shu that the principal's letter would be ready by Monday, urging him to maintain his composure and not alert Yi. Teacher, I'll head back now to prepare, Yang Shu said. Jiao Hongwang nodded and casually asked, Has Diao contacted you in the past few days? Oh, she hasn't. Aren't you curious about why? Yang Shu grimaced. He would rather kick Du Yao in the forehead than be curious about her. Yet you seem quite eager to boast about your achievements. Honestly, I'm not curious at all. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Well, since you asked, let me share a bit. You have no heart. Jiao Hongwang, accustomed to sipping tea to clear his throat, said with a smug expression, Do you know how Du Yao's parents perceive you? They believe you are a great disappointment. What nonsense is that? Jiao Hongwang grimaced. They say you are gentle, considerate, kind, and respectful of your elders. Yang Shu shrugged, interrupting. Everyone knows that. Do you have anything fresher? Jiao Hongwang paused, thinking to himself how audacious Yang Shu was. In any case, after our last communication, they assured me that Du Yao would not disturb your studies and promised to discipline her properly. They even mentioned wanting to send a gift as an apology. How ungrateful! Yang Shu retorted. Teacher, you should issue another decree to silence their family. Good news, Du Yao has calmed down. Bad news, she has been brooding. If Du Yao's parents were to come bearing gifts, the aftermath of that conversation could be troublesome. What kind of talk is this? Jiao Hongwang rolled his eyes. Their parents value you, and you find fault with that? Yang Shu chuckled coldly. I hope you receive such esteem as well. Why does that sound like a curse? Jiao Hongwang pondered, envisioning himself in a rather gratifying position. All right, head back now. Don't let the matter with Ihi hinder your studies. Understood, old dangban. After leaving the school, Yang Shu went to a nearby bank to deposit the 20,000 yuan in tuition that had been refunded. He checked his balance. 511, 400. It was early April, and the price of Bitcoin was significantly above 7,000. The money he had could only purchase 2.5 coins. Should he wait for the learning focus, upgrade, and buy 3 at once? What a blunder. The Bitcoin surge is like it's on steroids. Delaying by even a second is a loss. I'm all in. 3 minutes later, the balance was 20,000, and his Bitcoin wallet held 2 coins. Yang Shu opened his computer to estimate his earnings by December. 900, 076, 798, 000. Wow, nearly 800,000 in profit. No, I can definitely accumulate a few more coins before December, easily surpassing 1 million. With initial capital secured, numerous projects could be launched. To be honest, the market economy of 2017 had stabilized. 1 million yuan wouldn't shake the market too much, but Yang Shu was aiming to achieve everything at once. He had a clear developmental path in mind. The most valuable resource in a university is its students, who have strong purchasing power and a high propensity for consumption, making them receptive to new ideas. He could easily replicate and innovate several dining models or brands, utilizing the school's entrepreneurial incubation base to explore the sharing economy. He wasn't afraid of taking small steps. He was more concerned about being unable to take any steps at all. The more he contemplated, the more pleased he became. And before he knew it, he had arrived home. Yet, just as he inserted his key into the lock, he furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous whisper. The next moment, the door swung open, revealing none other than Du Yao. Oh no, I forgot to turn off the torch. I've stumbled into a daytime monster encounter. Yang Shu stood frozen, his previous joy draining away, feeling as if he had just reset a game and regretted not staying at school. You're back. Auntie and I have been waiting for you, Du Yao said, slightly bowing, her demeanor exceedingly humble. At that moment, Yang Shu's mother peeked from the kitchen and waved. You two sit on the sofa and chat for a bit. Dinner will be ready shortly. As Yang Shu changed his shoes and entered the house, he noticed 2 bags of nutritional supplements by the shoe cabinet and a red gift box on the coffee table. Clearly, this was the apology gift Jiao Hongguang mentioned. Fortunately, Du Yao's parents were not present, preventing the situation from becoming too chaotic. Yang Shu, less of a talk, Du Yao said, clasping her hands together, her fingers fidgeting, appearing quite anxious. I believe I made myself clear. Yang Shu replied coolly, heading straight to his bedroom to organize evidence against Ihi. Du Yao took a deep breath and followed him inside, speaking softly, I don't understand why you're angry, but I've made a concerted effort to express my remorse. In the past, when we had conflicts, you apologized and received forgiveness. Now that I'm the one apologizing, don't you think you should forgive me? Yang Shu replied, his expression unchanged. You're mistaken, Du Yao. I won't harbor any anger towards you, nor will I invest any emotional energy into this relationship. I've grown tired of it. I don't require any emotional value from you. Furthermore, how can your apology carry a tone of accusation? Du Yao clenched her teeth, suppressing her anger. So you require the emotional value of Bai Muxian? You've only known her for a few days, going shopping, studying, and eating together. Yang Shu, I advise you to reconsider. The novelty wears off quickly. Otherwise, I will disclose your relationship with Bai Muxian to Annie. Yang Shu scoffed, huh? That is precisely where your problem lies, Du Yao. You will never realize it. Chapter 34. Yang Shu, I await your apology. Du Yao pressed her lips together, remaining silent. She could not refute him, as she genuinely did not understand what her faults were or what issues she had. However, she thought, I've already apologized. Shouldn't we move past this? In a moment of contemplation, she observed Yang Shu meticulously organizing documents, marking up printed A4 sheets, and composing brief essays, immediately switching to a new page upon completion. The marked content was repetitive and not particularly challenging. May I offer my assistance? She inquired. Without raising his head, Yang Shu replied, Indeed. There is something I need your help with. Upon hearing this, Du Yao's expression softened, her mood considerably lifted. Speak. I shall certainly oblige. Take those gifts with you and leave my home, he stated. Du Yao's voice faltered, and an awkward atmosphere threatened to engulf her. The gifts were all carefully selected. Her makeup had taken 3 hours to perfect, and her intentions were thoroughly sincere, yet he rejected them all. This indifference was, to the proud Du Yao, the greatest humiliation. Yang Shu, you will come to regret this. Clenching her fists, her brows quivered slightly, her lashes trembling, and her face was a mask of grievance. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Yang's mother called from the kitchen, Yao Yao, Yang Shu, wash your hands and come to the table for dinner. Let us chat while we eat. Yang Shu, thinking Du Yao would leave after her outburst, underestimated her resilience and stubbornly maintained a stern demeanor as they sat down, driven by a fierce determination not to relent. Here comes the chicken soup. Yang's mother placed a pot of chicken stew at the center of the table and brought in 5 or 6 dishes from the kitchen. Dig in. We have no strict rules. The most important thing is to eat until you're satisfied. As she loosened her apron and took her seat, she served them both. Du Yao nodded in thanks, taking small bites. Yang Shu focused solely on his meal, and they exchanged not a single glance. Noticing the tension between them, Yang's mother attempted to lighten the mood, asking, Yao Yao, tell me how Yang Shu has been performing at school. This child never shares anything at home. Du Yao glanced at Yang Shu, doing her best to sound polite. Annie, Yang Shu has been studying diligently lately, scoring over 500 on his exams. And his teachers praise him, so there's no need for concern. Yang's mother beamed. Really? That is quite impressive. Do you both have hopes of attending the same university? Yes, perhaps, Du Yao replied, a hint of guilt creeping in. Her usual scores hovered around 570, but her performance in the last mock exam had been poor, just above 500. Given Yang Shu's current dedication, surpassing her was not an insurmountable challenge, and if they applied to the same university, she might find herself striving to keep pace with him. Yang's mother's smile remained warm. After all, an improvement in grades was a positive sign, and attending a reputable university would alleviate future worries about employment. By the way, Yao Yao, how does Yang Shu get along with his classmates? He has mentioned you and Xiao Lu, but does he manage his relationships well? Auntie, you needn't worry. Yang Shu is popular among his peers. He is just closest to me and Lu Guiqiang. Du Yao deliberately omitted any mention of Bai Muxian, feeling a flicker of satisfaction as she discreetly glanced at Yang Shu, thinking, surely my standing in his heart is higher than hers. Fortunately, Yang Shu kept his head down, averting his gaze from Du Yao. Otherwise, he might have lost his meal. Yang's mother, noticing her son's silence, urged him, come on, speak a bit instead of just eating. All right, I understand. He had already discussed ending things with Du Yao once with his mother, but she had mistaken it for a mere quarrel and had not taken it seriously. This was quite normal, considering the two families had a friendship spanning over a decade or two. They wouldn't sever ties based on his words alone. However, after today, he needed to have a serious discussion. Meanwhile, Du Yao appeared to wear a smile, yet internally she was overwhelmed with resentment, feeling capable of raising 10 wicked swordsmen without a second thought. Yang Shu, on the other hand, feared that a single misstep could disturb the witch, tarnishing the reputation of both families. During the meal, noticing the lack of conversation, Yang's mother attempted to break the silence. Yao Yao, don't be fooled by his serious demeanor. Boys are often prideful. That keychain you gifted him, he put on his keys as soon as he got home. He treasures it dearly. Both Yang Shu and Du Yao looked up simultaneously, bewildered, leaving Yang's mother speechless. What keychain are you referring to, Annie? Du Yao asked, frowning. The pink one with the cat design. It's clearly a gift from a girl, Yang's mother recalled. Have you forgotten? Yang Shu sighed in exasperation, Mom. That was a gift from another classmate. My previous keychain had rusted, so of course, I had to replace it. Ah, I see. My apologies for the misunderstanding. The atmosphere grew even more awkward. Du Yao's expression shifted subtly as she stared down at her rice, feeling disheartened. It must have been Bai Muxian who gave it to him, she thought. After that, regardless of what Yang's mother said, Du Yao's spirit waned, responding mechanically, clearly affected. Simultaneously, she felt an overwhelming irritation, her gaze towards Yang Shu laced with anger. A mere keychain managed to win him over. How pathetic. Du Yao seemed to have activated a protective mechanism against excessive negativity, firmly believing in her own correctness and retaliating against any doubts with malice. She despised Bai Muxian's interference, resented Yang Shu's shifting affections, and blamed Jiao Hongguang for meddling. 20 minutes later, this excruciating dinner finally concluded. Yang Shu rose to return to his room, and Du Yao stood up simultaneously, slightly bowing to Yang's mother. "Thank you, Auntie, the meal was delicious. I shall take my leave now. Son, go see Du Yao off and bring some fruit with you," Yang's mother instructed. Yang Shu, wishing to spare his mother from his negative emotions, took the fruit and accompanied Du Yao down the stairs. As soon as they stepped out of the building, Du Yao halted and turned back to say, "I'm not sure how things are progressing with Bai Muxian, but I must remind you, wealthy families value compatibility. You two are simply not suited for one another, and it won't end well." Yang Shu, forcing a smile, retorted, "We are merely good friends. Don't let your overactive imagination conjure baseless assumptions. Whether you acknowledge it or not is irrelevant. I'm only offering a suggestion," Du Yao replied, her expression complex. "I just don't want you to end in tragedy." She turned her gaze towards the setting sun, pressing her lips together as she continued, "Graduation is approaching, and you will soon understand what true disparity means. By the way, you're also planning to take the entrance exam for Jian University, right? Yang Shu, once we're in college, I will fulfill my promise and earnestly nurture our relationship." Du Yao had conducted research on Bai Muxian, uncovering easily accessible information about her family, competitions, and private tutoring. The conclusion drawn was that Bai Muxian came from a well-off and enigmatic background, possessed extraordinary mathematical talent, had won several prestigious international awards, and was highly sought after by elite institutions. With her talents, Bai Muxian could secure admission to any domestic university and was highly likely to study abroad. Once they graduated, she and Yang Shu would inhabit entirely different worlds, rooted in disparate social classes, living lives that would never intersect. Thus, Du Yao grew increasingly resolute. "Yang Shu, I await your apology." Chapter 35. The Thief of Knowledge. Damn it, what a lunatic. Du Yao tossed her hair back as she departed, attempting to appear nonchalant as she walked away, her movements exuding an elegance that others might admire. However, to Yang Shu, she resembled a fool. What a performance. Does she truly believe herself to be the heroine of this tale? Who does she think she is? Yang Shu couldn't help but scoff, only to realize he was still holding the fruit. "Forget it, I'll just peel a few oranges." The following day, Sunday, Yang Shu transferred between two bus routes, arriving at his destination by 10 in the morning. Not far from the bus stop, he spotted a familiar, luxurious vehicle. Yang Shu, Bai Muxian quickly exited the car, raising her arm in greeting. Today, the little heiress sported a ponytail that revealed half of her smooth forehead, exuding youthful vivacity. She wore a long white coat paired with sleek black trousers, tucked neatly into a pair of tall boots. The little heiress has adopted a new style. "Have you completed the physics exercises? Well, let me go in and show you." The two entered the library, seeking an empty table to settle at before beginning to unpack their supplies: exercise books, test papers, reference materials, and stationery. Bai Muxian picked up the physics paper and, after a cursory glance, identified numerous issues. "The approach here is misguided, and the formula transformation has a second form. Come over and look at what I've written." "All right." Yang Shu observed that he had seen through the wealthy girl. Whenever she was confident in her abilities, her actions and speech flowed effortlessly. Conversely, she became rather dull when uncertain. Due to the constraints of the library environment, their discussions could not be too loud. They were forced to sit shoulder to shoulder, whispering to one another. At first, Yang Shu listened intently, his mind enhanced by the emblem of learning, absorbing knowledge with remarkable efficiency, until a fragrant aroma wafted into his nostrils. After a few sniffs, he recognized it as the scent emanating from Bai Muxian. It was fresh, reminiscent of morning dew, akin to a delightful fragrance that uplifted the spirit, alongside an indescribable hint akin to a spice. Yang Shu was momentarily taken aback, turning to gaze at Bai Muxian, so close that he could see the fine hairs on her fair, rosy cheeks. "Did you have spicy strips for breakfast? Huh? Do you want some too? How did he know? Is there chili on my teeth?" Bai Muxian pressed her lips together, her tongue sweeping across her 2 rows of teeth, her cheeks puffing slightly. Yang Shu found this endearing, thinking to himself that if Lao Jiao were as cute while explaining problems, it would be wonderful. Damn, what a terrifying thought. Get out of my head. That old man can't possibly be cuter than Bai Muxian. I really want to pinch her cheeks, Yang Shu mused. If he wants to pick the chili off my teeth, should I agree? Damn, your inner thoughts are too abstract. After this brief interlude, the two resumed their studies. Yang Shu felt in perfect form, preparing to tackle the final problem with fervor when the librarian lightly tapped the table. Excuse me, could you lower your voices a bit? We VE had complaints from other patrons, and I would appreciate your understanding and cooperation. Yang Shu was perplexed. We were practically whispering, and there's no one else around. Who complained? Did we disturb a ghost? The librarian bowed deeply, offering a slight apology. I'm sorry, but it is my duty to address complaints. At that moment, Yang Shu caught a glimpse of the librarian's inner thoughts. Oh, what a nitpicking patron. This couple is clearly being quiet enough. They should just hold on until the afternoon shift change. Don't hastily label us. We are good friends. Can't you see that? Yet, since the librarian felt the volume was acceptable, the problem lay with the complainant. Damn, are they jealous of my good looks and efforts? Thank you for your cooperation. And have a pleasant day, the librarian said before turning to leave. Bai Muxian whispered, shall we pass notes? Why endure such grievances? Ignore it. If they have the guts, they should confront us directly. Subsequently, the two continued discussing the exercises, without further incidents of a similar nature. Emblem of focused learning, Li Jin being one. Emblem of focused learning, Yu Shun Yu 2. As noon approached, the recognition of the emblems gradually appeared, culminating in the final 5. Bronze emblem of focused learning upgrade reward, 5,000 funds. Wearing effect update. Learning efficiency increased to 400. Automatic shielding from distractions when entering a state of study. A smile crept across Yang Shu's lips. It was his first emblem upgrade, and beyond a modest sense of accomplishment, it instilled in him a greater confidence. A belief that he could achieve a score of 630. Closing the emblem wall, Yang Shu's attention returned to the paper. Bai Muxian had explained the thought process for the final challenging question, but he had only grasped half of it, still finding it difficult to complete independently. However, now it was merely a trivial skill. Feel my formidable might. With the emblem S support, Yang Shu distinctly felt his mental speed elevate to another level. What once required drafting now flowed effortlessly in his mind. Previously, he needed to ponder for ages to recall a website, but now, with a shake of his head, a plethora of information came tumbling out. The question that had baffled him earlier now revealed its secrets, and he felt a renewed sense of direction in solving it. Master Tongzi, forever a god. Yang Shu began to write, while Bai Muxian quietly observed, her lovely face gradually lighting up with surprise. Indeed, Yang Shu's learning capability was remarkable. Perhaps his father should enroll him in a competition class? During lunchtime, Yang Shu took Bai Muxian to eat potato noodles nearby. Initially, the wealthy girl was reluctant, believing that skewers were the only authentic reward and that potato noodles were mere counterfeit, until she slurped the first bite. Good person medal, bronze Bai Muxian recognition 10. Yang Shu, I misspoke, this is truly authentic. Bai Muxian pouted, her thin lips glistening red, smooth and enticing, clearly irresistible. Yang Shu, you aren't human. She counts as half a teacher, you treacherous disciple. What are you thinking? Why are you laughing? Bai Muxian stuck out her tongue from spiciness. Children should inquire less. Oh, if only you were thinking of me. After lunch, Yang Shu led Bai Muxian back to the library. With the upcoming week requiring them to divide their focus on art, it was imperative to maximize their study time. Yet upon returning to their seats, they discovered the table had been cleared. Papers and stationery were nowhere to be found, leaving only Bai Muxian's straw water cup. Yang Shu, their essay knowledge thief. Bai Muxian remarked, pursing her lips. Yang Shu frowned slightly, a premonition tugging at him. Let us go ask the librarian. Perhaps they collected it. After explaining the situation to the librarian, he immediately shook his head. In non-peak hours, clearing tables only occurs after closing. It must have been another patron. Let me check the surveillance for you. All right. Thank you for your trouble. The surveillance footage revealed that 10 minutes prior, someone had passed by their table, swiftly gathering their materials and tossing them into the trash, while also spilling half a cup of milk tea. The librarian exclaimed in surprise, "What a psychological deviant. That must be the one who complained about you too this morning." Chapter 36. The Jealous Demon of the Mountain. As is well known, if a situation presents a gun, it is destined to fire. Following the unsolicited complaint that morning, Yang Shu had felt an ominous premonition. What sort of person behaves like this? The librarian, visibly distressed, replied, "Please wait here. I will go have a word." With an apologetic bow, he hurried towards the reading area. That woman must be mentally unstable. I took this position for peace, yet there are unexpected occurrences every day, and now I'm about to shift duties. Sir, your inner thoughts are disturbing my eyes. Yang Shu averted his gaze, pondering that everyone possesses two faces. The librarian appeared taciturn, yet had a richly expressive inner world. Yang Shu, I found a knowledge thief. A bit angry. Bai Mu Xian, however, was different. She seldom spoke her mind. Let us see how the librarian handles this, Yang Shu suggested. You should stay clear of the knowledge thief. She doesn't behave like a normal person. Understood. Bai Mu Xian nodded earnestly, following closely behind Yang Shu. As they approached, the librarian was engaged in discussion with the culprit, but the progress seemed grim, and the atmosphere was tense. The librarian maintained as much politeness as possible. Hello. The surveillance clearly shows you discarding another patron's belongings. Please proceed to the borrowing desk to resolve this matter. The girl seated at the table, a piggish figure, appeared defiant. Her arrogance palpable as she shifted, causing the chair to groan under the strain. What does that have to do with me? They're occupying seats and think they have a right. What is that tone supposed to mean? Are you questioning me? I was helping you. If everyone hogs seats, what about the people who actually need them? The librarian was dumbfounded. Helping me? More like couldn't keep your hands to yourself. Here's what really happened. The library does allow guests to leave temporarily, and personal items can stay on the table for up to 3 hours, longer if the place isn't full. According to the security footage, the owner of those papers had only been gone for an hour. Faced with solid reasoning, Gan Jialu switched to her multi-layered defense mode. I was just being kind, okay? Why are you making it sound like I did something wrong? I saw all those papers were finished. Thought I'd help by tossing them. Even if I made a mistake, aren't they at fault too? Who just leaves papers there without a note? Holy crap, she is a pro at this. Yang Shu was stunned. This woman's skill set was top tier, at least 5 years ahead of the domestic meta. She must studied abroad. If that was true, he thought, then I challenge you to a samurai duel. Bai Mamian tugged on Yang Shu's sleeve and whispered, so there was such a rule, then she's not a knowledge thief? Wrong. Completely wrong. Yang Shu corrected. The library rules are posted at the entrance. There's no such clause. She's a thief, and the most shameless kind. He wanted to say, try reflecting less, blaming others more. But then he looked at the rich girl's bright eyes, smart and eager to learn, and decided against planting bad habits. The librarian, restricted by customer service protocols, couldn't speak freely, and his verbal attacks were nerfed hard. That's when Yang Shu stepped in. Oi, miss, your engine's way too loud. You're disturbing the peace. Want to argue? Take it outside. Gan Jialu exploded, pointing at him furiously. What the hell is wrong with you? Ever heard of respect? Apologize first. Yang Shu frowned in disgust, waving his hand as if shooing a smell away. His voice turned mockingly polite. Damn, the scent of taro-flavored tank fuel impressive. You bastard Isle. It was the first time Gan Jialu had ever been insulted like that. She shot up, raging. Bai Mamian immediately remembered Yang Shu's advice, took 3 steps back, thinking, stay away from the crazy one. Seeing this, Gan Jialu became even angrier. What, am I that scary? Why are you backing off? Disgusting scumbag. Fake innocent bitch. Flirting in the library. Disgraceful. The staff won't stop them. Won't let me speak. So I'll do it myself. I'm the judge of the library. A perfect match, dog and bitch. She spat, seething. Hey, keep it clean in public. The librarian tried to mediate. What is that supposed to mean, man? Why just scold me? You biased or what? If I weren't wearing this uniform, I'd slide tackle your tank ass into the next life. Yang Shu blinked. Sis, that inner monologue does not match your vibe. He turned to comfort by Mummy in, but she was smiling. She said, we're a perfect match. That means we'll always stay connected, right? To buy Mummy in. Perfect match meant a long-lasting, close connection. It meant she and Yang Shu would stay good friends forever. That genuinely made her happy. Yang Shu, thanks to his tank radar, understood the real cause, jealousy. Damn, another one of those people who can't stand to see others doing well, same breed as Du Yao. He pulled the little rich girl closer and pointed. Remember that face. That's a mountain demon of envy. Stay away from them, or you'll get cursed like this. Got it. She's a knowledge thief possessed by the envy demon, by Mummian said seriously. Arg, are you too insane? Ganyelos krieket. Jealous. Of what? Don't make up crap to smear people. So uncivilized. Please, other than my face, will you even have that S better than me? Pathetic. You're wrong. Yang Shu said smoothly. We can't even compare with your face. Ours isn't nearly as thick. He grinned playfully, glancing between her and by Mummian, making the meaning obvious. Even the dimmest bulb could catch his drift. Uffed, before Ganjialu could blow up again. The librarian cracked first, lips twitching as laughter escaped. Ganjialu spun on him, fury blazing. What the hell are you laughing at? Is that how you should behave? Sorry, the librarian said quickly. I wasn't mocking you or assuming you were jealous of this gentleman's girlfriend. I just thought of something funny. He tried to hold it in and failed miserably. His smirk said this is gold. Simon, who could keep a straight face after hearing Demon of Envy. Somebody grab me a drum. I'll play along. Yang Shu looked away. The guy's inner voice was like a damn neon sign. You are laughing at me. Ganjialu snapped, cracking again. I'm 160 centimeters, 120 pounds, a trendy, curvy figure. So many people envy me. She should be jealous of me. Yang Shu Bao said. This one is definitely from Little Red Book. She lied so well she believed it herself. A certified, brainwashed influencer. The librarian didn't want trouble, so he nodded quickly. Yes, you're curvy. Anyone can see that. You're right, you're curvy. I'm pure bone structure on legs. Yang Shu squinted. This guy's mental commentary was brutal. You liar. Ganyolo sputeret. You're mocking me again. Chapter 37. That mouth could use a rinse. Yang Shu stared at Ganjialu, activating his passive true name insight. As the data popped up, he fell silent. Name, Ganjialu. Age, 23. Height, 153 centimeters. Weight, 85 kilograms. Hobbies, giant milk teas, all-you-can-eat hot pot, all-you-can-eat barbecue, music festivals, body-shaping yoga. Yang Shu almost burst out laughing. Who the hell listed yoga after all that food? Body shaping? More like shape expanding. And the height-weight report wasn't inaccurate. It was pure fabrication. There were so many red flags he didn't even know where to start. He decided to go straight for the kill. Come on. You've got the width, but not the height. After chugging that taro fuel tank you call milk tea, you can't even taste the flavor. Your blood probably 80 oil. Microplump? Please. At 150 tall and 170 heavy, people would think 170 is your height, not weight. When you go home for the holidays, even the village pigs refuse to fight you for feed. Badge unlocked. Bitch metal. Ganjialu recognition 8. Well, Yang Shu chuckled. Short in stature, but high in recognition. Second only to by Mummy and truly elite. You like insulting women, huh? I'll sue you. Ganjialu yelled, furious yet uneasy. How'd he know my height and weight? Is he a stalker? A pervert watching me secretly? Oh hell no, that's creepy. Realizing she couldn't win with words, she switched tactics instantly. Pulling out her phone, she shoved it in his face and started recording, hurling accusations like a pro, smooth and practiced. Sisters, allow me to share a word of caution. It is imperative for women to safeguard themselves when venturing outside. While studying in the library, I encountered a rather obnoxious individual who not only disturbed others, but also occupied seats for an extended period. Assuming they had departed, I kindly began to tidy up their belongings, only to be met with a barrage of insults from this person. It took me 2 bouts of tears before I found the courage to speak up. Yang Shu was once again taken aback by the situation. The combative stance and rhetoric did not resemble that of a local. What followed? Would there be a video released, accompanied by a melodramatic essay lamenting the incident? It was only 2017. The updates to this narrative seemed to come rather swiftly. Yang Shu's mind buzzed with confusion, suspecting that this individual too had been reborn. Hold on, let me suit up first. I hereby declare my unwavering support for the new generation of women fighting for their rightful entitlements. And I advocate for women to voice their independence. Meanwhile, Gonjialu finished recording a short video, seething with anger as she grabbed her bag, leaving behind her fuel, and muttering curses under her breath. Huh. So you enjoy bullying the vulnerable, do you? Just wait until I expose you. She was unwilling to linger any longer. Repulsed by the perverse behavior and aware that engaging in further argument would yield no benefit. However, once on the internet, the tables would turn in my favor. The vigilant administrator sensed a brewing crisis. If she were to post a fabricated story online, would he still be able to keep his job? Thus, he turned to Yang Shu, his gaze earnest, as if to say, "Brother, step up. We must not let this mountain demon escape. Fight for our beautiful tomorrow." Yang Shu regarded him quietly. "Speak up, my friend. Berate her well and crush her arguments." Yang Shu felt compelled to remind him. "Dude, my concerns remain unresolved. And the perpetrator is about to leave. Are you just going to sit back and watch?" "Oh, right, I'll call security." The commotion had grown too loud. Few in the library could concentrate on their reading, and spectators had gathered in ever-widening circles. Gonjialu struggled to maneuver through the crowd. "Don't push me. Do you want to make the news too?" "Idiot, your waist and shoulders are a mess. Who's pushing whom?" Oh dear, this hefty girl hadn't brushed her teeth in days. Her breath was worse than a latrine. "Don't flatter yourself. Being a hefty girl doesn't make you charming. What do you even count as?" The crowd exchanged barbs, resulting in Gonjialu's face flushing with anger. With only 2 mouths to counter the onslaught of 30, she was rendered speechless. Fortunately, security arrived, dispersing the onlookers and controlling the situation, swiftly restoring order. 2 towering guards, clad in armor and wielding shields and riot batons, stood firm, capable of taming even the wildest of tanks. Subsequently, Gonjialu was compelled to proceed to the control room alongside Yang Shu and Bai Muxian to review the surveillance footage, which captured the entire incident from the victim's departure to the perpetrator's assault. The footage was complete and unaltered, and with her defenses crumbling, Gonjialu reluctantly apologized. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood and caused trouble for everyone." After bowing to express her contrition, she clenched her phone tightly, enduring the humiliation. "Just wait until I get home. You'd better check online, and I assure you, not a soul will dare to speak." Clearly, she had not abandoned thoughts of retribution. At this juncture, the administrator glanced at Yang Shu, his expression filled with regret, stating, "As you can see, she has acknowledged her mistake and apologized. Shall we let this matter rest? Comrade, I will remember you. Together we vanquished the mountain demon." Yang Shu retorted coolly, "Let us not repeat the same refrain. It becomes tiresome." Yet Yang Shu continued, "It's not over. She must delete the video she recorded and compose a handwritten apology under surveillance." "What?" Gonjialu's eyes widened in disbelief. "What do you mean?" "I've apologized. Can't we let bygones be bygones?" Yang Shu, accustomed to leaving room for negotiation, realized this was not the case. "You recorded a video that distorted the truth, and you expect to be absolved of all accountability?" With a raised brow, Yang Shu insisted, "Hurry, delete it from your album. Remove it from recently deleted files, and finally erase it from your cloud storage. Then present it for my inspection." The administrator concurred, recognizing that if she were to retract her apology and post the video online, it would undoubtedly create a scandal. Indeed, now that we have reached an understanding, such footage should not be retained. Absolutely not. That's an invasion of privacy. How disgusting to think you'd want to see a girl's phone. Gonjialu firmly opposed this, holding her trump card close. "Well, then I'll call the police." Yang Shu calmly retrieved his phone, but Gonjialu scoffed. "Who are you trying to scare? Over such a trivial matter? How embarrassing." 10 minutes later, a police car pulled up outside the library, and 4 officers emerged. Gonjialu was taken aback. "Did you really call the police? Are you out of your mind?" Yang Shu ignored her protests and summoned the administrator to liaise with the officers. Given the comprehensive nature of the surveillance footage, the officers readily acquiesced to Yang Shu's request, deleting the video and requiring the perpetrator to pen an apology. Gonjialu clung to her phone, her eyes darting nervously, then abruptly collapsed to the floor, unleashing a torrent of words. "Officer, listen to me." I merely disposed of their belongings. I apologized and reflected on my actions, but they had no right to insult me. A young woman of merely 20. You can see the footage. Their words were vile. I intend to sue for defamation and slander against women. The officers exchanged glances, their brows furrowing as they continued to scrutinize the surveillance. Soon, silence enveloped the room, broken only by the harsh sounds emanating from the footage, the rapid-fire exchanges revealing a lack of decorum. Chapter 38. Yang Shu, your ability to undermine others is truly remarkable. As the officers conversed with Yang Shu, they found a favorable impression of the young man. Despite it being their first encounter, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Their communication was notably efficient, and his eloquence was an added asset, contrasting sharply with the behavior of the perpetrator, which was the epitome of a poor example. Throwing tantrums and failing to engage in civil discourse while being incapable of comprehending others' words, communication with her required a commanding tone. In summary, she was excessively self-centered and oblivious to the larger context. Let us stop this. There is no need to continue watching. The officer sighed. A young lady should exhibit decorum. Not only does she lack civility, but she also has the audacity to falsely accuse others. Her self-incrimination was astonishing. Gan Jialu, infuriated, momentarily lost her wits, nearly brought to tears by her own foolishness. I've never seen someone turn the tables on themselves so spectacularly, the officer remarked with irritation. Enough. As previously stated, you will write a handwritten apology under surveillance and delete the video. Any compensation required will be addressed. Oh, and don't worry about privacy concerns. We will handle the video deletion. Yang Shu smiled and said, "Please proceed, madam." "Officer, just look at her." Gan Jialu erupted into tears, indignantly pointing at Yang Shu. Seeking justification, the administrator swiftly intervened. "Let us not be unkind. She may simply be at a loss for words. Please don't provoke her further." Yu Haven T spared her either. Ultimately, the officer took charge, yet Gan Jialu was steadfast in her refusal, adamantly declaring, "I won't comply. He insulted me as well. Why should I be the only one punished? I demand equal retribution. Do not be unreasonable. The surveillance is right there. He did indeed insult you, though perhaps not as much as you did him, but his words were certainly forceful." Gan Jialu retorted, attempting to justify her position. As a young girl uttered such harsh words, it was evident that she must have endured considerable grievances. Could he truly be without fault? In the matter of verbal altercations, neither party held the moral high ground, and the police appeared disinterested, treating it as a wash. However, Gan Jialu was resolute in dragging Yang Shu down with her, insisting on accounting for every word exchanged. Even if it meant incurring additional penalties herself, she was determined that Yang Shu should suffer some consequences. Otherwise, she would be restless through the night. "Verbal sparring? What did I insult you with?" Yang Shu interjected suddenly. "Was it not you who unilaterally berated me?" Just as Gan Jialu was about to lose her composure, the police hurriedly intervened, urging her to remain calm while replaying the surveillance footage. "Now, pay attention to what you both have said." Before long, Gan Jialu abruptly called for a halt. "Right here. You said my large bucket of milk tea is tank fuel. Where's the insult in that?" Yang Shu retorted. Gan Jialu found herself momentarily speechless, stammering in response. "Well, it certainly carries an insulting connotation. I felt uncomfortable hearing it." The police, unimpressed, commented, "That hardly qualifies as an insult. It is more of a sarcastic remark. You destroyed someone else's property for no reason. Who would remain composed in such a situation?" Badge of disdain. Gan Jialu recognition, level 3. The footage continued to play. "Stop. This one must count." Gan Jialu exclaimed angrily. "He insulted me by saying I have a large waist but short stature, and that most of my blood is fat. Surely that is a curse. I am merely a realist. If stating objective facts is deemed an insult, then humanity should cease all communication." Yang Shu replied in a flat tone. The police officer wore a grim expression, pondering that neither individual was innocent. Yet the young man had not spoken untruths. He was indeed straightforward. This made the matter difficult to adjudicate. Ultimately, The police determined that Yang Shu bore no responsibility. Ngan Jialu was instructed to delete the video, draft an apology letter, and compensate 300 in cash. Initially, the compensation was not meant to be so substantial, only covering the cost of the torn paper, but she insisted on including the insults as well. Badge of disdain. Ganjialu recognition level 4. Damn it. ISNT this just you being petty? After the matter was resolved, Yang Shu escorted the affluent young lady out of the library, acknowledging that without exam papers, tutoring was utterly futile, much like Lu Guoqiang without internet access. Thus, they decided to visit a bookstore. All right, Bai Muxi nodded. Yang Shu, you truly have a knack for verbal sparring. It's just average, he replied. Don't be modest. If I were to replace the knowledge thief, you would surely reduce me to tears, Bai Muxian remarked earnestly. Consider me an exorcist. I can only inflict harm on ghosts and monsters. You are not a demon of the mountain, so my attacks are ineffective against you. 40 minutes later, they arrived at a commercial district centered around a cultural mall. Rumor had it that during the 1990s, this area lived up to its name, brimming with cultural ambience, featuring various calligraphy and painting displays, chess games, and even storytelling sessions. Alongside English speeches, the essence revolved around cultural collisions. The reason for this vibrant atmosphere was the nearby residential community for retired personnel, where elderly men and women, enjoying generous pensions, gathered daily for recreational activities. Eventually, young people were drawn to the area and entrepreneurs saw opportunities, leading to the establishment of shops and the marketing of the cultural mall, thus giving rise to a commercial hub. Consequently, bookstores, artistic entertainment, and hobby classes predominantly flourished here. Yang Shu, look over there. Bai Muxian pointed at a stall, humming with excitement. Let us go eat. We have plenty of time. At the stall, Yang Shu ordered a serving of fried gluten, while Bai Muxian requested grilled fish balls, grilled shrimp dumplings, fish tofu, fried vegetable rolls, boiled crab sticks, quail eggs, and a portion of tenderloin. Are you ordering all that for yourself? The vendor chuckled. Those are for him. Bai Muxian calmly indicated Yang Shu. I'll just have a little. Yang Shu raised an eyebrow, bemused. Are you not embarrassed? Not particularly. 20 minutes later, having eaten their fill, they prepared to leave. Bai Muxian bit into a beef ball too deeply, causing hot juice to splatter on her coat, forcing her to remove it and hold it in her hands. She wore only a white t-shirt on her upper body, but fortunately, the weather was pleasant, sparing her from the cold. Yang Shu, there's so many people over there. What are they doing? Let us go take a look. As they approached, Yang Shu observed a crowd gathered around a small platform, where someone was writing numbers while an uncle with a loudspeaker urged participation. There are too many people. I can't see, Bai Muxian huffed. It's nothing much, just a number writing game. Participants pay an entry fee starting from 1 and write numbers, reaching a specified number to win prizes. Prizes? Bai Muxian tiptoed, but still couldn't see. Writing up to 500 earns a 50-centimeter toy. 1,000 gets a life-size bear, 1,500 offers a couple S bracelet. And the grand prize at 2,000 is an all-you-can-eat card for the aquarium. An aquarium? Bai Muxian said, somewhat dazed. That is quite intriguing. Being able to eat fish freely is rather rare. I assent to it? I think your train of thought is quite unique, Yang Shu explained. It's an all-you-can-eat area for snacks. Some fish feed is available in unlimited quantities. Oh, meanwhile, the crowd sighed as a hopeful contestant exited in disappointment. The vendor, holding a loudspeaker, exuberantly announced, Is there anyone else who wants to give it a try? Line up one by one. Making money off college students is easy. I've earned 300 in one afternoon. The onlookers, though reluctant to challenge, pointed out the vendor's unscrupulousness, claiming the game was a scam. Hey, let us not speak out of turn. If you're too timid to play, others are willing. The vendor retorted, hands on his hips. The rules are simply to write numbers. If you're distracted, it just shows a lack of focus. How am I at fault? The crowd murmured in discontent. This vendor lacks integrity. That's outright malicious interference. The person was writing just fine until you started chattering nearby. 50 to participate? I can't afford that. It's simply unplayable. This game is truly a moneymaker. I should set up something similar in my neighborhood. As discussions swirled, no one was willing to pay and fall into the trap, turning the street game into a critique session. Yang Shu pondered. This game was a quintessential bait and switch. appearing simple with enticing rewards but fraught with pitfalls. Without attempting a couple of times, one would remain clueless, merely a pawn in the scheme. The vendor's interference was merely a lack of scruples. After all, who cared about ethics if money was to be made? "Let us go," Bai Muxian, Yang Shu suggested. "This is all just a trick." Although Bai Muxian couldn't see, she could sense the crowd's sentiments and felt that the vendor was not a good person. "Do you not desire even a single prize?" Yang Shu inquired. Bai Muxian silently shook her head in denial. "Actually, I do want one, but I don't want you to be deceived. Yang Shu's happiness holds more value than any prize." "Does the aquarium's snack area offer way long?" Yang Shu smiled subtly. "Didn't this indicate a desire? I'll give it a try. What if I win?" "Huh?" Bai Muxian tilted her innocent face upward. "But if you write one number incorrectly, you'll lose. It's quite difficult." "Isn't it? Is a physics problem difficult?" Yang Shu replied. "Just wait here. Don't wander off." Bai Muxian opened her mouth to respond, but noticed the gazes of those around her and promptly closed her lips, adopting a stoic demeanor. "I dare not move." Hearing Yang Shu's intention to challenge, an enthusiastic bystander cautioned, "Don't be fooled. This vendor is a scammer, preying on young college students like you." "I'm 180 centimeters tall," Yang Shu calmly retorted, pushing forward through the crowd. "There is no distinction. The proprietor disregards the rules. Once you reach 200 or 300, he begins to miscount indiscriminately. A single mistake results in the challenge being deemed a failure." The proprietor, visibly displeased, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? If there's no challenge, how can it be called a challenge? Besides, they've brought their girlfriend along. Can you expect them to heed your advice?" As his words settled, the crowd noticed a petite and demure young woman lingering at the periphery. Upon closer inspection, they couldn't help but be momentarily stunned by her striking beauty. Where did this fellow find such an exquisite girlfriend? "I should report you for early romance." The group diverted their gaze from Bai Muxian, casting envious looks at Yang Shu. "Little brother, honestly, there's no need to sacrifice $50 for the sake of pride. Indeed, with that money, you could treat your girlfriend to something delicious, which would surely bring joy, wouldn't it?" Upon hearing this, Bai Muxian's eyes sparkled. "What a good person." Yang Shu smiled and clarified, "We're just friends. Don't get the wrong idea." "Oh, it's not like we're in school. Who cares if you're dating?" A muscular man jested. "Take my advice. Don't waste your money." In their view, Yang Shu merely sought to impress his girlfriend by accomplishing what others could not, thereby enhancing his appeal. They understood. Who isn't had their moments of bravado. "I'll give it a try. After all, it's only 50. Yang Shu scanned the code and accepted the paper and pen handed to him by the proprietor. "Student, don't heed their idle chatter. I believe in you," the proprietor said with a grin, then raised a megaphone to announce to the crowd, "Step back a bit. Grant the challenger some space." Although the onlookers held disdain for the proprietor, they were willing to facilitate Yang Shu, creating a path for Bai Muxian to stand at the forefront. His boyfriend is taking on a challenge. The young lady shouldn't just be listening, right? Bai Muxian moved to the front, silently observing Yang Shu, her remarkable beauty drawing attention, her cold, moonlit demeanor dissuading prolonged gazes. Yang Shu grasped the pen, pressed it against the paper, and entered a focused state, writing down the first natural number. The proprietor and the surrounding crowd fell silent, not daring to disrupt the challenger. The former, due to the nascent challenge, was wary of breaking concentration, while the latter hoped Yang Shu could maintain his focus. Gradually, Yang Shu found his rhythm, and the surrounding sights faded, the sounds dissipated. Only the numbers on the paper danced, the scratching of the pen audible, as if the entire world had perished, leaving only paper and pen to survive. Yang Shu understood this was the effect of the learning focus emblem, bestowing a buff that shielded him from external distractions. Writing numbers can be considered learning, can it not? Under the emblem's influence, Yang Shu swiftly reached 300, even accelerating his pace. The proprietor sensed impending trouble. Others became cautious after reaching 200, requiring multiple checks of the previous number, their pace lagging. "You're actually getting into the groove? This kid is a bit uncanny." The proprietor leaned closer to Yang Shu and cleared his throat. "Ah, high school students are indeed formidable. Their focus surpasses that of college students." "Oh, You've reached 330 already. 331, 332, 333, 334, 337. Damn, the interference is starting again. How insidious. When one is concentrated, the last thing they desire is someone nearby reciting numbers. While writing, people instinctively synchronize their hands and minds, silently reciting what they write. However, this silent recitation can easily be disrupted by external sounds. For instance, if one is memorizingly saw silently, while someone nearby loudly reads sunshine, rainbow, little white horse, who can guarantee consistent focus? Perhaps one moment they are reciting the countless jealous ladies, and the next it morphs into something entirely different. Especially when writing numbers. If someone nearby reads along, and their silent recitation is interrupted, it can lead to confusion when numbers are skipped. Yet, Yang Shu remained unaffected. He was oblivious to the proprietor's words, entirely engrossed in writing. 401, 402, 403. This was the first time the proprietor had witnessed such a phenomenon. It had always been effective before. What was happening? Could he have earplugs? He leaned in to scrutinize Yang Shu's ears, but found nothing. The onlookers wore amused expressions, finally witnessing the proprietor facing adversity. Yes, we're nearly at 500 victory. Some rejoiced, while others felt dismayed, but Bai Muxian remained as calm as water. Quietly watching Yang Shu, some discreetly observed her. What a composed girlfriend. She is unruffled during the proprietor's interference, and even as victory approaches, she remains indifferent, truly aloof. Is this the composure of a true partner? Yang Shu swiftly filled in 500 and glanced at the proprietor. The latter forced a greasy smile and congratulated him. Challenge successful. You've earned a doll. The price of a half-meter tall doll was approximately 50, not too significant a loss. Before he turned to retrieve the doll, Yang Shu inquired, "By the way, if I write to 2,000, will I receive all 4 tiers of rewards, or just the highest tier?" The proprietor paused. "You wouldn't want all of them, would you?" "Indeed." Yang Shu glanced at Bai Muxian before continuing to write. 501, 502. The proprietor's expression subtly shifted, his emotions a mix of joy and concern. Chapter 40. High school students are indeed terrifying. Transitioning from 500 to 1,000, or even higher, is significantly more challenging than from 1 to 500. It's akin to climbing a mountain. Each step becomes increasingly arduous as one nears the summit. Writing numbers follows a similar pattern. Prolonged concentration, a noisy environment, and the accumulation of numbers. The proprietor was pleased that Yang Shu chose to continue the challenge. Should he falter midway, the proprietor would profit 50 outright. However, having seen Yang Shu's smooth progression from 1 to 500, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. Thus, he decided to employ a more stringent tactic. "Little brother, are you sweating profusely? Don't worry, this time I'm not here to interfere. Let me share a few tips with you." The proprietor's intentions were less than pure, as he spoke with a hidden agenda. "Oh, no one has succeeded in the challenge all afternoon, making it seem like a scam. Nobody dares to participate. So don't overthink it. I genuinely wish to help you win and motivate you. Writing numbers may appear simple, but there are methods to it, such as planning beforehand, deciding how many to write in a row, how wide the spacing should be, ensuring the numbers are as neatly arranged as possible. In this way, while writing, one can reference not only the previous number, but also the entire row. For instance, if 10 numbers are written in a row, the 10's digits will remain consistent, while the units will mirror the previous row. Following such patterns makes writing significantly easier than reciting each one silently. The proprietor continued his chatter. Of course, as the numbers grow larger, the number of digits that fit in a row decreases, necessitating timely adjustments to the layout. For example, under 100, one can write 20 in a row, but for 3-digit numbers, only 15. The onlookers expressed their astonishment. How curious. Why has the proprietor suddenly become so benevolent? How infuriating. I just discovered this technique, and now it's being revealed. Is the proprietor genuinely teaching? My apologies for misjudging you. Bai Muxian remained impassive, fully aware of the proprietor's intent to alter Yang Shu's thought process, creating more opportunities for mistakes. Changing a person's habits is a formidable task. The process of adaptation is often daunting, not because it is painful, but due to an instinctive aversion to the unknown. Yang Shu was currently in an excellent state. Thus, the proprietor sought to disrupt his perfect focus by encouraging a change in his writing method. What appeared as guidance was, in fact, a trap. Yet Bai Muxian was unconcerned, for Yang Shu seemed utterly oblivious to the advice. 702, 703, 704, 887, 888, 889. The boss panicked. Child, please don't write so quickly. It's easy to make mistakes, and the larger the numbers, the more challenging they become. Why not try my method? Yet, Yang Shu remained unfazed, continuing to write, completing 1,000 without a pause, and pushing onward toward the finish line of 2,000. The boss grew increasingly anxious, employing every tactic to distract Yang Shu, almost on the verge of begging him to stop. That all-you-can-eat card costs over 600. I'd hoped to lure in more university students to profit. But what if you win it? When Yang Shu reached 1,500, he straightened up momentarily to relax and cast a grateful glance at the boss. Your method is quite effective. I shall employ it now. Yang Shu discovered that while in a state of intense focus, he was not oblivious to the surrounding commotion. Rather, he magnified the impact of his concentration, allowing his attention to be wholly devoted to his task, thereby diminishing distractions. In essence, he realized that with even a slight diversion, he could still perceive the noises around him. Subsequently, Yang Shu lowered his gaze once more and resumed writing, his pen gliding like a dragon. The boss's face was a tapestry of confusion. Huh? You heard that, didn't you? Even in a distracted state, you haven't made a single error. High school students truly are formidable. As Yang Shu approached 1,800, the boss could no longer contain himself, and the loudspeaker emitted a jarring sound. Student, please stop. I know you can write to 2,000. I'll give you a few extra large plush toys and bracelets. How about that? The boss's half-joking words left the onlookers puzzled as to whether he was genuinely unable to bear the loss or simply employing another tactic to distract. Nevertheless, Yang Shu remained steadfast, continuing to write. We, the problem solvers from our small town, possess no exceptional talents. We merely excel in writing. In childhood, we completed homework. As we grew, we tackled exams. In our careers, we draft documents. And in old age, we pen our last wills. Who among us does not write? I shall write and write. Finally, Yang Shu lifted his head amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, capped his pen, and declared, Boss, it's time for the prize. 2,000 digits, meticulously inscribed, over half an hour. What a thrilling contest it had been. High schooler, you are remarkable. Senior, please join the Kuin Kuin Club. The witnesses erupted into applause, sincerely congratulating him. Bai Muxian clenched her small fist, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Thus, a world was created where only the boss was left feeling wounded. Alas, you child, must you make me bleed profusely? Wouldn't it be better to take a few more plush toys? The boss grumbled as he began to pack the prizes. Yang Shu smiled and beckoned the wealthy girl over. Resting a hand on her shoulder, I don't wish to take this too seriously, but my good friend desires them. Upon hearing this, the boss's face contorted in mock irritation, his mouth twisting into a petulant frown as he shook his head and lamented, Oh, my good friend wants a conspicuous bag. Who can't tell you two are a couple? Bai Muxian, who had just been delighted by the mention of a good friend, immediately changed her expression upon hearing the boss's teasing, retorting earnestly, It's not that kind of fragile relationship. We are good friends, at least for 30 years. No. This girl resembles a celestial being, yet her speech seems somewhat dull, the boss mused. All right, let's not bully the boss for his lack of understanding, Yang Shu interjected, lifting a large bag of prizes. Let us go buy some exam papers. Bai Muxian nodded and followed. Sometimes there are such adults. The boss grumbled. How infuriating. What grievance. I feel so distressed. No more spicy pills. Yang Shu handed a sizable bag of prizes to Bai Muxian while assisting her with her coat. Because the two plush toys were extraordinarily large, the petite heiress could only manage a cumbersome hug. Yang Shu, aren't you taking any? She asked. I took your coat. Bai Muxian suddenly halted, and Yang Shu assumed she was giving up, but the wealthy girl began to unwrap the large bear's packaging, tying the gift box ribbon around her waist, hoisting the bear onto her back. The plush toy towered over her, and to avoid it touching the ground, she had to lift it as high as possible, making the bear appear a head taller than her. She then discarded the bulky wrapping and strode forth, clutching the 50-centimeter plush toy. "Let us go." Yang Shu couldn't help but reflect that he was merely teasing her. He would certainly assist her. However, to be fair, a strong individual never complains about their circumstances. Yet, the young lady's adorableness made it rather delightful to carry her burden. Subsequently, they ventured to a bookstore, where Yang Shu used the 300 gold coins he earned from defeating the demon to repurchase supplementary materials. Upon exiting the bookstore, Bai Muxian handed Yang Shu a string of black bracelets. "Here, a friendship bracelet." Yang Shu raised an eyebrow, noticing that the wealthy girl wore a delicate silver chain on her right wrist, which was significantly thinner than his black one. "What friendship bracelet? Did you rename it?" "Wear it, and others will clearly see we are good friends," Bai Muxian insisted earnestly. Yang Shu shrugged, acquiescing to wear it, as it was silver. He had heard that silver could also have antibacterial properties. After wandering through the cultural mall for a while, Bai Muxian pointed to a location and asked, "Yang Shu, what does mirror on the wall mean to you?" Chapter 41. Graduated yet employed? Yang Shu followed Bai Muxian's gesture. The silver-white sign sparkled, displaying 5 glowing words. Mirror on the wall. Below the sign was a narrow passageway, flanked by stone columns covered in irregular prism fragments, glimmering under the sunlight. Curious children tugged at their parents to enter, emerging with their heads covered in bandages, occasionally shrieking in pain. Yang Shu explained, "It's a maze made entirely of mirrors. The passage is quite narrow, and the reflective surfaces are quite deceptive. Would you like to give it a try?" Bai Muxian shook her head. "That's for children. I've heard it can test IQ. The more foolish someone is, the more often they bump into mirrors." Yang Shu stifled a barely perceptible laugh. Given Bai Muxian's somewhat naive demeanor, she would likely emerge battered and bruised from the experience, which he found amusing. Bai Muxian replied calmly, "I am not particularly competitive. Your words do not spur me on, but since we are here, I might as well prove myself. They all say I'm foolish. It's merely a misunderstanding. I'm just not accustomed to speaking." Bai Muxian, with the bear on her back, ascended the steps in her little shoes, arriving at the entrance of Mirror on the wall. She turned back to Yang Shu. "Follow me." "All right." Upon passing through the entrance, they encountered multiple mirror-lined passageways, uncertain whether they were independent or interconnected. Bai Muxian approached the nearest passage, with Yang Shu following closely behind. Due to the bear's size, his view was severely obstructed, allowing him only a glimpse from the side. Bang! Bang! The sounds of collisions echoed around them, followed by the cries of children and the reassurances of parents. To Yang Shu's surprise, Bai Muxian did not bump into any walls, and she quickened her pace. "Miss, please don't cheat. In just 3 minutes..." They traversed the mirror maze and emerged at the other end. Yang Shu was baffled. "You seem to have had a stroke of luck." Bai Muxian maintained her indifferent expression, though her tone grew slightly impatient. "Yang Shu, the mirror maze is dreadfully boring. The mirrors are lined with collision-proof rubber strips, reflecting the light. Therefore, mirrors with double-sided strips are illusions, while those with single-sided strips indicate the correct path." Bai Muxian found the experience uninteresting. While she did not consider herself more intelligent than others, the assertion that the mirror maze could test IQ was an affront to her intellect. Yang Shu chuckled awkwardly. "Lucky you noticed that. Were you hoping to see me make a fool of myself by not telling me?" Bai Muxian inquired. Yang Shu squinted, feeling guilty. "I didn't even notice the rubber edges. How could I inform you? However, it is not that. I merely thought it might prove quite entertaining." "Is it not?" Bai Muxian frowned, asserting, "I am not foolish. Enough of this. You have ruined the competition." Subsequently, the two departed from the cultural mall, indulging briefly in some skewers before parting ways to return home. Upon alighting at the entrance of the community, Yang Shu felt an inexplicable sense of forgetfulness gnawing at him. Suddenly it struck him. He glanced at his forearm, where Bai Muxian's coat hung. He had forgotten to return it. Perhaps he should wash it before bringing it to school tomorrow? Yang Shu deemed it necessary and promptly sought out a nearby dry cleaner to have the garment cleaned. On Monday morning, before the school gate had opened, Yang Shu greeted the security guard and turned toward the reception office to deliver a large package for Yi. The head of the reception informed him Director Zhang had delivered all the materials yesterday afternoon. They're all neatly placed in the basket. Yang Shu acknowledged and began to sift through the contents. 20 letters from the principal, each bearing a personal seal, along with 20 copies of academic records, and signatures from various universities in the corner, proving he had forged his qualifications and misappropriated the school's reputation. Was the response from the universities so swift? Yang Shu had originally intended to leverage the school's name to reach out to some well-known studios in the city, arranging for student training sessions in advance to suppress EHS affairs. To alleviate any concerns from the studios, he planned to use the principal's letters to establish credibility, fostering trust to ensure they would more readily accept the incident of EHS academic fraud. Naturally, the promotional brochures for EHE, which he had copied in advance, would also serve as supporting evidence to be mailed out, enticing the studios to share in the spoils. However, this operation was predicated on the assumption that the universities had not yet responded. Had he possessed these documents beforehand, such as the principal's letters and promotional materials, he could have simply sent the proof of qualifications, and even a note on toilet paper would suffice. In fact, there would be no need for his involvement. The school could send it directly. Goodness, exploiting student labor. Yang Shu's lips twitched. Had he known, he would have slept an extra half hour. Yet, having come this far, and with the copying fees already incurred, he felt compelled to extract value from it. Thus, Yang Shu opened his backpack and began unloading, packing one principal's letter, one university verification document, and one brochure copy into an envelope. This process was repeated 20 times, after which he filled in the addresses of the studios on a memo. The head of the reception, a man of mature years, observed Yang Shu's flurry of activity with curiosity. Are you sending so many items all by yourself? Have you secured a major order for the school? Sure. Best not to inquire, Yang Shu replied, maintaining an air of mystery. I am not particularly interested in knowing. With a light-hearted smile, Yang Shu gazed into the distance, muttering to himself, the wheels of fate have begun to turn. The head of the reception, his eyes darting with intrigue, contemplated further inquiry, but at that moment, the school gate opened, and, alongside the students, a delivery tricycle arrived. Here comes the work, Yang Shu announced. It's yours. How infuriating. This student is quite cunning. Though he said this, Yang Shu kindly assisted in unloading the delivery. After all, the parcels were few and particularly light. Helping out was merely a means to build goodwill. Of course, had the delivery been a large truck filled with desks and chairs, that would have been entirely his responsibility. 10 minutes before the morning study bell, Yang Shu returned to the classroom, extracting his study materials to prepare. The plan to sanction he had successfully commenced. He could allow the bullets to fly a little longer. Young Master Yang, what were you so busy with in the reception office just now? Suli inquired with a smile. Sending a package, what else could it be? Yang Shu replied nonchalantly. Surfing the internet, perhaps? But I saw you helping load the delivery. Have you graduated and gone straight to work? Be quiet, woman. Yang Shu dismissed her, pulling out his phone to message Han Shirshio. I've sorted things out here. The school is quite efficient, and the progress is faster than anticipated. Han replied, I've also communicated with the students. It's nearly done from my end. Let us keep it under wraps for now. I'll await the newspaper's response. The class bell rang, forcing Yang Shu to silence his phone. The remainder was simple. He would wait for the universities and secondary schools to apply pressure on Yi, causing him to be overwhelmed, after which he, in the newspaper, would deliver the final blow, revealing the truth behind the academic fraud. Once the scandal broke, he would undoubtedly seek public relations to manage the narrative, perhaps even creating trending topics to divert attention, aiming to minimize the fallout. Once he faded from public view, whether exonerating himself or finding a scapegoat, he would have ample room for maneuver. In fact, due to the low impact, his sentencing could even be mitigated. Just as Yang Shu had surmised, he had indeed prepared thoroughly for risk management, laying the groundwork for a potential resurgence. Yet, regrettably, they would become a cautionary tale in the realm of academic fraud, never to rise again. Chapter 42. Any evil will ultimately face justice. On Wednesday, in the conference room of Ihi's studio, All the instructors, teachers, and the director had gathered, each before a substantial stack of documents. Letters from various secondary schools, accountability statements and legal notices from universities, refund demands from students' parents, and greetings from peers filled the room. In the brief span of 3 days, ES students had entirely ceased attending classes, while universities and secondary schools united in holding them accountable, and industry competitors watched with predatory interest, while the law firms downstairs were poised for action. While the situation had not yet escalated to a full-blown crisis, the scent of trouble had drawn the hyenas. Everyone sought to partake in the spoils. As the spokesperson, the director did not erupt in fury, but instead remained eerily calm. Our current issues include contract terminations from various secondary schools, a significant loss of student enrollment, student strikes, the disappearance of casual local recruits, and the impending accountability claims and lawsuits from 20 universities, alongside the persistent entanglements with students' parents and a multitude of summonses on the horizon. She paused, her tone laced with a hint of anger. The issue itself is not the concern. I wish to understand how such a significant event could transpire without prior notice. Were you not vigilant regarding that high school student? Is this how you conduct your affairs? She was unperturbed by the potential fallout for he, having anticipated such a day. Numerous contingency plans were prepared. Even if exposed, she was confident in minimizing the damage. A small loss against a significant gain would not render the business a failure. However, the prerequisite was sufficient time to execute these plans. Before any signs of trouble had been detected, the lawyers' letters from various schools had already arrived. The students' parents were clamoring for strikes. A barrage of combined tactics had been unleashed, leaving no time for countermeasures. One of the senior instructors spoke up quietly. We were indeed keeping a close watch. That boy had no opportunity to commit the crime. Outside of that afternoon, when he returned to school, his schedule was entirely normal. Sunday morning at the library, an afternoon out with his girlfriend, and attending classes from Monday to Wednesday without incident. The only time he could take action was when he reported a conflict to the police, which has nothing to do with us. The senior instructor pursed his lips, adding, I suspect this boy must have informed the school. Such a commotion could not have been orchestrated by him alone. And indeed, this was the case. But it was not merely so. The director pinched the bridge of her nose. He certainly could not have done it alone. The suppression was executed too swiftly. It is evident that this was premeditated. Now we are left to ponder how to navigate this crisis and weather the storm. Are you all eager to end up in prison? The room was jolted awake by her outburst, and everyone immediately began poring over the documents, feigning busyness. Just then, someone knocked at the door, and before the director could respond, an anxious voice from outside called out, It's bad news. The students are protesting downstairs, staging a hunger strike to make their point. The individuals in the conference room were momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances for 3 seconds before darting to the window to peer outside. Below, a throng of students surged, over 100 of them, holding banners and megaphones, expressing their misfortunes to the media and passers-by. My goodness, these unruly children are behaving like savages, utterly unreasonable. It's a disaster. I should have offered them refunds sooner to placate a portion of the crowd. Let us ascertain which media outlet is wielding the camera and contact headquarters immediately. The director, with her narrow, slanted eyes partially closed, sensed the whiff of conspiracy. Send a few individuals to mingle within the throng and locate the instigator, Yang Shu. He must be present. Why? Came the puzzled reply. I've encountered such petty rascals before. They think their trivial cleverness makes them geniuses. These self-important criminals, accustomed to relishing their masterpieces, have a habit of elevating their own significance. The director spoke with unwavering confidence, acknowledging her previous oversight, yet firmly believing that no mere high school student could topple her authority. Go swiftly. Understood. Meanwhile, at the base of the Jinding building, Han Shirshio, with a look of affected desperation, clutched a megaphone in his left hand and a thick stack of medical records in his right, wailing with heartfelt anguish. Return my hard-earned money for the art studio. My mother always said that the children of the poor mature early, and here I am, sobbing away. I have been in poor health since childhood, spending more time in the hospital than at school, and now I can only attend university through the art examination, only to be scammed. Oh dear, my money. The tuition I painstakingly saved has been swindled. Come on, man. That is a bit excessive, isn't it? Though his words may have been slightly exaggerated, the media thrived on such theatrics. Emotional depth and tales of suffering equate to high audience engagement, which translates to good news. What? You're concerned about the three essentials of news: timeliness, accuracy, and truth? I'm not interested. I only care about click-through rates, follower conversion rates, and commission. Aside from Han Shershio, the others showcase their unique characteristics. The ordinary group chanted slogans in protest. The streaming group captured videos and broadcasted live. The lazy group sprawled on the ground in protest, while the frenzied group crawled about in the shadows. Everyone was fervently striving to reclaim their tuition fees. At that moment, a male student poked Han Shershio and said, "Shershio, you've already secured your tuition refund. There's no need to exert yourself so. No matter how loudly you shout, there's no salary involved." Han Shershio paused, his expression laden with sorrow, still lost in the narrative he had crafted. Am I doing this for the mere money? That's trivial. My motivations are grander. I raise my voice for all victims. Hey man, I think you might have misunderstood. The boy scratched his head and murmured. Why does it feel like he simply wants to perform? The Chinese tendency to revel in collective excitement was palpable. The innate instinct of the crowd was to observe. Within half an hour of the protest's initiation, the intersection beside the building was teeming with people, so congested that even the traffic police struggled to navigate through. The director, observing quietly from above, was perplexed. This shouldn't be happening. It's a weekday. Where do all these idle people come from? It appeared that the crowd was largely organized, with numerous familiar faces from other art studios present. Ah, so this is how they intend to bully us. At that moment, a spy embedded in the crowd reported back. It's rather strange. The students are only demanding tuition refunds. And not a single one has mentioned the issue of fake diplomas. What should we do? The director frowned. Is there anything else? Have you located Yang Shu? It was evident that this group of rascals was solely focused on obtaining refunds, deliberately omitting the critical matter of diploma fraud, indicating a conspicuous level of organization. Surely someone was orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Yang Shu is not present. Should we refund the money for now? I've seen someone call the police. Other instructors shared similar sentiments. The students' demands were exclusively for refunds, and once the police intervened, the time left for the art studio to respond would be drastically reduced. The director gritted her teeth, drafted an agreement stipulating that upon receiving their refunds, they must not disseminate any negative information regarding the studio. Have them sign and leave with their money. Understood, I will take care of it. Before long, the students entered the Jinding building together, emerging with beaming smiles. Particularly Han Shershio, who, despite having received a refund of 20,000, managed to extort an additional 2,000, in an effort to resolve the matter swiftly. The studio had no choice but to accommodate his demands. How delightful! Any evil will ultimately face justice. Han Shershio exclaimed, triumphantly raising his fist, eager to report back to Yang Shu and inform him that it was time to take action. Yang Shu was in the school's conference room, flanked by his homeroom teacher, Lao Jiao, with various promotional heads from different art studios invited to discuss potential collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, the students have successfully obtained their refunds. As per our earlier discussions, each student will pay 6,000 in tuition fees to complete the remaining training at your esteemed institution, in addition to promoting the art studio. Is that agreeable? Chapter 43. If the dawn does not abandon, some will follow. If Yang Ruo does not abandon, I wish to be adopted as an honorary father. In a bid to swiftly undermine He and prevent them from mounting a defense, Yang Shu and Han Shershio coordinated their efforts, one organizing the students for a mass protest, the other managing their placements. These two endeavors progressed concurrently, ensuring that the students' studies were not disrupted, thereby safeguarding their chances at the college entrance examination. Consequently, Yang Shu summoned the heads of recruitment from various art studios to discuss student allocation, based on the local market conditions. The training fees for art students typically range from 15 to 22,000. However, with only 2 months remaining until the examination, the fees would naturally need to be adjusted. In conclusion, each senior student would be charged 6,000, while junior students could volunteer to participate, along with promotional efforts for the studio, ensuring no losses were incurred. The students would essentially gain access to EHS courses, thus profiting significantly. Of course, considering EHS fraudulent faculty, the actual profit was not substantial. Very well, let us settle on this, announced the supervisor from Xingshan Art Studio. Will the students be allocated evenly, and when will the intake commence? Yang Shu replied. The specific number of students accepted must align with the basic conditions of each studio. Please kindly provide your desired numbers. The studios present varied in size, with educational resources and levels of expertise differing greatly. Some possessed independent facilities, allowing for simultaneous study, painting, and dining, while others may have only rented 3 small rooms. An even distribution of students could overwhelm smaller studios and severely hinder teaching progress. Jiao Hongguang, seated nearby, nodded slightly. Equal numbers do not equate to fairness. Equitable resources do. Medal of Thoughtfulness. Jiao Hongguang's approval rating 3. Jiao Hongguang gained a new understanding of Yang Shu, appreciating his meticulous consideration for the underprivileged. Based on prior discussions, the studios seemed eager to share this opportunity, not only to generate profit, but also to enhance their reputations. Accepting students in need at low costs radiated positive energy. Thus, the more students they accepted, the greater the studio's societal acclaim would be. Once their online reputations were established, it would mean a continuous influx of new students, akin to the recent boom in the influencer industry. During negotiations, all studios exhibited enthusiasm and sought to showcase their strengths to discourage competitors, aiming to attract a greater number of students. Jiao Hongguang mused that had someone else organized this discussion, it would have likely resulted in an even division of students, as it would be simpler and avoid potential friction between studios. Yang Shu demonstrates consideration for the disadvantaged. His intentions are commendable, though his grades barely exceed 500. Lao Jiao, you lack heart. Yang Shu thought to himself as he glanced at the homeroom teacher's head, inwardly critiquing him for boasting about grades that seemed irrelevant. At that moment, a studio head stood up and said, "I have no objections. I will contact you once the intended numbers are confirmed. Thank you, and I shall take my leave." Subsequently, the remaining individuals rose one by one, uttering similar sentiments as they exited, with only a few studios providing their desired numbers on the spot. Yang Shu understood that they could not make decisions independently and would need to consult their respective owners. Jiao Hongguang turned to Yang Shu. "All right, you should return to class now. You've already delayed 2 periods." "Very well." Yang Shu returned to his class, where the 3rd period had just concluded, leaving only one final session before dismissal. As for the missed classes, they merely entail discussing incorrect problems and completing exercises. With diligent effort at home, one can easily make up for them. Upon seeing Yang Shu return, Lu Guoqiang smirked and remarked, "Oh, you still remember to come back to this class after skipping 2 sessions, rushing back like a tail ender after school. If you have no desire to study, you need not come at all. Otherwise, it seems I am the one getting all worked up over nothing." "Mind your language," Yang Shu retorted. "What do you mean skipping class? My father just secured a 3 million deal. Missing 2 classes is hardly abnormal." Lu Guoqiang scoffed at this, his expression dripping with disdain. 3 million? More like a joke. Just a trifle. Yang Shu, unfazed, pulled out his phone to contact Han Shishio, requesting him to create a group for the students and notify them of the ongoing matters regarding their attention. Observing the bustling group chat of 150 participants, Yang Shu felt a twinge of excitement. If each one contributed 500, it would amount to a significant startup fund. However, he dismissed the thought. If such a plan were executed, it would alter the nature of the event, complicating the subsequent process of leveraging university students for entrepreneurial ventures. The newly formed group buzzed with energy. Part of the students celebrated their successful refunds and profits, while another faction fretted over the training courses. Conversations flowed freely, and within 3 minutes, Yang Shu found it impossible to interject. Such groups typically quiet down after a month. Nevertheless, with an announcement to make, Yang Shu swiftly imposed a mute on the chat, plunging it into silence. Han Shishio interjected, "Everyone, please calm down. Yang Shu has contacted 20 art studios and will soon resolve your course issues." Well, you said all. What am I supposed to add? Yang Shu shot back. Han Shirxiu urged, come on, Yang, say a few words. Don't push it. Yet, there were indeed matters to discuss, such as the tuition and conditions they had just negotiated. Thus, Yang Shu disclosed the tuition details, the promotional conditions of the art studios, and initiated a group vote regarding students' preferences for studios. Afterward, he lifted the mute. Wow, Yang Ge is impressive. He has already secured a new opportunity. If Yang doesn't abandon us, I wish to follow with all my heart. If Yang doesn't forsake us, I would gladly acknowledge him as my adoptive father. As expected, the group chat erupted once more, but this time, the topic was unified, expressions of gratitude toward Yang Shu. Some went so far as to send red envelopes in appreciation, to which Yang Shu eagerly responded, I relish this pragmatic approach. What good is mere talk without action? If I don't mention a finder's fee, do you think you provide one? Lu Guiqiang, lurking in the back, was wide-eyed, not out of confusion, but concern. Brother, could you refrain from making money this way? Illegal fundraising could land you in prison. Don't be ridiculous. This is merely a festive red envelope rain. Yang Shu continued to seize the envelopes, collecting over 500 in no time. 2 months since the last New Year, this red envelope rain is quite delayed. Huh? Lu Guiqiang's expression was mixed. Why not pull me in as well? Apologies, this is my work group. No outsiders allowed. Yang Shu smiled. But you can help me grab some. Lunch is on me. Deal. Lu Guiqiang readily agreed, relishing the chance to indulge in a bit of fun. Soon, the final bell rang for class, with Yang Shu engrossed in his studies while Lu Guiqiang claimed a bounty of red envelopes. On Thursday afternoon, the art studios sent their expected enrollment figures, and Yang Shu, based on the group vote, planned the specific allocation of students. Yet he too needed to study, so he delegated the subsequent tasks to Teacher Jiao. Teacher Jiao, you would want my mock exam results to decline, would you? Jiao Hongguang initially intended to decline, but swallowed the words back. At such a young age, outsourcing responsibility without care? What might you become when you grow up? After all, with the college entrance exams approaching, he decided to indulge him this once. Chapter 44. Did you take my Muquan's coat home to wash? As a senior teacher, Jiao Hongguang's capabilities were unquestionable. The following morning, he presented the results to Yang Shu. Kid, remember this is the last time. Got it. Yang Shu flashed a broad smile of thanks, and then sent the documents to both the student group and the studio group. Jiao Hongguang added, by the way, the situation over at he has escalated significantly. The Provincial Education Department has dispatched a team. With ample evidence, the main suspects are now in custody, awaiting trial. I mean, you don't need to be overly cautious. While the world is not pristine, it's not as filthy as you might think. Being overly timid is unbecoming of youth. Yang Shu understood Teacher Jiao's implication. He had been thoroughly dismantled, and it was time to move past the incident. Understood. Teacher. After gym class concluded, students hurried either to the cafeteria or out of school, all in high spirits. Firstly, they avoided the queue for meals, and secondly, there were only 2 classes in the afternoon. Just the thought of it brought them joy. Yang Shu, are you heading home for lunch? Lu Guiqiang queried, puzzled. Not studying anymore? I'm just going back to grab something. I'll return shortly, Yang Shu replied. Want to come along? We can grab a bite. I'm fine, but what about that girl? Lu Guiqiang gestured in a certain direction with a slight lift of his chin. Yang Shu turned to see the little heiress standing there with an icy demeanor, staring at him intently, showing no intention of approaching or speaking. Bring her along. I'll go invite her. I want to go then, Lu Guiqiang pouted. You two go ahead. I can manage on my own. What is that supposed to mean? Making me sound like a scoundrel. Yang Shu retorted. We're all classmates. What is wrong with having a meal together? Enough already. I'm just unnecessary here. Lu Guiqiang waved his hand and walked away, feeling a mix of bitterness and disappointment. After taking a few steps, he turned back, only to find Yang Shu indeed didn't call him back, instead engaging by Muquan in conversation. His anger flared, traitor. You can't even fake it a little? A simple word of encouragement from you won't kill you. Shall we go together? Yang Shu inquired. Scram. Lu Guiqiang stormed off, thinking, what is the point of dining with you two? Just to get humiliated? Meanwhile, Yang Shu looked at the little heiress. Where are you eating lunch? With you. Bai Muquan replied without hesitation. Very well, let us go for Xiaomai. Subsequently, the two ventured to a nearby Xiaomai restaurant, ordered 2 portions, and while they awaited their meal, Yang Shu popped into a nearby snack shop to grab a few treats. Bai Muquan appeared in good spirits. Good person medal. Bai Muquan recognition, level 10. Yang Shu felt quite satisfied. See, this is what gratitude looks like, entirely unlike that ungrateful Lu Guoqiang. A few more meals like this, and this medal will upgrade. Little heiress, do you remember that coat of yours? Bai Muquan paused. I do, you took it. I'll fetch it from the dry cleaners near my home after we finish eating. Yang Shu smiled. It's been so long. Why didn't you ask for it? I thought you liked it. Huh? Who likes wearing women's coats? Don't say such things. I have no such proclivities. To prevent any misunderstanding, Yang Shu felt it necessary to issue a precautionary statement. Just remember, we're good friends, and one take each other as belongings without a word. This is as crucial as avoiding the evils of the mountains. Oh, I'll remember. Bai Muquan nodded, seemingly understanding, then pointed her chopsticks at the grilled cold noodles. Yang Shu, I want to claim this. No need to make a fuss over trivial matters. Let us eat. After their meal, Yang Shu returned home to retrieve his clothes. But Bai Muquan wished to accompany him, which he gently declined. There's no back seat in the car. You can't just sit on the handlebars like Lu Guoqiang. Can you? The school is close to home, so I usually walk, but to carve out more time for studying, I've begun to shorten my commute. The bike is a subpar mountain model. The gear shifter is broken and hasn't been repaired, so I must manually secure it to the frame with wire. Lu Guoqiang frequently indulges in hitching rides, perched upon the beams or handlebars of bicycles. The distinction between genders is evident. It would be inappropriate for Bai Muquan to join him in such antics. I can learn, Bai Muquan stated. After all, I don't take a nap at noon. In comparison to idly sitting in class, the young heiress would much rather be in the company of her good friends. Forget it, just wait in class. Yang Shu said earnestly, otherwise, if the leaders catch us, they might mistakenly think we are a couple. Then I won't follow, Bai Muquan huffed. No one could disrupt a friendship. Yang Shu rode away, returning to the classroom 20 minutes later. By that time, most of their classmates had finished lunch, lazily resting their heads on their desks. Some were engrossed in mobile games, others quietly reciting poetry, while more engaged in gossip. Yang Shu shook his head slightly, feigning disappointment. It's truly disheartening. Without my encouragement, everyone is rather slack. Fu Li's ears perked up, and she turned towards the door. Yes, you're the best. But the lunch break is meant for relaxation. No, Yang Shu countered, for those accustomed to laziness. Resting is merely a shortcut for me. What a joke. Fu Li shot him a glare, then noticed he was holding a garment, the transparent packaging emblazoned with the words, Community Laundry. What brings laundry to school? Fu Li inquired suspiciously. Could it belong to Lao Jiao? Lu Guoqiang, who had been listening in, chimed in. He has some sort of celebration this afternoon. That thing is probably his battle attire. Just trying to show off. The fallen male high school student. What nonsense, it's a women's item. Yang Shu retorted. If others treat me to a meal, I'm the one being extravagant. No need to flaunt it. Following the incident with Yi, the students in the art studio organized a small dinner on Friday to express their gratitude and insisted on thanking him in person, considering the possibility of receiving red envelopes. Yang Shu reluctantly agreed. A women's item? Fu Li's curiosity piqued. That makes it even more scandalous. Come on, stop gossiping all day. As he spoke, Yang Shu placed the garment on Bai Muquan's desk. It's cleaned. Next time you eat skewers, wear a bib, and it won't get dirty. Bai Muquan accepted the clothing with a stoic expression. If the bib gets dirty, will you wash it for me? Yang Shu stared at the top of the young heiress's head, contemplating what peculiar thoughts might be brewing within her. Suddenly, a sharp outburst pierced the air. What the heck? You took Bai Muquan's clothes home to wash. Fu Li's shout drew the attention of the entire class. It's worth noting that early romantic relationships have no place in their community. If one wishes to date, it must be done clandestinely. Bringing it to light would be seen as disrespectful to teachers and school rules. In more severe cases, it could even lead to moral condemnation, as early romance is deemed detrimental to studies. Yet, in such a high-pressure environment, students engaged in early romance often find themselves drawn to thrilling experiences. For instance, Subtle gestures like holding hands, linking arms, and sharing meals create an intoxicating atmosphere, and the happiness derived from these clandestine relationships is often much more profound. Especially during this critical period when the gates of high school are about to be unbarred, the exchange of laundry becomes increasingly nuanced. Oh no, Yangshu thought. As the mocking ooze echoed around him, he realized another trip to the office was imminent. Chapter 45. Perfumed fried fish, would you like some? Classmates paused their activities, collectively turning their heads towards the corner of the room, their gazes flitting between Yangshu, by Mukwon, and the coat. After a few seconds, the atmosphere grew tense as realization dawned upon them. Wait, did Yangshu take by Mukwon's clothes home to wash? What? Pass it on. Yangshu washiklotes for Bei Mukwon. Pass it on. Yangshu did by Mukwon a favor. Pass it on. Yangshu has a relationship. What nonsense. Yangshu could no longer contain himself. Everyone be quiet. Spreading rumors about me. Is that it? Perfumed fried fish, would you like some? Don't view the world through tinted glasses. Is it so abnormal for a good friend to help wash clothes? Lu Guiqiang interjected. Traitor, don't try to defend yourself. We've been friends for over 10 years, yet I've never seen you wash my clothes. Get lost. Don't gross me out, Yangshu retorted, raising his middle finger in salute. Following this commotion, the class was suddenly wide awake, forming small groups to whisper amongst themselves, occasionally glancing at the protagonists. Who would have thought? Yangshu appears to be quite the nice guy, adept at pursuing girls. Of course, after chasing Du Yao for so long, his skills must be impressive. Is it really appropriate for us to discuss this? Yangshu, unperturbed due to his thick skin, thought little of it. But Bai Mukwon might mind, right? Consequently, many discreetly observed Bai Mukwon, only to find her expression remained icy, betraying no signs of joy or anger, making it impossible to gauge her feelings. Perhaps it's best not to speak further, lest we draw the teacher's ire. As the initial teasing subsided, the class grew noticeably quieter, though a few jokesters continued to chatter on. For example, Fu Li and Lu Guiqiang. You treacherous friend, deceiving me about studying while secretly dating. I'll get you. Don't you understand the meaning of good friend? Yangshu quipped. Isn't a close friend of the opposite sex a romantic interest? Is there no justice? Fu Li scrutinized Yangshu. Typically, good friends don't engage in such antics. We've seen those who sneak out for snacks and wash clothes. But what about the ones we haven't seen? Lu Guiqiang suddenly had a revelation. Oh wow, I was wondering why you hadn't been gaming these past few weeks. Turns out you were with someone else. You're incorrigible. Fu Li immediately jumped in. What do you two go on weekends? Shall we bump into each other tomorrow? To everyone's surprise, it was Bai Mukwon who responded. We usually meet at the library. As quiet as a chicken. Fu Li was momentarily stunned. Her smile frozen on her face, her words caught in her throat. It was the first time she had witnessed Bai Mukwon speak up, and the content was astonishing. The phrase revealed 3 key points. They did not merely meet occasionally, but rather frequently. Their rendezvous spot had become a habitual meeting place, colloquially known as their old spot. And their library meetings were not solely for studying, but also for numerous subsequent activities. Wow, what a revelation! Of course, it was the nature of their actions that was surprising. Typical young couples engage in similar activities. However, the speed at which Yangshu and Bai Mukwon's relationship had developed was astounding. Oh my, look at that matching bracelet. Suddenly, Fu Li's eyes were fixated on the black bracelet adorning Yangshu's wrist. Meanwhile, Bai Mukwon sported a silver-white version of the same bracelet. It was strikingly obvious. Such audacity. To bring such an item into the school was an audacious act indeed. This time, it was Lu Guiqiang who let out a sharp exclamation. Displaying couple bracelets in class was nothing short of a brazen provocation, a blatant disregard for propriety. Yangshu maintained a calm demeanor. Oh, this? I want it from Street Game. I think it's called the No Romantic Feelings Friendship Bracelet. Bai Mukwon nodded in agreement, indicating her approval. Fu Li, quick on the uptake, opened an online shopping app to snap a photo of the item, clearly enunciating the product name. Mobius Couple Bracelet, S925 Pure Silver. A high-end gift for boyfriends. Fu Li truly was the life of the party. Her simple statement reignited the interest of the drowsy classmates. Yang Shu felt overwhelmed. What had started as a peaceful lunch break had devolved into chaos. To his astonishment, as everyone began to tease and chant about friendship, Bai Muquan smiled, breaking her usual composure. Following her lead, the class grew even more animated. The female protagonist, when faced with jesting and banter, did not react with anger or denial, but offered a gentle smile. What did this signify? Yang Shu, you truly deserve to be cursed. Led by Lu Guiqiang, half of the boys erupted in a collective anguished howl. She was meant to be the ethereal flower of high school, a brilliant sunbeam in the tender years of youth. The sole pristine light among the yellowed pages of books, the cold, silvery moonlight buried deep within the heart. Yet now, she has been ruined by one individual. Yang Shu, you have destroyed everything. On the day of the freshman orientation, many took note of Bai Muquan, drawn to her outstanding poise and beauty, with even upperclassmen feigning casual passes merely to catch a glimpse of her. Although Bai Muquan did not attend school for an entire semester, that breathtaking visage never lost its luster. Whenever the inexperienced boys found themselves in the throes of puppy love, and their girlfriends inquired about the most beautiful girl they had ever seen, the same face would unfailingly surface in their minds, an exquisitely pure countenance that seemed almost unfair. They would then conceal their bitterness behind smiles, softly responding, "Silly, of course, it's you." The unforgettable splendor witnessed could not be erased, but could be buried, only to be nostalgically revisited in the later years, prompting exclamations of, "How stunning." Yet now, an uninvited guest has entered these memories. Yang Shu, am I truly such a petty little boy? With graduation imminent, why must you taunt me? This is undoubtedly an act of deliberate pretentiousness. Casting a glance at the dazed little rich girl, Yang Shu shrugged and explained, unified response, I am not showing off. If anyone finds me displeasing, they can take it up with Lu Guiqiang. He is the one who indulges me. Lu Guiqiang exclaimed, damn, you are the source of trouble. Yang Shu felt helpless. It was merely everyday life. Where was the pretense? He turned to the little rich girl, curiously asking, today is rather unusual, huh? You dare to speak to everyone? Actually, I'm quite hesitant, Bai Muquan mumbled. So many people are gathered around Yang Shu, yet he has only one mouth. Nobody is assisting him. How pitiful. No, the pitiful one is you. Yang Shu realized that for the little rich girl, conversing with outsiders was a torment, a one-to-many interaction akin to hell. However, her initiative today should be considered a minor thawing of the ice, right? Thus, Yang Shu took the initiative to engage her, inquiring about how she dealt with the teddy bear and whether her parents had caught a whiff of the barbecue aroma. Perhaps this could serve as a form of conversational practice? To onlookers, this scene appeared to be a delightful spectacle, one that sparked envy. Yet only a pair of eyes betrayed anger. Du Yao remained silent, her gaze fixed on the two, finding their interaction more painful than death itself. She cryptically questioned, if one knows that a certain situation is destined for a poor outcome, what is the correct course of action? Should one prevent the event's commencement to avoid the conclusion? Or should one relish the process and endure the outcome? Chapter 46, You Scared Me. I thought your peach blossoms had arrived. Zheng Mengwan, feeling somewhat dazed, did not grasp the meaning behind Du Yao's words. But as a good friend, she felt compelled to respond. I believe that if the conclusion is known to be unfavorable, one must certainly take steps to avert it. Otherwise, isn't that just seeking hardship? Du Yao nodded, a pleased expression blossoming on her face. In truth, the relationship between Yang Shu and Bai Muquan is precisely this way. It will last at most until graduation, and the inevitable conclusion is separation. I have warned him, yet he remains obstinate. Du Yao considered Yang Shu to be excessively irrational. Why continue with a doomed investment without cutting losses in a timely manner? Zheng Mengwan was momentarily taken aback, wanting to speak yet hesitating. Yang Shu has been investing in you for so long. It seems like a loss, doesn't it? Of course. She must never voice this to Du Yao. Never mind. I'll wait until after graduation. Du Yao retracted her gaze and began solving problems to boost her grades. After all, not everyone is as clear-headed. Meanwhile, as the classmates noticed Yang Shu and Bai Muquan engrossed in conversation, they tactfully quieted down and returned to their own affairs. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room, drawing everyone's attention once more. It is well known that classmates do not knock unless they are playfully impersonating teachers or leaders. Genuine knocking signifies either a teacher addressing disciplinary issues or an external class officer delivering notifications. However, this time, it was none of the aforementioned scenarios. At the back door stood 3 students, 2 boys and a girl, each carrying various boxes with an air of excitement. "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" "Wow, with so many items, this can't be the weekend's homework, right?" "Danger." The taller boy among them spoke up. "We are looking for Yang Shu. We come bearing gifts." Once again, someone became the center of attention, causing by Muquan's heart to tighten. "Yang Shu certainly has many friends. You look familiar. Let me check what's going on," Yang Shu remarked. "Please tell me about the problems later." The little rich girl obediently responded, watching Yang Shu approach. "You're looking for me?" "Yes," the tall boy smiled and nodded. "Do you remember us? We are from the same class of art and painting students." "Oh, I recall now." Yang Shu slightly nodded. "What brings you here?" Although he was aware they had come to deliver gifts, he had to maintain an air of humility. "You've helped everyone so much. We felt it was only right to reciprocate," another boy explained. "Initially, we planned to treat you to dinner tonight, but after some consideration, we decided it would be too crowded, so we came early to familiarize ourselves." They were genuinely grateful to Yang Shu, not only for exposing the deceit within the art and painting program, but also for assisting in the recovery of tuition fees, even arranging collective training sessions that saved them a significant sum. Offering such assistance without any personal ties could only stem from either an exceptionally altruistic individual or one with ulterior motives. Regardless of the true reason, this person was worth befriending, as they held great potential for future development. Yang Shu feigned surprise, elevating his voice. "So, how many things are for me? Compared to what you've done, we are far from it," the tall boy complimented. "It's merely a token of our appreciation. Please accept it." Everyone was left dumbfounded, particularly Lu Guoqiang, whose eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, what have you done now that people are sending gifts? Aren't we all just high school students, studying, eating, and occasionally enjoying some entertainment? What is going on? Did you save the world or something?" Fu Li also wore a face of incredulity. "Young Master Yang, are you serious?" At this moment, the onlookers were itching with curiosity, eager to uncover what good deed Yang Shu had accomplished to warrant such a large gift. Yang Shu smiled subtly, pretending to decline a few times while accepting the gifts. They were quite heavy. Surely they couldn't be too expensive? The girl on the left waved her hand, simultaneously shaking her head. No, just some ordinary gifts." Yang Shu peered inside, unable to discern anything in the shadowy depths. "All right then, thank you. By the way, I'm Ji Tao Fong." The girl instinctively stood on tiptoe. "Could you please share your contact information? It would be convenient for us to get in touch tonight." "Oh, sure." Yang Shu took out his phone to scan the code, and after the two exchanged contact information, the trio took their leave. Then, he moved a large pile of items to buy Muquan's seat. The gift boxes were so enormous that they blocked the aisle even at his own desk. Moreover, there was ample space here, making it perfect for unpacking and examining the contents. "Wait for me." Lu Wuqiang leaped over. "With so many boxes, you must be exhausted. Let me help you unpack." Unpacking gift boxes is like unearthing a blind box. The thrill of revealing the unknown is utterly captivating, even addictive. And the best part about unpacking gift boxes is that it costs nothing. How delightful. "Don't start without me. Wait until I arrive. I want to see too." More and more people gathered around, while Bai Muquan shrank back awkwardly, appearing helpless and pitiful. Yang Shu wore a face of exasperation. "Your gift has certainly reached its peak," they exclaimed. "What nonsense is this?" Lu Guoqiang retorted. "Even the emperor's royal cuisine is tasted for poison. We merely assist in your inspection. Indeed, we are just observing, not taking anything," came the agreement. As they spoke, Lu Guoqiang retrieved a small box from a large chest, roughly the size of a shoebox, adorned with decorative ribbons. Upon opening the box, a pair of basketball shoes emblazoned with a swoosh emerged. "What? A pair of shoes worth 1,500 just like that?" Lu Guoqiang frowned. "This must be a fake. Has anyone examined it?" A chorus of ohs filled the air, their envy palpable. "It seems it should be real. Who would gift counterfeit shoes?" My cousin from Puqian, Lu Guiqiang remarked, casting a sour glance at Yang Shu, the unspoken understanding lingering between them. They claim it is a standard gift, Yang Shu interjected. Huh, dropping 1,500 is standard? That's far too normal. Lu Guiqiang scoffed. What's abnormal is me. Ha ha ha. My entire year's New Year's money is only 2,000. And you receive a gift worth 1,500? Lu Guiqiang set the shoebox aside and extracted another item from the large chest. Unfolding, it revealed a red banner with yellow borders, inscribed with the phrase, 1,000 forgings, 1,000 thanks, presented to the brave Yang Shu, who sees through illusions and unravels truth. The name was rendered in an artistic golden font, resembling flames. What good deed have you done to warrant such a banner? Su Li inquired suspiciously. Have you been hiding your charitable acts? Yang Shu smiled silently, savoring the moment. It felt remarkably delightful. You, my rebellious son, continue to help me show off. Lu Guiqiang retrieved the next gift, a beautifully wrapped box adorned with real flowers. He leaned in to take a whiff. This must be from a girl. What are you? A dog? Don't be creepy. Yang Shu chided. You can open this one yourself, Lu Guiqiang said, touching his nose. What if it contains something personal? Something personal? Clarify. Yang Shu retorted, indifferent to the contents, speculating it resembled a decorative hourglass. Without hesitation, he proceeded to unwrap it. Bad news. He was mistaken. Good news. It appeared quite valuable. The gift was an exquisite wooden tower model, featuring a winding mechanism that, when turned, made the tower rotate and emit a melodious chime. Ah, it's a music box, Lu Guiqiang sighed in relief. You nearly scared me. I thought you had found your romantic interest. Just as he finished speaking, the top of the wooden tower suddenly opened, and a small card popped out. Chapter 47. I have a naturally delicate stomach. I only eat food that is offered. Lu Guiqiang instinctively caught it and muttered, These vendors are clever, hiding positive feedback cards in such places. Wait a minute. His eyes widened as he read the card aloud. Hello. Yang Shu, this is an unlimited breakfast card. With it, you will no longer need to purchase breakfast, as the sea conch maiden will deliver food to you. What the hell? How can such a person exist? Lu Guiqiang's envy erupted, crumpling the card in his grasp. Yang Shu, you better explain what this means. Do you really need a girl to provide your breakfast? Yang Shu, equally perplexed, was taken aback by the card's implications. However, witnessing the righteous indignation and jealousy radiating from his sons, he felt a surge of satisfaction. You all know I have a naturally delicate stomach. I only consume food that is offered. Damn you, Shu. While focused on smoking, you forgot to consider me. Lu Guiqiang shook his head, forcing himself to remain calm. Wait, brothers, this could be a misunderstanding. Perhaps some gift shops ask for the recipient's name and inscribe it somewhere to create surprise. What if this is a scheme by the vendor? Silence fell upon the group, their ire towards Yang Shu gradually shifting to pity for Lu Guiqiang. This foolish child has resigned himself to denial. Indeed, if the vendor dared such a thing, they would have been long since reported and shut down. At first glance, the gift appeared to be a music box, but in reality, it entailed daily breakfast deliveries, presumably to foster closer interactions with Yang Shu. Lu Guiqiang once again felt a pang of discomfort. Enough. You haven't spared me either. Lu Guiqiang's head spun. Yang Shu, my good brother, you wouldn't eat a stranger's breakfast, would you? Depends on the situation. If it's offered, I certainly would. Yang Shu smirked, prompting Lu Guiqiang to emit a sharp gasp. The others delightedly observed the unfolding drama, eager to capture it on camera for future mockery. Then, someone opened a small box. Looks like a watch. Please tell me it's not a couple's watch. No way. Absolutely not. Lu Guiqiang immediately dismissed the notion. That girl clearly seems reserved. How could she be so direct? That's true. A breakfast gift is much more subtle. Finally, only one large gift box remained. As the group buzzed with anticipation, Yang Shu stepped forward. I'll handle this one. The rectangular box was about the size of 6 shoeboxes. Upon opening it, a plethora of puff snacks spilled out. Yang Shu remarked, a snack gift pack, I suppose. He tossed several bags to nearby classmates and continued to dig through, noting that the 3 had indeed put in effort. The snacks were plentiful, varied, and devoid of fillers. The top layer consisted of puffed potato snacks, followed by jam biscuits, dried meat products, vacuum-sealed river delicacies, and finally, spicy chips at the base. Not wanting to carry it all home, Yang Shu generously shared more than half with his sons and female classmates, leaving the remainder in class as communal supplies. Father-in-law is here. Yang Shu, my superhero. The sons, thrilled with their free snacks, found Lu Guoqiang had received the most, his envy significantly alleviated. Generosity badge. Lin An's approval level 3. Wealthy dog badge. Su Li's approval level 1. Father badge. Lu Guoqiang's approval level 1. Bro, can I have a whole bag of spicy strips? You still want a premium stuff? Yang Shu raised an eyebrow. No way disperse. As if. The little rich girl has her eyes set. Why would I give you a lot of rough, old men anything? With that, Yang Shu set the snack box behind by Muquan's seat. Keep an eye on this for me. Don't let Lu Guoqiang steal any. And your reward is you can have the spicy strips. Good person medal by Muquan's approval level 10. Trader medal. Lu Guoqiang's approval level 3. A distinguished science student and model urban resident, a platinum demigod, would stoop to eating your food? Lu Guoqiang rattled off a series of titles to bolster his argument. Then what are you eating now? Yang Shu Guidiet. You gave it to me, so naturally it's mine. As Yang Shu returned to his seat, poised to tackle a couple of problems, Su Li approached with a peculiar smile. The parade at Iha Art Studio. Is that you're doing? What? Yang Shu feigned innocence. Don't play coy, young master. The local channel has clips of crowds parading, and the gift trio mentioned Iha Art Studio. Who else could it be but you? Yang Shu shook his head, rolling his eyes. Not me. It must be that reckless Han Shershio. I'm not brave enough. After 2 classes in the afternoon, Yang Shu swiftly packed his bag, ready to attend the appreciation banquet. Passing by Muquan, he made sure to greet her. I have something today. Let's make up for the class tomorrow. You should head home early too. Oh, Bei Muquan nodded obediently, quietly pecking her bake. As Yang Shu turned to leave, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the little rich girl's inner thoughts. If my friends were as numerous as Yang Shu's, I would surely receive an invitation too. Forget it. I'll just go home and play Plants vs. Zombies. Miss, please refrain from speaking so pathetically. If you have the time, you may join us. There is indeed availability. In a swift motion, Ban Muxian turned around quicker than Lu Guoqiang could pull a trigger. In a situation like this, others might feign reluctance before awkwardly agreeing. However, the young heiress was entirely unacquainted with the subtleties of social niceties. Her desire to attend was genuine, and her availability was indeed real. Very well. Let us prepare and depart. As Yang Shu awaited nearby, Lu Guoqiang discreetly leaned closer. Brother, could you possibly take me along? I too am free. Unlike the lunch gathering, this dinner would host a larger crowd, avoiding any embarrassing flirtations between the two. Yang Shu grinned. At gatherings like this, children are typically left behind. What would it look like if I brought my son? Adoptive father. All right, you head to the hotel first. I'll go home to change, Yang Shu replied. What? You're really wearing your battle attire? As a protagonist, I cannot possibly attend a banquet in school uniform. Can I? In that case, I, as a mere freeloader, shall not change either, to avoid stealing your thunder. Lu Guoqiang waved his hand and set off first. Bai Muxian slung her backpack over her shoulder. Yang Shu, I shall call Uncle Zhang. Very well. Let Uncle Zhang assist in my display of grandeur. Arriving in a Bentley for the banquet seemed rather ostentatious. Yet it served as a form of deterrence. Should Ai and Yin harbor any resentment, perhaps witnessing the ostentation of one who feigned authority would dissuade them. One must consider their master even when striking a dog. Would they dare to act against one whose background they do not comprehend? This flamboyance was not my intent, merely a guise for protection. Subsequently, Yang Shu returned home briefly before arriving at the hotel in the Bentley. After parking, Uncle Zhang opened the car door for Bai Muxian. Miss, I shall take a stroll nearby. Please call me when you are finished. All right. Bai Muxian nodded as she exited the vehicle with Yang Shu. The doormen at the hotel exchanged glances upon their arrival, then straightened their posture, lifting their chests and smiling broadly to reveal their white teeth. Oh my, arriving in a Bentley with a driver? A VIP has arrived. Chapter 48. The Supreme Being, I dare not ask for QQ, and yet you allow her to serve? Having worked as a doorman for long, one encounters all manner of individuals and develops a keen sense for distinguishing wealth. Those driving luxury vehicles are not necessarily affluent. They could be debtors or bankrupts. Conversely, having a driver does not always denote prestige. It may simply be a vehicle provided by a rental service, particularly if the driver is young. However, when these two factors converge, a driver who is an older gentleman, there's a good chance of genuine affluence. Naturally, both the vehicle and driver are mere hardware. The true measure lies in the individual. Money nurtures one's existence, not solely through physical sustenance, but also through spiritual richness. The two young guests approaching were striking. The girl exuded an air of elegance and grace, unmistakably the daughter of a wealthy family, while the boy, youthful and casual in appearance, radiated confidence and vigor. Though he lacked the opulence of his female counterpart, he conveyed a sense of ease in navigating life as pleasures. In essence, the girl was raised in luxury, while the boy was nurtured with a more carefree approach. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Even a poorly raised scion of wealth lived a more vibrant life than an ordinary NPC. Welcome to the Golden Sun Hotel. Please come in. Is there anything you require? The staff greeted the distinguished guests with the most enthusiastic smiles, surpassing even the fervor of a New Year's celebration. Yang Shu maintained an impassive demeanor, though he felt a sense of satisfaction within. Was this what VIP treatment entailed? Which floor is the Haiyan Hall on? He inquired. The third floor, this way, please, responded a doorman with a bun, who led the way, gesturing towards the elevator. The other staff momentarily fell silent, vexed at having been outdone. Staff were prohibited from overly indulging customers to prevent adverse effects on the hotel's reputation. Yet being human, why not seize a chance to be more accommodating? Soon, Yang Shu and Bai Muxian entered the elevator, guided by the doorman, arriving at the banquet hall. This is the Haiyan Hall. Do you require any further assistance? Not at the moment, thank you. With that, Yang Shu pushed open the door, and Bai Muxian followed closely behind. The hall was reasonably spacious, featuring 7 or 8 tables, with the main table capable of seating more than 20, while the others comfortably accommodated 10 to 15 guests. Nearly 100 attendees gathered for a gratitude banquet. Ayong, please take a seat. Han Shirshio exclaimed dramatically upon spotting Yang Shu, who was promptly met with cheers from the rest, warmly inviting him to join. Naturally, Yang Shu occupied the main seat, with Bai Muxian seated immediately to his right. Brother and sister-in-law have arrived as well? Han Shirshio asked, casting a complex glance at Yang Shu. Wasn't he just last week that? Goodness, this girl has a knack for manipulation. Tonight I must get her drunk and interrogate her thoroughly. I, too, wish to become a prominent figure. Anything that's merely prominent will only lead to your downfall. Yang Shu shot him a look. Classmates, close friends, let's not spread rumors. Oh, that's splendid. You chat with everyone. I'll go notify the kitchen to serve the dishes. Han Shirshio brightened, but was somewhat disheartened. The good news was that Yang Shu was not in a romantic relationship, and he had not failed in his own quest for companionship. The bad news was that their relationship seemed more than ordinary, as they were both attending the gathering together. As Han Shirshio departed, others flocked over to greet Yang Shu, both to express gratitude and to sneak glances at Bai Muxian. She is exceptionally beautiful. Regardless of flattery or gifts, Yang Shu graciously accepted all, engaging warmly with the crowd. Once the first course of cold dishes was served, attendees gradually returned to their seats to dine. Ah Yang, would you care to say a few words? Han Shirshio urged. We are all immensely grateful for your efforts, allowing us to reclaim our tuition fees while providing a legitimate excuse to celebrate. Is it only you who wishes to celebrate? Yang Shu quipped as he stood to deliver some perfunctory remarks, concluding when the hot dishes were served. I must admit, the fare at the Grand Hotel was delectable, though it fell slightly short compared to the young heiress's Western restaurant. Midway through the meal, Bai Muxian suddenly presented a small dish. You need tea, serve me. Just ensure you're well fed, Yang Shu said. Yang Shu, look, this food is suitable for your delicate stomach. Yang Shu glanced down to find shredded meat twisted into a spiral, encircled by strands of radish and sauced meat, resembling 3 concentric circles. Ah, a platter of fish-flavored shredded pork and Beijing-style shredded pork. Enjoy. But why would you trust something even Lu Wuqiang doubts? Commence operation. Yang Shu was intrigued by the young heiress's current thoughts. It was hand-formed. Surely he didn't TC it. It should still be fairly hygienic. I'd eat it even if it were made by foot. I'm all about eating. Why reward this oddity? Yang Shu chuckled as he consumed the offering, grinning. Is there more? It's easy to develop a stomach ailment if I don't eat enough. I'll take care of that. The second gift to please my good friend has arrived. Indeed, the first being my legs. Following this, Ban Muxian began to serve dishes artfully. Anything with shreds, such as fish-flavored shredded pork, Beijing-style shredded pork, candied sweet potatoes, and stir-fried loofah with meat, as well as items shaped in curves, like chicken legs, duck necks, shrimp, and lobster tails, were meticulously arranged and delivered to Yang Shu's mouth. Han Shishio was left dumbfounded, nearly choking on his own breath. Dear heavens, what kind of divine treatment is this? A celestial maiden crafting a heartfelt bento right before my eyes? Could it be that the same dynamics exist in school? The pressure is overwhelming. Han Shishio suddenly regretted coming today to show off rather than to invite misfortune upon himself. Yang, I implore you, please don't act this way. Being a single noble is perilously precarious. All right, Neathis, Yang Shu laughed in response, only to suddenly sense a venomous gaze. Upon meeting the stare, it was indeed Lu Guoqiang, that troublesome fellow. Oh, little Lu, enjoying yourself quite heartily, aren't you? A traitor. I knew there's no such thing as a free dinner. You were just waiting for me here, weren't you? To avoid being humiliated, Lu Guoqiang deliberately chose a seat far from the main table, but his sighs were in vain. Damn it, I wouldn't dare to ask for QQ from the exalted god, and yet you let her serve the dishes? How outrageous! Jealousy drove Lu Guoqiang into a frenzy as he concentrated energy in his mouth, popping meatballs like a boss. At that moment, the door to the banquet hall opened slightly, and a well-built gentleman strode in, followed by 4 elegantly dressed attendants in red dresses, each carrying 4 exquisitely packaged bottles of liquor that clearly bore a hefty price tag. Yang Shu turned to Han Shishio. Are you really doing this? Can our delicate stomachs handle it? Not at all. I only ordered a case of Finjiu and some bulk Jiangxiabai, Han Shishio said, puzzled as he stood up. Let me go check. I suspect they might have entered the wrong hall. The gentleman at the forefront explained, Oh, there's no mistake. I'm the deputy manager of Jin Taiyong, and these beverages are complimentary, hoping our esteemed guests enjoy their meal and visit us often. While the deputy manager spoke, his gaze was warmly fixed on Yang Shu, leaving Han Shishio bewildered. Wasn't I the one trying to strike up a conversation? Why is he not explaining anything to me? Does he only consider Yang Shu as the esteemed guest? The deputy manager added, Of course, there will also be complimentary dishes later, so, esteemed guests, please don't fill up too much. Lu Guoqiang, who had just stuffed 2 meatballs into his mouth, froze in shock. Chapter 49. If there's no confirmed relationship, can it truly be considered as poaching? So, bro, what kind of status do you hold that warrants such treatment? Having the deputy manager of Jin Taiyong personally deliver drinks and dishes? Lu Guoqiang pondered, confused, thinking he was merely here for a meal and had chosen a corner seat to avoid showing off. But then, you're not being genuine. Everyone had grown up in the same internet CAF. What made him acquainted with the deputy manager? Han Shishio, sensing the atmosphere, returned to his seat, leaving the space for the two to engage in conversation. Go ahead and flaunt your vigor. The deputy manager smiled and gestured for the attendants to place the drinks on the table, then turned to Yang Shu, esteemed guest. With so many of us dining together and such a lively atmosphere, if we could have some performances, it would surely elevate the joy even further. The 4 ladies behind me are the Hotel's signature performers. They will dance 3 numbers to entertain our esteemed guests. Yang Shu did not rush to respond, but instead contemplated the deputy manager's intentions. This rich young master truly embodies youthful talent and even has a dedicated entourage. No wonder it's a professional establishment. The front desk knows nothing. Does the young master come here for a vegetarian meal? Surely, something more substantial is needed to lift the spirits? Very well, you are quite perceptive, but perhaps a bit excessive, Yang Shu replied calmly. I understand the deputy manager's goodwill, but we are merely students still in high school. This liquor seems a bit too potent for us. Goodness, with so many here, if anyone ends up causing a ruckus, wouldn't they come to me, the one trying to show off? The deputy manager was taken aback as he observed that they didn't appear to be high school students at all. They were brimming with youthful exuberance, resembling college students. It is well known that art students tend to have more exposure to society than those in regular high schools, and thus their blossoms open earlier. That indeed seems inappropriate. The deputy manager said gently, "Let us keep the liquor here. Esteemed guests may help themselves if they wish. I will instruct the kitchen to prepare some Australian lobster. Please hold on." Yang Shu internally marveled at the professionalism displayed in the workplace, but after all, it was a case of borrowing prestige. Accepting too much would feel rather embarrassing. Yet, the deputy manager was overly enthusiastic, not allowing Yang Shu to decline, and directly beckoned the red-dressed ladies to commence their dance, while he himself went to the kitchen. Returning to his seat, Yang Shu took a bite of the delectable dish created by the little wealthy girl and looked up at the performance stage where pairs of long, fair legs swayed rhythmically. He sighed, "This hotel offers splendid service. I do enjoy it and will certainly return." Beside him, Han Shirshio wore a face of envy, his tone unexpectedly laced with admiration. No, Yang, this hotel wouldn't happen to be owned by your father, would it? What? My father has such prowess? Then wouldn't that make me a rich second generation? Yang Shu raised an eyebrow, jesting, "Don't jump to conclusions. You know nothing of my family situation." Han Shirshio stroked his chin. "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. It's quite peculiar indeed. You must be concealing a hidden identity. Otherwise, why would the manager treat you with such courtesy?" Yang Shu chuckled, his gaze drifting as he feigned indifference, while in reality, he was bombarded by the system notifications. Unable to keep up, Leader Medal, recognized by Bao Yinian, Level 3. Male God Medal, recognized by Lu Yanjun, Level 2. Wisdom Medal, recognized by Nangong Yanmei, Level 4. Male God Medal. Yang Shu was at a loss as to why everyone suddenly began to admire him. The male God and wisdom medals were the most prevalent, with the former achieving a recognition rate of 87, while the latter reached 93 and continued to rise. It seemed related to gender. Typically, males only acknowledged female deities. Yet, there were exceptions, such as the slightly plump round-faced, short-haired, bearded, gentle-eyed man in glasses, dressed in shorts and white socks. They all had their own male gods. The wisdom medal was predominant, as people genuinely believed Yang Shu was intelligent and astute. Initially, when Yang Shu exposed the instructor's academic fraud and forced the director to refund the fees, the rest of the students were in a state of panic. He had prompted Han Shirshio to lead the charge to reclaim the tuition. While everyone was anxiously awaiting their refunds and had no classes, he had already arranged for the studio to be taken over. He had accomplished all this without taking a single penny for himself. At the outset, everyone was unaware of his contributions until they inquired with Han Shirshio, learning that Yang Shu had been assisting them from behind the scenes, facilitating the current situation with the 29th middle school. He consistently noticed details others overlooked, accomplishing what others could not fathom, all while keeping himself hidden and remaining indifferent to fame and fortune. Moreover, he possessed a warmth that made him akin to a contemporary sage, a model for our generation. Thus, amidst the wave of admiration, Yang Shu earned 2 new medals. Male God Medal Award, Funds 2,000. Wearing Effect. Your charm is captivating, making it easier to exude allure. When interacting with others, your favorability increases by 10, and the probability with the opposite sex doubles. Wisdom Medal Award, Funds 2,000. Wearing Effect. You are always able to view matters rationally, with an increase in insight by 20. It is worth noting that the Licking Dog Medal had decreased to 1. With just a bit more, it would be downgraded. Hooray! I'm free from the licking dog status. Suddenly, the previously silent little wealthy girl spoke up. Yang Shu, you seem different somehow. Oh, how so? Yang Shu felt a slight panic. Was the enhancement of charm at 10 so apparent? Or was my original charm already quite high, with 10 amounting to half of Wu Yanzu's appeal? Ba Muquan whispered, I can't quite place it either, but I feel a stronger desire to be around you. As Han Shirshio prepared to raise a toast, his hand trembled, and his cup was suddenly half empty. Hey, are you having a seizure? Fill it up. Han Shirshio's mouth twitched, ignoring the surrounding people's attempts to persuade him to drink, and directly found Lu Guiqiang, indignantly stating, Liu Zi, could you kindly switch seats with me? I toast to you. No need for a return gesture. With these words, Han Shishio emptied the wine vessel, appearing as though he were on the brink of death. Will you change? Surely, you wouldn't refuse me, would you? Switch, switch, switch. Don't let me die on your account. Lu Guiqiang muttered about his misfortune. While others may offer courtesy before conflict, here was courtesy before demise. Who would dare to refuse? Consequently, he settled beside Yang Shu, only to witness the supreme deity arranging lamb chops with meticulous care, offering them to Yang Shu as if fearing any disruption to the arrangement. Damn it, let Han Shishio perish on my account instead. Meanwhile, at another table, Ji Taofeng found her admiration for Yang Shu intensifying inexplicably. Yet a flicker of worry glimmered in her eyes. The girl beside him was extraordinarily beautiful. Ji Taofeng believed herself to be rather pleasing in appearance, her light makeup rivaling Du Yao's, allowing her to barely squeeze into the top 3 of the grade. Yet, the disparity felt monumental. Their closeness was palpable. At that moment, a girl with large waves approached, leaning in to whisper in Ji Taofeng's ear, I've done some digging. The girl's name is by Mu Xian, a competitor from the 29th middle school, and they are not in a relationship. According to reliable sources, their acquaintance spans less than a month. There's still a chance. Ji Taofeng bit her lip, feeling a sense of relief. Their relationship isn't confirmed, so it doesn't count as stealing someone else's partner, right? Chapter 50, Not Classmates. Do you have to experience adolescence and love? Ji Taofeng had long taken note of Yang Shu, but her evaluations were decidedly negative. The reason was simple. Those who fawn over others deserve their fate. Disgusting others and oneself, akin to a worthless prince, deserving of a swift end. However, recently he had undergone a transformation, particularly after conversing with the hotel's deputy manager. He seemed more handsome than ever. He is my ideal type. Ji Taofeng opened her handbag, retrieving a small mirror and lipstick, applying a light touch of makeup before taking a deep breath. Here I go. All right, let us do this. Good men must be pursued. Forget about any stolen glances. Encouraged by her good friends, Ji Taofeng rose, striding confidently toward Yang Shu, to leave a good impression for their first formal interaction. She had taken leave after delivering a gift at noon to perfect her appearance. She changed out of her innocent school uniform, released her bun, and discarded her flat cloth shoes, swapping into a fitted skirt, letting her straight hair cascade over her shoulders and donning black stockings paired with heels. She aimed for a striking contrast to her earlier look, hoping to leave an unforgettable impression. At this moment, it was Ji Taofeng's time to shine. Many onlookers watched in silence, eager to witness the unfolding scene. Yet gradually, her confident stride faltered, her brilliance dimming. Wait, this competitor isn't even wearing makeup? What the hell? Is she serving food with such grace? Goodness, her profile could rival that of a movie star. My word, even in a school uniform, she looked stunning. In a dress, wouldn't she ascend to goddess status? Ji Taofeng swallowed hard, feeling a pang of anxiety. Should she greet the main girl first? No, they had not confirmed their relationship. It was merely a phase of ambiguity. Why was she feeling so small? Perhaps encountering an insurmountable rival made Ji Taofeng unconsciously shy away, relegating herself to the next position. No way, no way. The battle has only just begun. I refuse to be a loser. Yang Shu sensed someone approaching and turned to see Ji Taofeng, her inner thoughts audible. Not classmates. Do you really need to indulge in adolescent love? Ji Taofeng regained her focus, finding herself in the arena of confrontation, with her target gazing back at her. Thank you for your gift. It's wonderful. I'm glad you like it. Ji Taofeng replied with slight embarrassment. Yang Shu, may I ask if you're free tomorrow? To confess outright from the outset was undoubtedly foolish. A direct approach devoid of emotional foundation could only be perceived as harassment. Feelings are the foundation. They must be sturdy enough to support the edifice of marriage, thinking too far ahead. This time, Yang Shu appeared uncomfortable. What kind of marriage literature is this? Tomorrow isn't ideal. I have remedial classes. Studying is indeed important, Ji Taofeng affirmed. Then what about the day after? I have classes on Sunday as well. It was by Mu Xian who spoke. Her tone icy. Yang Shu has missed many classes and needs to catch up. Well, Then I want to disturb you further, Ji Taofeng replied, leaving with a profound sense of helplessness. That was definitely the aura of the main girl. Her presence was overpowering. No, the little rich girl always speaks that way. But I did ask the little rich girl for help with math. Could it be they have already confirmed their relationship? Indeed, we have established a good friendship. Yang Shu teased Bai Muxian. You've made quite the progress in speaking up. Bai Muxian pouted. You said you wanted to attend Jiang University and needed a score above 630. Of course, I must assist my good friend. So, that means no time for fun. However, we often go out after finishing our classes, Yang Shu countered with a smile. That's different. Those were your compensatory rewards. Hey, don't underestimate my cleverness. Before long, the Australian lobster gifted by the hotel was served, and the deputy manager complimented it before handing Yang Shu his business card. Here's my number. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. Yang Shu accepted the card with a smile, thinking how retro the man was. In this day and age, few people use business cards. Most prefer to scan WeChat. Well then, I hope you all have a great time. I'll take my leave now. After the deputy manager departed, everyone continued to enjoy the lobster, extolling Yang Shu's prowess. As the banquet reached its peak, intoxicated revelry surged, prompting many to showcase their talents, drawing cheers of approval. Bai Muxian turned to a pair of hapless friends, inquiring, Yang Shu, what's this performance? The latter turned to see Han Shishio, intoxicated, weeping in Lu Guoqiang's embrace. I feel so miserable. How could a perfectly good clown end up like this? Achong. Others may not understand your pain, but I do. As they both turned toward Yang Shu, they sighed in unison. Heavenly Father, grant us mercy. Yang Shu stifled aloud, preparing to unleash a devastating counterattack. This should be a tragic drama. Feel free to act, but remember to mock. At 9 o'clock, after 2.5 hours, the gratitude banquet concluded. As everyone waved farewell at the hotel entrance, organizing carpools home, they agreed to reconvene after the college entrance exams. Yang Shu turned to Bai Muxian. It's dark now. Will you be all right getting home late? Not a problem. With Uncle Zhang around, he drives easily through traffic. Just don't hold up the seasoned driver. Uncle Zhang is already in the car. Shall we go? Bai Muxian asked. At that moment, Lu Guoqiang approached, wishing to invite Yang Shu to share a ride home. Now he felt superfluous, managing to utter only 2 words. Traitor. Bai Muxian regarded Lu Guoqiang thoughtfully. Are you a boy from the same neighborhood as Yang Shu? Care to join us in the car? Lu Guoqiang's expression shifted slightly. She doesn't even know my name. Yet, it was understandable. After all, he was the supreme deity. Thus, he tearfully climbed into the Bentley. Bai Muxian took the front passenger seat, while Yang Shu and Lu Guoqiang settled in the back, departing the parking lot amidst the envious gazes of onlookers. Han Shishio was left bewildered. Wait, does Weiqi even hire a driver? Brother Xiao, you've had too much to drink. There's Abe in the middle. Oomph. Ji Taofeng stood there, at a loss, murmuring softly. You said you'd ride the shared bike with him all the way, and he has a Bentley, so everything's fine. Classmate Yang Shu, see you tomorrow. Yes. Tomorrow will be a full day of intense study. Yang Shu waved. Uncle Zhang, thank you for your hard work. As the vehicle disappeared from sight, Lu Guoqiang finally spoke up. So it was her family's car. She even tricked me into thinking it was that yellow-haired Tony. Aren't you nervous at all? I didn't dare to move once I sat down, afraid of damaging the seat. I'm not afraid. Perhaps I've just grown accustomed to it. Yang Shu replied nonchalantly. There's no need for concern. The seat is made for sitting, unless, of course, you're a bee that has transformed and developed a stinger. Is a bee really such a perverse creature? Lu Guoqiang pondered, suddenly realizing something. Wait, what did you say first? Used to sitting? Chapter 51. With the knowledge of a little wealthy lady, victory is but a matter of course. On the first Monday of April, the third-year students faced their second mock examination. The same classroom, yet a different mindset. No one resorted to clever tricks for the sake of pleasing scores. The students drained every last drop of mental energy, evenly marking their answer sheets, awaiting the validation of their responses. To shorten the exam duration, both Chinese and mathematics were crammed into the morning, while the comprehensive science exam was scheduled for the afternoon, followed by English the next day at 10 o'clock. What? Aren't you selecting B for the third question? What was the third question again? The one about tense conversion. The essential ritual of checking answers after the exam. For students lacking confidence, the sense of belonging that comes from matching answers with others can be quite soothing. How did you do, Brother Shu? Lu Guiqiang grinned widely, his mood seemingly quite good. Not too well. Yang Shu took a deep breath. I've been so busy these days that I didn't have time to review, and the question types in the second mock were rather new, making it hard to think clearly. Lu Guiqiang raised an eyebrow, secretly pleased with himself. Well, you've been too busy showing off. It's certainly affected your studies. Especially unexpected events have a significant impact on one's learning state. It's all right. There's still time. Just put in the effort for the third mock. Lu Guiqiang cheerfully replied, You'll definitely catch up. Did you do well? Yang Shu countered, giving him a chance to boast. How should I put it? It was decent, slightly better than last time. Lu Guiqiang had crammed before the exam, preparing for this moment to flaunt his results and bask in the glory once the scores were announced. After being teased by Yang Shu before, he finally had the chance to return the favor. 2 days later, the overall scores were posted. Lu Guiqiang was the first to lean in and check, locating his name and then sliding his finger down, bursting into laughter. Wow, I scored 520. I'm really awesome. Don't worry, Brother Shu. I'll find you in just a moment. Lu Guiqiang continued scanning down his name, but his expression grew increasingly perplexed. What? It's not here. Let me check again. After failing to find it the second time, he began counting upwards, with each upward glance diminishing the smile on his face. Finally, he located it under rank 15. Total score, 598? Isn't that a drop? I didn't do well at all. Lu Guiqiang returned to his seat, a look of disappointment on his face, feeling as though he could never love again. What was my score? Yang Shu inquired, stroking his chin. Get lost. You don't have a score. Oh, 598. Thanks, Yang Shu muttered himself, alas, still a bit short. Hearing this, Fu Li turned her head. Short? You surpassed me. So close to hitting 600. Such a pity. Lu Guiqiang couldn't hold back any longer. Shut up. How could you say such a thing? You heartless, emotionless monster. Yang Shu smirked, mimicking Lu Guiqiang's tone. How should I put it? It was decent. Slightly better than last time. Armed with the knowledge of a little wealthy lady, victory becomes an expected achievement. Lu Guiqiang turned away, silencing himself, fighting the world's ridicule with silence. Yang Shu leaned in playfully, whispering in his ear, challenging the gods is an act of folly. Don't yell at me. Meanwhile, Du Yao observed the two, glancing at her score of 580, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. I've been studying diligently, yet I'm still lagging behind. What exactly is going wrong? No, in the third mock, I must achieve a higher score, surpassing Yang Shu, allowing him to chase after his own dreams once more. Du Yao's whispers were soft, yet beside her, Zheng Mingwan heard and pondered whether to speak up. Bai Muxian has better grades. Why would Yang Shu wait for your chance? In the following 2 weeks, the urgency of the impending college entrance examination intensified, and everyone raised their heads to sprint forward. The atmosphere of study was incredibly thick. Yang Shu's studying efficiency soared to 400. Once he entered the zone, he blocked out distractions, and his grades naturally rose. At the same time, he discovered that the insights provided by the Wise Metal were also applicable for analyzing exam questions, proving immensely helpful for tackling challenging problems. After 2 weekly tests, he had consistently scored above 600. Additionally, while continuously nurturing the little wealthy lady, the Good Samaritan Metal had leveled up, and its enhanced effects were astonishing. Good Samaritan Metal, Radiant Gold. Your positive reputation spread increases by 20. Your negative reputation impact decreases by 25. True Name Revelation. When you gaze at someone, gain information related to the target. New passive ability. Your left eye can capture images of the future 3 seconds ahead. Wow, future sight. Ridius. I now possess eyes like yours. Oh my, the evil king's true eye. How marvelous. The moment Yang Shu beheld his new ability, his heart soared with joy, only to be filled with anguish in the next second. The reason being, future sight was a passive skill, lacking the active control akin to his inner voice. As he opened his eyes to the world, countless phantoms overlapped, and in the classroom of 50 appeared 100 figures, creating an exceedingly chaotic scene. His brain began to spasm, forcing him to cover his left eye. Fortunately, After 2 or 3 days of adaptation, he overcame the discomfort and began to apply the ability. Yang Shu discovered that future sight not only allowed him to see, but also enabled him to make choices for the future. For instance, when shooting a basketball, continuously altering the angle and force would change the future trajectory of the ball. When the projection aligned with the hoop, releasing it would guarantee success. During a street stall lottery, picking a ticket would allow him to see how it would look 3 seconds later when scratched, thereby deciding whether to scratch it or choose another. Even while playing the finger grab game with the little wealthy lady, he always emerged victorious. The practical applications in daily life were exceedingly impressive. If applied to scientific research or military domains, the impact would be immeasurable. However, Yang Shu hesitated. Engaging in an international divine war would bring immense consequences. He only wished to live an ordinary life. Conquering the world could wait until after falling in love. Oh no, it could wait until after he could withstand a nuclear explosion physically. What is the end of the world doing? Are you free? Can you come to save us? Yang Shu's response was, I'm busy solving problems, no time, and not possible. Yet, there was one thing that could save the grilled squid at 15 yuan each from the snack street. I'm not too hungry today. Let us save 3 for now. Bai Muxian swallowed. All right, I'll save 2.5. After school, the two made their way into the snack street, intending to enjoy squid. But the little wealthy lady seemed to have activated a taste everything mode, sampling at every stall. Wow, shovel. Not long after, the two sat beside the dining car, gnawing on squid. Although the grilled delicacy resembled a pair of insoles, its flavor was undeniably delightful. Bai Muxian's eyes sparkled with joy as she licked the sauce from the corners of her mouth, exclaiming, if I could indulge in this forever, I would gladly endure daily skewers and cold noodles. You really don't mind the loss at all, Yang Shu remarked, teasingly. By the way, how did the health check turn out? Concerned about the petite heiress's well-being, Yang Shu had urged her to undergo a medical examination. The results were quite good. I'm healthy, Bai Muxian replied, though I have gained a bit of weight. Oh, how much weight have you gained? Yang Shu inquired. Don't worry, classmate Yang Shu. My legs haven't gained an ounce. They still possess the shape you adore. As her words lingered in the air, Yang Shu instinctively straightened his posture, bracing himself against the skeptical gazes of passers-by. Chapter 52. Creating a world solely for leg enthusiasts. How dare they cast lecherous glances at the Scarlet King? Forgetting the past and the present, what has leg obsession become? Once I master the infinite moon reading technique, I shall create a world entirely for leg admirers. Yang Shu chuckled. Children say the silliest things. I'm merely jesting. Bai Muxian huffed. I genuinely like them. I'm not withholding anything from you. Just keep it down. There are too many people. Yang Shu, feigning ignorance, lowered his gaze, pretending to be oblivious. I can be whoever I wish to be, but you can't label me. I am not Kira. I am Light Yagami. Classmate Yang Shu, your mouth. Bai Muxian suddenly raised her face, pouting her lips, which were glistening with a rich red hue. Yang Shu quickly extracted a tissue, dabbing at her mouth while playfully pinching her cheek. Handle your own affairs. Next time, don't expect me to do this for you. But I have both hands occupied, and licking my lips might lead to angular cheilitis. Bai Muxian protested while clutching a wooden skewer. Besides, helping a good friend wipe their mouth is perfectly normal. All right, all your excuses. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Yang Shu suddenly froze, noticing a future projection of Bai Muxian looking alarmed, her body instinctively trying to evade something. She seemed to be frightened. Yang Shu swiftly turned his head, spotting a figure clad in a baseball cap and hoodie sprinting towards them, panic etched on his face. His left hand gripping a cloth bag and his right brandishing an ominous black baton. Surrounding students scattered in fear, many stalls suffering collateral damage. Yang Shu immediately comprehended the situation. The pickpocket, having failed at theft, had resorted to outright robbery. The days of carjackings and necklace snatchings may have faded, yet such incidents occasionally resurfaced. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the crowd, accompanied by startled gasps. In the next instant, the thief burst forth from the throng, and Bai Muxian mirrored the actions of her future self, frantically attempting to sidestep. With quick reflexes, Yang Shu seized a brick from the dining car and hurled it towards the thief's landing spot. Thud! The pickpocket stumbled to the ground, his face meeting the earth. Ow! What kind of disgraceful city environment is this? He cursed from the ground, unable to rise, yet vaguely aware that the brick had been thrown by someone. Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, he looked in the direction of his memory, only to be taken aback. What the hell? Who are they? He saw two individuals clad in high school uniforms, their faces obscured by masks resembling those of thugs, only their noses, eyes, and mouths visible, rendering their identities unrecognizable. Moreover, their masks were askew, suggesting a sense of urgency. Not just the thief, but the onlookers were also momentarily stunned. Classmate Yang Shu, why are you wearing that? To avoid being recognized by evildoers, of course. Also, Yang Shu is my childhood name. You can now call me Han Shirxiu. Oh, I bought these masks for the new year, one for Lu Guiqiang and one for myself, but with the weather warming up, I stuffed them at the bottom of my backpack. Had it been earlier, Yang Shu would likely have refrained from intervening, but now, recalling the words of his brother, I hope the world becomes a little different because of my existence. He felt compelled to act. At that moment, the pickpocket finally regained his composure, struggling to rise and brandishing his baton menacingly at the two masked figures. Bai Muxian tugged at Yang Shu, while the vendor grilling squid picked up his iron plate, and the gathered crowd grew tense. Everyone felt a surge of panic. The thief had transformed into a would-be assailant, and the potential for injury loomed large. Yet, Yang Shu remained calm, knowing from his foresight that the would-be thug was merely posturing and would soon flee. Clearly, he wasn't foolish enough to harm others and worsen his own predicament. Thus, without a second thought, Yang Shu charged forward as the thief made his move, delivering a swift flying kick that incapacitated him on the spot. You 1T attack me, but I shall certainly retaliate. The crowd, driven by a collective mindset, surged forward as one, igniting the flames of public justice, each person eager to subdue the criminal. How dare you collide with a high school student and think you can escape? I'll deliver a left kick, quickly disarm him, confiscate that baton, an elbow strike. Watch me unleash my elbow technique. With the assistance of the enthusiastic crowd, the thief was successfully subdued, soon joined by the elderly lady he had robbed and the police. Upon their arrival, the officers were startled, initially mistaking the two masked individuals for accomplices, nearly calling for backup. Classmate Yang Shu, can we take these off now? Bai Muxian asked shyly, feeling the weight of all eyes upon them. Fool! If we take them off, our faces will be revealed. Do you wish for everyone to recognize us? Forget it. It's embarrassing. Bai Muxian huffed, but she no longer hesitated. After all, they 1T know who I am. Meanwhile, the pickpocket was escorted to the police car, and the elderly lady, visibly relieved, checked her cloth bag before handing 3 crisp 100 yuan bills to Yang Shu. Good boy. Thank you so much. Otherwise, I would have lost all my vegetable selling money. Yang Shu quickly waved his hands in refusal. No need, Grandma. Growing vegetables is no easy task. I merely lend a helping hand. Oh, what is difficult about it? I hire 50 people to harvest and plant. It's a breeze. All right then. Had I known, I would have envisioned an elderly lady left to fend for herself, struggling to sell vegetables while being harassed by local bullies. Turns out, she's just a cabbage seller. After the authorities dealt with the criminal, they approached Yang Shu, expressing their gratitude, and then added sternly, while acts of bravery are commendable, they can be perilous. I reviewed the footage from the scene. You charged at the assailant armed with a weapon. If he had retaliated, the officer's admonitions were met with Yang Shu's earnest acceptance. Yes, I understand, officer. In truth, Yang Shu had foreseen the pickpocket's fall even as he prepared for his flying kick, which is why he felt so secure, and thus there was no real danger. Of course, the officers were genuinely concerned for the safety of the public. By the way, why are you two wearing those masks? Oh, it's nothing. We were just playing CS. Go. Very well, the officer conceded, respecting their personal preferences. But please accompany me to the station to file a report and record your information for future commendation. Not a problem. Just send the banner to the school gatehouse. Yang Shu cheerfully replied, while Bai Muxian was picked up by Uncle Zhang. The following morning at 10 o'clock, as the Chinese teacher organized a writing session, the homeroom teacher, Lao Jiao, suddenly knocked on the door. Yang Shu, by Mushian, step outside for a moment. What? Has my act of bravery banner arrived? Who told you to come out first? Jiao Hongwang remarked, exasperated. You become too smug. Once the two stepped outside, the remaining students lost interest in their writing. I saw the video yesterday. It seemed familiar, but I couldn't be sure. Isn't that them, the Eastern deities? Did they both act heroically together? I was there at the scene. The discipline had unraveled, and the formidable figure of the Yuanying stage unleashed a collective silence technique, rapping the blackboard and proclaiming, "What is all this clamor? I am here, heavily burdened, delivering a lecture for whom? Shouldn't you all focus on your studies?" Apologies were murmured. "We are at fault. We repent." Lu Guoqiang, gripping his pen in silence, seethed inwardly. What annoyance. It's him again, stealing the limelight. And this time, it's a husband and wife duo. Chapter 53. This soft meal is yours to consume. On their way to the office, Bai Muxian curiously inquired, "Teacher, why did you call for me? I didn't do anything yesterday. It was classmate Yang Shu who took the notes." Jiao Hongwang shook his head, replying, "I am unaware. The police notified us in this manner." Consequently, both turned to the lone party involved. Yang Shu pondered aloud. Perhaps, when I was taking notes yesterday, I inadvertently included the little rich girl. Upon hearing this, old Jiao's eyes narrowed, sensing the complexity of the situation. This lad exhibits signs of mischief. I hope I don't catch him red-handed. Yang Shu interjected, "Old Jiao, remember, you are a teacher of the people, not a lethal poison master." The group swiftly arrived at the office, where, aside from two security guards, there was the head of the political education department, Lu Deshan, and two police officers enjoying hot tea. "Ah, you've arrived." Director Lu greeted with a smile, immediately grasping Yang Shu's right hand with warmth, saying, "Please cooperate with the police comrades, and we will subsequently organize a school commendation." Regarding Bai Muxian, Lu Deshan was well aware of her affluent background as a competition student, a gem in the principal's eyes, and a tree for the secretary's career advancement. Thus, he abstained from handshake contact, opting instead for a nod of acknowledgement, allowing her to stand beside Yang Shu. Simultaneously, his assessment of Yang Shu elevated. He knows how to curry favor with the influential. This soft meal is indeed his to relish. Wait a moment. ISNT, the political education department responsible for moral education? Your thoughts are rather misaligned, Director. What soft meal? Do not belittle the bond between my good friend and me. You scoundrel. The same police officer from yesterday presented the ceremonial banner, chuckling as he patted Yang Shu on the shoulder. What a dashing young man. You really ought not to wear that hood. You look like a bandit. It's mainly due to a slight idle burden. All right, let us take a photo with your banner. Yang Shu glanced at the banner, which bore the grand words, "Brave in wisdom, daring in justice." Truly, it was quite a delight to recite. "Kulme, this way for better lighting." Lu Deshan beckoned. "Old Jiao, join us for a photograph." Old Jiao, now a senior teacher, with a distance yet to cover before attaining special status, was determined to seize this fortuitous honor. Thus, Director Lu and Old Jiao positioned themselves on the left side, while the two police officers stood on the right, leaving the central position for Yang Shu and Bai Muxian. "Come on, our little heroes." Yang Shu smiled gently, "Director, it will be more appropriate for you to stand in the middle. Ein classmate Bai will flank you." Lu Deshan, momentarily perplexed, queried, "Why is that? What is the matter with me, standing in the center to commend you?" "Oh, this lad has some thoughts. He's quite adept at navigating social dynamics. But the display of merit is too obvious." "Director Lu, you two-faced adult." Yang Shu elucidated, "It is logical for the director to occupy the center. Think about it. Teachers impart knowledge, and the political education department nurtures character. With me between you and Old Jiao, my left hand symbolizes virtue, and my right hand represents knowledge. Isn't that the essence of a new teaching philosophy?" He paused, glancing at the little rich girl, and classmate by standing between the director and the police officers epitomizes two forms of harmonious societal relationships. One is the relaxed coexistence between officials and the populace, and the other is the assurance from officials in supporting education. Director, isn't this a reflection of a harmonious society? It serves as excellent material for social promotion. Moreover, The honor of students is also the honor of the school, is it not? As his words resonated, the entire office fell into silence. Even the inner thoughts were hushed. Goodness, speaking so fluently. Are you preparing for graduate school? After a 3-second silence, Luda Shan applauded in admiration. Excellent, excellent. Yang Shu, your ideological awareness is truly commendable. You are indeed the moral exemplar of the 29th high school. Nonsense. Last semester you called me a born rebel, just because I was late for a week. You slapped a label on me. I was only 17 then. Do you know the damage a label like rebel can inflict on a student? And now I'm the moral exemplar? Ludashan, you lack compassion. The 2 police officers joined in applause, exclaiming, truly a key high school in the city. The educational standards are commendably high. Yang Shu will undoubtedly become a pillar of society. Old Jiao raised his thumb, astonished internally. I never noticed he had such talent. His eloquence is remarkable. If he were to speak for me, why would he need to be a teacher? He could soar directly into the Education Bureau. How audacious, old Jiao. What are you saying? Yang Shu averted his gaze, casting a glance at Luda Shan's inner thoughts. Very well. Yang Shu has a promising future, a truly bright future for me as well. Goodness, they're ghosts. Please scrutinize the ancestry for 3 generations. He then turned towards the 2 police officers. This young man possesses a high political awareness. Let us keep in touch after the college entrance examination, so he can report to school. I must memorize what I just said. I must ensure it becomes the best monthly report. Yang Shu's lips twitched, cursed adults. Do not exploit the blossoms of our nation. His inner thoughts were far from pure, resting on the little rich girl. Yang Shu, your words are impressive, but I wish to stand beside you. Forgive me, little rich girl, this shall be the last time, until you possess a Sharingan like mine. Thus, the 6 arranged themselves as Yang Shu suggested, from left to right. Old Jiao, Yang Shu, Luda Shan, the little rich girl, Officer A, and Officer B. The banner was held aloft by Yang Shu and by Muxian, positioned before the director's ample belly. Why not Officer B, you ask? Because people's servants are our friends, not mere passers-by. Following the photo session, the police bid farewell and returned to their station, while old Jiao awaited Luda Shan's words to escort the students back to class. The more Luda Shan observed Yang Shu, the more he appreciated him, his expression akin to that of a smiling master. That was quite impressive. How did you come up with those words? Especially relaxed feeling. It's truly delightful. Yang Shu replied with a smile. You flatter me, director. It was merely a spontaneous expression, largely influenced by the school's ethos. Oh my! This lad's eloquence is indeed pleasing to the ear. The school ethos, under the leadership of the secretary, is an integral part of the political education work. You sure know how to flatter. Luda Shan recognized that Yang Shu's compliments were abundant, yet they were indeed pleasing to the ear and uplifting to the spirit. Return to your class. Do not delay your studies, urged Luda Shan, and remember to take the banner with you. Of course, director. As the trio of teacher and students prepared to depart, Luda Shan added, by the way, Yang Shu, please come here. I have something to discuss with you. Director, what is it? Luda Shan leaned down, speaking softly. Next week, during the flag-raising ceremony, you will be commended for your bravery. And I'll also arrange for you to receive the Moral Exemplar Badge. That is acceptable. At least it's not just a verbal commendation. Upon returning to class, just after the Chinese lesson concluded, Jiao Hongguang took 10 minutes during the break to once again commend Yang Shu and Bai Muxian. Certainly, acts of bravery are contingent upon the premise of ensuring one's own safety. Yang Shu is indeed a paragon worthy of emulation. However, it is imperative to remember that you are currently in your final year of high school, and there exists but one paramount task before you: to study, study, and once more study. With the impending college entrance examination, do not allow your life to be marred by regrets. Dismissed. Chapter 54. The Thoughtful Fist. Ideas flowing like a spring. The contemplative fist, never forgotten. Jiao Hongguang understood that youths possess an inherent reverence for fervor and exhibit a certain degree of initiative. Suppose someone were to be inspired by Yang Shu's courageous deeds and recklessly approach danger, resulting in irrevocable consequences. In that case, not only would their preparation for the examination be hindered, but their entire life would be cast into slow motion. Even if the likelihood is minimal, the possibility exists. Hence the necessity for preventative measures. Goodness, Zhengde is a hapless fool, while Yang Shu executes a flying kick. You may refer to me as the father of Ultra. Yang Shu responded amiably, inadvertently letting the banner slip from his grasp, revealing 2 lines of gilded characters. Oops, my hand slipped. Lu Guiqiang narrowed his eyes. Discerning Yang Shu's Juning Blau. How insidious. Clearly a trick. Jiao Hongguang wore an expression reminiscent of Squidward's perplexity. All right, secure the honor and refrain from flaunting it. Understood. Esteemed teacher, I shall promptly display it on the wall. Oh, never mind. I truly give up. There are no words to express this. You simply enjoy your triumph. As soon as the homeroom teacher departed, Yang Shu affixed the banner to the back wall of the classroom, near the white silk tree. Little Miss Wealthy extended her domain, and even the most envious of classmates dared not encroach too closely. Lu Guiqiang regarded Yang Shu with a complex gaze. So, you've been preoccupied with these matters instead of returning home with me all these days? Yang Shu raised an eyebrow. Do not spin wild tales. It's as if you're insinuating I've been unfaithful. Is that not the truth? Lu Guiqiang's visage darkened with sorrow. You were not like this before. Why not revert to your former self? The current you feels like a stranger. Come back, my laid-back Shuzi, my proudest belief. Memories of past failures surged forth, tears inexplicably flowing. The recollection of scoring 400 points and the formidable Yasuo lingered in his mind. Yang Shu delivered a sharp elbow strike to silence him. Do not wail at me. It's utterly vexatious. At that moment, Su Lyle, the source of amusement, began her incantation. The thoughtful fist, ideas flowing like a spring. The contemplative fist, never forgotten. The grand Shu palm, for all eternity. Clearly, Lu Guiqiang was not the only one harboring dissent. For heaven's sake, read fewer, trivial tomes. Have you never encountered such a brazen girl? Is there truly no one in this world you care for? Though the others feigned jealousy with their sardonic remarks. System notifications indicated their grudging respect. Bravery medal. Lin An's recognition 2. Bravery medal. Su Li's recognition 3. Scoundrel medal. Gan Jialu's recognition 1. Wait, how did the demon of the mountain infiltrate here, and why is it so irate? The next day proceeded as usual. Yang Shu munched on breakfast while tackling practice problems, his thoughts flowing as freely as a brook. Shuzi, indulging in your little fan's breakfast again? Indeed, you are aware of her feelings, correct? Lu Guiqiang scoffed. Of course, but can you truly enjoy it without guilt? You already have Bai as a companion. Do not dangle her along endlessly. Yang Shu turned back with a serious expression, retorting, First and foremost, Bai Muxian and I are merely good friends. Secondly, I accept gifts. The inequality is immediately nullified. Since she hasn't confessed, how could I refuse? I risk being labeled as overly sentimental. However, Lu Guiqiang is right. I cannot continue to accept breakfast without reciprocation. Otherwise, how am I different from Du Yao, who nurtures sycophants? How infuriating! A would-be dragon slayer nearly turned into a dragon himself. Amidst their conversation, Yang Shu instinctively glanced at the little wealthy girl and noticed her staring intently in their direction, her thoughts manifesting as a line above her head. So hungry. Craving spicy chips, but the flavor is overwhelming. Does the young lady have no breakfast at home? Thus, Yang Shu curiously inquired via WeChat and swiftly received a reply. There's food, but I woke up late today and had little. My cat is sleepy. Yang Shu, may I have a taste of your cat's drool? Sure, come over. I'm too timid. Well, if you want tea, come over. I shall come to you. Consequently, Yang Shu climbed onto a stool to approach Bai Muxian, bringing along his exercise book to glean insights. Bai Muxian cautiously said, I shall only have a tiny bit. Go ahead. If it's insufficient, we can purchase more after morning study. The little wealthy girl nodded with delight, accepting half a baked bun filled with skewers, her little tongue swirling within as she savored the flavorful treats until they were utterly devoured. Good deed medal, radiant gold Bai Muxian's recognition 10. Yang Shu was puzzled. You don't eat baked buns? Will that suffice? Just a little is adequate, Bai Muxian said, taking a final bite of the egg and returning the breakfast to Yang Shu. You have heavy study obligations. Please eat. But your tongue was in it. It's all covered in saliva. It wasn't tea that he was repulsed. Disregarding any notions of rewards, this simply breached the decorum of the occasion. Yang Shu hesitated to take a bite, his mind plagued by two inner voices at war. Eat, for heaven's sake, why hesitate? Do you despise your good friend? What are you waiting for? All these classmates are watching. Do you intend to appear peculiar? Wasting food is shameful. You must consume it. There are distinctions between the genders. One cannot transgress these boundaries. Meanwhile, Lu Guoqiang and his faction of dissenters were fixated on Yang Shu, their accumulated resentment potent enough to sustain 10 malevolent sword masters. So brazenly displaying affection this early in the morning? How infuriating! Shuzi, if you dare to eat, I shall dare to observe. How laughable! I'm chuckling at my own bitterness. Yang Shu, a lemon-legged fool. After contemplating, Yang Shu resolved not to disappoint his good friend and decided to take a small bite. Yet, just as he opened his mouth, a familiar and imposing presence manifested beside him, casting a watchful eye. Old Jiao will arrive in 3 seconds. Yang Shu promptly reacted, concealing half of his breakfast in his pocket and feigning inquisitiveness about a problem. 3 seconds, more accurately, 1.5 seconds later, old Jiao appeared. The distance from the classroom door to the seats was a couple of meters, and upon spotting old Jiao's figure, he was already standing nearby. Having disregarded the time taken to enter, Jiao Hongguang scrutinized Yang Shu, his gaze laden with scrutiny. Something is amiss. The expression is unnatural. It's a facade. Goodness. Old Jiao, are you a detective? Yang Shu thought, having hidden his breakfast well. He had not been seen sharing with Bai Muxian. Wait, why am I feeling guilty? Others indulge in unhealthy breakfasts. Yet why should I be ashamed of a mere taste? The crux is, I haven't even eaten yet. However, Jiao Hongguang slightly wrinkled his nose, intently sniffing, before his gaze fell upon their mouths. Eating an unhealthy breakfast again? Why the unnatural expressions? What are they concealing? Both possess remnants of food at their lips. They are merely sharing breakfast. I have no objections. Unless they are sharing a single meal? Brother, please cease your conjectures. I'm but a mere student, surviving on the goodwill of a little wealthy girl to gain some approval, hoping to find joy in solitude. If you persist, I may just crack. In your studies? Jiao Hongguang inquired. Ah, yes, good morning, teacher. Good morning, teacher, Bai Muxian echoed in unison. Jiao Hongguang inclined his head slightly and approached the podium. Please pay attention next time. Chapter 55. The Little Rich Lady and the Coin Explosion. It was evident that old Jiao was privy to the details but chose to remain silent. If the third mock exam doesn't yield a score above 600, I shall hold you accountable come autumn. However, it is rather peculiar how these two ended up together. It's one thing to share a breakfast with Yang Shu, but what does Bai Muxian seek from him? Never mind. Let us allow them to progress without interference. Any sign of regression, however, necessitates a call to their parents. Observing old Jiao's stream of thoughts, Yang Shu felt a whirlwind of emotions. What is wrong with having thick skin? It's as if I'm being compared to a naive child. Ascending the podium, Jiao Hongguang spread his hands across the desk, prompting the students to quieten down. The class monitor was about to speak. I would like to inform you that the third mock exam commences next week. Please take it seriously. The conclusion of this examination signifies that there remains but a month until the college entrance examination. Persevere. The students responded eagerly, filled with determination. Meanwhile, Yang Shu was strategizing for his future. Currently, he possessed 6 bitcoins and over 20,000 yuan, enough to acquire another 1.5, accumulating to a total of 2. Then came the pivotal moment. In early June, Bitcoin was projected to peak at $3,000. Although he had forgotten the specific date, all he needed to do was monitor the price daily, and once it surged to $3,000, he could liquidate his holdings. Should this plan unfold smoothly, he could amass a principal sum of 126,000 yuan, albeit slightly less after deducting transaction fees. By mid-July, the price was expected to plummet to a low of $1,200, at which point he could invest all his capital, theoretically increasing his returns by 53%. Accumulating a total of 15 bitcoins. Subsequently, He could wait until the year end when the price was anticipated to reach $19,000, at which point he could sell all for his initial investment, potentially yielding around 2 million yuan. A portion would be allocated for business ventures, while the remainder would be reinvested in cryptocurrencies. The more he contemplated, the more anxious he became. A monthly return rate of 53% was a rarity in the investment landscape. If only he had a bit more capital, the year-end figure could exceed 2 million. Were you pondering? Fully queried softly. Thinking about how to acquire a substantial sum of money in a short time, Yang Shu sighed. Oh, I often contemplate that too. Do let me know if you discover the answer. Who hasn't dreamed of sudden wealth? How mundane to think of such trivialities during class. Since we're dreaming, why not be audacious? To be rich, one must aspire to be the wealthiest. And if seeking a partner, it must be Wang Yuan. Wait, Yuan. Yang Shu was slightly taken aback, realizing she was a hidden admirer of Yuan. TF had indeed been quite popular in recent years, and it was understandable for girls to be fond of him. Yang Shu squinted, continuing to eavesdrop on her thoughts. Daydreaming, I've been at it since kindergarten. Fervently kissing the little prince. With a thud, Fu Li smacked her thigh, abruptly halting her thoughts, her expression a mix of embarrassment, frustration, and awkwardness. Understood. This must be what Han Shirshio described as a mental explosion. Yang Shu had not anticipated that this amusing individual had been a lovesick girl in her childhood. How astonishing. Thus, his mischievous side emerged. Fu Li, I believe we've crossed paths before. I felt a sense of familiarity when we were separated into different streams. What? Are you trying to flirt? Fu Li raised an eyebrow, her face full of disdain. I'm serious. Which kindergarten did you attend? Yang Shu guided her question, prompting Fu Li to ponder, and her thoughts naturally surfaced. Who remembers? I think it was called Bilingual Morning Light Kindergarten. Yes, that's it. Morning Light Bilingual, right? Yang Shu interjected eagerly. What? You too? Is that for real? Fu Li exclaimed, stunned. Yang Shu smiled and nodded, feigning nostalgia. Of course, back then, everyone called me the Little Prince. Fu Li's face registered shock. The Little Prince? I was just wondering, could it really be him? Did I actually have a crush on Yang Shu in my childhood? I can't go on like this. Someone slapped me, and in my misery. Yang Shu's expression shifted slightly. Was it truly that embarrassing? But to be fair, you've changed quite a bit. Now you're a charming and popular young man. Yet you were undeniably more adorable as a child. Yes, you've grown quite unattractive, just a waste of potential. Change the channel. I'm not watching this anymore. Yang Shu resolutely turned away, intending to tease her reaction, only to be met with an internal barrage of ridicule from Fu Li. The critical part was that he couldn't retort. To prevent Fu Li from continuing her tirade, Yang Shu shifted the topic. Honestly, is there a quick way to liquidate funds? I don't need much, just a few tens of thousands. Sell your house. The property, ISNT mine. I'd exchange it for another. Yang Shu shook his head. A loan? Can a student even qualify for that? Yang Shu pondered, contemplating that a personal loan wouldn't require a male guarantor, but it would expose his contacts. Online microloans could indeed be a viable option, advantageous and lucrative, requiring only a phone and an ID, allowing him to exploit various platforms. The key was that repayment wasn't necessary. However, this would adversely affect future prospects, as revealing his contacts could lead to parental concern and peer gossip, creating an invisible societal pressure. Most importantly, there was the issue of credibility in entrepreneurship during university. Seeing Yang Shu's troubled expression, Fu Li felt a pang of guilt, recalling how she had previously treated him. If you're in trouble, I can lend you money. If it's a significant amount, I suggest asking Teacher Jiao to organize a fundraising effort among the students. If all else fails, a crowdfunding campaign could suffice. Just don't give up on the college entrance exam. Yang Shu looked up. I'm not talking about giving up. I merely need capital for investment. Get lost. You foolish idiot. Scoundrel S badge. Fu Li's approval rating 2. Huh, is this my fault? This little lovesick girl was indeed quite fearsome. However, she was correct. There are always methods to overcome difficulties. From a certain perspective, borrowing money and securing loans was the fastest way to acquire funds. Thus, Yang Shu turned to Bai Muxian, sending her a message. Hey, little rich lady, could you lend me some coins? Bai. After class, Let us play Temple Run. All the coins will be yours. What I mean is I need to borrow some money. Let us discuss it in detail after class. With the college entrance examination approaching, studies remained paramount. After class, Yang Shu immediately sought out by Mu Xian, expressing that he might require a substantial sum of money. The little rich lady inquired, puzzled, "Are you really in need of cash? I can offer you a friend's fee." "No, it's just a simple loan, the kind with a written agreement," Yang Shu clarified, explaining that he would need the funds around July and could repay by the end of December. Was that acceptable? Bai Muxian pondered for a moment. "How much do you need? How much do you have? I forgot, let me check." Bai Muxian opened 3 banking apps, summing up her balances before turning to her friend. A total of 4,600,000. That 2 million card is off limits. So I can lend you 261,000. Yang Shu was momentarily stunned. Was that not an exorbitant amount? Would borrowing that much not result in accusations of fraud? Isn't that a bit excessive? One to your family mind? He inquired. Bai Muxian replied coolly. The spendable amount consists of restaurant earnings and save pocket money. There's no issue, but I do want interest. Yang Shu restrained his excitement, promptly agreeing. No problem. Shall we calculate it at the bank's interest rate? No, I'll calculate it myself, Bai Muxian stated. Once I lend you the money, I'll have nothing left to spend. So the interest will sustain me until the debt is settled. I am quite capable of managing on my own. When hunger strikes, I simply venture to a restaurant. Yang Shu, if you could take me out for a breath of fresh air, that would suffice. Huh? Chapter 56. Yang Shu. I do not possess the class uniform for our graduation photos. What is the rationale behind this? Yang Shu did not quite grasp the situation. Are you certain you desire this interest? Bai Muxian nodded slightly, then retrieved a palm-sized frog-shaped wallet. All the funds are here. I will send you the password shortly. Not yet, there's no need at the moment. Yang Shu declined to take it, as it would only be required in July. Bai Muxian, still maintaining her icy demeanor, remarked, but I wish to earn more interest. You are calculating against me. Keep it to yourself and fend for yourself. Oh, Bai Muxian sighed inwardly, tucking away her wallet while explaining 2 problems to her good friend. Just before class, as Yang Shu returned to his seat, Lu Guiqiang approached him like a ghost, a dark expression etched across his face. Shu, despite our financial constraints, we must resist the allure of superficial temptations and steadfastly avoid moral decay. What are you saying? Don't feign ignorance. I saw it all. Lu Guiqiang's eyes were sharp, noting the thick bag, which must contain several thousand yuan. Yang Shu understood. Are you spying on me? Lu Guiqiang refrained from a direct answer. I merely wish for you to remain steadfast. If you indulge in the first mouthful of soft living today, you will crave a second tomorrow, and your appetite will only grow. Such a life lacks fervor. Do you not feel an emptiness? Indeed, it is rather empty, right? It also brings joy. Yang Shu replied calmly. And you? Lu Guiqiang hesitated for a moment, ultimately bowing his head. Brother, I wish I could avoid such thoughts. Then take your time to ponder, Yang Shu reassured. Ah Chang, do not weep. Stand tall. A week later, the 3rd mock examination concluded. Unlike previous tests, this time, smiles illuminated the faces of the students, suggesting that the questions had been quite manageable. The questions felt remarkably simple. Could this indeed be the fruit of our labor? Lu Guiqiang exclaimed with barely concealed delight. Am I on the verge of breaking through to a score of 580? They were merely simple questions. Lu Guiqiang's brow furrowed slightly. Shu, I find your words unpalatable. Is it so difficult to acknowledge the excellence of others? Yang Shu responded with nonchalance. The ascension of an individual signifies excellence, while a collective ascension denotes a convergence of talent. If everyone ascends, it indicates a transformation in the environment. To stimulate the enthusiasm of the 3rd-year students and cultivate their self-confidence, the topics in the 3rd mock exams are typically simplified, leading to inflated scores. This serves as a hopeful prelude to the college entrance examination, alleviating the pressures of study. However, for the restless Lu Guiqiang, this was not necessarily a boon, as he genuinely believed he could achieve such high scores. Trust me, continue to cultivate your foundation and study diligently. The day after, the results of the 3rd mock examination were announced, and indeed, everyone exhibited significant improvement, with scores soaring by 30 to 40 points compared to their usual performance. Lu Guiqiang stared at the score sheet, his joy somewhat diminished. Yang Shu feigned profundity. The delight of one is genuine bliss, while the joy of many lacks its essence. Fu Li nodded in agreement. Precisely. Only through comparison can one truly appreciate the joy. Lu Guiqiang cast a glance at the score sheet, forcing a smile as he turned to Yang Shu. Yet it appears you are enjoying it more than anyone else. What is the reason behind this? Even with simple question types, many barely manage to score 600, and in this score bracket, those who have been performing well saw a minimal rise of only 10 to 20 points. Meanwhile, Yang Shu, as a gatekeeper of 600 points, astonishingly achieved a score of 630 in the third mock. Excluding the inflated portion, his true score was at least 610 points. This seems unreasonable, Lu Guiqiang mused. I only improved by 40 points. How could you possibly leap by 32? Yang Shu pondered for a moment. Have you heard of extraordinary talent? Enough. As they conversed, Jiao Hongguang entered the classroom, clearing his throat to address the class. You all have one final month of study. Make the most of it, as we will take graduation photos at the end of May before departing the school. Due to some students holding out-of-town household registrations, third-year students typically have a week off before the exams to adjust their states or engage in self-study. A student inquired, Teacher, why not wait until after the exams to take the photos? It feels quite melancholic. Jiao remained composed. After the exams, it will be more than just sadness. There will be the pain of potential failure and regret. Does that sound pleasant? Furthermore, one should refrain from hastily checking answers and estimating scores immediately after completing an exam, so as not to disrupt one's mindset. Within hours of completing each subject, correct answers will appear online, and students eager to ascertain their scores will compare their results against these answers. High scores elicit elation and confidence, while lower scores may lead to despondency or even mental breakdowns, adversely affecting subsequent exams. Thus, for those uncertain of their performance, it is advisable to wait until after completing the English exam before estimating scores. After 2.5 years of effort, we must focus on this final stretch. It is crucial. After Jiao Hongguang imparted his words of wisdom, he departed. Yang Shu muttered softly, 20 points in a month is no small feat. Everyone has their limits. And Yang Shu felt he had reached a plateau. Despite his efforts, the results were minimal. Fu Li suggested, why not focus on improving your English score? It seems there is ample room for growth. English is so pure. I cannot bear to tamper with it. Yang Shu joked with a pained expression. I truly cannot master it. The nemesis of science is English. Do you not have a one-on-one tutor? Fu Li raised an eyebrow, glancing at Bai Muxian, who frequently traveled abroad for competitions and had performed well in English previously. Yang Shu found her reasoning sound and thus sought the wealthy girl's advice on enhancing his English skills, only to receive the response, I've never formally studied. I just listen a lot, and somehow I learned. Yang Shu, I can help you practice speaking. Yang Shu understood that a language environment is a fertile ground for learning foreign languages, yet he still harbored doubts. Strong speaking skills do not necessarily equate to proficiency in examinations. Many foreigners answering domestic test papers often only achieve passing marks. Yang Shu speculated that the wealthy girl's high English scores resulted from a combination of speaking and examination skills. Therefore, the solution became apparent. With a certain foundation in speaking, he could emulate Bai Muxian's answering strategies. Even if he could replicate them to about 60 or 70%, he would see improvement. Thus, the wealthy girl acquired yet another role, teaching spoken English, which he dubbed speaking studies. Yang Shu devoted all his attention to his studies, formulating a detailed and rigorous plan. During school hours, he minimized free periods, completing at least one set of practice questions for each subject. During lunch breaks, he practiced speaking with Bai Muxian and engaged in English reading. On rest days, he absorbed knowledge from the wealthy girl in the library, utilizing a 400 efficiency to digest and assimilate information. Day after day, his life became entirely regimented. A concentrated will can break through stubborn stones and conquer time. Unnoticed, may dwindle to its final days. Jiao Hongguang posted a group announcement in the class group. Tomorrow morning at 8, arrive at school in class uniforms. layered with school jackets. We will take 2 sets of photos, and no one is permitted to be late. Just as Yang Shu prepared to rise and locate his class uniform, he received a message from Bai Muxian. Yang Shu, I do not have a class uniform. Chapter 57, Inherent JK Style. Bai Muxian tossed and turned in bed. Feeling somewhat vexed, tomorrow, I can only wear the school uniform for the photos. What a pity. Rubbing her reddened knees, Bai Muxian messaged her friend, Gao Jiangwo. Yang Shu, where did you purchase the class uniform? I'll ask Uncle Zhang to check it out. Gao Jiangwo, stop pondering, it's too late. The shopping mall has already closed. Allow me to inquire with Lao Jiao. Thus, Yang Shu dialed Jiao Hongwang's number and briefly explained the situation. Teacher, what should we do? The class uniforms were uniformly purchased during the sophomore sports meeting, and Bai Muxian had not attended school at all that year, so naturally, no order was placed for her. Then just wear the school uniform for the photos, or don an outfit similar to the class uniform. Jiao Hongwang contemplated, the class can take pictures on their own. It doesn't have to be so formal. Thank you. Lao Jiao, you're truly kind-hearted. Call me teacher when there's a matter, and Lao Jiao when they're ISNT. Right? Jiao Hongwang chuckled. By the way, why did you call me on behalf of Bai Muxian? Teacher, you know I have a naturally warm heart. After the college entrance examination, if you score over 630, I'll acknowledge your warm heart. Otherwise, you'll just be a soft-hearted person, Jiao Hongwang teased. After hanging up, Yang Shu relayed Lao Jiao's exact words to Bai Muxian. The little rich girl replied with a voice message. I feel a bit out of place. Is everything all right? But you fell out of place before. Haven to you? Don't worry. I'll lend you an outfit tomorrow. Class 4's uniform is the same as ours. There are only 3 budget-friendly malls surrounding the school, and even fewer shops that can produce class uniforms in bulk. With only a few popular styles available, it's inevitable that some outfits will match. Back in the day, Yang Shu had infiltrated Class 4 as a class spy, nearly inciting their cheerleading squad to support Du Yao. The next day, the high school seniors, no longer rushed by early morning readings, sauntered into campus in small clusters, casually handing out cigarettes to the gatekeeper. Protecting animals was about to expire. They were enjoying this last moment of freedom. The photography session for the graduation pictures was set in front of the administrative building, where faculty members had already arranged the steps, and the photographer was adjusting his equipment. Director Liu from the Political Education Department briefed the 8 class teachers before clapping his hands to conclude the discussion. Ensure the students are safe and maintain order. Whichever class finishes gathering first can come over to take their photos. All right, Director, our class is all set. Let us begin. There were 8 classes in total for the seniors. Classes 1 and 2 were the elite science and arts classes, while classes 3 to 6 were the key classes, and classes 7 and 8 were the parallel classes, also known as the cultural and sports entertainment classes. Each class had 2 photos taken in rotation. The process seemed simple, yet the pace was excruciatingly slow. There were always a few troublemakers who delayed the proceedings for various reasons. Their excuses were myriad, including but not limited to suddenly disappearing from the group, needing to use the restroom, buying something, standing in the wrong line, dawdling, and, the most foolish of all, deliberately making a grand entrance at the last moment. Lu Guiqiang grumbled, "This is maddening. Class 1 has been here since 7:30, and we still haven't taken the first photo after 15 minutes. There's no remedy. Special circumstances always arise," Yang Shu remarked. "We can't expect someone to take a photo after soiling their pants, can we?" Lu Guiqiang couldn't help but laugh. "That wasn't my point. I was referring to those who know there's something important and yet don't prepare in advance, making everyone else wait. That is truly annoying," Yang Shu agreed. At this moment, a familiar sound of footsteps and a voice that cooled the summer breeze echoed from behind. "Yang Shu, I'm here." Yang Shu turned to greet her. Today, the little rich girl had tied her hair into a ponytail, her face still flawless, fair, and smooth, with even the fine hairs appearing delicate and adorable. She wore a plain white shirt with a green tie and a pleated skirt that reached her knees, looking vibrant and lively, almost like a figurine come to life. Yang Shu felt compelled to offer the highest praise, a natural JK style. "Yang Shu, this outfit is the closest to the class uniform," Bai Muxian softly stated. "No worries. I've arranged a suitable outfit for you, and you can change in the restroom before the shoot. Will that be all right for her?" Bai Muxian asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Yang Shu chuckled, recalling the borrowing process from the previous night. It's fine, we'll be taking turns. And it won't affect anything. Besides, everyone is eager to swap outfits with you. They all want to be friends with a beautiful girl. Bai Muxian felt reassured, standing quietly beside her good friend, enjoying a moment of tranquility. Turning around, Yang Shu suddenly noticed Lu Guoqiang was missing. Scanning the surroundings, she discovered he was under a tree with 3 boys, pointing and whispering about her. Oh no, they're spreading rumors about me again. Yang Shu, is Lu Guoqiang a bad person? Not exactly bad. He has just a mischievous loudmouth. Yang Shu analyzed, the more attention you give him, the more he revels in it. Bai Muxian nodded in a dazed manner. Oh, like a news zombie. Strangely enough, he does resemble one, and Lu Guoqiang can easily lose his temper. While waiting in line for the photos, classmates began to take pictures of one another, capturing memories of their high school days. They took snapshots with their best friends, posed with Lao Jiao, and struck various quirky poses. There were small group photos of 3, larger ones of 10, and even massive group shots of 20, as if they were determined to exhaust their storage space. Yang Shu, why aren't they asking to take photos with you? Because of you. Usually, no one dares approach me. And today, with your natural JK aura and striking presence, no one is brave enough to come near. Then will you take a photo with me? Bai Muxian inquired, shaking her phone. Sure. Thus, Yang Shu and the little rich girl captured their first campus photo together. Upon seeing the pictures, Yang Shu became agitated. A group photo should at least feature our faces. Why does it only show our lower halves? Those are our legs. Bai Muxian corrected, you like this? No. Are you planning to remember this for a lifetime? The little rich girl pouted softly. I didn't tell you wore stockings today. Do you not like them now? Of course I do. Can we please not keep mentioning legs? Yang Shu protested. I'm not a pervert. Just as they were about to retake a few pictures, a sudden uproar of screams echoed from a distance. Following, that was a brave declaration of love. Wang shouting, look at me. The voice came from the Class 3 lineup, and the male protagonist's opening line was met with a chorus of oohs from the onlookers. Meanwhile, Classes 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 quickly mobilized, their gossiping spirits ignited, rushing to the scene to witness the spectacle. They politely formed a circle, allowing space for the male protagonist and the female lead, while the supervising teachers did not intervene, as everyone was graduating and they had no authority over them. Thus, the brave declaration surged forth unimpeded. I have never experienced childhood sweethearts. I lost my first love, and now that high school is ending, all that remains is my attachment to you. Wang shouting, I like you, not because you are special, but because I cherish every moment spent with you. Wang shouting, be brave and love me. The final line, the brave soul spoke with a flushed face, whether from exertion or shyness. It was unclear. Bai Muxian witnessed the entire scene, seemingly moved, her cheeks blooming with a hint of excitement, her eyes sparkling as they turned to Yang Shu. Chapter 58, my hand holding on. Wang shouting, be brave and love me. The brave declaration was fierce and direct, embodying the essence of courage. But did the female protagonist possess a matching bravery? The answer is yes. Wang shouting, feeling somewhat awkward under the gaze of the crowd, was not accustomed to such an occasion. Her response was to step forward, embracing him silently. In the next moment, the crowd erupted into cheers, celebrating the two and resonating with bravery. Even the photographer turned the lens, capturing a fleeting moment of their youth, promising to release it along with the graduation photos. Lu Dashin chuckled lightly. Looks like I'll have to be the bad guy again. Considering that other grades were still in class, and large gatherings could lead to accidents, he ruthlessly dispersed the onlookers. Everyone, disperse. Return to your own lines. Don't make me repeat myself. On the other side, Bai Muxian tilted her small face upward, gazing eagerly at Yang Shu. Yang Shu, I have never experienced childhood sweethearts. I have lost my feelings. As she spoke, Yang Shu decisively covered her mouth, his palm momentarily warm and damp, as though it had been licked by the little rich girl. Yet, that was of little consequence. Yang Shu, resembling a mischievous husky, admonished, keep quiet. You mustn't imitate what you see. Only when the little rich girl nodded, did he release his grip. However, it was evident that their relationship had deepened significantly. Bai Muxian turned her gaze toward the couple who had successfully held hands, now embracing, stirring something within her heart. Yang Shu remarked earnestly, "Have you forgotten about the cinema? Couples appear sweet on the surface, yet their relationships are often fragile. We are already good friends, are we not?" Bai Muxian pouted and huffed. "Well then, as good friends, holding hands should be permissible." "That's fine. Come, I shall take you to buy something delicious." Yang Shu informed the class monitor before leading the little rich girl toward the school supermarket. Bai Muxian trotted along, suddenly speaking up, "Yang Shu, you forgot something." What?" He turned around to see the little rich girl extending her delicate hand toward him. "My hand, let us hold it." Thus, Yang Shu boldly took the little rich girl's hand as they strolled to the supermarket, occasionally squeezing it gently, feeling its softness and tiny size, reminiscent of a boneless chicken claw. A glance at Bai Muxian inadvertently revealed her inner thoughts. "My nutty brother is so tall, and his hands are quite warm. How am I like a nut?" Clarify that. Upon entering the supermarket, Bai Muxian dashed off in search of spicy strips, returning with several bags of assorted snacks, including the Dao meat, Wei Long, and shrimp chips. "Yang Shu, I got your share too. Is this all you plan to eat? Aren't you going to drink something?" Yang Shu inquired. "I'll drink the good friend S," she replied. Yang Shu paid for the items and urged, "Let us hurry back. Class 1 might have finished taking pictures by now. The order for photos is based on who is ready first. I don't want to stand out as the odd one." The cashier, observing their playful banter, chuckled as she packed the snacks into a bag. Yang Shu, puzzled, activated his inner thoughts. High school love is delightful. The girl only buys snacks that the boy likes, yet she herself eats none. How pure and impoverished is this love? This was entirely mistaken. First, there was no romance. Second, the girl was simply craving the snacks. Third, they were not at all impoverished. Such naive enthusiasts of unrequited love clearly had their minds dulled by sweetness. Utterly foolish. Yang Shu took Bai Muxian's hand, intending to distance themselves from any potential misunderstandings, wishing to prevent the little rich girl from absorbing any inappropriate lessons. "Hey, wait a moment," the cashier suddenly called out. Yang Shu's heart skipped a beat, recalling the infatuated ticket seller at the cinema. Was he trapped in a world of absurdity where infatuation was rampant? Today's purchases come with a chance to win a prize. All right, thank you for the reminder. Yang Shu turned back to seize the opportunity, resolving the matter in under a minute. The cashier, smiling brightly, presented the prize ticket box and gestured, "Will it be the girlfriend or the male classmate?" Yang Shu reached out confidently. "I'll do it." "Quite self-assured, aren't we?" the cashier teased. "By the way, only a third of the tickets remain. The first and grand prizes are still up for grabs." "What are the prizes?" Yang Shu inquired, already envisioning the potential rewards. The cashier replied, "The first prize is a pair of couple mugs worth 199 yuan, and the grand prize is a strawberry bear handbag. Perfect for a lovely young lady." Yang Shu continued to draw tickets, fully aware that the enthusiasts of unreciprocated affection were at it again. Ignoring their misguided thoughts proved wise. "Yang Shu, haven't you drawn yet?" Bai Muxian asked. Just a moment. I'll win soon. I don't want the prize. I just want to hold hands." Yang Shu's hand trembled for a moment. Then he resumed his search for a winning ticket. "What? No strength left? Someone give me a push." The cashier stifled a laugh. "Your boyfriend is quite determined. Even if he doesn't win, there's a participation prize." The next moment, Yang Shu paused, withdrawing his arm, his middle and index fingers pinching a ticket, and nonchalantly declared, "Forget it. I'll just take this one. It feels like I won win anyway." "Let me scratch it for you," the cashier offered, taking the ticket. The participation prize included tissues, chewing gum, and chocolate. "What would you like?" the cashier exclaimed in shock, then cleaned off the coating entirely, her face still reflecting astonishment. "So, there really is a grand prize. I thought the owner was just fooling the students." "Excuse me, are you being polite?" Yang Shu resolved that when recruiting employees in the future, he would certainly avoid those enamored with unrequited love or love-struck minds. Give them a brain, and they could fish all day while disparaging the boss. Consequently, the cashier retrieved a clothing rack and took down the strawberry bear handbag from the highest shelf. reluctantly presenting it to Yang Shu. Farewell, strawberry bear. I shall remember you. Hand it over. Yang Shu claimed the prize and handed it to Bai Muxian. It fits the snacks perfectly. Good deed medal, radiant gold by Muxian's approval rating, 10. Yang Shu, you are truly clever. This way, we can continue to hold hands. Huh? I was thinking about that. Upon exiting the supermarket, Bai Muxian gently caressed the strawberry bear, retrieving some Dao meat to feed herself, while her small hand stealthily slipped into Yang Shu's palm. Her face radiated pure joy. The two passed by the junior high school building, walked past the basketball court, traversed the large playground, and finally gazed toward the administrative building in the distance. Yang Shu sighed. This marks the end. This is the entirety of my high school life. You are the entirety of my high school life, Bai Muxian replied with her rosy lips. Yang Shu squeezed her boneless little hand, delighting in its softness. Less talking. Just enjoy your food. As they neared the class lineup, Yang Shu nervously released her hand, feeling a pang of guilt for deceiving the innocent girl. How could I do this? Just good friends, yet I'm hesitant to hold hands in front of acquaintances. How pathetic. Bai Muxian, oblivious to his turmoil, quietly circled behind her friend, munching on Wei Long while holding hands. Yang Shu glanced back, pondering, am I really that embarrassing? Chapter 59. It's perfectly normal for good friends to hold hands. Yang Shu noticed that the atmosphere here felt different from before. Some individuals appeared distracted, at times dazed or lost in thought, as if struggling to make a decisive choice. Furthermore, the exchange of glances between boys and girls had noticeably increased. It seemed that the courageous declaration of affection had stirred dormant feelings buried deep within. Yet they lacked the determination to pursue love, caught in a dilemma of whether to act or not. High school represents the final stage of youthful innocence. Once one steps out the school gates, the opportunity for first love vanishes forever. Thus, should one conclude this youthful chapter with a firm period or an exhilarating exclamation mark? Yang Shu believed that a more prudent approach would be better for everyone, given that the little rich girl possessed an exceptional learning ability, making her susceptible to the influences of her surroundings. While lost in thought, a figure approached Yang Shu, striding confidently with a smirk, sporting a round, ruddy face. Hey, Shuzi, where have you been? Lu Wuqiang grinned broadly. Did you see the Class 3 love confession just now? Yang Shu nodded. Lu Wuqiang stepped closer, noticing someone standing behind Yang Shu, but not paying much heed, and continued enthusiastically. Wow, let me tell you, when a boy calls out the name Wang shouting, I thought pain had invaded Class 29. The myriad celestial pulls. Ahaha, how utterly cool. By the way, I don't mean to express envy. It just strikes me as rather amusing. Indeed, you claim to feel no envy, yet your face betrays your emotions. Yang Shu lo get utterly speak less. Stop, don't come any closer. The sourness is too overwhelming. Lu Guoqiang raised an eyebrow, his expression reminiscent of a cucumber about to spring into action, and he boasted, Hee, I shan't heed your request to keep my distance. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Guoqiang suddenly froze, his mouth moving without producing a sound, for he had spotted a small head peeking from behind Yang Shu, resembling a squirrel attempting to crack open a nut. Even without seeing the face, it was easy to ascertain the identity of the supreme deity of Class 29. Lu Wuqiang had gradually come to accept the close bond between Yang Shu and Bai Muxian. But what left him astounded was the sight of them actually holding hands. Shuzi, how dare you? Lu Wuqiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't it entirely normal for good friends to hold hands? Yang Shu replied, Unfazet. Do not act so deranged here. Lu Wuqiang took a step back, his voice low. In broad daylight, amidst the sacred grounds of education, engaging in such behavior? Do you not regard old Jiao? He has long coveted the position of a distinguished teacher. What if Director Lu catches wind of this? Would it not call into question the management abilities of our class teacher? Yang Shu chuckled, just wait and see. I shall perform this act but once. Before Lu Wuqiang could process it, Yang Shu raised his arm high and waved towards Lu Dashan. Good morning, Director Lu. Oh, good morning. Aren't you the model of moral education? Director Lu responded with a smile. Just a moment longer, and we'll commence the shoot. Lu Guoqiang stood in utter disbelief, Surely Director Liu had just seen them holding hands. Is this how you indulge such behavior? Where is the sense of justice? What the law? I have endured 3 years of high school, and it was never like this. Yang Shu remarked. Do you comprehend? Our bond of friendship is endowed with great significance. I do not understand. I would rather believe Director Liu has been possessed. Liu Wuqiang left, feeling a mixture of humiliation and bitterness. No sooner had he departed than Bai Muxian emerged from behind Yang Shu, flaunting her presence, as everyone was engaged in conversation, making her solitary consumption seem rather out of place. Let me block your view with a tall nut. At that moment, Yang Shu noticed Du Yao striding towards him. She wore a crisp white shirt and had a tall, slender figure, her class uniform skirt fitting her perfectly, save for the fact that she was revealing her entire lower leg. Clutching her phone, Du Yao awkwardly said, Yang Shu, regardless of our past or future, I wish to at least capture this moment, as it is our final days of high school. Yang Shu felt an aversion to those lacking self-awareness. And upon witnessing her heartfelt words, his disdain transformed into outright loathing. Once we enter university, you should be the only one left by my side. This photograph will serve as a source of your guilt. Yang Shu, it is you who has wronged me. Damn it, you sound like a roadside drunk, spouting nonsense. Yang Shu shook his head, his tone indifferent. There is nothing worth commemorating. I will have only you at university? On what grounds do you presume to dictate my future? You shrimp-headed girl? Du Yao pressed her lips together, the gloss shimmering under the light, her tone tinged with melancholy. Is it not permissible to leave a memory in the name of friendship? As more eyes turned towards her, Du Yao felt the weight of her idol persona bearing down on her. If she were to leave empty-handed, she would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule among her peers. The once revered goddess of the senior class, now dismissed by her suitors, how utterly humiliating. Yang Shu smirked inwardly. You see, forever selfish, forever self-centered. That is your inherent flaw, Du Yao. Only the good is worthy of remembrance, and my friend and I have already commemorated our bond. As Yang Shu spoke, he pulled Bai Muxian from behind him. The little heiress, with her lips painted a vibrant red, had just been playfully sticking out her tongue, but upon being revealed, she immediately fell silent, adopting an aloof demeanor. Du Yao ceased her speech, instead fixating her gaze on their intertwined hands. The natural contact between their bodies, the complementary bracelets, they made her feel utterly superfluous. Moreover, Bai Muxian's handbag resembled a grand prize from a supermarket lottery. You too, Du Yao's émotion surgit. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. Should she question them, express her anger, or perhaps convey regret or sorrow? Ultimately, she cast a slight bow towards Yang Shu. I am sorry. I shall wait for you. Without looking back, Du Yao departed, her forlorn figure reminiscent of Liu Guoqiang. Were you waiting for the ox demon? Yang Shu could not help but scoff inwardly at the absurdity of her self-importance, as though she were the protagonist of a drama. Yang Shu, it has begun. Bai Muxian noticed a group standing in perfect formation and inquired, when it is our class's turn, may I stand beside you? That would be impractical for the photograph. Boys and girls must stand apart, and you should be in the front rows, Yang Shu explained. Oh, due to class 1's delays. The remaining classes had ample time to gather their composure, resulting in a smooth continuation of the photo session. Before class 5 was called, Yang Shu lent Bai Muxian his class uniform, instructing her to change in the restroom. Some girls from class 3 had brought spare, casual outfits, so Bai Muxian's discarded clothing ended up in Yang Shu's possession. It was warm and fragrant. By 10 o'clock in the morning, the graduation photos were completed. Under their teacher's guidance, the students returned to their classroom for their final class meeting. In these last 7 days, do not let your guard down. While some relaxation is permissible, you must still practice daily to maintain your skills, Jiao Hongguang urged repeatedly, concluding with a promise, everyone study diligently for the college entrance examination, and I will treat you all to a meal afterward. Cheers mingled with a tinge of melancholy, as old Jiao seemed to be transported back to the previous 3 years. He stepped out of the classroom, signaling the end of the meeting. One by one, the students left the school, and Yang Shu rose to find Bai Muxian, discovering that the little heiress appeared rather disheartened, staring at her phone with a sorrowful expression. Chapter 60. The Little Mushroom's Diary. Yang Shu had a fair understanding of Bai Muxian. Though she could be quite naive, she also recognized the impending separation. He had to admit that Du Yao's judgment in this regard was rarely accurate. He and Bai Muxian were not on the same path. Their life trajectories might diverge, yet, despite graduating, they could still maintain contact, especially with an entire summer vacation ahead of them. Bai Muxian slowly raised her head, her gaze vacant and confused. Huh? I don't understand. Aren't you unhappy because of graduation? Bai Muxian shook her head vigorously. No, it's because of this. As she spoke, the little heiress handed over her phone, the screen displaying an article titled The Little Mushroom's Diary. Yang Shu took the phone and began to read. Little Mushroom, brother, what do friends say about sunshine? What is it like? Me. You do not need sunshine. You need not know what it looks like. Little Mushroom, oh, brother, you are so kind. You always let me occupy a slot because I'm so capable, right? Me. No, it's because you were given for free. Little Mushroom, then can I help you, brother? Me. I'm the Little Mushroom. I like you the most, brother. Little Mushroom, brother, why am I always in front? I want to be with the timid mushroom at the back. Me. You cannot reach that far. And besides, you are braver than the timid mushroom. Little Mushroom. Thank you for the compliment, brother. Little Spore, brother. There's so many zombies. I am quite frightened. Me. Little Spore, brother, can you assist me by planting a pumpkin for Big Brother? Or perhaps a walnut brother? Me. Little Spore, brother, why did you plant walnut brother behind me? Me. Little Spore, brother. There are indeed too many zombies. They have bitten me. Could you stay and talk with me? Little Spore has perished. In truth, brother may not cherish me as much, for I am a mere burden that requires no sunlight, and I am fully aware of it. I am not as formidable as the pea shooter in range, nor as painful as the cattail in its bite. My sole merit lies in not demanding sunlight and being able to shield brother from zombies. I realized that. When I claimed to have never seen sunlight, I was deceiving brother. Once, I was unable to sleep during the day and witnessed brother feeding other mushrooms coffee beans while I was left out. I know, I am unworthy. Even when I occasionally awaken during the day, I feign sleep, fearing that brother may not take me along next time. But brother, I too wish to savor the coffee beans, to experience a bit more kindness from you, even if it means moving me back one space. I miss you. Yang Shu finished reading. Damn it, who wrote this drivel? He exclaimed, using Plants vs. Zombies to portray a wealthy little girl is nothing short of a scourge on the innocent minds of children. Bai Muxian pouted. I take Little Spore along during the day as a free walnut, and I never give her coffee beans. It's just a game. Yang Shu reassured. It's all right. Next time, let us put a pumpkin head on it and plant a tall nut in front. By the way, would you like some nuts? Talking about snacks should distract her, right? You big fool. Bai Muxian suddenly stood up, her gaze filled with melancholy. The sense of security that comes from the tall nut is akin to being by your side. That is what a plant friend represents. Yang Shu finally understood. So, that was the meaning behind her words regarding the nuts. A tall nut with a pumpkin indeed provides a profound sense of security. He slightly bent forward, his tone gentle. Little wealthy girl, do you prefer tall nuts more or Little Spore? Bai Muxian turned her head away in silence, finding his tone reminiscent of teasing a child by asking whom they love more, mother or father. It felt quite belittling. If Yang Shu thinks I'm foolish, he might not want to play with me anymore. As Yang Shu noticed that most of their classmates had left, he decided to stop teasing her. Let us go out for a meal, then engage in an exhilarating game of Plants vs. Zombies to fiercely protect Little Spore. Good person medal, shining gold Bai Muxian recognition level 10. All right, hold my hand. Subsequently, the two exited the school and enjoyed a bowl of poor trotter's rice. Yang Shu led Bai Muxian through the streets. Heading to the internet CAF they frequently visited with Lu Guoqian. By the way, do you have your ID? I do. Bai Muxian nodded. Does everyone need to bring it? Not necessarily, but it's more convenient to use your own, Yang Shu explained. Their conversation left passers-by astonished, drawing countless envious and surprised glances. Yang Shu sneered at this. Using an ID is just for booking a room? What nonsense! Upon arrival at the internet CAF, Yang Shu guided little wealthy girl inside. The gaming administrator, who was busy with mobile gaming, looked up in surprise. Oh, long time no see. Did you graduate? Being a long-time member of the CAF alongside Lu Guoqian, the administrator greeted them warmly. He then noticed a girl accompanying him and instinctively thought he had finally won over Du Yao, ready to congratulate him. Wait a minute. That girl isn't that beautiful. Book a private room for good friends. Yang Shu handed over 2 IDs, urging him to hurry. The administrator paused, realizing that there was no such thing as a good friend room. You mean a couple's room? He chuckled. Why not just say so instead of being so roundabout? Young people these days are so strange. They clearly are a couple yet call each other all sorts of odd names. Brother, father, darling, daughter, uncle, son. Now, there's even a good friend. How embarrassing. After the machines were set up and the door to the room closed, the noise of the hall diminished significantly. It's so noisy out there, Yang Shu complained. This environment is truly unsuitable for studying. Yang Shu, are we still going to make up classes? We'll continue tomorrow. Now, let us play Plants vs. Zombies. That day marked by Muxian's first experience at the internet CAF. Outside, it was bustling and lively while inside. It felt like a serene sanctuary, allowing her to enjoy an entire day of gaming with the companionship of a good friend. The theme of the game was to protect Little Spore. By around 8 in the evening, Muxian gazed at the computer screen, her weary eyes nearly closing. Little Spore, in endless mode, was nestled in a corner, surrounded by tall nuts and pumpkin heads, with surrounding plants delivering firepower as waves of zombies were repelled. Yang Shu realized that those with high intelligence also possessed considerable talent in gaming. This endless formation was incredibly powerful and nearly automated. The crucial factor was that, even with Little Spore occupying a slot, they could still hold the line. Yang Shu, hearing Muxian call his name, Yang Shu turned to respond, only to find her eyes half closed, her delicate face serene and peaceful. You fell asleep sitting up. Let's replace one of the damaged tall nuts with a new one. Yang Shu adjusted himself to grasp the mouse, removing the worn-out tall nut and installing a pristine one in its place. When he set the mouse down, he felt a warm, soft touch on his right arm. Observing little wealthy girl, who was utterly exhausted, resting against him without waking, he decided to let her nap for a while. The dilemma was that his right arm was pinned beneath her slight weight, producing soft sounds whenever he moved. Yet, they were rather pleasant. Chapter 61. Help me put on my shoes. At 9:30 in the evening, Yang Shu roused the little wealthy girl. Yang Shu, I fell asleep. It's time to head home. Muxian glanced at the computer screen and, seeing that Little Spore was safe, felt a wave of relief. As she shifted her curled legs, a sudden tingling sensation washed over her. Yang Shu, my legs are numb. Help me put on my shoes. Hearing this, Yang Shu looked down at her fair, delicate feet. You really are a handful. He then removed her little socks, placed a warm pad inside her shoes, and helped her into her little leather shoes. Yang Shu, what about my socks? A wave of warmth surged from her feet, causing Muxian to curl her toes and squint her eyes with delight. What about the socks? The fabric reduces heat transfer, which is not conducive to alleviating the numbness, Yang Shu stated earnestly. Do you feel any better? Muxian nodded, seemingly in a daze. It seems so. Now, you should massage your calves a bit. Yang Shu, I'm no longer numb. Muxian returned to her usual cool tone. What about the other one? The other one isn't numb. Yang Shu replied with utmost seriousness. The orchid grows in the secluded valley, not blooming for the unworthy. A boat floats in the vast river and sea, not seeking passengers to remain afloat. A gentleman acts righteously, not ceasing for lack of recognition. Do you understand my meaning? Muxian pondered briefly before responding with an O, extending her other foot into the shoe with the heat pad. But Yang Shu, I always feel like you were a bit happy. Is that so? I do not feel that way. I merely wish to serve a young lady. Yang Shu inquired. Do you dislike me helping a good friend put on her shoes? I do not dislike it. It feels a little embarrassing. Is it comfortable? Just a little. Yang Shu smiled faintly, then that's just fine. Muxian nodded in a seemingly understanding manner. There is some truth to that, but Yang Shu, do remember to wash your hands. Next time, I shall also wash my feet. Next time, she added, you said it, not me. 5 minutes later, Muxian remarked, Yang Shu, it doesn't feel numb at all, my toes are warm. Let's go. Yes, it's time to head home, he replied, a smile perpetually gracing his lips, undoubtedly indicating his joy. I didn't. That is not me. Please refrain from making baseless accusations. Upon exiting the private room, Yang Shu washed his hands and stood by the roadside with Bai Muxian, waiting for Uncle Zhang. The comfortable summer breeze carried with it a hint of moisture, while the slightly reddened night sky hinted at impending rain. Bai Muxian gazed down at her shoes, wiggling her toes, still feeling the warmth as though cradled in her mother's hands. Yang Shu, much like his name suggests, invariably evokes thoughts of warm sunlight. Don't overpraise, she chuckled. There's only a slight resemblance. See you at the library tomorrow, Yang Shu, she said as the vehicle approached, making a prior arrangement. All right, rest well, Yang Shu advised. And remember, do not let other good friends lend you their shoes. As the final words lingered in the air, a luxurious Bentley came to a stop by the roadside. Bai Muxian nodded. I have but one good friend. With that, the little heiress entered the car, and they waved goodbye. In that fleeting moment, Yang Shu perceived her unspoken sentiment. Brother, I am fully aware. Goodness, could this little heiress be pretending to be foolish? Am I the prey in this scenario? Yang Shu shook his head, reminding himself that he was likely overthinking. The heiress must have allocated her emotional intelligence points entirely to her intellect, rendering such antics improbable. The following day, the two continued their rendezvous at the library, diving into the final preparations for the impending college entrance examinations. With Bai Muxian's assistance, Yang Shu made remarkable progress in physics and mathematics, each subject improving by over 30 points, placing him neck and neck with the top student, Lenin, just a few points shy of perfection. Even the notoriously strict teacher, who abhorred early romances and was a staunch advocate of grades, found himself bending the rules for Yang Shu, repeatedly granting him leniency. During subsequent oral practice sessions, Yang Shu discovered that this newfound social efficiency buff could indeed aid his studies. Social efficiency, at its core, is the process of two parties exchanging opinions, understanding one another, and ultimately achieving a goal. Oral practice also begins with opinion exchange, yet its emphasis lies in comprehending the conversation content, thus mastering the nuances of language. Yang Shu, attempt a set of English exercises based solely on your instincts. Based on instincts? Yes, after reading the prompt. Choose your answers intuitively without alteration. Bai Muxian stated with a serious yet cool demeanor. Intuition yields accurate results. All right, I shall give it a try. Half an hour later, Yang Shu completed the multiple choice questions and compared his answers. To his astonishment, his accuracy stood at 60%. Each answer had been pinned down within a mere 5 seconds. Akin to blind guessing. That is intuition, Bai Muxian remarked, but since it is merely a feeling, it cannot guarantee accuracy. Thus, it should only be applied to questions you find challenging. Yang Shu, fully aware, resolved to cultivate his intuition with even greater diligence. After 3 or 4 days, Bai Muxian unexpectedly inquired, Yang Shu, it seems you seldom study Chinese. Have you not practiced writing? Chinese is my strong suit. I have no worries. Yang Shu replied with confidence. Chinese differs from other subjects. It relies heavily on accumulation and is more about technique than practice. Hence, Yang Shu devoted little time to it, knowing that raising his scores would be quite challenging. Yet, he possessed a trump card that bolstered his confidence. The essay prompt from 2017 required selecting 3 keywords pertaining to our nation. The prompts for the college entrance examination have always been the hot topics of June, and while he may not recall every year's questions, he certainly remembered his own. As for other examination topics, they were simply forgotten. Bai Muxian chose to believe in him. All right, impressive. Continue working on your exercises. On June 7th, at 8:30 in the morning, candidates gradually entered the examination hall, filled with a mix of nervousness and excitement, awaiting the commencement of the test. At 9 o'clock sharp, the examiner issued the command to begin writing, and the room filled with the rustling of turning pages. Yang Shu immediately checked the essay prompt and smiled knowingly. Indeed, it was about keywords. Now it was time to settle the score. After filling in his candidate information, he read the prompt, gradually entering a state of concentration, with his cognitive efficiency skyrocketing by 400 and all distractions dissipating. The tip of his pen descended upon the pristine answer sheet, marring its immaculate surface with bold ink splotches, which would soon yield commendable scores weeks later. At that moment, Yang Shu's mind was clearer than ever, achieving an unparalleled state of focus, as if the spirit of Confucius had descended upon him. Chapitre 62. Son. I still wish to take the civil service exam. Please do not engage in any mischief. At 11:30, the examination concluded. Yang Shu was the first to exit the examination hall, smiling at the gathered parents and media personnel. Son, how did it go? You finished so early. Didn't you check your answer sheet? In response to his parents' concerns, Yang Shu nonchalantly replied, "It was simple, devoid of any challenges. I even had 40 minutes left after finishing my essay to review." Impressive, my son. His parents, initially worried about his stability and having taken leave to accompany him, now saw that he was indeed confident. You were so arrogant. A nearby media personnel approached, eager to conduct an on-site interview with Yang Shu. Although uncertain of his true academic prowess, his overconfidence certainly made for sensational content. Excuse me, how do you perceive the essay prompt? Simple. Your confidence is commendable. Do you have anything to say regarding this live test? Yang Shu turned to the camera, a mischievous grin on his face. Test? This is how they test students? Which student cannot withstand such a trial? The only entities capable of testing me are the party and the state. With that, Yang Shu took his parents by the hand and departed the scene, concealing his achievements. The gathered crowd mulled over his words, still feeling, what an audacious high school student. Let us arrange for him to experience factory work, alternating shifts as a test. With those grades, would he even qualify for factory work? Upon returning home, Yang Shu enjoyed a hearty lunch and indulged in a refreshing nap. After waking around 2, he practiced a set of local exam papers before heading back to the testing venue. No need to see me off. I can manage this route. I have traversed it for 3 years. That one do. I must wish you success. Yang's mother insisted. Come on, let us take your father along. Mother, you simply want to don your chi pao, don't you? It costs quite a bit. It shouldn't be worn just for a morning. Thus, the family set off together for the examination hall. With Bai Muxin's guidance, Yang Shu excelled in mathematics, navigating the answering phase with remarkable ease. The following day, during the comprehensive science exam, he completed the physics section in record time, allocating more time for biology and chemistry to strive for excellence. For the final English paper, his commendable speaking skills rendered the listening section almost effortless. Finally, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the college entrance examination concluded. Yang Shu strolled leisurely out of the school gates, devoid of exuberance or excitement, instead feeling an overwhelming sense of relief, as if time itself had slowed. Son, would you like to go on a trip to relax? Yang's father teased. Your mother and I fully support you. Forget that. I want to get my driver's license. Isn't it better to go out and have fun? Yang's mother responded, somewhat surprised. You can always get your license once you're in college. Yang Shu gently shook his head. It's still best to acquire it sooner. Riding a shared bicycle to conduct business lacks a certain prestige. The Gaokao has concluded, and the entrepreneurial plan is set to commence its preliminary stages. Although the funding has yet to materialize, preparations for the proposal can certainly begin. Within the confines of the school, such matters are trivial. However, should the need arise to venture out for discussions regarding collaboration, a vehicle serves as the initial impression. This is not merely for ostentation, but rather to ensure that potential partners do not underestimate one due to youth. If preconceived notions take root before negotiations commence, the process and outcome are unlikely to be favorable. Well, since vacation has begun, one can indulge in whatever pursuits they desire. Yang's mother, smiling, pulled out her phone. Take your phone. It's buzzing incessantly. Someone is messaging you. Yang Shu unlocked his device to find a class group chat in a frenzy of activity. Various animated emojis, an abundance of messages, and a flurry of red envelopes flooded the screen. Lu Guiqiang from Strong Nation remarked, let us not beat around the bush. I sincerely invite ambitious youths to soar with their dreams. I'll arrange a comprehensive service for everyone, sending hearts and love. Is that true, Brother Lu? Can we choose our preferred dragon? Inquiret lang li cio bailong. Absolutely, DIY is encouraged, Lu Guiqiang affirmed. Xuan Nagalyuang expressed concern. Is the location trustworthy? I've heard that several prospective university students have faced restrictions because of this. Rest assured, it's entirely reliable. The network administrator is an old friend of mine. And there will be unlimited hot coffee supplied tonight. Lu Wuqiang reassured. Langley Zio Beilong lamented. So, it's a boarding situation? Then I want to be going. I'm disappointed and in tears. Yang Shu shook his head in disdain, lacking ambition. He swiftly snatched a few red envelopes, exited the group chat, and then clicked on the unread message from the affluent young lady. Yang Shu, have you finished your exams? Yes. I'm out of town for a bit, but will return shortly. I've completed the paperwork for my guaranteed admission and am on my way back. Have you finished your exams? I'm a bit craving skewers. Congratulations on your graduation, she replied, sending an image. The last was a tantalizing photo of her thigh-high socks. What does sincerity mean? This is what sincerity looks like. Lu Guqiang's rebellious son is so coy about sending a suggestive picture, so unlike a man. How generous the affluent young lady is. Yang Shu decisively downloaded the original image and stored it in a hidden album titled Jade. He then typed a reply. Please refrain from sending such photos. It could lead to misunderstandings. It's fine. My phone is only for my good friends, she retorted. Bai Muxian replied almost instantly. I saw in the group that Lu Guqiang has arranged a dragon service for everyone. Are you going? I can't go. I need to pay you back your interest, he replied. White, crocodile wearing sunglasses. Mom and Dad, I want to be home for dinner, Yang Shu called out. You don't need to leave the door open for me tonight. His father felt uneasy. Son, I still intend to take the civil service exam. Please don't get into trouble. Afraid I'll hold you back, huh? Don't worry, it's just normal fun. An hour later, Yang Shu met Bai Muxian at the library, but this time they didn't go inside. Today, the young affluent lady had her short hair down, her delicate face still strikingly beautiful, adorned in a dark-toned suspender dress that exuded elegance. As for her socks and shoes, they remained the same, black stockings and simple leather shoes. Yang Shu noticed a slight change. Her stockings seemed to be shiny today. The two strolled under the evening sky along a tree-lined path. How did your exams go? Well, roughly estimating, I'm sure to score over 630, Yang Shu replied confidently. Upon hearing this, Bai Muxian displayed a fleeting hint of anxiety. If you exceed expectations and score 678, will you still apply to Jiang University? Of course, Jiang University is close to home. If the scores are high, I'll choose a good major, Yang Shu stated. For me, applying to a better institution would only increase pressure. If my studies become too burdensome, it will hinder my ability to earn money. Bai Muxian let out a small hum. I could cover your friend's expenses. Then how am I any different from freeloader? Yang Shu promptly declined and shifted the topic. That one do, earning money myself is much more satisfying. I'm going to sign up for driving school tomorrow. Do you want to join? No. I have a driver, but I can accompany you. Strangely enough, that statement was both heartwarming and bittersweet. Bai Muxian suddenly recalled something, halted her steps, and handed her frog-patterned wallet to her friend. I've lent you everything. From today onward, consider it interest. All right, just ahead is a park. Let's grab a bite to eat. Thus, Yang Shu guided the young, affluent lady around various spots until nightfall, achieving the accomplishment of fully exploring the park. Both were utterly exhausted, resting against a bench while swatting at mosquitoes. Yang Shu glanced at Bai Muxian. Tired from walking? Yes, a little. Let me massage you to help you relax. Yang Shu naturally lifted Bai Muxian's petite foot, removing her shoe and placing her delicate foot upon his thigh. Just as he was about to begin, her foot wriggled away like a loach. Not today, Bai Muxian pouted. I haven't washed, and I've walked a lot. It's all right, I won't mind. Chapter 63. The Scholar Superhero Arrives. Yang Shu is an unusual person. Searching online for those who enjoy looking at legs. The results label them as lecherous individuals, describing such people as perverse and unproductive. Typically, the lecherous exhibit numerous common traits. They may be enamored with any part of their partner's body, and enthusiasts refer to this as a certain control. However, Yang Shu is not that type of person. He simply has a preference. Oh no, affluent young lady, you truly make me want to cry. Indeed, I'm not a perverted lecher. I merely happen to favor black stockings. Thus, Yang Shu elaborated on the reasons for her tired legs and instructed her on how to massage him. When walking, if the feet feel tired and sore, it's due to muscle overuse, resulting in a small amount of lactic acid. For instance, someone who usually sits for long periods versus a soldier who trains regularly will have different levels of muscle conditioning in their feet. If they were to stand at attention for an hour, the former would undoubtedly experience foot pain and soreness. The remedy for foot discomfort is to massage the muscle groups and relax the muscles. Bai Muxian tilted her face upward. Yang Shu, you really don't need to explain so much. I'm willing to massage you. You know I'm not foolish. Yang Shu feigned a casual smile. Well, that's good. Bai Muxian's feet were small, the moonlight cascading over the black stockings, highlighting her ankle bones and knee joints. Suddenly, Yang Shu experienced a peculiar illusion. What lay before him was not the affluent young lady's legs, but rather exquisitely crafted jade artifacts. However, jade legs are still jade, right? Boldness. Equating everything to jade will only lead to trouble. Bai Muxian gazed ahead, her eyes traversing a vast greenery area, landing on pedestrians along the main path. The park was sparsely populated at night, or perhaps this spot was simply too secluded. Her gaze returned, falling upon the auxiliary path, where, apart from benches spaced 20 meters apart and dim lights resembling moonlight, not a single figure could be seen. Bai Muxian wiggled her toes, her tone leisurely. Yang Shu, I have a peculiar feeling. What is it? Whenever someone passes by across the greenery, I feel strange, not wanting outsiders to discover us. Yet, there is a hint of thrill in this secretive act. Bai Muxian swayed her feet, asking, Yang Shu, do you understand this feeling? I do, Yang Shu nodded. Isn't it just a clandestine rendezvous? It's a common sentiment that normal people experience, although some remain oblivious, while others have fully embraced it. Do you feel it too? Bai Muxian pressed her lips together, alluding to that small thrill. No, not to this extent, Yang Shu replied. Perhaps something more stimulating is needed? After all, it was only after being jolted to death by a grand film that I was reborn into the present, which has granted me a certain degree of immunity. The petite heiress produced a packet of premium spicy strips and inquired, Yang Shu, would you care for some? Oh, indeed, I replied, indulging in a frenzied feast. Subsequently, the two of us quietly munched on snacks, enveloped in silence, listening intently to the symphony of crickets. Suddenly, Yang Shu posed a question. Today's attire is rather reflective. It's a deliberately chosen glossy variety. I answered, deliberately? Yang Shu raised an eyebrow slightly, as if pondering the notion of special preparations, such as the frantic brushing of teeth before a kiss, chewing gum, or sucking on fruit candies to ensure a fresher breath, even adding a hint of sweetness. At that moment, footsteps approached from the left, prompting the petite heiress to hastily retract her feet and adjust her posture, feigning nonchalance. She then turned her gaze towards the sound. The lighting was far from optimal, with the illumination fixtures barely surpassing the moonlight's glow. In such dim visibility, I discerned the presence of two individuals, barely distinguishing between a male and a female. Bai Muxian pursed her lips, wondering why these two were not taking the main path and wishing they would hasten their pace. Suddenly, the pair halted and settled onto a nearby bench. The moment they sat down, Yang Shu caught a glimpse of their faces, and her eyebrows involuntarily lifted. Goodness, is that the scholarly prodigy? She whispered, recognizing a fellow classmate, while the girl remained a stranger. The young man was Lin, the perennial top scholar of Class 5 in the senior year, while the girl was unfamiliar. The appearance of this duo in such a setting spoke volumes of their relationship. A smirk graced the corners of Yang Shu's lips. This lad is quite adept at concealing his romance. In the past, he would have undoubtedly been the head of an intelligence agency. Observing her friend's keen interest, Bai Muxian also crouched down to observe intently. In the dimly lit environment, Lin remained oblivious to the presence of acquaintances nearby, while the couple a short distance away were clearly a pair of affectionate lovers. After all, this locale was secluded and quiet, teeming with mosquitoes. Typically, one would only venture here out of sheer boredom. And bow, it appears there are others over there. Lennon remarked, likely another couple. According to the principle of multiple couples coexisting in a dim space, when several couples occupy the same shadowy environment, they may be regarded as independent entities. Each entity maintains a certain distance from one another, ensuring no interference. A principle of coexistence. Lynn explained earnestly. To put it simply, don't feel too constrained. Your life isn't under scrutiny. They are preoccupied with their own affairs. The girl giggled. Don't simplify it. I desire that scholarly aura. With that, they clasped hands, their fingers interlocking as they gazed into each other's eyes for an extended moment. Bai Muxian observed closely, thinking to herself that their relationship was indeed commendable. I once held hands with Yang Shu as well. Following this, Lin and his girlfriend exchanged saliva. This I have not experienced. The petite heiress's eyes widened, her curled lashes fluttering with excitement. Then, Lin, driven by instinct, began to search for a handhold in the dimness. Bai Muxian found herself momentarily blinded, seeing nothing at all. Yang Shu, your hand is obstructing my view, she complained. Do not look, or you'll develop styes, Yang Shu whispered. Then why are you still looking? Bai Muxian pouted, then stealthily sniffed her friend's palm, reassured by the absence of any foul odor. Boys do not develop styes. Oh, Yang Shu Mu said, startled by the unexpected turn of events. What a surprise. You are not the dull, studious type I presumed. What a stark contrast. No wonder he declined Lu Guoqiang's all-inclusive service. This is far more intriguing than an all-night gaming session. Chapter 64. I wish to taste what you have tasted. Linen, what is our current relationship? Do not speak. There are people nearby. It feels rather awkward. No worries. They are occupied as well. Yes, busy observing your exchange of saliva. Yang Shu was left astounded. Goodness, there are indeed two living beings seated right there, one of whom is still a minor. Shall we depart? Yang Shu suggested, preparing to assist the petite heiress with her shoes. Are you hungry? Would you like to have hot pot? I would like to eat, but I am not quite ready to leave. Despite the obstruction of her view, Bai Muxian remained exceedingly curious. Yang Shu, are they also friends? I do not know. I am not certain. Yang Shu feigned ignorance. Let's go. There is nothing to see here. It lacks any nutritional value. The petite heiress remained seated on the bench, extending her foot towards her friend. Yang Shu, please massage. Ah, I am at a loss. After all, it is a request from a good friend that cannot be disregarded. Thus, Yang Shu began to massage with one hand while using the other to shield the petite heiress's eyes, preventing her from peeking. Yang Shu, I wish to see the scenery. It is too dark. One cannot see anything. Then I wish to see the moon. Bai Muxian, displaying a hint of cleverness. Noticing Yang Shu's reluctance, opened her phone camera and aimed it at Linen. Despite the obstruction, she could still catch a glimpse of the scene through the screen, akin to a periscope. This left Yang Shu unable to intervene unless he shielded her eyes with one hand and the camera with the other, which would hinder his massage, certainly not something he would prefer. However, in the next moment, the phone screen abruptly went black. Yang Shu had seized the opportunity to press the lock button. He asserted with righteous indignation, snooping is an improper act. I merely wish to take a glance. What have you seen? They are performing a drama. Fortunately, Lin and his companion did not linger long, parting after a brief moment of affection. Yang Shu exhaled in relief, finally able to focus on the massage without worrying about the petite heiress mimicking her actions. Yang Shu, I am hungry. All right, let us dine. After assisting the petite heiress into her shoes, the two departed along the path, discovering a square card on the bench where Lin had sat. Yang Shu picked it up to examine. Oh, a beloved's explosive gear, a form of identification. Shall we chase after him to return it? Bai Muxian inquired. However, Yang Shu shook his head and returned the ID to its original place. No need. I fear it would cause him embarrassment. Let him retrieve it himself. Before leaving, Yang Shu snapped a photo of the bench alongside the ID and sent it to Lin and with a message. Classmate, I trust you do not wish for this matter to be made known to everyone. Goodness, brother, came the reply. WeChat red envelope. Wishing you prosperity and good fortune. Congratulations on your graduation, Yang Ge. You see, this is what one calls professionalism. Yang Shu returned the red envelope, earning a call of foster father as he happily led the petite heiress away. After all, it appeared that Lin's funds for the evening might be rather limited. It seemed that following the conclusion of the college entrance examination, the mythical beast had collectively been unleashed, as one could encounter familiar faces in any hot pot restaurant. Ah Young, what a coincidence. You are also treating your girlfriend to hot pot. It was none other than Han Sherxiao. Yang Shu raised an eyebrow, glancing at the girl beside the unfortunate lad. Also, The girl was tall and slender, with cascading waves of soft curls. Dressed in a fashionable tank top paired with punk-style attire and fishnet shorts. The stark contrast between her makeup and outfit accentuated one word: spicy. Han Shirshio's lips curled into a smile. Allow me to introduce my girlfriend, Kai Ying, whom I met at the new art studio. Finally my turn. Should we not share a table to flaunt it? Just thinking about that time with the golden sun makes me feel resentful. All the limelight went to this fellow. Come on, Yang. What a serendipitous encounter. Shall we share a table? Yang Shu nodded, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, sure. Subsequently, the four of them seated themselves in pairs, with Yang Shu and Han Shirshio engaging in a spirited exchange, while the two ladies listened quietly. Kai Ying had intended to converse with Bai Mushuan, but upon glancing at her cold and aloof visage, an inexplicable sense of distance enveloped her. Under Bai Mushuan's influence, the feisty girl seemed to have lost her edge. Yang, Han Shirshio grinned broadly. Did I not tell you to steer clear of early romances after high school? You ought to secure a partner soon. Life is a one-way street. Han Shirshio continued, wherein one ought to embrace mistakes at various stages and savor the beauty of growth. And you, my friend, will forever remain untouched by early love. As expected, I shall be the first to fall in love. How could one harbor such malicious glee? Akin to a wicked boiled egg? Yang Shu, with a smile, complimented, you truly possess the knack for this. I do not. Underestimating oneself is not commendable. Han Shirshio remarked in a brotherly tone. So, I shall treat you today and impart a few tricks. The tides of fortune have turned. It is my turn to indulge you, is it not? All right, then I shall not hold back. Yang Shu seized the menu, enthusiastically adding dishes without a hint of restraint. For a hot pot that required no expense, he felt compelled to express his admiration for the host's prowess. As the dishes arrived and the broth began to boil, the four of them savored the delightful combination of spicy and clear broth, enjoying each other's company in harmony. Han Shirshio, with a cheeky grin, picked up a slice of meat and offered it to Kai Ying, blowing on it gently. Here, let us celebrate graduation. Eat more. Thank you, darling, you too. The two exchanged bites, creating an atmosphere thick with ambiguity, as if their lips were on the brink of meeting. Han Shirshio set down his chopsticks and, using the communal utensils, added fresh ingredients, then smugly remarked, Yang, do not merely eat. Let us converse. It has been over a month since we last met. If you don't participate, who am I to impress? What shall we talk about? Yang Shu replied in agreement. Let us just chat about whatever comes to mind. Speaking of hot pot, my first date with Ying was over hot pot. At that time, our feelings were just blossoming, and we were rather reserved while picking food. Han Shirshio paused. Let's not dwell on that. You two wooed and relate and cannot experience the unique sweetness shared between lovers. Indeed, Yang Shu nodded in affirmation. At this moment, Bai Mushuan turned to her good friend. Her moist, red lips pouting, Yang Shu, your mouth. I told you to eat less spicy food, Yang Shu said, handing her a napkin to wipe her mouth. Casually pinching her lip, stick to the clear broth, be wary of a sore backside. Han Shirshio, sensing Yang Shu was brewing something significant, was reluctant to be outdone and also grabbed a napkin to pretend to wipe his girlfriend's mouth. What are you doing? I'm wearing lipstick. Kai Ying tactically turned aside. You eat first. Han Shirshio awkwardly withdrew his hand. Damn it, that was a blunder. I shall be ridiculed for this. Yang Shu, I desire to taste your dipping sauce, Bai Mushuan said eagerly. Her own sauce was a fiery red from the chili, hence she fixated on her friends. Yang Shu disowned her intentions. I shall fetch you a new plate. Mine is a tad spicy as well. No need, I wish to taste what you have. Bai Mushuan replied dreamily. Only those with a hearty appetite use 2 plates. I do not. After all, being a girl, her appetite and weight are delicately intertwined. Han Shirshio's expression turned complex, as if pondering whether they were indeed a tad more intimate. In the latter half of the meal, Han Shirshio noticeably spoke less. It wasn't due to a lack of liquid in his bladder, but rather he found himself outmatched by Yang Shu. The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. Why were they so close despite not having defined their relationship? Could it be that they had, but kept it under wraps? Yang, Han Shisiu finali inquiret. Now that we have graduated, Do tell, what exactly is your relationship? Yang Shu, feeding by Mushuan a slice of lamb, retracted his chopsticks and replied, "We're just good friends." Han Shirshio raised an eyebrow, akin to a victorious creature of prey. "Are you certain? You know our rapport is rather solid." Han Shirshio pressed further. "Having shared a meal, can you still call yourselves merely good friends?" "Indeed, we must not waste food, just good friends in all innocence." Han Shirshio stifled a breath, ultimately refraining from questioning why friends would feed each other and wipe each other's mouths. Yang Shu explained with a smile, "This represents a novel form of social relationship. For instance, the term comrade conveys different meanings in varying contexts, and so does good friend. Do you understand? It embodies a new kind of friendship." Han Shirshio and his girlfriend listened with bewilderment, even resorting to a browser to search for such terminology. Bai Mushuan, though confused, appeared delighted, her smile curving like a crescent moon. Each time Yang Shu introduced Bai Mushuan as his good friend, she would invariably beam with joy. Han Shirshio, witnessing their smiles, suddenly realized, could it be that I am a part of your playful dynamic? Just then, Yang Shu's phone rang, and upon answering, he heard Lu Guiqiang's voice. "Shuzi, where are you?" Upon hearing the clattering of keyboard keys, Yang Shu understood that the gaming session had commenced. "What is up with you two eating hot pot?" "Nothing much. Just that Du Yao came to the internet CAF looking for you, asking where you were." Lu Guiqiang's tone was somewhat dismissive, clearly distracted by the game. Yang Shu instantly became alert. "What does she want with me?" After a brief pause, the voice on the other end continued. "She looked quite striking today, accompanied by several girls, carrying flowers and gifts. You catch my drift?" "I get it." Yang Shu comprehended all too well. In his previous life, he had professed his feelings to Du Yao multiple times. How could he not understand? However, the roles had now reversed, and it was she who was making the advances. No, it couldn't merely be a simple confession. Du Yao choosing today to act so boldly and without regard for others was surely not a trivial matter. It could potentially be a desperate gamble, a moral coercion, a last-ditch effort. "I can't eat anymore. The game is afoot." Yang Shu swiftly rose, grabbing a napkin to wipe Bai Mushuan's mouth. "Let us go out for a stroll." "Thanks, old Han. I'll treat you another day." Han Shirshio, bewildered, protested. "Wait. We still have so much food left. You two can play. Don't waste it." "Damn it. The problem is that hot pot dishes are not easy to pack up." "What did Lu Guiqiang say that has you in such a rush?" Yang Shu replied earnestly. "Du Yao has initiated a stir." Han Shirshio was even more perplexed, hesitating. "Actually, Du Yao contacted me just now, asking where we were." This time, it was Yang Shu's turn to be bewildered. "How does she know I'm with you?" "Because I posted on Moments." Yang Shu opened his phone to find, lo and behold, a post about their hot pot outing made just 5 minutes ago. "Are you trying to show off?" Han Shirshio urged. "Don't leave. I'm not familiar with Du Yao. It would be awkward if you go. Then you shouldn't eat either. Let us flee." "But we haven't finished eating yet." "Don't waste it," Han Shirshio fretted. "Forget it. You have matters to attend to. Just go." As soon as they stepped out, Han Shirshio sent a message to Du Yao, informing her that Yang Shu had already left, attempting to mitigate any ensuing awkwardness. Yet the stir had already begun. 3 minutes later, Du Yao arrived at the hot pot restaurant and immediately locked eyes on the hapless Han Shirshio, striding over with purpose. "Where did he go?" "I don't know," Han Shirshio replied. "He said he went out for a stroll." Du Yao appeared disheartened, acutely aware that Yang Shu was evading her. As she gazed at the 2 used bowls on the table, she became lost in thought, pondering their positions, his and Bai Mushuan's. Where then did that leave her? Zheng Mengwan, witnessing her best friend's profound sadness, felt an overwhelming urge to bring Yang Shu before her, compelling him to confront his affections. In the past, he had relentlessly pursued her. Now, he was engaging in an affair while feigning aloofness? "It's all right, Yao Yao," Zheng Mengwan softly reassured. "A woman pursuing a man is merely a veil." Han Shirshio, startled once more, wondered if this was an expression of confession or if Du Yao was the one in pursuit. This world was utterly insane, like a mouse falling for a cat. From the moment he had met Yang Shu, he had been trying to win Du Yao over, disregarding his dignity in the process. Such a pathetic creature, more contemptible than a dog. Now, everything had changed. Han Shirshio couldn't comprehend why he deserved such attention when the two most beautiful flowers from the 29th high school were orbiting around him. Did he possess some form of hypnotic charm? What baffled him further was that Yang Shu was not even present, yet he was still able to draw them in. Du Yao suddenly spoke, pointing at the empty seat. Han Shirshio, what is their current relationship? A rather new kind of friendship, was the response. Du Yao remained silent and led her friend away, continuing her search for Yang Shu throughout the city. Meanwhile, Han Shirshio reclined, a profound sense of emptiness washing over him. What is the significance of today? I paid for the meal, yet he pretended. This was utterly absurd. Was there no justice left in the world? At that moment, Kai-Ying approached and playfully pecked him on the cheek, laughing, "Darling, did you bring your ID?" Instantly, Han Shirshio's emptiness dissipated, and he discovered a newfound purpose, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "I'm truly sorry, Yang Shu. I, too, have donned a FAAD. Scoundrel badge. Zheng Mengwan approval level 3. Scoundrel badge. Du Yao approval level 2. Pretentious king emblem. Han Shirshio approval level 3. What? Who am I being a scoundrel to? Or have I been pretentious?" Yang Shu was grateful for his swift escape. Had Du Yao intercepted him, he would have had to face the consequences. "It's getting late. Let's head home." "I wish to linger a while longer," Bai Muxian replied coolly, to collect interest. Yang Shu suddenly recalled her earlier words. "Didn't you say you must return home before dark?" "Except when walking with good friends." Bai Muxian halted, responding with a hum. "Yang Shu, I wish to stroll down the pedestrian street to rescue little squids." "Agreed. Shall we return after eating?" "Sure." The pedestrian street was located near the school, not particularly close, making it impractical to walk. Thus, Yang Shu summoned a shared electric bike, which had only one seat. Fortunately, it was spacious enough for two. "Would you prefer to sit in the front or the back?" "On my friend's lap." "If you sit on my lap, how will I use the foot brake?" "Come to the front. I need to stabilize myself with my feet when stopping. It's unsafe on my lap." "Oh." The little rich girl climbed onto the bike with utmost care, occupying only half the seat, her hands clasped around her friend's arm, as if gripping parallel bars. She then fell silent, adopting a cold demeanor. "Are you frightened?" Yang Shu ventured a guess. "Not afraid, just never ridden a two-wheeled vehicle before," Bai Muxian murmured. Chapter 66. Soft Bone Cotton. Indeed, the young lady has a dedicated driver at her disposal. When has she ever ridden an electric bike? "I sincerely apologize, Lady Bai, for not providing you with an exhilarating experience. Electric bike, activate." He twisted the handle, and the bike gradually began to move, with Bai Muxian leaning back, pressing closely against him. "Straighten your back. I'm afraid." Bai Muxian insisted, as if she might fall. Yang Shu could feel the little rich girl gripping him tighter, prompting him to slow down. "How about now?" "A bit better." Bai Muxian squinted, her back still pressed against him. The summer breeze intertwined the evening's clamor with tranquility, revealing that the beauty of life lies not in its grandeur, but in these fleeting moments of happiness and serenity. Yang Shu's nostrils flared slightly, catching the familiar scent that had once wafted through the library, yet this time devoid of the spicy aroma of snack sticks. Moreover, Bai Muxian felt as if she were boneless, soft, and yielding. With each acceleration of the bike, the little rich girl would lean back closer, releasing a wave of fragrance. Conversely, when he decelerated and came to a stop, she would involuntarily lean forward, and, as the space between them widened, she would instinctively lean back in, bringing forth another whiff of her scent. "Yang Shu, I wish it could remain like this forever." Yang Shu was momentarily taken aback, aware that such a notion was impossible. "After all, the electric bike will run out of power. We should switch to another. I'll sit in the front." The following day, the first thing Yang Shu did upon opening his eyes was to check the price of Bitcoin. It hadn't yet surpassed $3,000 today, which meant it likely would tomorrow. Just as he was preparing to rise and freshen up, he suddenly noticed several messages sent during the early hours. "Leaping Wolf, Dawn God. Bro, you were blissful again last night. Little White Dragon. Yang Shu, my superhero, why don't you start class? I'll attend upside down. Lu Wuqiang from the Strong Nation. Everyone, don't believe rumors or spread them. Technology is advanced now. There must be a rival editing the photo. Lenin, what rival? They're called like-minded individuals. What on earth? Yang Shu furrowed his brow in confusion, scrolling back through several pages of chat history until he finally found the source, a night scene photo sent at midnight. The photo itself was unremarkable, showcasing a clear night sky with a gentle breeze and colorful neon signs. Yet, the issue lay with the individuals captured within it. On the non-motorized lane, two people were riding a shared electric bike, Yang Shu and Bai Muxian, both familiar to everyone. In the image, Bai Muxian had cast aside her usual aloof demeanor. Her eyes, slightly squinted, snugly pressed against Yang Shu, resembling a clingy little sprite. The contrast was striking, so starkly different from her typical self. Shocked, the typically taciturn and cold Bai Muxian had displayed such an expression. Beneath the photo were a series of utterly unhelpful comments. "Comrade, I only consented to you taking the picture. I never permitted you to post it. Please take it down." "Take it down? Is it you in the photo? Dawn God, what are you up to? Everyone's waiting for you at the internet CAF. Photo editing, it has to be edited. She smiled at me before. It's not like this. Classic delusion. She smiled at me. The more Yang Shu scrutinized the photo, the more his head throbbed. Was this truly capable of making the rounds? He exited the group chat interface, overwhelmed by unread private messages. "Young Gu, there were too many people in the group earlier. I knelt before you. Could you offer me a few pointers? Honestly, was it edited? Or do you have some leverage over Bai Muxian? Wah, my secret crush has been publicly declared. You beast. Did you two kiss? Did you? Dawn, I beg you to be gentle when you kiss. It pains my heart. I once thought that nothing in this era would last a lifetime, but now, I concede." With that, Yang Shu promptly closed WeChat and opened a hidden album, taking a moment to compose himself. What a madness. The little rich girl doesn't have a single friend. Where did all these secret admirers come from? Based on the private messages, Yang Shu categorized people into several distinct groups. Those inquiring for details or expressing skepticism were normal. Those seeking guidance were inept, introverted virgins. Those who commenced with lamentations were pure, love-struck fools, and those asking about kisses were genuinely deranged. Feeling that his phone had become sullied, he resolved to purchase a new one once he acquired wealth. Yang Shu believed that neglecting to respond to messages was impolite, yet replying to each one would be far too cumbersome. Thus, he crafted a post for his social media. Unified response: "We are not lovers, merely friends." The photo was taken from an angle, maliciously disseminated. Beware of sinister forces attempting to sow discord. Accompanying this was an image of a deranged, drooling Patrick Star, instantly quelling any desire for further communication, lest those idle souls come to inquire. He then opted to block certain individuals, elder relatives 1 and 2. The teachers were left unblocked, as they had already graduated. By the time Yang Shu finished his grooming and glanced at his phone, there were already over 10 comments on his post. Lu Guiqiang remarked, "I said it was impossible. I know how many creases are on Yang Shu's backside. How could he be so fortunate?" Lennon chimed in, "Then how many creases are there?" Fu Li added, "Isn't it a bit too much, bro? You're still explaining?" Wang Chong stated, "Fake. You can't fool me again. I've studied photography for 3 years. I lost my money, and my goddess ran off with someone. How could I not know if it was an angle? That was a normal shot." Han Shirshio inquired, "What new gossip do you have? What photo? Show me something juicy." Regardless, the explanation had been made. Whether they believed it or not was of no concern to him. Yang Shu entered the living room. "Mom, Dad, I'm planning to get my driver's license." Go ahead. I'll save you some lunch," his mother waved off. "It's better to get your license early. You can drive when we return home." 2 minutes later, noticing his son standing still in the living room, his father questioned suspiciously, "What are you doing standing there? Didn't you say you were going to get your license?" Yang Shu sighed. "Dad, with my looks, do you think I can learn for free? Come on, driving schools need to make money too. What's the use of being good looking? I still have to cough up some coins, otherwise. I'm just shamelessly trying to get a free ride. Oh right, I forgot. Look how much your attitude has changed from before the college entrance exams." Stepping outside, Yang Shu met Bai Muxian at the library. The little heiress was clad in a light-colored long dress, due to the sweltering heat. She had swapped her little shoes for sandals, complemented by frilled white socks, accentuating her playful charm. "Yang Shu, many people added me as a friend today. What do they say?" "They're the demons of the mountains. I didn't add them," she replied. Yang Shu felt a surge of curiosity and took a look at the little heiress's phone. To his astonishment, she had begun adding 3 individuals from that same group. One was spouting cheesy pickup lines, another was singing a sorrowful tune, and the last had retreated. Yang Shu found it hard to comment. They were all mourning their heartbreaks. Yet Bai Muxian didn't even know them. Wasn't this merely self-indulgence, polluting others with their emotions? To be brave, one must speak up during a crush. Yet to be cowardly, one must carry on with these antics even after graduation. Chapter 67. Others call me rich brother, you call me pretentious king. What does that mean? Let's go, let's register at the driving school, Yang Shu announced. With the college entrance exam over, there will probably be a lot of people learning to drive. Okay, I'll still ride the electric bike. Yang Shu shook his head. Forget it, the distance is too far. It might ruin your delicate face. The key is, what if I get spotted again? Retreated twice? Then I'll call Uncle Zhang, Bai Muxian said as she opened her phone. 10 minutes later, a departing Bentley returned, carrying the 2 of them to Tongha Driving School outside the 3rd Ring Road. There were also several driving schools within the 2nd Ring Road that were conveniently located, but the only drawback was their limited space and number of training vehicles, resulting in inefficiency. In contrast, Tongha occupied a larger area, with the driving test site located at the main facility, making both practice and examinations more convenient. However, the number of people registering was indeed substantial. Yang Shu glanced at the registration hall, where no fewer than 20 people were already in line. I'll go Q. You can rest for a bit. Okay. As soon as he stepped out of the car, Yang Shu attracted numerous gazes. From the elderly gatekeeper of the driving school to the young lady running the breakfast stall and the shop owner nearby. Rich Brother Badge. Li Chong Recognition, Level 3. High-Quality Male Badge. Fong Xieying Recognition, Level 2. Pretentious King Badge. Wang Jiangwo Recognition, Level 3. Yang Shu, using his real name, quickly discerned that Wang Jiangwo was the security guard with 3 missing teeth at the driving school. He also caught a glimpse of their inner thoughts. Every year, there's this conspicuous brat. Let him flaunt. He'll still have to get in and drive the instructor's car, right? I truly didn't mean to show off. Old dang, others call me rich brother, and you call me pretentious king. What does that mean? Just because I have a luxury car doesn't mean I can't drive. Come on, little heiress. Let us show him what. Yang Shu bore a grudge as he entered the registration hall to queue. The registration process was quite simple. Fill out a form, provide identification for on-site photocopying, and then pay for the medical examination. While waiting, Yang Shu noticed someone staring at him intently. When he turned to look, his brow furrowed in confusion. The person seemed somewhat familiar. A couple had just arrived to queue behind him. They were linked arm in arm, clearly a pair of lovers. The young man had dyed brown hair styled in a wolf tail, with an electronic cigarette hanging from his neck, and wore a complete ensemble of distressed fashion. The girl, dressed in a small tank top paired with a sun protection jacket, had her arms adorned with floral tattoos, embodying a high-end, rebellious spirit. Yang Shu found the young man familiar, and the latter's eyes reflected a hint of recognition. 3 seconds later, the young man from the reformist faction's eyes lit up, pointing at Yang Shu. It's you, Du Yao's little sycophant. No wonder you look so familiar. Yang Shu's lips twitched. Was there no function to delete one's dark history with a single click? He simultaneously recalled who the other person was, Du Yao's ex-boyfriend, Lu Fengwen. In his previous life, Du Yao had broken up with Lu Fengwen during the college entrance exam vacation. Yet it seemed circumstances had shifted now. Hey, little brother. Don't be nervous. I'm just here to see what's going on. Still fawning over Du Yao? Lu Fengwen swayed his head. I've long since dumped her. Haven't you moved on yet? Even if I give you a chance, it won't make a difference. Yang Shu frowned, catching a glimpse of Lu Fengwen's thoughts. Damn that Fei Yang. It's because of you that Du Yao dumped me. Turns out you haven't moved on. You're utterly useless. Lu Fengwen reminisced about his relationship with Du Yao, how his exquisite rap skills, avant-garde fashion sense, and mature demeanor had captured the heart of the White Lotus beauty, granting him a goddess-level girlfriend. Although Du Yao wouldn't hold hands or embrace him until after graduation, her being a top student was part of her charm. Yet, he never expected to be dumped before graduation, with her claiming Yang Shu didn't like him that way. Damn it, your mother. That foolish woman may have some charm, but she can't hold a candle to Du Yao's goddess aura. The more Lu Fengwen thought about it, the angrier he became, pulling his rebellious girlfriend closer. A smug smile plastered across his face. Hey, little brother, remember when Du Yao fell while riding her bike and almost got beaten up? It was my girlfriend who did it, and she even recorded Du Yao on the verge of tears. It's a pity your homeroom teacher showed up afterward. Otherwise, it would have been even more thrilling. Lu Fengwen grinned, clearly relishing the memory. Why so silent? Don't tell me you're heartbroken? Yang Shu raised an eyebrow. Though your actions leave much to be desired, I must thank your girlfriend for her initiative. It's quite serendipitous to encounter an enemy of Du Yao here. Upon hearing this, Lu Fengwen frowned, sensing a different implication in Yang Shu's words. Your girlfriend is quite proactive? That sounds like a secret only two people in a trio would know, making the third feel estranged. But wait, this is my girlfriend. What does she have to do with you? Do you know each other? Lu Fengwen looked at his girlfriend with suspicion. How could that be? Today is the first time I've met him. You don't believe me? Lu Fengwen let out a sigh of relief, understanding that she had no fondness for weak, ineffectual men. Even if there was something amiss, it had nothing to do with the sycophant before him. Brother, stop trying to sow discord. Instead, focus on how to win over Du Yao. If all else fails, I can teach you a few rap lines. Yang Shu smiled faintly, ignoring Lu Fengwen and fixating intently on his girlfriend. Li Rong, are you certain this is our first encounter? A warning bell rang in Lu Fengwen's mind, and without granting his girlfriend a chance to explain, he shouted loudly, He knows your name, and you tell me you don't recognize him? Once suspicion takes root, the charge is effectively established. This bitter truth is particularly applicable in matters of the heart. His shout roused the entire hall, drawing curious glances from onlookers. Is this a battlefield of emotions? Two men vying for one woman? Or is it one woman entangled with two men? This is getting complicated. The trendy guy, the quirky girl, and the honest man. Yang Shu smiled subtly, having achieved his objective, and decisively withdrew from the fray. He truly had never met Li Rong. His knowledge stemmed from discerning her real name. Although this maneuver was morally questionable, the thrill was undeniable. Listening to their heated argument brought him immense joy. However, 5 minutes later, the quarrel abruptly ceased, and the two reconciled as if nothing had happened. Lu Fengwen whistled towards Yang Shu, his tone relaxed. You little sycophant have a wicked heart. I almost fell for your ruse. Do you understand what knowing her name implies? After careful consideration, Lu Fengwen concluded that his girlfriend was somewhat well known in their circle, making it plausible for the sycophant to have learned her name. Damn, I almost fell into his trap. Yang Shu smirked, unleashing his full force. You're right, but what if I told you Li Rong's birthday is February 9th? She is 17 years old, stands at 169 centimeters, weighs 98 pounds, enjoys karaoke and drinking, has a penchant for fried instant noodles, is closest to her grandmother, and her recent goal is to save money for a tattoo? How would you respond to that? Silence enveloped the room. Lu Fengwen and Li Rong exchanged glances filled with complexity, shock, anger, doubt, and embarrassment. There was no denying that the sycophant knew Li Rong better than he did. Yang Shu's words seemed to convey, Hey, I know everything about your girlfriend. If only 3 people were present, Lu Fengwen would have undoubtedly erupted in fury, demanding an explanation from Li Rong. However, with so many eyes upon him, he could not afford to lose face. Even with the metaphorical green hat perched atop his head, he could only feign indifference and laugh along with the crowd. Unable to bear the pitying gazes of onlookers, he stubbornly retorted, Who can't make up a story? It sounds genuine, so what do I need to respond to? Li Rong's gaze towards Yang Shu brimmed with anger, tinged with fear regarding how he knew so much and whether he possessed even more knowledge. The sensation of her privacy being laid bare left her unsettled. Stop spouting nonsense. I've seen my share of scenes. Who can you intimidate with a few words? Oh, are you trying to get back at me for that little favor? Lu Fengwen tightened his hold on Li Rong, attempting to present a more intimate appearance. Indeed, the onlooker's expression shifted. It was evident that this couple shared a deep bond, rendering any attempts at provocation ineffective and instead casting the other as the fool. Ah, so you're experiencing jealousy now? There are occasionally similar characters. Lu Fengwen feigned grace. Yet suddenly, his expression hardened as the spirit of rap within him awakened. Yo. But it's alright, no worries. I'm just showing my magnanimity. You're jealous of yourself. Look at how you demean yourself as a sycophant. I'm here to guide you. This is the proper way to treat a sycophant. You think flattery will earn you favor, but you've merely become the object of my amusement. The light you chase only pales in comparison, playing the role of my shadow without dignity. You're just someone else's sidekick, and your jealousy has turned you into my joke. As the improvised rap concluded, Lou Fonwin savored a puff from his electronic cigarette, speaking in a relaxed tone. You may attempt to imitate my style, but what about talent? Beside him, Lee Roan gazed at him with starry eyes, filled with admiration, feeling that having a rap-savvy boyfriend was quite impressive. Lou Fonwin reveled in the attention of the crowd, his vanity reaching unprecedented heights. He hadn't anticipated such a seamless performance, a veritable spark of inspiration. The final line was delivered with such flair. He thought to himself, I'm really quite handsome. Yang Shu could not help but acknowledge that the rap artist was indeed a magnet for attention, particularly from the girls. Even if he could not comprehend the lyrics, this would surely captivate Sister Zhou. As Lu Fengwen observed Yang Shu's silence, he assumed he was similarly enamored by his talent. Adopting the demeanor of a victor as he proclaimed, Little brother, call me big brother, and let us put jealousy and provocation behind us. From now on, follow my lead, learn to dress well, practice rap, and woo beautiful girls like your sister-in-law. How about it? In that moment, Lu Fengwen felt his ambitions soaring, and the onlookers regarded him with admiration. To this, Yang Shu could only clasp his fists in acknowledgement. You are quite skilled. Hey, call me big brother, Lu Feng replied. Do you not hear the praise of my words? Yang Shu chuckled. You don't recognize flattery when you hear it? Lu Fengwen's expression darkened slightly, ready to admonish him for being petty when everyone suddenly turned their gaze toward the entrance, their expressions frozen in astonishment. He too turned to look, and in that instant, he instinctively released Li Rong's hand. A stunningly beautiful young woman approached, her slender figure and frosty demeanor exuding an air of aloofness, enhancing her striking features with an aura of unattainability, exquisite and noble. Upon catching sight of Bai Mu Quan, a singular thought crossed everyone's mind. Only Lu Fengwen felt a twinge of regret. Had she arrived earlier, she might have witnessed his moment of glory and perhaps been drawn in by his talent. The previously proud Li Rong now appeared utterly uncomfortable, and without hesitation, he let go of her hand. When he attempted to take hold again, she deliberately withdrew as if she were an unsightly burden, hindering his chances of mingling with new acquaintances. At that moment, as Lu Fengwen concluded his daydream, he feigned calmness and turned back to provoke the sycophant, eager to showcase his talents. However, Yang Shu spoke first. How did you get in? Where's Uncle Zhang? Bai Muquan quickened her pace, rushing to her good friend's side. Yang Shu, are you thirsty? As she spoke, the little heiress reached into Yang Shu's pocket with her right hand, her fingers roaming eagerly, concerned that her meddling might lead to an awkward situation. Yang Shu quickly pulled her hand away. I'll get it for you, and there's water in the car, right? You wanted some snow pear drink. Bai Muquan pouted, persistently nudging her hand against Yang Shu's. The crowd was left speechless, especially Lu Fengwen, who wore a face twisted in agony. What is this absurdity? How does that sycophant deserve her? Yang Shu retrieved his frog wallet, handing Bai Muquan 50 yuan, instructing, go on, bring me back a bottle of sugar-free cola, and don't forget Uncle Zhang's. Okay. After Bai Muquan left with the money, the tense atmosphere in the hall began to ease. The rap artist's expression soured considerably. Why don't you take a seat? Lu Fengwen's mouth twitched, his voice diminished significantly. No, it's nothing. Damn it. Wasn't he just fawning over Du Yao? Where did this stunning girl come from? Yang Shu flashed a bright smile, revealing his big teeth. By the way, big brother, you said you were going to teach me how to rap and woo girls, right? You didn't hear wrong. Lu Fengwen awkwardly clenched his teeth, pondering that this fellow was undoubtedly doing it on purpose, merely seeking to flaunt himself. Brother, I have no interest in rap. Please teach me how to pursue a romantic partner instead, for that is truly beyond my capabilities. Spare me the chatter. You, my friend, are the real brother here. I beseech you, cease your words and allow me some dignity. Lu Fengwen felt an urge to slip away. He had barely savored the thrill of his pretense for 2 minutes before being met with Yang Shu's retort, feeling as if ants were crawling over him. Naturally, the audience relished the dramatic twist, particularly the interaction between the two, which radiated a sweetness that was both understated yet profound. Thus, the jester's hat fell back onto Lu Fengwen's head. His girlfriend outshone any star, and she even had a car. How could he not feel envious? In the same hall, the atmosphere diverged into two extremes: the low-pressure entertainment zone of spectators and the high-pressure embarrassment zone of Lu Fengwen. If given a chance to start afresh, he vowed never to pretend again. Wow, that must be a genuine Bentley. I've never seen such a luxury vehicle before. He chuckled, having secretly taken a photo, planning to post it on Douyin that evening with the caption, "Still, I win. Brother, include me in the edit." At that moment, two more individuals entered the registration hall, animatedly discussing their experiences. The others seemed to sense something, turning their gazes toward Yang Shu. The vast majority of people here were merely there to learn how to drive. They lacked the capital to own a car. Those who arrived at the driving school in vehicles were either there to work or to accompany someone for lessons. Among them, instructors were abundant. Who among them could afford a high-end luxury car? Thus, the truth was singular. Rich Guy Medal, Liu Bei Recognition Level 2. Male God Medal, Xiang Jie Recognition Level 1. Though it may not necessarily be Yang Shu, people were willing to believe it was him. Before long, Bai Muxian returned with drinks, bearing good news. "Yang Shu, you don't need to queue for registration. You can go directly for the medical examination." Who said that? A kind lady. Chapter 69. I thought you were a live-in son-in-law. Yang Shu was puzzled about who this kind lady was, wondering if she might be a swindler. Just as he was about to inquire, a woman clad in an elegant black lace dress, exuding grace and possessing a voluptuous figure, approached him. "Come along, young master. I'll expedite the process for you." Huh? The woman placed a hand on Yang Shu's shoulder and spoke to the front desk. "Xiao Lu, could you assist this handsome young man with his paperwork? I'll take him for his medical examination first." The front desk attendant stood up with a smile and replied, "Sure thing, boss. Young man, please let me copy your ID first." Yang Shu gradually pieced everything together. The driving school owner must have witnessed the interaction between the little wealthy woman and Uncle Zhang, then inquired upon learning he was there to register, and decided to assist him, likely in hopes of accessing high-end resources. Indeed, having a car was the first layer of social status. "Thank you, sister." Yang Shu expressed his gratitude. It's a small matter." Such sweet words. At 35, she could still pass for a high school girl. Subsequently, Yang Shu led the little wealthy woman to follow the driving school owner for the medical examination. In the hall, the other attendees felt a sense of inexplicable disparity as they looked at the forms they had filled out, the ID copies they had prepared, and the long queue that had barely moved. Glancing at their phones, endlessly scrolling through short videos while waiting, they seemed to glimpse their own lives, forever trailing behind the crowd, living a mundane and sluggish existence, numbing the monotony of waiting with laughter. It felt as if waiting to register was no different from waiting for death. Sighing repeatedly, Lu Fengwen was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, his eyes reflecting a deep melancholy. What was this fellow's background that afforded him such privileges? His own talents seemed trivial in the face of Yang Shu's position. Li Rong, possessing a pragmatic outlook, had matured earlier than her peers due to her early exposure to society. She comforted him, saying, "It's all right. Everyone has their own path. There's no need to concern yourself with others." To her, Yang Shu's status was lofty. At least no one in the hall could compare. Lu Fengwen hesitated. "Li Rong, do you think I have talent?" "You do." Lu Fengwen sighed again, feeling inexplicably that his girlfriend was not as she once was, neither in appearance nor in character. The striking visage of Bai Muxian lingered in his mind, and he thought he should at least aim for a girlfriend of Du Yao's caliber. At the Civic Service Center, Bai Muxian remarked, "I thought the medical examination would be at a hospital, but wouldn't that require registration?" Yang Shu explained, "There are many people learning to drive, and it's merely a simple examination. There is no need to occupy hospital resources." "That makes sense." Meanwhile, the stunning woman, no, Sister Lily, had completed the paperwork and waved the receipt towards them. "Come over here to queue." The driving test medical examination was quite straightforward, primarily assessing the normalcy of limbs, recording height and weight, and focusing mainly on eye examinations such as color blindness, color weakness, eye diseases, and visual acuity, including waiting time. The entire process took merely 20 minutes. However, Yang Shu was taken aback by the revelation. I actually have a condition? Yes, you have mild color weakness, but I can still differentiate colors. Yang Shu found it absurd. In his previous life, he had never encountered this issue. Why did he come back with a debuff? The ophthalmologist explained, in the color recognition test, a normal person can identify the content in about 3 seconds, while you take over 15 seconds, indicating a weakness in your ability to perceive certain colors. This means you have color weakness, but there is no need to worry. It's not color blindness. Yang Shu nodded nonchalantly. It didn't affect his daily life. As the examining doctor began to jot down notes, Sister Lily suddenly interjected. It's just mild color weakness. There is no need to document it, right? This is a formal record. Yes, it's the driving test medical examination form. But it won't affect the approval of the examination. It's the same whether it's written or not. Sister Lily placed her hands on Yang Shu's shoulders. Her tone gentle and melodious, her knowledgeable voice soothing. The examining doctor scratched his head. To be fair, that is not really in accordance with regulations. After all, I'm just a worker. Oh, are you aware of the collaboration between the director and the driving school? Sister Lily inquired with a smile. After all, my student traveled across a district just for this examination. Oh, it turns out the color chart is outdated. It should have been updated long ago. This is pseudoscience. The doctor's demeanor shifted instantly. Young man, you are healthy. Pretty boy medal. Zheng Banghua recognition level 3. Hey man, can you stick to your principles? Also, who are you calling a pretty boy? All right, after you sign, hand the form to me. Sister Lily smiled gracefully, her fingers lightly brushing along Yang Shu's shoulder, collarbone, and neck as if petting a beloved pet. Observing from the side, Bai Muxian pursed her lips, suddenly feeling a desire for some interest in return. After completing the medical examination, they still needed to go to the window for stamping, which Sister Lily graciously offered to handle. Yang Shu suddenly felt a surge of lightness. This special treatment was truly delightful. Ouch! Suddenly, he felt a squeezing pain in his thigh. He initially thought the zipper had caught on his flesh, but it turned out to be the little wealthy woman rummaging in her pocket. What are you looking for? My money. Don't use reduplicated words. Yang Shu's lips twitched. Are you planning to buy something? I want to drink some rock sugar pear. Bai Muxian fumbled in her pocket with remarkable speed, her little fingers darting about as if a white-footed spider were hidden inside, and it might bite. Yang Shu sensed something was amiss. All she needed was to take out her wallet, so why was she secretly pinching his leg? Was she pinched the wrong thing? Something felt amiss, profoundly so. Thus, Yang Shu directed his gaze towards the heiress above him. If the benevolent aunt were to grant my friend Yang Shu a fee, then I would be left with merely half a good friend. No, the aunt is not a good person. No, what nonsense are you pondering? Do you think the matron would lend out several million as casually as you do? Suddenly, Yang Shu shivered. Are you cold, Yang Shu? Bai Muxian inquired innocently. Stop pinching me. It's not like that. Yang Shu grasped Bai Muxian's small hand. We'll settle the interest at the cultural mall later. I didn't pinch, Bai Muxian replied earnestly. You may claim you didn't pinch, but it is universally acknowledged that everyone has their own quirks. To alleviate his friend's concerns, Yang Shu deliberately maintained distance from Sister Lily, avoiding any physical contact, and clarified the situation. He was merely a freeloader, while the young lady was the Navi one over there. As I mentioned, Sister Lily, I possess no resources or connections. I know that. Why reiterate? Sister Lily responded languidly, her lips curling into a teasing smile. Why say it earlier or later? But only after the physical examination? So it turns out that little Shu is the kind of man who exploits women and discards them once he has drained their value. Aunt, what on earth are you saying? Yet, curiously, he felt a twinge of guilt. My apologies, Sister Lily. Yang Shu scratched his head. But your manner of speaking is rather peculiar and easily misinterpreted. Sister Lily laughed heartily. I was just joking. My daughter often watches various comics and animations. I was merely mimicking a line from one of them. But you two are good friends. I thought you were son-in-law. Enough already, madam, please. Chapter 70. The Bar and the Monks Gathering. Yang Shu was eager to conclude the topic. Sister Lily looks surprisingly youthful. I had no idea she had children. She's still in elementary school. Sister Lily squinted mysteriously, hesitating to speak. Forgive me, I became a wife without a sound. Another line from an anime. Stop with the hee already. Yang Shu strongly suspected that it was she who enjoyed reading comics, and her mind had been thoroughly influenced. Damn, she's quite skilled. Yang Shu even hesitated to delve into her inner thoughts. This child is indeed aloof. She doesn't seem to be fond of younger boys. How dare you? Do not presume others' preferences. Yang Shu pulled by Mushin along as they took their leave, adding Sister Lily as a friend before departing. On the way, the heiress inquired curiously. Yang Shu, the aunt seems to hold a special regard for you. You can tell? Yang Shu was slightly taken aback. Could it be that the heiress's emotional intelligence had improved a tad? I have mentioned before, I'm not foolish, by Mushin pouted. Subsequently, the two arrived at their familiar snack street, routinely rescuing 2.5 squid. At this hour, middle school students were still in class, and the food seekers were primarily university students, with a majority being female, occasionally accompanied by a couple of pairs. Mushin munched on skewers, feeling the oil on her lips, the sauce threatening to slide down her chin, prompting her to tilt her head back. As usual, when preparing to wipe her mouth, she noticed another pair of friends sharing a sweet kiss, the boy licking the sauce off the girl's lips. Yang Shu, eat what? Yang Shu turned to see the heiress pouting. Her eyes narrowed in delight. Eat, don't waste food. Yang Shu, puzzled, habitually offered a napkin to wipe her mouth, teasing her about becoming increasingly lazy. However, Mushin lowered her gaze, pouting it would be a waste. Yang Shu, you eat your food. After spending the afternoon with the heiress, Yang Shu returned home at 8 o'clock. Son, have you had dinner? How's the driving school? Oh, I've eaten. The driving school is fine. The boss is quite enthusiastic. Oh no, I forgot to pay. Suddenly realizing, Yang Shu hurriedly transferred money to Sister Lily. The nickname displayed indicated that the other party was typing. Yang Shu had a premonition that the aunt wouldn't resort to awkward antics again. His phone vibrated, and a message appeared. Oh dear, you needn't send anything to the little son-in-law. Yang Shu couldn't be bothered to indulge her, redirecting the conversation to his driving lessons. Sister Lily, having received the transfer, seriously explained. All subjects require time to accumulate. You must meet the required hours before you can take the exam. Following the process, the fastest you can obtain your license is within 30 to 40 days. However, there are simpler methods. For instance, subjects 1 and 4 can be timed remotely, so you don't necessarily have to be physically present at the driving school. As long as you are confident you can pass the exam, it suffices. Subjects 2 and 3 are tested at the main facility, and practicing more is beneficial. Once you are confident you can pass, your hours can be expedited. Yang Shu frowned slightly. It seemed that the hours were collected in real time and deemed valid only after verification by the vehicle administration. He recalled hearing Han Shurshu mention that he had played on his phone during his Subject 1 timing, and when he got tired, he simply slept, resulting in 0 recorded hours. Cautiously, he inquired, can the hours be expedited? With so many students practicing at the driving school, you could easily find someone to share a few hours with you. Aunt, are you the boss of the Time Management Bureau? Not to mention it's unfair to other students. If the vehicle administration were to catch wind of it, wouldn't all those hours be nullified? Sister Lily sent a voice message, her knowledgeable and gentle tone providing a sense of calm. You're still young. There are some things you need not concern yourself with. The conversation concluded. Yang Shu then called Lu Guoqiang, and as soon as the call connected, he heard the rapid tapping of a keyboard. You got quite a long queue there. It's all right, what is up? Come find me tomorrow. I'll help you make some money. Today's bid hasn't yet reached $3,000, so the peak in June must be tomorrow. Lu Guoqiang pondered for 3 seconds. Go to work a summer job again? Bro, I just want to enjoy myself. Working 9 to 10 hours a day is exhausting. 20,000 a day. Adoptive father. The next day, Lu Guoqiang, holding his phone, followed Yang Shu's instructions step by step. Can it really triple? What if we wait a bit longer and aim for 10 or 8 times? Yang Shu replied nonchalantly. If we convert it to cash now, wait for a low price to buy back in. Wouldn't that yield even more? You're in the crypto world. It rises as you say. Lu Guoqiang remained skeptical, But when over $20,000 arrived in his account, he was elated. Shu, don't say anything. Let us go out and spend tonight. It's not a one-off transaction. Don't squander the principal, Yang Shu advised. Just enjoy a nice meal. Lu Guiqiang's starting capital was limited. He had to scrape together his savings to buy one, which had now tripled in value, turning 7,000 into over 20,000. Meanwhile, Yang Shu had gradually accumulated 8 coins, 2 of which he acquired only after the third model, amounting to approximately 16,000. We must eat, Lu Guiqiang declared exuberantly, insisting on something lavish. I'm organizing a gathering tonight. You must come. Yang Shu nodded in agreement. After all, he had nothing much to do lately and couldn't just keep hanging around the heiress. It was better to have some fun. That night, a group gathered outside the Songqiao bar. Yang Shu glanced around at the attendees, including Lu Guiqiang and himself. There were 6 boys from the same class. Online, he was the little dragon of the waves. In reality, he was the reclusive virgin Zhao Li. The academic high achiever was actually a stark contrast. Linen. The athletic black-skinned student was the quintessential straightforward guy, Shi Zhanfei. The slacker and the glutton, the leftover collector Wang Xiaolong. Yang Shu raised an eyebrow. A monk gathering. Is it? Incorrect. It's a gathering of innocent boys from high school. We don't bring our own female companions. We merely serve as guiding lights for them. Lu Guiqiang waved his hand and entered the bar first, with the others following closely behind. Zhao Li, visiting a bar for the first time, was a bundle of excitement tinged with anxiety. Upon seeing the impeccably dressed staff, he nervously pulled Lin aside. I must tell you, in places like this, one must remain calm and act naturally to avoid being perceived as a novice. Lin cast a nonchalant glance his way. Straighten your posture when you speak, Zhao Li replied. Yang Shu shook his head, silently noting that Lin had already made progress while Zhao was still fumbling about. The group passed through a seemingly perfunctory security check and navigated the dimly lit corridor, arriving at the main hall of the bar. The upbeat background music filled the air, mingling with the enticing aromas, as numerous patrons engaged in lively conversations while rolling dice at their tables. Huh, a lounge bar? Zhao Li expressed a hint of disappointment. I thought it would be a more thrilling atmosphere, perhaps with some provocative dance performances. You have quite the imagination, Lu Guiqiang chuckled subtly. Don't rush. Let's sit down and have a drink first. The real excitement is yet to come. The group settled at a table, with Lin and the others curious about Lu Guiqiang's generous invitation, their chatter ringing like coins. Lu Guiqiang, clearly pleased, maintained a smile and feigned humility. Oh, it's nothing much, just a small venture, a trivial investment. Wow, what did you invest in? Is it too late to hop on board? Shi Zhanfei asked enviously. Lu Guiqiang paused, silently glancing at Yang Shu, confused about how his ostentatious spending had become a topic of conversation. To engage in investment, Lu Guiqiang imitated Yang Shu's tone. The first step is not to assess the project, but to evaluate one's own resources. The amount of capital you have dictates the scale of your business. Wang Xiaolong pondered aloud. That sounds quite philosophical, Lu Gu. Do you have a business that starts at $50? Lu Guiqiang looked to Yang Shu, pondering how to fabricate a project involving millions without issue. But $50 was a different matter entirely. He redirected the topic to Yang Shu in this regard. We must rely on Brother Shu. To be honest, he has mentored me throughout. As soon as the words left his mouth, the other 4 shifted their focus, showering Yang Shu with flattery. With just $50 to start, I don't aspire to become wealthy overnight. A modest profit will suffice, Wang Xiaolong chuckled, his tone laced with jest. However, Yang Shu offered genuine advice. You could purchase a set of temporary tattoos and charge kids for protection money. Oh, and remember not to go out in the rain. Isn't that illegal? Lin teased. It hasn't been executed yet, Yang Shu laughed. Or you might establish an offline tutoring service to assist students with their homework. Shi Zhanfei took a sip. I'm too lazy to write myself. It seems like a waste of time and mental energy. Yang Shu smiled slightly. Working for others doesn't yield profit. If you want to succeed, you must create a platform. For instance, if middle school students post homework requests, the platform can subcontract the answers to college students and the copying to elementary students. Each can perform tasks within their expertise, simple and efficient, with minimal surplus value. It's easier work, and they won't complain even if the commission is lower, right? Zauli interjecta. But there are so many homework search apps now. Won't this allow college students to exploit commissions for free? Plus, middle schoolers can search for answers themselves, he questioned. Yang Shu shook his head. The clientele for offline tutoring isn't all students, but those who need assistance. In other words, anyone can search for answers. It's a matter of desire or the need to allocate time to other tasks. The relationship between time and money is intricate. Some invest time to earn money, while others spend money to save time. As for college students exploiting commissions, the platform can take a larger cut, given that the work requires no specialized skills and plenty of people are available. Lennon frowned, rubbing his hands, sensing that the offline tutoring concept was not mere idle chatter, but a viable model. Students with strong learning capabilities, adaptable to societal progress, and possessing labor skills could handle the question-answering tasks, while those with average academic abilities, limited social understanding, and some labor potential could manage the copying assignments. And then there's the platform itself. Yang Shu subtly smiled, turning to Wang Xiaolong, who is somewhat of a lightweight, more specifically at the top of his head. With a new semester in September, I'll also be a college student, able to search for answers and exploit commissions. The soon-to-be college student, fresh from high school, already exhibited the naivete of a full-fledged university student. Lu Guiqiang fell silent for a moment before raising his glass. Shu, you might as well work part-time. I fear one day, when the streetlights are out, I might look up and see you hanging there. Get lost. As laughter filled the air, the six began to play dice and drink. As the night deepened, more patrons filled the bar, and the tempo of the background music gradually quickened. Zauli whispered. There's so many people. I'm really nervous, Guiqiang. Is the second half about to start? There's still some time. It starts at 11. Lu Guiqiang glanced at the clock, ready for another round of boasting. The group clutched 2 sets of cards, enthusiastically drinking, while Yang Shu remained detached, leaning back with his phone, chatting with a wealthy young lady. I looked it up. Good friends can peck at each other, he said. That's the relationship between crocodiles and oxpeckers, a mutually beneficial dynamic in the animal kingdom. But we are human. We also engage in mutual benefit. I lend you money. You pay me interest to sustain me. Just a peck at your legs, he teased. Picture it. I'm just kidding. It's late, so get some sleep. Young Shu, you big fool. At that moment, the bar's lights suddenly dimmed, for spotlights illuminated the stage, and 2 DJ ladies dressed lightly switched tracks, pumping explosive electronic music throughout the venue. The massive screen on the back wall showcased an animated opening. The dance atmosphere crew took their positions, showcasing their moves on various platforms within the bar. Simultaneously, the retractable ceiling of the bar descended, releasing clouds of white mist, refreshing the air. Zhao Li's eyes widened as his heart raced in tune with the music. How much does it cost to work here? Never mind. Nightclubs are exhausting places. Getting old means getting sick, Yang Shu replied calmly. Don't think that being young means you're exempt. It's all a prelude. Sure, Zhanfei took a sip of his beer to steady his nerves. Yang Shu, do you come here often? You don't seem excited at all. No. This is my first experience. The ambience significantly influences people. At first, Zhao Li and the others felt only excitement and fun, hesitant to interact with the DJ. 15 minutes later, emboldened by the atmosphere, the athletic Shi Zhanfei, the carefree Zhao Li, and the liquor-fueled Lu Guiqiang took to the stage, lining up to perform the duck dance. Indeed, it was the viral dance of the year, swaying their bodies side to side while flapping their arms up and down in a captivating rhythm. Yang Shu found it amusing, pulling out his phone to capture the moment and encouraging Xiaolong, you should join too. It's perfect to make a quartet. Aren't you quite the dancer in class? Wang Xiaolong shook his head vigorously. I can't. It feels a bit embarrassing. What's a quartet? Yang Shu did not respond, instead turning his gaze towards Lennon. The latter shook his head repeatedly. I wouldn't dare. Yang Shu mused that he indeed possessed considerable courage, smiling enigmatically, especially in a public park. Ah, Brother Yang is drinking. I'll treat you to a session online later. Yang Shu maintained a smile, feeling an immense sense of ease in his leisure time, enjoying a light-hearted gathering with friends, earning a bit of extra cash without worries about food or shelter sufficient to support the elderly at home. Reflecting on his past life, he pondered the depths of human suffering. After recording a segment, Yang Shu was about to snap a few pictures for memes when he suddenly spotted an acquaintance. In a booth along the side of the walkway, a group of 8 or 9 young individuals crowded together, predominantly males, most of whom appeared to be in their mid-20s, while the youngest girl resembled a high school student. Yang Shu recognized Li Rong. Strangely, he did not see the presence of Rap Brother in the booth. Had he perhaps strayed? Yang Shu became intrigued, seeking to gather material for future encounters with Rap Brother at the driving school, planning to confront him. However, upon glimpsing someone's inner thoughts, his expression gradually turned serious. So being green is preferable, but I truly don't wish to resort to drugs. A dead fish is utterly uninteresting. Chapter 72. The Chicken Game. Yang Shu furrowed his brows in contemplation, his heart wavering. In recent years, incidents involving drugging in bars had proliferated, often discussed among those around him. Yet news coverage remained scant. After all, such matters pertain to the reputation of the females involved, leading many to prefer quiet settlements over public scandals. However, the young girl was far too naive to contend with this group of youths. Even if they bore no responsibility afterward, a few flattering words and an ephemeral promise could easily ensnare her. The inevitable outcome would be one of submission, betrayal, and, ultimately, a loss of both resources and dignity. Yang Shu felt hesitant. After all, it was not his affair, and there was no need to court trouble. Yet, to ignore would mean disregarding Du Yao, a true foe of his foe. Perhaps he should report it? Unfortunately, the thoughts expressed in the comments could not serve as evidence. Even if the police arrived, their actions would be limited without a victim present. As he pondered, Yang Shu noticed Lin and leaning closer, whispering in his ear, "Do you know them?" "Not well. Just seen them once," he replied. "Then let it be." Lin advised earnestly, "We are merely fresh high school graduates. There is no need." Yang Shu was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the astuteness of a top student. In contrast, Wang Xiaolong was still merrily indulging in a fruit platter, recording the antics of the trio performing a duck dance. "Let us keep observing," Yang Shu remarked casually, continuing to monitor the thoughts of Li Rong's group. "So disgusting, always pretending to accidentally brush against my leg. Hold on. I'm going to drink with other men and post on social media to provoke that scumbag." A couple's quarrel. The young girl felt neglected by Rap Brother, prompting her to invite others to the nightlife scene and post a few updates to incite jealousy in her boyfriend. It was lowbrow, far too lowbrow. A brief glance revealed a young man with a center-parted perm. The skin of a vocational schoolgirl is indeed supple, but I've heard she has a boyfriend. I wonder if she has been charged up. Hey, let us step it up. Do we intend to drag this out until dawn? The center-parted young man exchanged glances with the other 3 males. One immediately understood, clapping his hands together and suggesting, "Let us play a game. The losers drink." "How about that?" "What game?" Li Rong was waiting for this moment to take photos. A game of high card? Just comparing sizes is a bit dull. Let us boast. Or maybe a train game. The comparison of sizes would only consider the points, while the latter would test skills at the card table. Seasoned players would surely prefer the latter. Clearly, the drinking phase had commenced. Meanwhile, Lu Guoqiang and his companions returned to the booth, invigorated after their dance. So refreshing. No wonder young people love the nightlife. I'm starting to enjoy it too. It's nice to let loose occasionally. "Hey, Shuzi, what are you looking at?" Zhao Li wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, following Yang Shu's gaze toward a certain booth, expressing a hint of envy. "How nice to have a girl to play with." "Lu Guoqiang, you could no way, don't even think about it," Lu Guoqiang interrupted decisively. "We only ordered 1 set. If there are more people, there won't be enough to drink. The monk's game is fine too, but it feels slightly lacking." Zhao Li sighed. "You agree, right?" Yang Shu: "No, I'm not interested in women." "Come on, if you're not interested, why are you still watching?" Suddenly, a few individuals from Li Rong's table stood up. 2 males left the booth, and all the females followed suit, discussing what drinks to add. At that moment, 2 males remained in the booth. Yang Shu feigned stretching his neck while actually keeping a keen eye on them, and indeed, he witnessed their actions. The center-parted young man's technique was quite discreet. He first twisted open a bottle of mineral water, raising the bottle with his left hand to drink, while his right hand delved into a small pouch. After taking a sip, he tightly screwed the cap back on, feigning boredom as he shook the bottle. Finally, he poured the water into a nearby glass. The other male was responsible for providing cover. His movements were natural and practiced. It was evident he was a seasoned offender. Without the perceptive insight of a metal wearer, one might have easily overlooked it. The cup on the left? Lin whispered. His gaze lingered on the stage. Yet his attention was aligned with Yang Shu's. There are 3 in total. 2 are obstructed by a fruit platter, Yang Shu remarked nonchalantly. They have clearly allocated their targets. It was apparent that the 3 scoundrels each had their sights set on different prey, with potential victims extending beyond Li Rong. Lin lowered his gaze, sipping his beer, convinced that Yang Shu possessed an unusual acuity, having only noticed 1 cup containing drugs, while he mentioned 3. Should we quietly step out to report to the police? He inquired. Previously, without evidence and lacking a victim, the police wouldn't have been able to address it. Now, there is no need for concern. Yang Shu remained silent. At that moment, Li Rong and her group, who were selecting drinks, passed by, causing Zhao Li's eyes to widen. Though it was quite impolite, he could not help but steal another glance. Li Rong sensed the gaze and turned to meet it, causing the shy young man to lower his head immediately. As she withdrew her gaze, she happened to spot Yang Shu. It's you? Yang Shu nodded calmly, rippling. What a coincidence. However, Li Rong seethed with resentment, gritting her teeth. Damn rich second-generation, perverted voyeur, pretending to be innocent. You've ruined our relationship. Why choose someone so attractive, you shameless wretch? Yang Shu was somewhat bewildered. Was she directing her vitriol at him? It made no sense at all. How could he resemble a rich second generation? Li Rong had not forgotten the incident in the registration hall. Despite it being their first meeting, she felt he knew her better than her own grandmother, undoubtedly a pervert, perhaps even secretly tailing her. Moreover, ever since that incident, her boyfriend had been inexplicably cold towards her, persistently swiping through dating apps searching for beauties, as if he were seeking a new partner. You've ruined everything. Wretch. Still pretending to be innocent. Yang Shu felt helpless and attempted to ease the tension. Where's your boyfriend? Not that it concerns you. Is this your idea of easing the tension? We broke up, what of it? Li Rong shot back angrily. It's all because of you. Although they hadn't officially broken up, she felt it was imminent. If the excitement of the night failed to provoke jealousy in Lu Fengwen, then there would truly be no hope. The root of all her troubles lay right before her. The leading male, seeing Li Rong conversing with other men, felt a twinge of displeasure. Xiao Rong, have you had any disputes between you two? Of course, say yes. Just pour a glass of wine in his face. Does this little brat still want to interfere? The man spoke in a flirtatious tone, a smirk playing on his lips, exuding arrogance. Zhao Fei and Wang Xiaolong dared not breathe, fearing to incite conflict. The towering figures of Shi Zhanfei and Lu Guoqiang exhibited no signs of intimidation as they shifted their bodies, preparing for confrontation. Li Rong gently smiled and remarked, "Oh, it's nothing, just an old friend I haven't seen in a while. Brotherly, you all head back first. I just need to chat for a moment." "All right then, we'll leave you to it. We'll be over there having a drink," they replied, and with that, the group departed. Li Rong took a seat next to Yang Shuluo, and the anticipated conflict failed to materialize. Yang Shuluo jested, "Thank you, Sister Rap. I thought I was about to get a beating. By the way, how did you and the big guy break up?" Yang Shuluo was aware that a fight was unlikely, and with his foresight, he felt secure even if a real altercation were to occur. Chapter 73, Apologies, I'm a sucker for looks. Li Rong remained silent, uncorking a bottle of Brave the World, and after taking a couple of swigs, formulated a plan. Yang Shuluo, could you scoot a little closer? Yang Shuluo furrowed his brows and asked, "What do you want?" Li Rong pulled out her phone, activated the front camera, and with a playful shake exclaimed, "When we're out having fun, we must capture the moment. Let us take a photo together, shall we?" Understanding her intent without needing to read her thoughts, Yang Shuluo recognized that this photo would provoke more than a mere encounter with unfamiliar men. It would also stir the ire of his rival, Rap Brother. "You think of me as a weapon, don't you? I refuse to take a photo. What if it circulates? I'd have to issue a public statement to clarify things, which is troublesome, and it could incite resentment from Rap Brother, potentially leading to unforeseen consequences." Li Rong's eyes gleamed with mischief as she glanced at the bottle on the table. How about this? I'll take a shot for you, and then you pose with me. How does that sound? What kind of shot are you talking about? Sao Li quietly leaned, seemingly eager to exchange a few words with the girl. Yang Shuluo waved him off. You've already had your fill of that drink. Take it away. Those guys over there will be getting anxious soon. Li Rong glanced back to see that Brother Li and his companions were indeed watching, and she exchanged a knowing smile with them, saying, You guys go ahead and have fun. I'll chat a bit more. The music in the bar was blaring, and unsure if Brother Li could hear her, she made an exaggerated gesture with her lips. Turning back, she continued, Just one photo. I promise it won't be shared. It's only for my boyfriend. As Brother Li and the others were enjoying their drinks, they nearly choked upon hearing her words, their gazes towards Li Rong shifting dramatically. Taking photos with men in a bar, solely for the purpose of showing her boyfriend? What a scandalous notion. Yang Shuluo was desperate to avoid this troublesome situation, preferring to persuade her to return home rather than back to the booth. Li Rong blinked innocently and feigned grievance. Just yesterday morning, in front of my boyfriend and so many others, you treated me like that. Shouldn't you make amends? Ultimately, it was your fault that I had a spat with him. Shouldn't you take responsibility? Scoundrel medal. Lu Guoqiang approval 2. Scoundrel medal. Zhao Li approval 2. Playboy medal. Lin and approval 3. No, you must let me explain. Yang Shuluo grimaced. I'm not here to play the fool. I'm no minotaur. Why should I take responsibility? I don't care. I want to take a photo with you. Seeing that Yang Shuluo wouldn't yield to her softer approach, Li Rong decided to be bolder, shifting her body closer to him while adjusting her phone to take the picture. Yang Shuluo, having seen the future unfold, skillfully evaded each of her attempts to capture a moment or make contact, which only infuriated Li Rong further. What is wrong with you? Do you think you're some underground idol? I'm not your fan, just a male figure with an image to uphold. As for why I can't take a photo, I can't explain it. As I mentioned before, I am not a celebrity. Yang Shuluo's circular reasoning left Li Rong speechless. At this moment, Zhao Li interjected, Shuluo, what is the matter? It's just a photo. As men, we have nothing to lose. Hey girl, how about taking a photo with me instead? Zhao Li was quite taken with the spicy girl. Her small tank top and ultra-short skirt, coupled with fishnet stockings that reached just below her navel, adorned with a vibrant floral tattoo that exuded a wild charm, utterly captivated him. However, Li Rong decisively shook her head. Sorry, I'm a sucker for looks. Zhao Li, devastated, collapsed onto Wang Xiaolong's shoulder, wailing, Am I really that ugly? Not ugly. You're just a hidden handsome guy. So when do I get to unlock that hidden charm? Next lifetime. Damn it. Meanwhile, Lin appeared to be deep in thought as Yang Shuluo recalled finding the ID he had lost in the park, and judging by his demeanor at the time, he must have seen something. Later that night, photos of him and by Mushin riding at night circulated in the class group, and he hastily clarified the next day. Could it be that the leg-rubbing pervert on the park bench was indeed him? Lin chuckled softly and leaned close to Yang Shuluo, whispering, Brother Yang, your hand shouldn't be too dry or too damp. Otherwise, touching black silk can easily cause pilling. Yang Shuluo, perplexed, replied, What do you mean? I don't understand. Lin smiled silently, his thoughts echoing above. What a player. Next time I'll touch too, and buy several pairs to feel. Someone, throw this pervert out. The studious types were truly terrifying. Their excellent grades aside, they were also shamelessly lecherous. They made us old lechers look utterly inept. I suggest the death penalty. Suddenly, Yang Shuluo felt a chill on his left wrist, initially thinking a drink had spilled, only to look down and discover Li Rong fiddling with his friendship bracelet. Stop it, little girl. Yang Shuluo quickly withdrew his hand, adopting a stance reminiscent of a husky pointing. Don't get too close. Geez, so stingy, Li Rong rolled her eyes. We're all at a bar. What is the harm in a little touch? What's the big deal about taking a photo? Are you worried about upsetting my classmate Bai? Yang Shuluo suddenly grew serious. Your way of thinking is problematic. While the bar atmosphere may be chaotic, one's character should not be compromised. Those who casually let others touch them in a park are akin to stray cats and dogs. Here, letting others touch you is like being a cheap hooker. You might feel good about yourself, as you're quite popular in your circle, but remember, The most docile stray dog in the park may be touched by many, yet will never be taken home. Yang Shuluo paused briefly before adding, because people know that stray dogs belong to everyone. They could be touched freely without any obligation. Li Rong felt uncomfortable with his words. Turning her head to avoid his gaze, and impatiently retorted, I'm not ignorant. Don't speak down to me. I'm not a stray dog. I have a home. This person is truly despicable. Frustrated, Li Rong stood up and complained, if you're unwilling, then so be it. We can each go our separate ways. Why pretend to be pure when you're at a bar? Just then, Linen, who had been silent until now, spoke up. That's incorrect. While bars may harbor undesirable behaviors, everyone has their own entertainment goals, which does not represent the entirety. Some want to indulge in drunkenness. Some wish to satisfy their cravings. And others seek to break free from their mundane lives. Our desire to watch the bar dance is simply because we aim for excellence, you understand? Li Rong's expression grew complicated as she shook her head and clicked her tongue. A bunch of sick people. I've seen those who pray for peace at temples. Those who pray for good grades at Confucius temples, but I've never encountered anyone who comes to a bar to pray for admission to a good university. Are these people out of their minds? After returning to the booth, Zhao Li quietly spoke up. Linen, were you just referring to me? What? The line about being a virgin. Linen calmly denied. No, you're just overly sensitive. Nonsense. I'm only within 5 minutes of my limit. Is that considered sensitive? Zhao Li's face flushed red, likely from the alcohol. Shut up. You're all sensitive. At this moment, Yang Shu rose and stifled a yawn. I need to use the restroom. Shall I accompany you? Linen raised an eyebrow in suggestion. Thus, the two made their way to the lavatory in succession. Just as Lin was about to inquire, they unexpectedly crossed paths with a sharply dressed young man with a center parting. Oh, aren't you friends with Li Rong? What have you been discussing? Care to share? She seemed rather upset upon her return, even refusing to drink. Yang Shu caught a whiff of tension and noticed the young man's future projection swinging a fist. Chapter 74. What distinguishes possessing strength but not utilizing it from stealthily donning fine garments? Duan Zixiong was in a foul mood. According to his plan, he should have been en route to the hotel at this hour, but Li Rong had delayed him. No, to be precise, it was her unexpected friend who had emerged. The individual appeared to be a student, failing to greet him upon their encounter, which only soured his mood further. Fueled by alcohol, his frustration ignited into anger. By the time he realized what was happening, his fist had already been thrown. Oh no, one cannot resort to violence in a bar. Yet it was too late. He could only hope the other party could withstand a beating and would remain silent afterward. In the next instant, a sharp pain radiated from his fist, twisting his wrist in agony. Duan Zixiong was bewildered. Had he just struck the wall? Indeed, that was the case. Yang Shu had seen him throw the punch 3 seconds prior and had deliberately leaned against the wall, preparing to evade. 3 seconds later, the future projection's fist collided with the wall, coinciding with the pained expression of the present Duan Zixiong. The other patrons in the restroom cast bewildered glances, pondering the emergence of tonight's clown, who, after a few drinks, was now striking the wall. Yang Shu fanned the flames. Come on, man, it's just a hat trick. Don't take it too hard. You bastard. Duan Zixiong could hardly tolerate such ridicule. Having already embarrassed himself was bad enough. But to do so in a restroom carried an inexplicable sense of shame and awkwardness. It was akin to tripping in a corridor. While some might laugh, others would come forward to assist. However, in the restroom, aside from the sound of falling and flowing water, there was only silence, devoid of sympathy. To earn the jester's red nose, Duan Zixiong raised his reddened fist. Damn you! He unleashed a flurry of punches, each one merely striking air. All effortlessly did get by, Yang Shu. Linen had intended to assist but was now rendered speechless. Wait, bro, have you trained? Is this how talented non-accepted art students are? Yang Shu's lips curled into a faint smile. Not really, just playing around with kids, dodging here and there. You are absolutely doomed. Duan Zixiong, now in a rage, seized a nearby trash can intending to hurl it, but noticed that his opponent was not even attempting to evade, which caused a flicker of trepidation within him. Is this lunatic reckless? At that critical moment, the bar's security personnel arrived, swiftly subduing Duan Zixiong and delivering a few sharp slaps. The security team, seasoned veterans of the nightlife scene, were essentially the muscle employed by the venue to handle troublemakers. "Who's your boss?" After restraining Duan Zhexiong, the security captain cautiously inquired, wary of any potential tough backgrounds he might possess. "My brother, Duan Laohu." "Oh, that's fine then. Just give him a beating and toss him out." The security captain wore a nonchalant expression, reflecting on how society had become more tolerant. Even the most insignificant could claim to be a tiger now. In the past, one had to earn such titles through sheer strength. After dealing with the altercation, he turned to the other two involved. "Are you high school students? Pre-university students? All right, off you go. Don't spread any rumors." Noting that the two were uninjured and not overly distressed, the security captain decided it was best to dismiss them. However, Yang Shu interjected with surprising gravity. "Someone in the bar has been spiking drinks." After much contemplation, Yang Shu resolved to assist Li Rong. In his youth, he had fantasized about being a hero who punished evil and upheld justice, yet adulthood had rendered him a detached bystander, avoiding risks. Previously, he had lacked the resources to do good, but now he had the strength of his brother. What difference was there between possessing power but not wielding it and stealthily traversing the night in fine attire? If he had dared not do something in his past life, how could he shy away from it in this rebirth? The security captain paused for a moment, his expression turning overly serious. "Are you certain?" "Repeat that." Nightclubs, rife with chaos, still adhered to certain rules that safeguarded business interests. Revelers could drink and party until they fainted and ended up in the hospital, but fighting, drugging, and human trafficking were criminal offenses. Such actions not only deterred patrons, but also attracted scrutiny from authorities, with fines being the least of concerns. The fear of being shut down for a week loomed large. Should they close for a week, rival establishments would gladly seize the opportunity to siphon off their clientele. Thus, the management of such venues was stringent regarding serious incidents, particularly those occurring without prior consent. Yang Shu glanced at Duan Zhexiong and stated, "It was their group. There are 7 or 8 others with them." The security captain turned and kicked the trash can, smashing it down with a series of loud thuds, sending onlookers scattering in fright, while those mid-relief hastily pulled up their trousers and fled. Once the commotion subsided, he interrogated, "Is it true? You motherfucker, you're only asking after the beating?" Duan Zhexiong grimaced, a bitter expression on his face. "What kind of society is this, where you strike first and ask questions later?" Yang Shu chuckled softly. "No need to inquire further. I witnessed his friend spiking the drink with my own eyes." Duan Zhexiong replied, "You could have mentioned that earlier. You wait until after the beating to speak up?" The security captain's gaze turned peculiar. "Did you see it and not report it?" It was rather unexpected that individuals of this youthful age, typically brimming with vigor and passion, would be so restrained. Yang Shu calmly responded, "There are better ways to resolve this. No need to waste social resources." The security captain nodded slightly, clearly approving of Yang Shu's approach, then pulled out his walkie-talkie to call for assistance. Following Yang Shu's lead, over a dozen security personnel identified Li Ge, swiftly pouring in from both sides of the corridor to encircle the booth. "What's going on here?" Li Ge looked utterly perplexed, his mind racing. "What do you mean? What's going on?" The security captain's gaze sharpened as he noticed 2 girls unconscious and another one teetering on the brink of collapse. "What era are we in? Still using date rape drugs? Take them all to the back room." Li Ge felt a jolt of panic, hastily defending, "What nonsense are you spouting? Who the hell is drugging anyone? My friend is just tired and taking a nap. Is that an issue?" As he spoke, the other accomplices among the girls began to argue. The back room of the nightclub served multiple purposes, storing supplies, providing a resting area for the staff, and also, colloquially, a place for disciplinary action. Whoever entered would face consequences. The security captain smirked coldly, pointing at a bottle of mineral water. "Drink this all, and I'll believe you." With futile arguments, the entire group was taken away, leaving only 3 of the intended victims in the booth. Many patrons tiptoed to observe, curious about the unfolding drama. With Yang Shu and his companions among them, Lennon quipped, "I thought you were going to identify him on the spot. You could have played it cool. Why don't you go?" Yang Shu countered, "I'm afraid they'll retaliate in anger." Same here. Both were rational thinkers. While it was fine to act tough, they would never take unnecessary risks in front of those who posed a threat. Hey, it looks like your friend is about to faint. Are you going to check on her? Lennon suggested. Oh, she's not really a friend, just someone I've seen once. As he spoke, Yangshu noticed Li Rong gazing at him, her eyes weary and vacant, yet holding a barely perceptible glimmer of yearning. Her trembling lips formed silent words, and Yangshu could discern her inner plea. Help me. I need to urinate. What are you waiting for? Just go. Chapter 75. The tyrant's power is about to unleash again. Certain neuropharmaceuticals possess the ability to relax and paralyze muscles. If they affect the bladder sphincter, incontinence may occur. Yangshu resolved to disregard the petite troublemaker, lest he be sullied by her antics. For this time, it was a genuine form of misconduct. Upon returning to their booth, Zhao Li and the others immediately surrounded him, whispering, "What transpired?" "I saw those men being escorted away." Could it be they were selling counterfeit liquor? Yangshu shrugged. "I'm not certain. Perhaps they were drinking without paying." The music was too loud for the other patrons to discern the specifics of the incident, only that something was amiss. Lu Guiqiang observed the booth where the incident occurred. The three women, including Li Rong, appeared to be quite inebriated. There were 2 security personnel stationed at the booth's periphery. He pondered, strange, they were just conversing with us. And now they're in such a state? Yangshu exchanged glances with Lin, both of them noting the oddity, as did the others. The night had barely begun, and it was unusual for anyone to succumb to intoxication so swiftly. This was decidedly irrational, especially considering the group that had been taken away. It was likely that someone would connect the dots. Perhaps someone would report it to the authorities. Yangshu was too indifferent to contemplate further. After all, it was not his bar. So long as no one was harmed, he was unconcerned. At that moment, the reserved Zhao Li suddenly straightened his posture, elegantly lifting his glass to sip, and then, in a husky voice, declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, it seems your tolerance for alcohol is somewhat lacking." The 5 were left bewildered, wondering what had prompted this sudden display of pretentiousness. There must be a subject of admiration nearby to warrant such behavior. Yangshu scanned the vicinity to discover whom Zhao Li had set his sights upon. "Hey there, handsome," a sultry beauty approached, clad in a low-cut top and shorts, her skin glistening with perspiration as she smiled and waved, swaying her hips flirtatiously. It was none other than the DJ from the stage. She was striking, generous, and exuded charisma. No wonder Zhao Li had stood to attention. Zhao Li subtly gave Lu Guiqiang a thumbs up. "Good brother, you've got some game. Calling the DJ surely costs a pretty penny?" "Huh, I didn't call anyone. Does this package include such entertainment?" The DJ confidently entered the booth, opened a bottle for herself, and sat down next to Yangshu. "What's the deal?" "Just relax," DJ's sister winked, pretending to be friends for now. "We'll talk later." Yangshu understood that this was likely related to Li Rong and her companions. 5 minutes later, the DJ cupped her hands around her mouth, whispering her request. "Hey, could you guys shift positions? Pretend to be friends with those 3 unconscious girls to avoid raising suspicion among the other patrons. One of the girls had a drink with you, so you're considered friends. I'd really appreciate it." Clearly, the bar had caught on to the oddity and feared that someone might report it, jeopardizing their business. The DJ clasped her hands together, smiling sweetly. "What do you say? Your drinks are on the house tonight, and after this is resolved, you can enjoy the VIP booth?" "Sure," Yangshu happily agreed. Free drinks were a delightful perk. The DJ beamed, leaning in closer to ensure Yangshu heard clearly. "You can pretend to whisper to the unconscious girls, making other guests think they're merely tipsy." "Thanks a ton." Yangshu nodded in understanding. Wang Xiaolong and Zhao Li exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes shifting between Yangshu and the DJ. What is going on here? Why is this happening? It seems like only Yangshu is having all the fun. The 2 leaned in, whispering to each other, the music concealing their conversation from the parties involved. Zhao Li, with a hint of envy, remarked, "Honestly, I feel like Yangshu has dosed himself to attract the opposite sex. Makes sense. He is just a tad more handsome than me. So what gives him the right to know so many beautiful women? Lu, do you know what's going on?" Lu Guiqiang was watching the atmosphere as the DJ moved her hips. Turning back, he saw the 2 animatedly discussing Yangshu. He realized something and replied, somewhat apathetically, "No worries, just let it unfold. You two will get used to it soon enough." The two then turned their attention to Lennon, curious about the scholar's reaction. To their surprise, Lennon remained unfazed. "What's the big deal? It's just a minor occurrence. Yang Shu has been involved with by Mushian. What's the fuss about a complimentary DJ?" At that moment, after concluding his conversation with the DJ, Yang Shu rose and beckoned to his friends. "Let us move to a different spot." Subsequently, the six shifted to the booth where Li Ron was seated. The waiter cleared away the previous drinks and presented a more lavish set. Lu Wuqiang was taken aback. "What is going on here? What the heck? This set costs over 3,000. They're taking me for a ride. I'm just a student. Can't we get this for free?" "No charge. They vacated this booth, and we inherited it," Yang Shu explained. "Is it really possible?" Zhao Li was astonished. Sure, Zhang Fei eyed him suspiciously. "You didn't engage in some sort of shady deal with the DJ, did you? There is no such thing as inheriting a booth." Lu Wuqiang suddenly understood. Widening his eyes, "Shu, don't sell yourself short. I promised a treat tonight, so let me handle the bill." Yang Shu, uninterested in exposing him, thought to himself, "I'm merely assisted. This is a gesture of gratitude from the bar." "Oh." Lu Guiqiang's expression softened significantly. A good brother usually lacked any pretentiousness. But tonight was an exception. Yet, the envy he felt was hard to suppress. "You've done this several times now. Haven't you? Well, I'm not showing off. You do. When I am, you still do. You strut around as if you own the place. What gives you that right?" The tyrant's emblem. Lu Guiqiang's approval rating is 2. Yang Shu, feeling helpless, thought, "I'm not showing off. This is just a normal occurrence." After indulging for a while, a man dressed in formal attire, appearing to be in his 30s, entered the booth. He politely shook hands with Yang Shu, introducing himself. "Hello, young man. I'm a manager here. Thank you for your assistance with today's matter. There is nothing much to say. Allow me to invite you to the VIP area." Upon finishing his sentence, he poured an entire bottle of beer. It may not have been top-shelf liquor, but as the bar manager, he certainly afforded Yang Shu due respect. "Come on, young man. Tonight you're the esteemed guest of Song Chao." The manager placed his hand on Yang Shu's shoulder, friendly and warm. "If we were to face a shutdown, it would be a tremendous loss. We could very well be forced to close our doors." Thankfully, no one reported it. Wang Xiaolong and the others were again left in a state of confusion, looking at Lu Guiqiang for clarification. "Don't look at me. I have no idea," Lu Guiqiang replied, a bitter expression crossing his face, sensing that the tyrant was about to make his move again. Indeed, Yang Shu soon led everyone to switch booths once more. However, this time, they were seated in the most prestigious section, boasting the best view and the most spacious booth, directly facing the DJ's stage, where the lighting was bright yet not blinding, accompanied by the DJ's dedicated presence. Zhao Li was utterly captivated, gazing at Yang Shu as if he were separated by an impenetrable barrier. "Oh my lord, may you be blessed." Chapter 76. How did this become Yang Shu's delightful escape? Your lord is akin to a mythical beast. Isn't it? Is this a night of revelry? Why call me lord? Enjoy yourself when you're out. Why be so humble? Zhao Li felt a mix of joy and sorrow. Though he was experiencing a lavish treatment, he struggled to reconcile the disparity within. During their school days, he perceived Yang Shu as pitifully lowly, devoid of dignity in his pursuit of Du Yao. Yet, after graduation, Yang Shu had inexplicably become involved with the aloof academic Bai Muxian. Who could possibly accept such a twist of fate? The most shocking of all was happening today. The lively young lady requested a photo. The DJ boldly caressed his thigh, and the manager poured drinks as if Yang Shu were a prince, with everyone gathered around him, as if he were a benefactor. Zhao Li could not help but ask, "What on earth gives you the right?" "Goodness, Yang Shu can't possibly be the protagonist of a risky tale, can he? I am not. And does he have a system that strengthens him through salacious means? I do not. Am I perhaps a tragic supporting character, the one who gets NTR'd? Don't speak carelessly." Yang Shu felt a headache coming on. Zhao Li certainly had a talent for overthinking. "Come, little brother, let us drink." The manager, in high spirits, began to pour drinks for Yang Shu and even handed him a premium drink card. Isn't this a bit excessive? One splendid evening is more than enough. Why offer me anything else? Yang Shu flashed a grin, claiming it was inappropriate, yet his fingers absent-mindedly toyed with the drink card. It's not too much at all. You've truly helped me out, so please accept it. Bring your friends here to drink in the future. While the manager lavished attention on Yang Shu, Lu Guoqiang and Lin and received equal treatment, each assigned a top-notch salesperson. After all, they were professional drink promoters, possessing remarkable conversational skills that had this group of students in stitches. At 2 in the morning, the lights in the hall suddenly dimmed, and the music came to an abrupt halt. 3 seconds later, an electrifying new beat surged forth, with the strobe lights flickering more intensely. And a new DJ took the stage. The second half of the revelry had begun. The departing DJ didn't take a break, but headed straight for the VIP section. Under Zhao Li's eager gaze, she sat down beside Yang Shu. Stop looking. With Yang Shu's status as a lord, you, my lad, are out of your league. Wang Xiaolong teased. Scram, can't I just look? Zhao Li replied, somewhat awkwardly. I'm a servant, and you're not? Wang Xiaolong shrugged nonchalantly, grabbing a chilled hawthorn to munch on. Ah, I'm one too. While the Lord conducts business, I feast. While the Lord woos women, I feast. I'm just here to eat. An aimless glutton. Is clubbing merely for flaunting one's fruit platter? Can't there be a hint of ambition? Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous booth, Li Rong was shaken awake by her friends, bewildered as she surveyed her surroundings. What happened? Sister Rong, wake up quickly. It's driving me crazy. Should we splash some water on your face? Goodness, I almost got picked up tonight. Li Rong snapped to awareness, suddenly clutching her skirt, sighing in relief that she hadn't wet herself. Otherwise, it would have been quite the embarrassment. But what happened afterward? Li Rong mumbled, realizing she had been drugged. She recalled that Li Chusheng and the others had been taken away by the staff, so she wasn't too worried about being mistreated. The last thing she remembered was Yang Shu. Looking towards Yang Shu's booth, she discovered it was now empty, with the bottles and fruit platters all cleared away. He must have gone home. Hey, Sister Rong, we just woke up too. We know we're still in the bar, safe and sound. Rong, what is the background of that friend of yours? He seems quite impressive. Who? The one on the high platform, the one you talked to. Li Rong lifted her gaze, and her expression froze as she saw Yang Shu seated in the center of the elevated booth, flanked on the left by a slightly tipsy manager and on the right by a DJ who was giggling behind her hand. The former spoke animatedly while the latter swirled her drink. He hasn't tea left. He has just moved to a more upscale booth. Sister Rong, your friend must be a rich second-generation heir. Could you introduce us? Upon hearing this, Li Rong recalled the girl from the registration hall who wanted a rock candy pear drink. No chance, she has already taken. Oh, just give it a try. Do rich second-generation heirs really mind having multiple partners? Li Rong's lips twitched as she thought. You're not even half as important as the main partner. What could he possibly see in you? Are all rich heirs dim-witted? Hey, Rong, your friend is waving at us. Is he inviting us over? At the manager's suggestion, Yang Shu extended an invitation for Li Rong and her friends to join him on stage, solidifying their friendship and dispelling any doubts from other patrons. Are we going? If you don't go, I'll one tea. Let us go, Sister Rong. I'm too scared to go alone. Ultimately, Li Rong accepted the invitation and led her friends to the upper-class booth, greeting Yang Shu. Thank you. Have a seat. Guests are always welcome, the manager smiled. Feel free to eat and drink, and don't be too nervous. Li Rong nodded and settled at the edge of the booth with her friends but dared not drink anything further, contenting herself with a few pieces of fruit and stealing glances at Yang Shu. For some reason, she felt an odd discomfort, an inexplicable sense of awkwardness. Observing Yang Shu's mature demeanor as he conversed effortlessly with the manager, who was several years his senior, surrounded by opulence yet remaining unruffled, Li Rong could not help but feel an admiration for strength. Male God Medal, Bronze Li Rong's recognition level 6. Just as her admiration began to rise, she chastised herself, wondering how she was any different from that scoundrel Lu Fengwen. Conversely, her two friends were equally enamored with Yang Shu, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Zhao Li could no longer contain himself. Let us be honest, can the state implement a crush tax? For instance, if someone has more than 3 admirers at once, they must pay a tax. Sure, Jean-Fei, puzzled, asked why. How does that benefit you? Well, a progressive tax system is meant to reduce the wealth gap, and a crush tax could balance the disparity in partners and boost birth rates. It's a beneficial policy for the nation and its people. Zhao Li was baffled. What had started as a monk-esque gathering had somehow turned into Yang Shu-esque delight. Were they luring in dogs to be slaughtered? By 3:30 in the morning, this revelry finally came to an end. Exiting the bar, Lu Guiqiang pondered deeply, feeling he had enjoyed himself but not entirely. Why was that? He suddenly recalled that today was supposed to be his treat, yet Yang Shu had somehow taken a lead. Wait, what capability does he have? Shall we head to the internet CAF? Zhao Li suggested. It's quite late. Going home wouldn't be appropriate, would it? Agreed. Lu Guiqiang and Shi Zhanfei, both seasoned internet CAF goers, nodded in agreement. Wang Xiaolong was indifferent, open to going anywhere, while Lin expressed a desire to return home. Thus, the four from the internet CAF turned to Yang Shu. What about you? I'll take a nap. I need to practice driving tomorrow. Come on. You can sleep at the internet CAF too, Lu Guiqiang chuckled. Let us go. Just stack 2 chairs together, cover your head with your coat, and you can sleep soundly without a peep. Zhao Li chimed in. Right. It's not convenient to take a taxi now, and I'd disturb my parents if I went home. Yang Shu waved his hand in refusal. No need. I have a car picking me up, and I don't need to go home to sleep. Lu Guiqiang furrowed his brow, sensing a familiar troublesome situation. Was he about to show off? The next moment, an A6 pulled up to the curb, the window rolling down to reveal the manager's smiling face. Let us go. I'll take you to rest. Yang Shu bid farewell to the others, and, as he got into the car, he began to feel drowsy. After the car stopped, Yang Shu thought they had arrived at the hotel, only to look up and see the words club glaring back at him. Wait, is this a legitimate place to rest? Chapter 77, The Divine Daughter of Heaven. Of course, it's a legitimate place to rest. What could be more relaxing than this? The manager wore a peculiar smile. What do you know? Yang Shu retorted, I appreciate your good intentions, but I have matters to attend to tomorrow, and just want a simple nap. Oh, feeling tired? Are we? Then you can opt for an automatic. It's effortless and quite comfortable. It's on me. The manager wore an enigmatic smile, revving the engine and honking the horn, clearly an experienced driver. Yang Shu replied earnestly, I just graduated from high school. Now that you're here, are you sure? I really want to sleep. All right then. Seeing Yang Shu's resolute demeanor, the manager ceased to press the matter further, and they both retired to their respective rooms to rest. The following day, at 9:30, as Yang Shu rose from slumber, he fortuitously encountered the manager, who was returning to his room with breakfast in hand. Good morning. Have you just woken up? Yang Shu inquired. No, I was just about to sleep, the manager replied. Impressive. To be candid, if he continued this nocturnal lifestyle, relentlessly taxing his body, he risked jeopardizing his fertility. Would he not be subjected to incessant admonishment for such folly? After leaving the club, Yang Shu took a taxi to meet the wealthy young lady, and together they headed to the Tongha driving school. Honestly, you needn't accompany me. You could also enroll and learn alongside me, Yang Shu suggested. My dear Yang Shu, I am here merely to collect interest, Bai Muxian replied earnestly. Though her inner thoughts betrayed her, I wish to ride in my dear friend's four-wheeled chariot. See, isn't the electric vehicle rather uncomfortable? She remarked. Today's affluent companion was adorned in a flowing black gown, cinched at her waist with a dark red belt the width of a thumb, complemented by dainty shoes and frilled white socks, exuding an aura of chastity. Moreover, she was toting a plush strawberry bear from the supermarket's grand prize. Without even glancing, one could ascertain that it was filled with sumptuous delights. Today's treat is on me, Bai Muxian declared, producing 2 bags of spicy snacks and thrusting one into Yang Shu's hands. What are you doing? He asked. My hands need a place to rest, she replied coolly. I have no pockets, so you can hold on to them. If Lu Guiqiang had uttered such a line, it would have surely sounded rather suggestive. However, Bai Muxian was different. She merely sought to keep her hands warm, to ensure her delicate hands remained at ease. Yang Shu could only clasp her soft hand tightly as they strolled into the driving school together. Eager to obtain his driver's license promptly, Yang Shu adhered to Sister Lily's training regimen, completing the theoretical hours for subjects 1 and 4 through remote study, practicing questions whenever possible. and preparing for a last-minute cramming session once he successfully booked the exam. In the meantime, he practiced the second subject, logging some study hours while borrowing a few from fellow students. If he passed all at once, he could acquire his license within a month. Yangshu, your hands are rather cool, Bai Muxian observed. Are they? He replied, slightly taken aback, as they felt quite normal to him. Bai Muxian nodded seriously. They're cooler than usual and rather damp. After a moment's reflection, Yangshu realized, it must be from staying up late last night. My body hasn't recovered yet. Commonly referred to as burning the midnight oil, it often results in cold hands, sweating, and palpitations, but it should subside soon. Subsequently, Yangshu approached the instructor to begin his driving lessons. The instructor was a balding middle-aged man, donning a sun hat and sunglasses, with a well-worn large water bottle in hand. He demonstrated the reverse parking technique twice before turning to chat with other instructors, leaving Yangshu to practice independently, claiming that students these days are rather clever. Good grief, the pay for this job must be astonishing, Yangshu muttered to himself. The instructor doesn't even sit in the passenger seat. Bai Muxian, seated in the back, gleefully snacked on her treats, occasionally chiming in with comments. Yangshu, slow down on the brakes. You'll dirty your skirt. Yangshu, it's hot. Turn on the air conditioning. Yangshu, I want to sit in the passenger seat. In all fairness, had Lu Guiqiang been pestering from the back, Yangshu would have simply executed a drift to send him sprawling, perhaps spitting out a retort. If you're hot, then take it off. But alas, Bai Muxian was the creditor here. The air conditioning can't be turned on. You'll have to bear with it. Is it broken? No. Turning on the air conditioning would disturb the instructor, causing him to emit a sharp honk. Yangshu chuckled. Firstly, the instructor's vehicle was of poor quality, with some cars requiring the air conditioning to be off while climbing hills. Secondly, the instructor was rather stingy and disallowed it. Bai Muxian pursed her lips. The instructor is rather intimidating. After practicing several more times, Yangshu had no issues with parking, though he occasionally straddled the lines or had discrepancies in the spacing on either side. A bit more practice and fine-tuning would suffice. Get out of the car. Let us rest in the shade, he suggested, leading Bai Muxian to a sunshade where they took a break, sipping on her sweet pear drink. Damn it. A drink that costs 3 yuan at a convenience store is sold for 15 at nightclubs. Is there no justice in this world? At that moment, Yangshu caught sight of a familiar figure, but could not be certain. The other party, sensing his gaze, seemed to find him familiar as well and approached him directly. It's you. They both exclaimed in unison. The individual sported striking blonde hair, a slender physique, and several artistic tattoos adorning their hands. Tony the blonde. What a coincidence. I was just thinking of inviting you for a meal. Never expected to run into you here, Tony said with a cheerful smile. Is there such a good fortune? Yangshu raised an eyebrow. Hey, your video from the college entrance exam interview went viral. My shop has been bustling with business lately, especially with parents bringing their children in for fresh cuts, Tony beamed. I even posted your second and third mock exam scores on Poster. And now even more students come in for crew cuts. Wait, where did you get those scores? From the WeChat moments you accidentally posted, Tony replied. Yangshu recalled that not long ago, Lu Guiqiang had been thrilled about his rising grades and hastily posted about it. To temper his excitement, Yangshu had also shared a post, captioning it with, "Oops, I posted it." This had irked Lu Guiqiang considerably. Yangshu sighed, well, I've established my persona as a top student. It seems the burden of being a campus idol has now fallen upon me. At that moment, the petite Bai Muxian emerged from behind, her small hand deftly slipping into her friend's pocket. Yangshu, I want to eat a popsicle. Whoa, Tony exclaimed, startled. He was aware of someone standing behind Yangshu, but was taken aback by her stunning beauty. Hey, no need to use foul language, Yangshu remarked, his expression indicating he was not pleased with such exclamations, especially when used as an interjection. Oh, my apologies, Tony said awkwardly, rubbing his hands together as his gaze frequently darted towards Bai Muxian, thinking to himself, who wouldn't be amazed by such a beautiful girl? The key was that her beauty transcended mere description. She was truly stunning, a divine creation with exquisite features. Is that your friend? Yes, a good friend, Yangshu nodded. After much hesitation, Tony took Yangshu's hands in his own. Brother, could you do me a favor? I'll make it worth your while. I'd like to take some promotional photos of your friend and create a standee to place at the entrance of my shop. Would that be all right? As the strongest barber in the 29th district, he had seen countless faces, yet none compared to the one before him. She was a true paragon of beauty, a child of the heavens, with features so delicately crafted. Chapter 78. Little Yang, you're drenched in sweat, aren't you? In any profession, with time one often acquires a certain expertise. For instance, a skilled technician after 10 years can assess the quality of a part with a mere touch. Similarly, a seasoned electrician can determine if a wire is faulty just by feeling it. When one has been a barber for long enough, they can immediately discern whether a person's foundation is good or not. However, Bai Muxian's beauty transcended the question of foundation. It was a manifestation of superior genetics. I'm begging you, let me take those promotional photos. Yang Shu turned to Bai Muxian. What do you think? Are you willing to do it? Bai Muxian bit her lip and said, I don't know. If you agree, then I'm willing. The indecisive young lady left the choice to Yang Shu, as it mattered little to her. Her primary concern was her friend's happiness. I wish I could enjoy a popsicle while playing on a laptop, but alas, I have no money. How impoverished I am. Yang Shu's lips twitched slightly, averting his gaze from Bai Muxian's inner thoughts. That was truly hurtful. If she considered herself poor, then even the wealthiest of tycoons would be deemed barely comfortable. Tony, eager, asked, so what do you think is a fair price? Having witnessed the refreshing student hairstyle sported by Yang Shuqing, Tony relished the sweet taste of publicity. If he were to launch another wave of promotion, it might very well lead to the expansion of his shop, even considering the prospect of opening a chain. However, I suggested against it, as she was an insider in the industry and thus not suitable for photos. Yang Shuqing politely declined, suggesting instead, how about we create a life-sized standee of me to promote after the college entrance examination results are released? We could feature a top student buzz cut and a champion's youthful appearance. Yang Shuqing was reluctant to exploit her friends, especially those who were not particularly naive, feeling a sense of guilt akin to bullying the simple-minded. Tony, the blonde, discerned Yang Shuqing's hesitation and did not press further, saying, all right, let us collaborate after the examination results come in. Yang Shuqing then shifted the topic. By the way, aren't you busy at the shop? How come you're here at the driving school? Plan to pick up a coach car? Tony chuckled. The driving school is a partnership I have with friends. I'm here to collect my dividends. As for the barber shop, I've hired an intern. Are you certain she can manage alone? Yang Shuqing queried suspiciously. It doesn't matter. It's just a buzz cut. You could do it too, Tony replied. Hands in pockets. I'm off to get my dividends now. Yang Shuqing remarqued. We're no longer discussing the refreshing student hairstyle. She then led Bai Muxian to a convenience store, stuffing a teddy bear with strawberries to the brim. While paying, Yang Shuqing noticed last month's bill on her WeChat ledger and was suddenly taken aback. Did I really spend this much last month? Upon delving into the details, she saw that no single expense exceeded 100 yuan. It was simply the frequency of her spending that was alarming. All the interest payments for the little rich girl. Yang Shuqing realized belatedly as she opened her system metal wall, gazing at the now downgraded sycophant metal. Sycophant metal, golden, increases the likelihood of disdain from peers of the same gender by 20, accelerates the outflow of funds by 30. Contemplating the second debuff, Yang Shuqing found herself lost in thought. Why can't I choose which negative attribute to remove when a metal is downgraded? No wonder I've been spending money like water lately. It feels like a loss. Yang Shuqing, you're quite the airhead, Bai Muxian whispered. I'm merely contemplating, unlike you. Yang Shuqing retorted. Just as she was about to head back to practice driving, a familiar female voice called out from the direction of the shelves. Yang Shuqing? Both Yang Shuqing and Bai Muxian turned around simultaneously to meet the surprised gaze of Zheng Mengwan. What a coincidence. It's that scoundrel Shuqing. How did I run into him here? Yang Shuqing's first annoyance was directed at Du Yao, followed closely by this one, a quintessential sycophant, a wartime traitor, a treacherous minister from feudal times, a debauched antagonist in a fantasy world, and a venomous female antagonist in novels. What a coincidence, Zheng Mengwan awkwardly greeted. Are you both here to learn driving? Yang Shuqing nodded coldly, refusing to engage, and pulled Bai Muxian away. According to Chekhov's theory of drama, if a gun appears in the first act, It will surely fire by the third act. Yang Shuqing sensed that this chance encounter with Zheng Mengwan was merely the beginning. Indeed, during the afternoon driving practice, Du Yao made her appearance at the Tongha driving school as well. She brushed off the doorman's inquiries, declined the school as promotional services, and accurately located the coach car Yang Shuqing occupied. She opened the back door and seamlessly took a seat. The occupants of the car, including Yang Shuqing by Mu Xian, and the instructor, pondered the social tendencies of today's youth. "So, is this friend of yours?" the instructor asked. Before Yang Shuqing could respond, Du Yao interjected, "Yes. We're childhood friends." Yang Shuqing was taken aback. "What? Why label yourself?" "All right, Yang Shuqing, let us start practicing driving. The boss has instructed me to teach you well." The instructor remarked, unable to say more. "We can't just kick out a friend, can we?" "Please do," Yang Shuqing thought, realizing that Du Yao's demeanor would make it difficult to dissuade her. Scolding her would only bring her satisfaction and provide her with an opportunity to cling on. Thus, Yang Shuqing focused on maneuvering the car while the instructor sat in the passenger seat, engrossed in his phone and sipping tea, while Bai Muxian and Du Yao remained silent in the back seat. Occasionally glancing in the rearview mirror, the instructor suppressed a smile, marveling at the young man's luck. Surrounded by two beautiful companions. Both were stunning, albeit different in style, yet the girl on the left exuded a more aloof and refined aura. In truth, Bai Muxian felt quite timid. The cramped car with 4 people made her uneasy, and she went into standby mode, holding a piece of meat but hesitant to eat it, as there was only enough for 2. Meanwhile, Du Yao maintained a stern expression, recalling her lessons on body language, striving to project an intimidating presence in an attempt to overshadow Bai Muxian. However, this proved challenging. Bai Muxian was not only aloof but also possessed an indefinable nobility. Du Yao, disheartened, lamented her investment in expensive courses, realizing she could not surpass her. "Stabilize the clutch, reduce speed," the instructor instructed. "The slower you go, the more time you have for adjustments." Yang Shuqing nodded in agreement. The instructor caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror and chuckled softly. Having lived half a lifetime, he could certainly read the atmosphere. The palpable tension within the vehicle was reminiscent of the legendary battlefield. Clearing his throat, he jested, "Yang Shuqing, you must be sweating buckets. Keep your composure while driving. Don't be nervous. Feel free to chat with your friends. So, who is the main character here? You're being annoying. Please just drive. Why ask so many questions? Is that what a small instructor should concern himself with?" An hour later, Yang Shuqing exited the car, stretching her legs. Her prolonged clutch work leaving her a bit unsteady. "Yang Shuqing, do you not recognize me anymore?" Du Yao could not help but speak first. "Indeed." Du Yao's face stiffened in anger. "Can you speak properly?" "I see. All right. I admit you've angered me. Are you satisfied?" "Just so." Yang Shuqing replied expressionlessly. Du Yao stomped her feet in frustration, while the instructor turned to chuckle, and Bai Muxian proudly displayed her piece of meat behind Yang Shuqing. "Yang Shuqing, I won't settle for ambiguous answers. Let me ask you one last time. What do you want from me?" Chapter 79. Are you the prince of Tongha driving school? Upon receiving a message from Zheng Mengwan, Du Yao immediately concluded her current tasks, adorned herself with exquisite makeup, donned a dress that accentuated her elegance, and even spritzed herself with her mother's high-end perfume. Despite her meticulous preparations to create a fresh impression for Yang Shuqing, at this moment, Du Yao acknowledged her vulnerability. This man did not even utter a complete sentence. Merely 2 words from him were enough to inflict pain. "Yang Shuqing, can you refrain from this? Let us have a normal conversation. If there are issues, let us resolve them. Must we allow conflicts to affect us for a lifetime?" Du Yao implored with a forlorn expression. Yang Shuqing remained indifferent, her tone flat. Echo. "I'm truly at a loss." Du Yao suppressed her voice, striving to appear less hysterical. Bai Muxian stood quietly behind Yang Shuqing, having finished 2 pieces of meat, feeling inexplicably reassured. The instructor, as an outsider, continued to observe the unfolding drama while enjoying his tea, a faint smile gracing his face. Yang Shuqing was disinclined to engage in further banter with Du Yao, casting a glance at the instructor to signal that he could resume practice. "However, why do you look so gleeful? Those who play with women's feelings deserve their comeuppance, don't they? In one's youth, straying from the righteous path, how many legs do you possess to betray? What does that look in your eyes signify? Allow me to extricate you from your predicament. Did you contemplate the repercussions while indulging? Regret comes too late now. You rascal. Yang Shu wore a face of exasperation. Old Deng's inner thoughts were as transparent as glass, reminiscent of a certain librarian. Moreover, which of your eyes witnessed my treachery? Do you comprehend the value of true friendship? At that moment, Yang Shu's eyes sparkled as he spotted two familiar figures approaching. Little brother, I am back again. The little son-in-law. It was Tony the blonde, here for his dividends, accompanied by Sister Lily. Upon discovering their mutual acquaintance with Yang Shu, they decided to greet him. Seeing the esteemed boss arrive, the coach promptly concealed his amused expression and welcomed him warmly. Good afternoon, boss. You have brought a remarkably astute student. He grasps concepts with ease and learns at an impressive pace. Sister Lily chimed in joyfully, while other students are still mired in theoretical knowledge. I can allow you to drive a big vehicle in advance. Isn't that delightful? Yang Shu nodded in gratitude. Indeed, it is delightful. However, let's refrain from driving just yet to avoid misunderstandings. He assessed the sentiments of those present and was relieved to find no one misinterpreted the situation. As for Bai Mukwan, let us not delve into it. He was simply too naive to discern subtleties. Du Yao remained in a huff, refusing to absorb anyone's words. Tony appeared unperturbed, expressing that he was accustomed to Sister Lily's demeanor from their university days. Coach Old Deng, being of advanced age, also failed to grasp the nuances of the conversation. As they chatted idly, Tony steered the topic towards the barbershop, once again mentioning Yang Shu's promotional poster, an effort to fill the silence. However, when Sister Lily learned that Yang Shu's overall score exceeded 600, her mouth formed an astonished O. Oh, your scores are remarkably high. They're rather average, Yang Shu humbly replied, attributing it primarily to hard work and a smidgen of talent. That's quite impressive. Could you spare some time to tutor my child? Sister Lily's tone shifted suddenly, her voice sweetly resonating, sending shivers from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet. Yang Shu found himself overwhelmed. Her voice was akin to ASMR, piercing through his defenses and striking directly at his mind, causing genuine discomfort. Sister, is tutoring really necessary for elementary students? I'm merely a small-town problem solver. Let us not ruin the child's childhood. Yang Shu attempted to decline graciously, yet Sister Lily persisted. Little Yang, the tutoring aspect is secondary. I wish to cultivate my daughter's cognitive abilities and instill the thought processes of intelligent individuals. She stepped closer, whispering softly in his ear, my daughter encountered some troubles back home, and she is currently on a break from school, healing from her injuries. It may take about a year for her to recover. Given her emotional sensitivity, I am seeking a suitable tutor who possesses a delicate touch. Yang Shu momentarily paused, inexplicably feeling a wave of empathy whenever he heard of suffering. All right, Auntie, please send me details about your daughter's situation, and I will prepare accordingly. Given the favors he had accepted from Sister Lily, it seemed only right to assist her. You still refer to me as Auntie? Sister Lily teased. Don't forget to address me properly. You used to call me sister. You mischievous little rascal. Coach, observing from the sidelines, was momentarily taken aback. Had the esteemed boss been usurped? There was a whisper of intimacy, a shift in address. Was this how a student interacted? Aware that Yang Shu was a favored individual, the coach pondered how such close relations could exist. Yet, it seemed that the bond he shared was exceedingly strong. Both the boss and the second boss were orbiting around him. The coach stepped back, suddenly perceiving a multitude of revelations. It appeared that all the women present treated Yang Shu with great kindness, even reverence, while he and the second boss felt like outsiders, unable to integrate into this impromptu gathering of 3 women and 1 man. In that moment, the coach, now in his 40s, attained clarity. He felt like an emotionless backdrop, existing solely to highlight someone else. Previously, he had laughed at Yang Shu for being ensnared in romantic entanglements, unable to escape the turmoil. Yet now, even the esteemed boss seemed captivated. What, indeed, was so extraordinary about him? Boss, at the very least, I am your direct employee. Although Yang Shu said nothing and took no action, the coach felt as though he had been splashed with vinegar. In summary, it was all quite bitter. Meanwhile, Yang Shu turned to the coach. "Shall we continue with the driving practice?" "Ah, yes, let us proceed," the coach replied eagerly, his thoughts swirling with inner dialogue. What peculiar charm does this young man possess? Could he possibly be the boss's illegitimate child? Illegitimate child, indeed. Yang Shu felt exhilarated, relishing in the coach's mixed emotions. Shortly after, Sister Lily and Tony departed, and Du Yao, sensing the lack of excitement, left in disappointment. The remaining trio continued their driving practice. At 6 in the evening, the second phase of the driving exam concluded. Just as Yang Shu was about to leave, the coach spoke up. "I'll step out to refuel the coach. Let me give you a ride for a bit." "All right, just drop us off at the intersection," replied the little wealthy girl, having already summoned Uncle Zhang, though saving a few steps by hitching a ride on the coach was also appreciated. Upon exiting the driving school, the vehicle halted abruptly, and the coach tossed a casual remark, instructing them to wait a moment before disappearing into a small shop. Upon his return, he handed Yang Shu 2 cans of Red Bull and some goji berries. "You worked hard during practice today. Take these for the journey." Yang Shu was taken aback. Was it customary for coaches to gift their students? This felt rather inappropriate. "Didn't it, coach?" "No worries, just practice well tomorrow. You understand my intentions," the coach replied. And Yang Shu, upon reading the coach's thoughts, understood that he was angling for a promotion. Yang Shu immediately complimented. "You truly know how to navigate situations. You are bound to become a gold medal coach." The coach chuckled heartily, thinking to himself that gifting was indeed an art, and it certainly expedited matters. Yang Shu alighted at the intersection, just as he bid farewell to the coach, when the little wealthy girl suddenly piped up with a sweet voice. "Little Yang, I want to eat grilled sausages." "Be quiet, don't learn everything," Yang Shu admonished. "You shouldn't mimic everything you see." Bai Muquan pursed her lips in a huff.